Though death, my son, forbid me hope to see thee in this life, tomorrow, on the reckoning day, we two shall meet again. Quoth I, O commander of the faithful, was he indeed thy son? Yes, answered he, and indeed, before I succeeded to this office, he was wont to visit the learned in company with the devout, but, when I became caliph, he grew estranged from me and withdrew himself apart. Then said I to his mother, This thy son is absorbed in God the Most High, and it may be that tribulation shall befall him and he be smitten with stress of evil chance, wherefore, do thou give him this ruby, that it may be to him a resource in the hour of need. So she gave it him, conjuring him to take it, and he obeyed her. Then he left the things of our world to us and removed himself from us, nor did he cease to be absent from us, till he went to the presence of God, to whom belong might and majesty, with a holy and pure mind. Then said he, Come, show me his grave. So we repaired to Basora and I showed him his son's grave. When he saw it, he wept and lamented, till he fell down in a swoon, after which he came to himself and asked pardon of God, saying, We are God's, and to him we return, and invoked blessings on the dead. Then he besought me of companionship, but I said to him, O commander of the faithful, verily, in thy son's case is for me the gravest of admonitions. And I recited the following verses. 'Tis I am the stranger. None harbors the white, though he lie in his native city by night. 'Tis I am the exile. Nor children nor wife nor comrades have I, to take ruth on my plight. The mosques are my refuge, I haunt them indeed, my heart from their shelter shall never take flight. To the Lord of all creatures, to God be the praise, whilst yet in the body abideth the sprite. The schoolmaster who fell in love by. Report. Quoth one of the erudite, I passed once by a school, in which a schoolmaster, comely of aspect and well dressed, was teaching children, so I entered, and he rose and made me sit with him. Then I examined him in the Quran and in syntax and poetry and lexicography, and found him perfect in all that was required of him, and said to him, God strengthen thy purpose. Thou art indeed versed in all that is sought of thee. So I frequented him a while, discovering daily some new excellence in him, and said to myself, This is indeed a wonder in a schoolmaster, for the understanding are agreed upon the lack of wit of those that teach children. Then I separated myself from him and sought him out and visited him, only, every few days, till, one day, coming to see him as of wont, I found the school shut and made inquiry of the neighbors, who said, Someone is dead in his house. So I said to myself, It behoves me to pay him a visit of condolence, and going to his house, knocked at the door. A slave girl came out to me and said, What dost thou want? I want thy master, answered I. Quoth she, He is sitting alone, mourning. Tell him, rejoined I, that his friend so and so seeks to condole with him. She went in and told him, and he said, Admit him. So she brought me in to him, and I found him seated alone and his head bound, with the fillets of mourning. May God amply requite thee, said I, this is a road all must perforce travel, and it behoves thee to take patience. But who is dead unto thee? One who was dearest and best beloved of the folk to me, answered he. Quoth I, Perhaps thy father? He replied, No, and I said, Thy mother? No, answered he. Thy brother? No one of thy kindred? No then, asked I, what relation was the dead to thee? My mistress, answered he. Quoth I to myself, This is the first sign of his lack of wit. Then I said to him, There are others than she and fairer, and he answered, I never saw her, that I might judge whether or no there be others fairer than she. Quoth I to myself, This is another sign. Then I said to him, And how couldst thou fall in love with one thou hast never seen? Quoth he, I was sitting one day at the window, when there passed by a man, singing the following verse. Amamri, God requite thee thy generosity. Give back my heart, prithee, wherever it may be. When I heard this, I said to myself, except this Amamri were without equal in the world, the poets had not celebrated her in amorous verse. So I fell in love with her, but, 2 days after, the same man passed, singing the following verse. The jackass with Amamri departed, but, alas, Amamri! She returned not again, nor did the ass. Thereupon I knew that she was dead and mourned for her. This was 3 days ago, and I have been mourning ever since. So I left him and went away, having assured myself of the feebleness of his wit. The foolish schoolmaster. A man of elegant culture once entered a school and sitting down by the master, entered into discourse with him and found him an accomplished theologian, poet, grammarian, and lexicographer, intelligent, well-bred and pleasant, whereat he wondered, saying in himself, it cannot be that a man, who teaches children in a school, should have a perfect wit. When he was about to go away, the schoolmaster said to him, Thou art my guest tonight, and he consented and accompanied him to his house, where he made much of him and set food before him. They ate and drank and sat talking, till a third part of the night was past, when the host spread his guest to bed and went up to his harem. The other lay down and addressed himself to sleep, when, behold, there arose a great clamor in the harem. He asked what was to do, and they said, A terrible thing hath befallen the sheik, and he is at the last gasp. Take me up to him, said he. So they carried him to the schoolmaster, whom he found lying insensible, with his blood streaming down. He sprinkled water on his face, and when he revived, he said to him, What has betided thee? When thou leftest me, thou west in all good cheer and sound of body. O my brother, answered the schoolmaster, after I left thee, I sat meditating on the works of God the Most High and said to myself, In everything God hath created for man there is an use, for he, to whom be glory, created the hands to seize, the feet to walk, the eyes to see, the ears to hear and the yard to do the deed of kind, and so on with all the members of the body, except these 2 collions, there is no use in them. So I took a razor I had by me and cut them off, and there befell me what thou sayest. So the guest left him and went away, saving, he was in the right who said, No schoolmaster who teaches children can have a perfect wit, though he know all sciences. The ignorant man who set up for a schoolmaster. There was once, among the hangers-on of the collegiate mosque, a man who knew not how to read and write and got his bread by gulling the folk. One day, he bethought him to open a school and teach children. So he got him tablets and written scrolls and hung them up in a conspicuous place. Then he enlarged his turban and sat down at the door of the school. The people, who passed by and saw his turban and the tablets and scrolls, thought he must be a very learned doctor, so they brought him their children, and he would say to this, Write, and to that, Read, and thus they taught one another. One day, as he sat, as of wont, at the door of the school, he saw a woman coming up, with a letter in her hand, and said to himself, This woman doubtless seeks me, that I may read her the letter she has in her hand. How shall I do with her, seeing I cannot read writing? And he would fain have gone down and fled from her, but, before he could do this, she overtook him and said to him, Whither away? Quoth he, I purpose to pray the noontide prayer and return. Noon is yet distant, said she, so read me this letter. He took the letter and turning it upside down, fell to looking at it, now shaking his head and anon knitting his eyebrows and showing concern. Now the letter came from the woman's husband, who was absent, and when she saw the schoolmaster do thus, she said, Doubtless my husband is dead, and this learned man is ashamed to tell me so. So she said to him, O my lord, if he be dead, tell me. But he shook his head and held his peace. Then said she, Shall I tear my clothes? Tear, answered he. Shall I buffet my face? Asked she, and he said, Buffet. So she took the letter from his hand and returning home, fell a weeping, she and her children. One of her neighbors heard her weeping and asking what ailed her, was answered, She hath gotten a letter, telling her that her husband is dead. Quoth the man, This is a lying saying, for I had a letter from him but yesterday, advising me that he is in good health and case and will be with her after 10 days. So he rose forthright and going in to her, said, Where is the letter thou hast received? She brought it to him, and he took it and read it, and it ran as follows, After the usual salutations, I am well and in good health and case and will be with thee after 10 days. Meanwhile, I send thee a quilt and an extinguisher. So she took the letter and returning with it to the schoolmaster, said to him, What moved thee to deal thus with me? And she repeated to him what her neighbor had told her of her husband's well-being and of his having sent her a quilt and an extinguisher. Thou art in the right, answered he. But excuse me, good woman, for I was, at the time, troubled and absent-minded, and seeing the extinguisher wrapped in the quilt, thought that he was dead and they had shrouded him. The woman, not smoking the cheat, said, Thou art excused, and taking the letter, went away. The King and the Virtuous Wife. A certain king once went forth in disguise, to look into the affairs of his subjects. Presently, he came to a great village and being athirst, stopped at the door of a house and asked for water. There came out to him a fair woman, with a pitcher of water, which she gave him, and he drank. When he looked at her, he was ravished with her and required her of love. Now she knew him, so she brought him into the house and making him sit down, brought out a book and said to him, Look in this book, whilst I order my affair and return to thee. So he looked into the book, and behold, it treated of the divine prohibition against adultery and of the punishments that God hath prepared for those that do it. When he read this, his flesh quaked and he repented to God the Most High. Then he called the woman and giving her the book, went away. Now her husband was absent, and when he returned, she told him what had passed, whereat he was confounded and said in himself, I fear lest the king's desire have fallen upon her. And he dared not have to do with her after this. After a while, the wife told her kinsfolk of her husband's conduct, and they complained of him to the king, saying, May God advance the king. This man hired of us a piece of land, for tillage, and tilled it a while, then left it fallow and tilled it not, neither forsook it, that we might let it to one who would till it. Indeed, harm has come to the field, and we fear its corruption, for that land, if it be not tilled, spoileth. Quoth the king to the man, What hinders thee from tilling thy land? May God advance the king, answered he. It came to my knowledge that a lion entered the field, wherefore I stood in awe of him and dared not approach it, seeing that I know I cannot cope with the lion, and I stand in fear of him. The king understood the parable and rejoined, saying, O fellow, the lion trampled not thy land, and it is good for tillage, so do thou till it and God prosper thee in it, for the lion hath done it no hurt. Then he bade give the man and his wife a handsome present and sent them away. Abdurrahman the Moor's Story of the Rock. There was once a man of the people of Morocco, called Abdurrahman the Moor, and he was known, to boot, as the Chinaman, for his long sojourn in Cathay. He had journeyed far and wide and traversed many seas and deserts and was wont to relate wondrous tales of his travels. He was once cast upon an island, where he abode a long while, and returning thence to his native country, brought with him the quill of the wing feather of a young roe, whilst yet unhatched and in the egg, and this quill was big enough to hold a skinful of water, for it is said that the length of the young roe's wing, when it comes forth of the egg, is 1,000 fathoms. The folk marveled at this quill, when they saw it, and Abdurrahman related to them the following adventure. He was on a voyage in the China seas, with a company of merchants, when they sighted a great island, so they steered for it, and casting anchor before it, saw that it was large and spacious. The ship's people went ashore to get wood and water, taking with them skins and ropes and axes, and presently espied a great white gleaming dome, 100 cubits high. So they made towards it, and drawing near, found that it was a roe's egg, and fell on it with axes and stones and sticks, till they uncovered the young bird, and found it as it were a firm set mountain. They went about to pluck out one of its wing feathers, but could not win to do so, save by helping one another, for all the feathers were not full grown, after which they took what they could carry of the young bird's flesh, and cutting the quill away from the feather part, returned to the ship. Then they spread the canvas, and putting out to sea, sailed with a fair wind all that night, till the sun rose, when they saw the old rock come flying after them, as he were a vast cloud, with a rock in his talons, like a great mountain, bigger than the ship. As soon as he came over the vessel, he let fall the rock upon it, but the ship, having great way on her, forewent the rock, which fell into the sea with a terrible crash. So God decreed them safety, and delivered them from destruction, and they cooked the young bird's flesh and ate it. Now there were amongst them old grey-bearded men, and when they awoke on the morrow, they found that their beards had turned black, nor did any who had eaten of the young rock ever grow grey. Some held the cause of the return of youth to them and the ceasing of hoariness from them to be that they had heated the pot with arrowwood, whilst others would have it that it came of eating the young roe's flesh, and this is indeed a wonder of wonders. Adi ben Zaid and the Princess Hind. And Numan ben el-Mundhir, king of the Arabs of Iraq, had a daughter named Hind, who was 11 years old and was the loveliest woman of her age and time. She went out one Easter, which is a feast day of the Nazarenes, to the White Church, to take the sacrament. Now that day came to El-Hira a young man called Adi ben Zaid, with presents from Khosrows, to Numan, and he also went into the White Church, to communicate. He was tall and well-favored, with handsome eyes and smooth cheeks, and had with him a company of his people. Now there was with Hind a slave girl named Mariah, who was enamored of Adi, but had not been able to win to him. So, when she saw him in the church, she said to Hind, "Look at yonder youth. By Allah, he is handsomer than all thou sayest." "And who is he?" asked Hind. "Adi ben Zaid," answered Mariah. Quoth the princess, "I fear lest he know me, if I draw near, to look on him closelier." "How should he know thee," said Mariah, "when he has never seen thee?" So she drew near him and found him jesting with his companions, and indeed he surpassed them all, not only in his beauty, but in the excellence of his speech and the eloquence of his tongue and the richness of his apparel. When the princess saw him, she was ravished with him, her reason was confounded and her color changed, and Mariah, seeing her inclination to him, said to her, "Speak to him." So she spoke to him and went away. When he saw her and heard her speech, he was captivated by her, and his wit was dazed, his color changed and his heart fluttered, so that his companions misdoubted of him, and he whispered one of them to follow her and find out who she was. The man followed her, and returning to his master, informed him that she was the Princess Hind, daughter of Numan. So Adi left the church, knowing not whither he went, for stress of love, and reciting the following verses. Companions mine, yet one more favor I entreat, address ye to the ways once more your traveling feet. Turn me towards the lands where Hinda dwells, then go and her I love with tidings of me greet. Then he went to his lodging and lay that night, restless nor tasting sleep. On the morrow, Mariah accosted him, and he received her kindly, though before he would not hearken to her, and said to her, "What is thy will?" Quoth she, "I have a suit to thee." "Name it," answered he, "for, by Allah, thou shalt not ask me aught, but I will give it thee." So she told him that she was in love with him, and her suit to him was that he would grant her a lover's privacy, and he agreed to do her will, on condition that she would serve him with hind and make shift to bring them together. Then he took her into a vintner's shop, in one of the by-streets of Hire, and lay with her, after which she returned to hind and said to her, Dost thou not long to see Audi? How can this be? Replied the princess. Indeed my longing for him makes me restless, and no repose has left me since yesterday, on his account. Quoth Maria, I will appoint him to be in such a place, where thou canst look on him from the palace. Do what thou wilt, replied Hind, and agreed with her upon the place. So Audi came, and the princess looked out upon him, and when she saw him, she was like to fall down from the top of the palace and said to Maria, Except thou bring him into me this night, I shall die. So saying, she fell down in a swoon, and her serving women lifted her up and bore her into the palace, whilst Maria hastened to Numan and discovered the whole matter to him, saying, Verily, she is mad for love of Audi, and except thou marry her to him, she will be put to shame and die of love for him. The king bowed his head a while and thought and exclaimed again and again, Verily, we are gods and to him we return. Then said he, Out on thee! How shall the marriage be brought about, seeing it misliketh me to open the matter to him? He is yet more ardently in love and yet more desireful of her than she of him, answered Maria, and I will so order the matter that he shall be unaware that his case is known to thee, but do not betray thyself, O king. Then she went to Audi and said to him, Make a feast and bid the king thereto, and when wine hath gotten the better of him, ask of him the hand of his daughter, for he will not refuse thee. Quoth Audi, I fear lest this enrage him against me and be the cause of enmity between us. But she answered, I came not to thee, till I had settled the whole matter with him. Then she returned to Numan and said to him, Seek of Audi that he entertain thee in his house. There is no harm in that, replied the king, and after 3 days, besought Audi to give him and his lords the morning meal in his house. The young man consented, and the king went to him, and when the wine had taken effect on Numan, Audi rose and sought of him his daughter in marriage. He consented and married them and brought her to him after 3 days, and they abode at Numan's court, in all delight and solace of life, 3 years, at the end of which time the king was wroth with Audi and slew him. Hind mourned for him with an exceeding grief and built her a convent without the city, whither she retired and devoted herself to religious exercises, weeping and bemoaning her husband, till she died. And her convent is extant to this day without El Hire. Dibble el Khuzai with the lady and Muslim Ben.
El Wali.
Quoth Dibble el Khuzai, I was sitting one day at the gate of El Kirk, when a lady came up to me, never saw I a handsomer or better shaped than she, walking with a swaying gait and ravishing, with her flexile grace, all who beheld her. When my eyes fell on her, I was captivated by her and my entrails trembled and meseemed my heart fled forth of my breast, so I accosted her with the following verse. Unsealed are the springs of tears for mine eyes, Hago. And sealed are the springs of sleep to my lids, for woe. She turned her head and looking at me, made answer forthright with the following. And surely, an ailing I to have, for him whom her looks invite, is a little thing, I trow. I was astounded at the readiness of her reply and the sweetness of her speech and rejoined with this verse. And doth then the heart of my fair indeed incline to favor him whose tears as a river flow? She answered me, without hesitation, thus. If thou desire us of love, betwixt us love is alone to be returned, I'd have thee know. Never entered my ears sweeter than her speech, nor ever saw I brighter than her face, so I changed the rhyme and measure, to try her, in my wonder at her speech, and repeated the following verse. Will destiny e'er gladden us with union and delight, and one desireful one at last with other one unite? She smiled at this, never saw I fairer than her mouth nor sweeter than her lips, and answered me, without hesitation, as follows. I prithee, what hath destiny to do betwixt us twain? Thou art destiny, rejoice us, then, with union and delight. At this, I sprang up and kissing her hands, said, I had not thought that fortune would vouchsafe me such an opportunity. Do thou follow me, not of command or against thy will, but of thy grace and favor to me. Then I went on and she after me. Now I had not, at that time, a lodging I deemed fit for the like of her. Muslim Ben el-Walid was my fast friend, and he had a handsome house. So I made for his abode and knocked at the door, whereupon he came out, and I saluted him, saying, It is for a time like this that friends are treasured up. With all my heart, answered he, enter. So we entered, I and the lady, but found money scarce with him. However, he gave me a handkerchief, saying, Carry it to the market and sell it and buy meat and what else thou needest. So I took the handkerchief and hastening to the market, sold it and bought meat and what else we required, but, when I returned, I found that Muslim had retired, with the lady, to an underground chamber. When he heard me, he came out and said to me, God requite thee the kindness thou hast done me, O Abu Ali, and reckon it of thy good deeds on the day of resurrection. So saying, he took from me the meat and wine and shut the door in my face. His words enraged me and I knew not what to do, but he stood behind the door, shaking for mirth, and when he saw me thus, he said to me, I conjure thee on my life, O Abu Ali, tell me who it was composed this verse? I lay in the arms of the fair one all night, whilst my friend slept, clean-limbed, but polluted of sprite. At this, my rage redoubled, and I replied, He who wrote this other verse, 1. I wish him in's girdle 1,000 of horns, exceeding the idol. Manath in their height. Then I began to revile him and reproach him with the foulness of his conduct and his lack of honor, and he was silent. But, when I had finished, he smiled and said, Out on thee, O fool! Thou hast entered my house and sold my handkerchief and spent my money, so, with whom art thou wroth, O pimp? Then he left me and went away to her, whilst I said, By Allah, thou art right to call me a fool and a pimp. Then I left his door and went away in sore concern, whereof I feel the trace in my heart to this day, and I never had my desire of her nor ever heard of her more. Isaac of Mosul and the Merchant. Quoth Ishaq ben Ibrahim el-Mazili, one day, being weary of assiduous attendance upon the Caliph, I mounted my horse and went forth, at break of day, having a mind to ride out and take my pleasure in the open country, and I said to my servant, If there come a messenger from the Caliph or another, say that I set out at daybreak, upon a pressing business, and that thou knowest not whither I am gone. So I rode forth alone and went round about the city, till the sun grew hot, when I halted in a street, known as El Harem, and stood my horse under the spacious jutting porch of one of the houses there, to shelter me from the glare of the sun. I had not stood long, before there came up a black slave, leading an ass with jeweled housings, on which sat a damsel, clad in the richest of clothes. Richness can go no farther, and I saw that she was elegantly made, with languorous looks and graceful carriage. I asked one of the passers-by who she was, and he said, She is a singer. And I fell in love with her at sight, so that I could scarce keep my seat on my horse's back. She entered the house at whose gate I stood, and as I cast about for a device to gain access to her, there came up 2 comely young men, who sought admission, and the master of the house gave them leave to enter. So they alighted and entered, and I with them, they supposing that the master of the house had invited me, and we sat a while, till food was brought and we ate. Then they set wine before us, and the damsel came out, with a lute in her hand. She sang and we drank, till I rose to do an occasion. During my absence, the host questioned the two others of me, and they replied that they knew me not, whereupon quoth he, This fellow is a sponger, but he is well bred and pleasant, so entreat him fairly. Then I came back and sat down in my place, whilst the damsel sang the following verses to a pleasing air. Say thou unto the she-gazelle, who yet is no gazelle, and the wild heifer, languoricide, who yet no heifer is. One, who in dalliance affects the male, no female is, and he who is effeminate of steps no male, ewis. She sang it excellent well, and the company drank and her song pleased them. Then she sang various songs to rare tunes, and amongst the rest one of mine, to the following words. The pleasant girls have gone and left the homesteads empty and bereft of their sweet converse, after cheer, all void and ruined by time's theft. She sang this even better than the first, then she sang other rare songs, old and new, and amongst them, another of mine, with the following words. To the loved one, who turneth in anger away and withdraweth himself far apart from thee, say, The mischief thou wroughtest indeed, for all, peradventure, thou west but in play. I asked her to repeat the song, that I might correct it for her, whereupon one of the men turned to me and said, Never saw I a more brazen-faced parasite than thou. Art thou not content with sponging, but thou must meddle, to boot? Verily, in thee is the saying made true, a parasite and a meddler. I hung down my head for shame and made him no answer, whilst his companion would have restrained him from me, but he would not be restrained. Presently, they rose to pray, but I hung behind a little and taking the lute, tuned it after a particular fashion and stood up to pray with the rest. When we had made an end of prayer, the same man fell again to flouting and reviling me and persisted in his churlishness, whilst I held my peace. Then the damsel took the lute and touching it, knew that it was other than as she had left it and said, Who hath touched my lute? Quoth they, None of us hath touched it. Nay, by Allah, rejoined she, some one hath touched it, and he a past master in the craft, for he hath ordered the strings and tuned them after the fashion of one who was right skilled in the art. Quoth I, It was I tuned it. Then, God on thee, answered she, take it and play on it. So I took it in playing a rare and difficult measure, that came nigh to deaden the live and raise the dead, sang thereto the following verses. I had a heart, wherewith of yore I lived, 'twas seared with fire and all consumed indeed. Her love, alack I was not vouchsafed to me, unto the slave 'twas not of heaven decreed. If what I taste be passion's very food, then all who love upon its like must feed. When I had finished, there was not one of the company but sprang from his place and sat down before me, saying, God on thee, O our Lord, sing us another song. With all my heart, said I, and playing another measure in masterly fashion, sang thereto the following. O thou whose heart, for fortune's blows, is all consumed and sped, sorrows with whom from every side have taken up their stead. Unlawful unto her, my heart who pierces with her shafts, is that my blood which, breastbones twixt and vitals, she hath shed. 'Twas plain, upon the parting day, that her resolve, our loves to sunder, unto false suspect must be attributed. She pours forth blood she had not shed, if passion had not been. Will none my murderess ensue and wreak me on her head? When I had made an end of this song, there was not one of them but rose to his feet and threw himself to the ground, for excessive delight. Then I cast the lute from my hand, but they said, Allah on thee, let us hear another song, so God increase thee of his bounty. O folk, replied I will sing you another song and another and will tell you who I am. Know that I am Ishaq ben Ibrahim el-Mawzili, and by Allah, I bear myself haughtily to the Caliph, when he seeks me. Ye have today made me hear abuse from an unmannerly fellow such as I loathe, and by Allah, I will not speak a word nor sit with you, till you put yonder quarrelsome churl out from among you. Quoth the latter's companion to him, This is what I feared and warned thee against. So they took him by the hand and put him out, and I took the lute and sang over again the songs of my fashion that the damsel had sung. Then I whispered the host that she had taken my heart and that I had no patience to endure from her. Quoth he, Thou shalt have her and all that pertains to her of clothes and jewels, on one condition. What is that? Asked I. It is, answered he, that thou abide with me a month. It is well, rejoined I will do this. So I abode with him a whole month, whilst none knew where I was, and the Caliph sought me everywhere, but could come by no news of me, and at the end of this time, the merchant delivered to me the damsel, together with all that pertained to her of things of price and an eunuch to attend her. I brought her to my lodging, feeling as I were lord of the whole world, for stress of delight in her, then rode forthright to El Mamun. When he saw me, he said, Out on thee, O Isaac, where hast thou been all this while? I acquainted him with the story, and he said, Bring me the man at once. So I told him where he dwelt, and he sent and fetched him and questioned him of the case, whereupon he repeated the story, and the Caliph said to him, Thou art a man of a generous mind, and it is just that thou be upheld in thy generosity. Then he ordered him 100,000 dirhams and said to me, O Isaac, bring me the damsel. So I brought her to him, and she sang and delighted him. He was greatly gladdened by her and ordered her 50,000 dirhams, saying to me, I appoint her of service every Thursday, when she must come and sing to me from behind the curtain. So, by Allah, this right of mine was a source of profit both to me and to others. The Three Unfortunate Lovers. Quoth Al-Utbai, I was sitting one day with a company of men of culture, telling stories of the folk, when the talk turned upon anecdotes of lovers, and each of us said his say thereon. Now there was in our company an old man, who remained silent, till we had all spoken and had no more to say, when he said, Shall I tell you a thing, the like of which you never heard? Yes, answered we, and he said, No, then, that I had a daughter, who loved a youth, but we knew it not. The youth in question loved a singing girl, who, in her turn, was enamored of my daughter. One day, I was present at an assembly, where were also the young man and the girl, when the latter sang the following verses. Tears are the token by which, for love, abjection in lovers still is shown. And more by token in one who finds no friend, to whom he may make his moan. By Allah, thou hast said well, O my lady, exclaimed the youth. Dost thou bid me die? Yes, answered the girl from behind the curtain, if thou be in love. So he laid his head on a cushion and closed his eyes, and when the cup came round to him, we shook him and found that he was dead. Therewith we all flocked to him, and our joy was troubled, and we grieved and broke up forthright. When I came home, my people taxed me with returning before the appointed time, and I told them what had befallen the youth, thinking to surprise them. My daughter heard my words, and rising, went into another chamber, whither I followed her and found her lying, with her head on a cushion, as I had told of the young man. I shook her, and behold, she was dead. So we laid her out and set forth next morning with her funeral, whilst the friends of the young man carried him out, likewise, to bury him. As we were on the way to the burial place, we met a third funeral, and inquiring whose it was, were told that it was that of the singing girl, who, hearing of my daughter's death, had done even as she and was dead. So we buried them all three on one day, and this is the rarest story that ever was heard of lovers. The Lovers of the Banu Tai. Quoth a man of the Banu Tamim, cited by Kazim ben Adi, I went out one day in search of a stray beast, and coming to the waters of the Banu Tai, saw two companies of people, near one another, and those of each company were disputing among themselves. So I watched them and observed, in one of the companies, a young man, wasted with sickness, as he were a worn-out waterskin. As I looked on him, he repeated the following verses. What ails the fair that she returneth not to me? Is't grudgingness in her or inhumanity? I sickened, and my folk to visit me came all. Why amongst the visitors wast thou then not to see? Hadst thou been sick, I would have hastened to thy side, nor menaces nor threats had hindered me from thee. I miss thee midst the rest, and desolate am I, thy loss, my heart's abode, is grievous unto me. A damsel in the other company heard his words and hastened towards him. Her people followed her, but she repelled them with blows. Then the youth caught sight of her and ran towards her, whilst his people ran after him and laid hold of him. However, he struggled, till he freed himself from them, and she in like manner loosed herself, and they ran to each other in meeting between the two parties, embraced and fell down dead. Thereupon there came out an old man from one of the tents and stood over them, weeping sore and exclaiming, Verily, we are God's and to him we return. Then, may God the Most High have mercy on you both, said he. By Allah, though you were not united in your lives, I will at least unite you after death. And he bade lay them out. So they washed them and shrouded them in one shroud and buried them in one grave, after they had prayed over them, nor were there men nor women in the two parties, but I saw weeping over them and buffeting their faces. Then I questioned the old man of them, and he said, She was my daughter and he my brother's son, and love brought them to this pass. May God amend thee, exclaimed I. But why didst thou not marry them to one another? Quoth he, I feared reproach and dishonor, and now I am fallen upon both. The Mad Lover. Quoth Abul Abbas el-Mubard, I set out one day with a company to El-Birid on an occasion, and coming to the monastery of Heraclius, we alighted in its shade. Presently a man came out to us and said, There are madmen in the monastery, and amongst them one who speaketh wisdom. If ye saw him, ye would marvel at his speech. So we arose all and went into the monastery, where we saw a man seated on a leather mat in one of the cells, with bare head and eyes fixed upon the wall. We saluted him, and he returned our greeting, without looking at us, and one said to us, Repeat some verses to him, for, when he hears verses, he speaks. So I repeated the following verses. O best of all the race whom Eve gave birth unto, except for thee the world were neither sweet nor bright. Thou art he, whose face if God unveil to any man, eternity is his head shall ne'er grow white. When he heard this, he turned towards us and repeated these lines. God indeed knows that I am sore afflicted, I suffer so, I cannot tell the whole. I have two souls, one in this place is dwelling, another country holds my second soul. Meseems the absent one is like the present and wearies under the same weight of dole. Quoth he, Have I said well or ill? Thou hast said well and excellent well, replied we. Then he put out his hand and took a stone, that was by him, whereupon we fled from him, thinking he would throw it at us, but he fell to beating his breast therewith violently and said to us, Fear not, but draw near and hear somewhat from me and receive it from me. So we came back, and he repeated the following verses. When they made their beasts of burden kneel as day drew nigh and nigher, then they mounted and the camels bore away my heart's desire. When my eyes perceived my loved one through the crannied prison wall, then I cried, with streaming eyelids and a heart for love afire. Turn thou leader of the camels, let me bid my love farewell. For her absence and estrangement, life and hope in me expire. Still I kept my troth and failed not from her love. Ah, would I knew what she did with that our troth plight, if she kept her faith entire. Then he looked at me and said, Dost thou know what she did? Yes, answered I, she is dead, may God the Most High have mercy on her. At this his face changed and he sprang to his feet and cried out, How knowest thou she is dead? Were she alive, answered I, she had not left thee thus. By Allah, thou art right, said he, and I care not to live after her. Then his nerves quivered and he fell on his face, and we ran up to him and shook him and found him dead, the mercy of God be on him. At this we marveled and mourned sore for him and laid him out and buried him. When I returned to Baghdad and went in to the Caliph al-Mutawakkil, he saw the trace of tears on my face and said to me, What is this? So I told him what had passed, and it was grievous to him, and he said, What moved thee to deal thus with him? By Allah, if I thought thou didst this with intent, I would punish thee therefore. And he mourned for him the rest of the day. The Apples of Paradise. Quoth Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn al-Ambari, I once left Amber, on a journey to Amoria, in the land of the Greeks, and alighted midway at the monastery of El Anwar, in a village near Amoria, where there came out to me the prior of the monastery and superior of the monks, Abdulmasi by name, and brought me into the monastery. There I found 40 monks, who entertained me that night with the most liberal hospitality, and I saw among them such abounding piety and diligence and devotion as I never beheld the like of in any others. On the morrow, I took leave of them and went on to Amoria, where I did my business and returned to Amber, without again visiting the monastery. Next year it befell that I made the pilgrimage to Mecca, and as I was compassing the holy house, behold, I saw Abdulmasa the monk also making the circuit of the Kaaba, and with him 5 of his fellows, the monks. When I was certified that it was indeed he, I accosted him, saying, Art thou not Abdulmasi or Rahib? Nay, answered he, I am Abdullah or Ragib. Therewith I fell to kissing his hoary hairs and weeping, then, taking him by the hand, I led him aside into a corner of the sanctuary and said to him, Tell me the manner of thy conversion to Islam. It was a wonder of wonders, answered he, and befell thus. Know that, not long after thy visit to us, a company of Muslim devotees came to the village, in which is our monastery, and sent a youth to buy them food. He saw, in the market, a Christian damsel selling bread, who was of the fairest of women, and became then and there so passionately enamored of her, that his senses failed him and he fell on his face in a swoon. When he revived, he returned to his companions and told them what had happened, saying, Go ye about your business, I may not go with you. They blamed him and exhorted him, but he paid no heed to them, so they left him and went on, whilst he entered the village and seated himself at the door of the woman's shop. She asked him what he wanted, and he told her that he was in love with her, whereupon she turned from him, but he abode in his place 3 days, without tasting food, with his eyes fixed on her face. When she saw that he departed not from her, she went to her people and acquainted them with her case, and they set the boys of the village on him, who pelted him with stones and bruised his ribs and broke his head, but, for all this, he would not budge. Then the people of the village took counsel together to kill him, but one of them came to me and told me of his condition, and I went out to him and found him lying prostrate on the ground. So I wiped the blood from his face and carried him to the convent, where I dressed his wounds, and he abode with me 14 days. But, as soon as he could walk, he left the convent and returned to the door of the woman's shop, where he sat gazing on her as before. When she saw him, she came out to him and said, By Allah, thou movest me to pity. If thou wilt enter my faith, I will marry thee. God forbid, answered he, that I should put off the faith of the unity and enter that of plurality. Quoth she, Come in with me to my house and take thy will of me and go thy ways in peace. Not so, answered he, I will not barter the pious service of 12 years for the lust of a moment. Then depart from me forthright, said she, and he rejoined, My heart will not suffer me to do that, whereupon she turned her face from him. Presently the boys found him out and began to throw stones at him, and he fell on his face, saying, Verily, God is my keeper, who sent down the book and who protecteth the righteous. At this juncture, I sallied forth and driving away the boys, lifted his head from the ground and heard him say, O my God, unite me with her in paradise. Then I took him in my arms, to carry him to the monastery, but he died, before I could reach it, and I dug him a grave without the village and buried him there. In the middle of that night, the people of the village heard the damsel give a great cry, and she in her bed, so they flocked to her and questioned her of her case. Quoth she, As I slept, the Muslim, who ye wot of, came in to me and taking me by the hand, carried me to the gate of paradise, but the keeper denied me entrance, saying, It is forbidden to unbelievers. So I embraced Islam at his hands and entering with him, beheld therein palaces and trees, such as I cannot describe to you. Moreover, he brought me to a pavilion of jewels and said to me, This is my pavilion and thine, nor will I enter it except with thee, but, after 5 nights, thou shalt be with me therein, if it be the will of God the Most High. Then, putting his hand to a tree that grew at the door of the pavilion, he plucked therefrom 2 apples and gave them to me, saying, Eat this and keep the other, that the monks may see it. So I ate one of them and never tasted aught sweeter than it. Then he took my hand and carried me back to my house, and when I awoke, I found the taste of the apple in my mouth and the other in my hand. So saying, she brought out the apple, and it shone in the darkness of the night, as it were a sparkling star. So they carried her to the monastery, where she repeated to us her vision and showed us the apple. Never saw we its like among all the fruits of the world. Then I took a knife and cut the apple into as many pieces as we were folk in the company, and never knew we aught more delicious than its taste nor sweeter than its scent, but we said, haply this was a devil that appeared to her, to seduce her from her faith. Then her people took her and went away, but she abstained from eating and drinking till the 5th night, when she rose from her bed and going forth the village to the grave of the young Muslim, threw herself upon it and died. Her people knew not what was come of her, but, on the morrow, there came to the village 2 Muslim elders, clad in haircloth, and with them 2 women in like garb, and said, O people of the village, with you is a woman of the friends of God, who died a Muslim, and we will take charge of her, instead of you. So the damsel's family sought her and found her dead on the young Muslim's grave, and they said, This our sister died in our faith, and we will take charge of her. Not so, rejoined the 2 old men, she died a Muslim and we claim her. And the dispute waxed hot between them, till one of the Muslims said, Be this the test of her faith. Let the 40 monks of the monastery come all and essay to lift her from the grave. If they succeed, then she died a Nazarene, if not, one of us shall come and lift her up, and if she yield to him, she died a Muslim. The villagers agreed to this and fetched the 40 monks, who heartened each other and came to her, to lift her, but could not. Then we tied a great rope about her middle and tugged at it with our might, but the rope broke in sunder, and she stirred nor, and the villagers came and joined their endeavor to ours, but could not move her from her place. At last, when all our devices failed, we said to one of the 2 old Muslims, Come thou and lift her. So he went up to the grave and covering her with his mantle, said, In the name of God the Compassionate, the Merciful, and of the faith of the Apostle of God, on whom be peace and salvation. Then he lifted her and taking her in his bosom, betook himself with her to a cave hard by, where they laid her, and the 2 women came and washed her and shrouded her. Then the 2 elders bore her to the young Muslim's grave and prayed over her and buried her by his side and went their way. Now we were witness of all this, and when we were alone with one another, we said, Of a verity, the truth is most worthy to be followed, and indeed it hath been publicly manifested to us, nor is it possible to have a clearer proof of the truth of Islam than that we have seen this day with our eyes. So I and all the monks embraced Islam, and on like wise did the people of the village, and we sent to the people of Mesopotamia for a doctor of the law, to instruct us in the ordinances of Islam and the canons of the faith. They sent us a pious man, who taught us the rites of devotion and the tenets of the faith and the service of God, and we are now in great good case. To God be the praise and the thanks. The loves of Abu Isa and Kad el-Ain. Quoth Amr ben Masada, Abu Isa, son or heir Rashid and brother to El-Mamun, was enamored of a girl called Kad el-Ain, belonging to Ali ben Hisham, and she also loved him, but he concealed his passion, complaining of it to none, neither discovering his secret to any, of his pride and magnanimity, and he had used his utmost endeavor to buy her of her lord, but in vain. At last, when his patience failed him and his passion was sore on him and he was at his wits' end concerning her affair, he went in, one day of state, to El-Mamun, after the folk had retired, and said to him, O commander of the faithful, if thou wilt this day make trial of thy governors, by visiting them unawares, thou wilt the men of worth from those that lack of it and note each one's due place, after the measure of his faculties. But he purposed, in saying this, to win to sit with Kad el-Ain in her lord's house. El-Mamun approved his proposal and bade make ready a barge, called the Flyer, in which he embarked, with his brother and a party of his chief officers. The first house he visited was that of Hemedi Tal of Two, whom he found seated on a mat and before him singers and players, with lutes and hautboys and other instruments of music in their hands. El-Mamun sat with him a while, and presently he set before him dishes of nothing but flesh meat, with no birds among them. The Caliph would not taste thereof, and Abu Isa said to him, O commander of the faithful, we have taken the owner of this place unawares, and he knew not of thy coming, but now let us go to another place, that is prepared and fitted for thee. So the Caliph arose and betook himself, with his brother and his suite, to the abode of Ali ben Hisham, who, on hearing of their approach, came out and received them after the goodliest fashion, and kissed the earth before El-Mamun. Then he brought them into his palace and opened to them a saloon, than which never saw eyes a goodlier. Its floors and walls and columns were of vari-colored marble, adorned with Greek paintings. It was spread with Indian matting, on which were carpets and divans of base or amake, fitted to the length and breadth of the room. The Caliph sat a while, examining the house and its roof and walls, then said, Give us to eat. So they brought him forthwith nigh upon 100 dishes of fowls, besides other birds and bruises and fricassees and marinades. When he had eaten, he said, Give us to drink, O Ali, and the latter set before him raisin wine, boiled with fruits and spices, in vessels of gold and silver and crystal, served by boys like moons, clad in garments of Alexandrian cloth of gold and bearing on their breasts flagons of crystal, full of rosewater mingled with musk. El-Mamun marveled exceedingly at all this and said, Harkye, Abul Husn. Whereupon Ali sprang to the carpet, on which the Caliph was seated, and kissing it, said, At thy service, O commander of the faithful, and stood before him. Quoth El-Mamun, Let us hear some pleasant songs. I hear and obey, O commander of the faithful, replied Ali, and said to one of his servants, Fetch the singing women. So he went out and returned in a moment, followed by 10 eunuchs, bearing 10 golden stools, which they set down, and these in their turn were followed by 10 damsels, as they were shining full moons or flowerful gardens, clad in black brocade, with crowns of gold on their heads. They sat down on the stools and sang various songs. Then El-Mamun looked at one of them and, captivated by her elegance and the beauty of her aspect, said to her, What is thy name, O damsel? My name is Sajai, O commander of the faithful, answered she, and he said, Sing to us, O Sajai. So she took the lute and, playing a lively measure, sang the following verses. Right stealthily, for fearfulness, I fare, the weakling's gate, who sees unto the watering place 2 lion whelps draw near. With cloak, instead of sword, begirt and bosom love distraught and heart for eyes of enemies and spies fulfilled of fear. Till into one at last I come, a loveling delicate, like to a desert antelope, that's lost its younglings dear. Well done, O damsel, said the Caliph. Whose is this song? The words are by Amr ben Madi Karib Zubaydi, answered she, and the air is Mabed's. Then the Caliph and Ali and Abu Isa drank, and the damsels went away and were succeeded by other 10, clad in flowered silk of Yemen, brocaded with gold, who sat down on the chairs and sang various songs. The Caliph looked at one of them, who was like a wild cow of the desert, and said to her, What is thy name, O damsel? My name is Zabiya, O commander of the faithful, answered she. Sing to us, O Zabiya, said he, so she warbled some roulades and sang the following verses. Houris, noble ladies, that reck not of disquiet, like antelopes of Mecca, forbidden to be slain. Of their soft speech, they're taken for courtesans, but Islam still makes them from unseemliness and lewdness to refrain. When she had finished, Bravo, cried the Caliph. Whose is this song? The words are by Jarir, answered she, and the air by Shuraj. Then the Caliph and his company drank, whilst the girls went away, and there came yet another 10, as they were rubies, bareheaded and clad in red brocade, gold inwoven, and broidered with pearls and jewels, who sat down on the stools and sang various airs. The Caliph looked at one of them, who was like the sun of the day, and said to her, What is thy name? O commander of the faithful, answered she, My name is Phaeton. Sing to us, O Phaeton, quoth he. So she played a lively measure and sang the following verses. Vouchsafe me of thy grace, 'tis time to yield consent, enough have I endured of absence and lament. Thou art he whose face unites all charms, on whose account my patience have I lost, for very languishment. I've spent my life for love of thee, would to God I might receive return for that which I have spent.
Bravo, O Fatin,
exclaimed the Caliph, when she had finished. Whose song is that? The words are by Adi ben Zaid, answered she, and the tune is an old one. Then they drank, whilst the damsels retired and were succeeded by other 10, as they were sparkling stars, clad in flowered silk, embroidered with gold, and girt with jeweled zones. They sat down and sang various airs, and the Caliph said to one of them, who was like a willow wand, What is thy name, O damsel? My name is Risha, O commander of the faithful, answered she. Sing to us, O Risha, said he. So she played a lively measure and sang the following verses. There's a hurry healing passion, with her kiss, like a sapling or a wild gazelle at gaze. Wine I quaff unto the vision of her cheeks and dispute the goblet with her, till she sways. Then she lies and sleeps the night long in my arms, and I say, This is the wish of all my days. Well done, O damsel, said the Caliph. More. So she rose and kissing the ground before him, sang the following verse. She came out to gaze on the bridal at leisure, in a tunic with ambergris smeared, worth a treasure. The Caliph was much pleased with this verse, which when Risha saw, she repeated it several times. Then said Al-Mamun, Bring up the barge, being minded to embark and depart, but Ali said to him, O commander of the faithful, I have a slave girl, whom I bought for 10,000 dinars, she hath taken my whole heart, and I would fain show her to the commander of the faithful. If she please him and he will accept of her, she is his, and if not, let him hear something from her. Bring her to me, said the Caliph, and there came forth a damsel, as she were a willow wand, with heart-seducing eyes and eyebrows like a double bow. On her head she wore a crown of red gold, set with pearls and jewels, under which was a fillet, wrought in letters of chrysolite with the following words: Behold, a Jinnia this is, and Jinn hath she also, I trow, who teach her men's hearts to transfix, by means of a stringless bow. She walked, with a gait like that of a fleeing gazelle, till she came to a chair, on which she seated herself. The Caliph marveled at her beauty and grace, but when Abu Isa saw her, his color changed and he was in ill case. O Abu Isa, said the Caliph, what ails thee, to change color thus? O Commander of the Faithful, answered he, it is because of pain that seizes me by times. Hast thou known yonder damsel before today? Asked El-Mamun. Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, answered he. Can the moon be hidden? Then said El-Mamun to her, what is thy name, O damsel? My name is Kad El-Ain, O Commander of the Faithful, replied she, and he said, sing to us, O Kad El-Ain. So she sang the following verses. The loved ones passed from thee in middle midnight shade and fared forth in the dawn, with the pilgrims' cavalcade. The tents of pride they pitched round their pavilions and veiled themselves about with hangings of brocade. Quoth the Caliph, bravo, O Kad El-Ain. Whose song is that? The words are by Dibble el-Khuzai, answered she, and the air by Zurzur-es Seger. Abu Isa looked at her and his tears choked him, so that the company marveled at him. Then she turned to El-Mamun and said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, wilt thou give me leave to change the words? Sing what thou wilt, answered the Caliph. So she played a lively measure and sang the following verses. If thou please me and he please thee in public, look thou hide and keep in secret straight or watch o'er love, lest ill betide. And disregard and put away the tales of slanderers, for seldom seeks the slanderer aught but lovers to divide. They say that when a lover's near, he wearies of his love and that by absence passion's cured. 'Tis false, for I have tried both remedies, but am not cured of that which is with me, with all that nearness easier is than distance to abide. Yet nearness of abode, forsooth, may nowise profit thee, and if the grace of him thou lovest be unto thee denied. When she finished, Abu Isa said, O Commander of the Faithful, we will be at peace, though we be dishonored. Dost thou give me leave to reply to her? Yes, answered the Caliph. Say what thou wilt to her. So he swallowed his tears and sang these verses. I held my peace nor said, I am in love, and eke the passion that I felt even from my heart hid I. And natheless, if my eyes do manifest my love, it is because they are the shining moon and I. Then Kad El-Ain took the lute and rejoined with the following. If what thou dost pretend were very truth, thou wouldst not with mere wishing rest content. Nor couldst endure to live without a girl, in charms and beauty wonder excellent. But there is not in that thou dost avouch, save only idle talk and compliment. When Abu Isa heard this, he fell a weeping and lamenting and discovered the trouble and anguish of his soul. Then he raised his eyes to her and sighing, repeated the following. Under my weed there is a wasted body and in my soul an all-absorbing thought. I have a heart, whose suffering is eternal, and eyes with tears like torrents ever fraught. When a wise man meets me, he rebukes me, chiding the love that thou in me hath wrought. Lord, I've no strength all this my dole to suffer, prithee, come death or quick relief be brought. When he had ended, Ali ben Hisham sprang up and kissing his feet, said, O my Lord, God hath heard thy prayer and answered thy supplication, and consenteth to thy taking her with all her gear, so the Commander of the Faithful have no mind to her. Had we a mind to her, answered the Caliph, we would prefer Abu Isa before ourselves and help him to his desire. So saying, he rose and embarking, went away, whilst Abu Isa tarried for Kad al-Ain, whom he took and carried to his own house, with a breast dilated for gladness. See then the generosity of Ali ben Hisham. El-Amin ben Rashid and his uncle Ibrahim.
bin al-Ma'i.
El-Amin, son of Rashid, once entered the house of his uncle Ibrahim ben al-Mehdi and saw there a slave girl playing upon the lute. She was one of the fairest of women, and his heart inclined to her. Ibrahim, seeing how it was with him, sent the girl to him, with rich apparel and precious jewels. When he saw her, he thought that his uncle had lain with her, so he was loath to have to do with her, because of this, and sent her back to Ibrahim, accepting the present that came with her. Ibrahim learnt the reason of this from one of El-Amin's servants, so he took a shift of flowered silk and let work upon his skirt, in letters of gold, the following lines. By him to whom all fronts do bow, of that which is beneath her skirt, I swear, I'm ignorant outright. Nor have I had an ought to meddle with her mouth, except it were by way of hearing and of sight. Then he clad her in the shift and giving her a lute sent her once more to his nephew. When she came into the latter's presence, she kissed the earth before him and tuning the lute, sang thereto the following verses. By returning the gift, thou showest what's hid in thy breast, and thine aversion to me is made manifest. As thou bear malice for aught that hath been, forgive the past, for the caliphate's sake, and let it rest. When she had made an end of her song, El-Amin looked at her and reading that which was wrought upon her skirt, could not control himself, but drew near unto her and kissed her and appointed her a separate lodging in his palace. Moreover, he thanked his uncle for this and bestowed on him the government of Ray. El-Feth ben Kakan and the Caliph Mutawakil. The Khalid al-Mutawakil was once again taking medicine, and folk sent him all manner of presents and rarities. Amongst others, El-Feth ben Kakan sent him a virgin slave, high-bosomed, of the fairest of women of her time, and with her a vase of crystal, containing red wine, and a goblet of red gold, whereon were graven in black the following verses. When Imams made an end of taking medicine and health and strength ensued to him thereon, in fine. There's no medicament befits him but to drink, from out this cup, a draught of this decocted wine. And break the seal reserved to him, for this, indeed, right salutary is, hard after medicine. Now the physician Yohanna was with the Caliph, when the damsel entered, and when he read the above verses, he smiled and said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, Feth is better versed than I in the art of medicine, so let not the Commander of the Faithful gainsay his prescription. Accordingly, the Caliph followed El-Feth's prescription and was made whole by the blessing of God. The man's dispute with the learned woman of the relative excellence of the male and the female. Quoth a certain man of learning, I never saw a woman sharper witted, more intelligent, better furnished in learning, more excellent of faculties or more pleasant of ingredients than a female preacher of the people of Baghdad, by name Sid el-Mashaykh. It chanced that she came to the city of Hema in the year of the Hijra, 561, and there delivered salutary exhortations to the folk from the pulpits. Now there used to visit her house a number of students of divinity and other persons of learning and culture, who would argue with her upon questions of theology and discuss controversial points with her. I went to her one day, with a friend of mine, a man of education, and when we had taken our seats, she set before us a dish of fruit and seated herself behind a curtain. Now she had a young brother, a handsome youth, who stood by us, to serve us. When we had eaten, we fell to disputing upon points of divinity, and I propounded to her a theological question, bearing upon a difference between the Imams. She proceeded to speak in answer, whilst I listened, but my friend fell the while to looking upon her brother's face and considering his charms, without paying any heed to what she said. Now she was watching him from behind the curtain, so, when she had made an end of her exposition, she turned to him and said, "Meseems thou art of those that give men the preference over women." "Assuredly," answered he. "And why so?" asked she. "Because," replied he, "God hath preferred the male over the female, and I love that which excels and mislike that which is excelled." She laughed and said, "Wilt thou deal fairly with me in argument, if I argue the matter with thee?" "I will," answered he. Then said she, "What is the evidence of the superiority of the male to the female?" "It is of two kinds," answered he, "that which is founded on authority and that which is founded on reason. The authoritative part derives from the Quran and the Sunnah, traditions of the Prophet. As for the former, quoth God the Most High, men stand above women, in that God hath given these the preference over those. And again, if there be not two men, then call one man and two women. And again, when treating of the law of inheritance, if there be brothers and sisters, let each male have the like of the portion of two females. Thus God, blessed and exalted be He, hath in these places preferred the male over the female, and teaches that a woman is as the half of a man, for that he is worthier than she. As for the Sunnah, is it not reported of the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, that he appointed the blood wit for a woman to be half that of a man? As for the evidence of reason, the male is the agent and the female the patient. Thou hast said well, O my Lord, rejoined she, but, by Allah, thou hast proved my contention with thine own lips and hast advanced arguments that tell against thee, and not for thee. Thus, God, blessed and exalted be He, preferred the male above the female, solely because of the quality of masculinity, and in this, there is no difference between us. Now this quality, of masculinity, is common to the child, the boy, the youth, the adult and the graybeard, nor is there any distinction between them in this. Since, then, the superior excellence of man inures to him solely by virtue of the quality of masculinity, it behoves that thy heart incline to the graybeard and thy soul delight in him, equally with the boy, seeing that there is no distinction between them, in point of masculinity. But the difference between thee and me turns upon the qualities that are sought as constituting excellence of intercourse and delight of usance, and thou hast adduced no proof of the superiority of the male over the female in this. O my lady, answered he, knowest thou not that which is proper to the boy of symmetry of shape and rosy cheeks and pleasant smile and sweetness of speech? Boys are, in these respects, superior to women, and the proof of this is what is reported of the Prophet, that he said, Stay not thy gaze upon the beardless boys, for in them is the similitude of the black-eyed girls of paradise. Nor indeed is the superiority of the boy over the girl hidden to any, and how well saith Abu Nuwas. The least of his virtues it is that thou art free from uncleanness with him, nor with child can he be. And what another poet says. Quoth Iman Abu Nuwas, past master sure was he in every canon of debauch and jolly knavery. O ye that love the downy cheeks of younglings, take your fill of a delight, in paradise that will not founden be. So if one enlarge in praise of a girl and wish to enhance her value by the mention of her charms, he likens her to a boy, because of the illustrious qualities that belong to the latter, even as saith the poet. Boy like of buttocks, to and fro, in amorous dalliance, she sways as sway the nodding canes that in the north wind dance. If boys, then, were not superior to girls, why should the latter be likened to them? And know also, may God the Most High preserve thee, that a boy is easy to be led, adapting himself to the wish, pleasant of commerce and manners, inclining to assent rather than difference, especially when the down on his face creeps lightly and the hair darkens on his lips and the vermilion of early youth runs in his cheeks, so that he is like the full moon, and how goodly is the saying of Abu Tamim. The whiskers on his cheek appear, the slanderers said to me. Quoth I, that's none of his defect, so give me no more prate. What time he came of age to bare buttocks that here and there pulled him, and over beads of pearl his lips' hair darkened late. And eke the rose a solemn oath, full fast in binding, swore its ruddy marvels from his cheek should never separate. I with my eyelids spoke to him, without the need of speech, and for reply thereto was what his eyebrows answered straight. His goodliness still goodlier is than that thou knew'st of yore, and the hair guardeth him from those his charms would violate. Brighter and sweeter are his charms, now on his cheek the down shows and the hair upon his lips grows dark and delicate. And those who chide me for the love of him, when they take up their parable of him and me, say evermore, his mate. And quoth El-Hariri and saith well. My censors say, what is this love and doting upon him? Sayest not the hair upon his cheeks that sprouts? Where is thy wit? Quoth I, by Allah, and ye chided me, I read you note the exposition of the truth that in his eyes is writ. But for the blackness of the down that veils his chin and cheeks, upon the brightness of his face no mortal gaze might sit. A man who sojourns in a land, wherein no herbage is, when as the very spring arrives, shall he depart from it? And quoth another, he is consoled, say the censors of me, but, by heaven, they lie. For solace and comfort come hardly to those for longing that sigh. When the rose of his cheek stood blooming alone, I was not consoled, so how should I now find solace, that basil has sprung thereby? And again, a slender one, whose glances and the down upon his cheeks each other, in the slaying of folk, abet in aid. A sabre of Narcissus withal, he sheddeth blood, the hangers of its scabbard of very myrtle made. And again, not with his wine I'm drunken, but with his tresses bright, that make all creatures drunken, yea, all beneath the sky. Each of his charms doth envy the others, aye, and each to be the down so silky upon his cheek doth sigh. These are the excellences of the boy, that women do not possess, and these suffice and more to give boys the preference in grace and glory over women. God give thee health, cried she. Verily, thou hast imposed the discussion upon thyself, and thou hast spoken and hast not stinted and hast adduced these arguments, in support of thy contention. But now is the truth made manifest, so swerve thou not from the path thereof, and if thou be not content with a summary of proof, I will set it out to thee in detail. God on thee, where is the boy beside the girl, and who shall liken the kid to the wild cow? The girl is soft of speech, fair of shape, like a stalk of sweet basil, with teeth like chamomile petals and hair like halters. Her cheeks are like blood-red anemones and her face like an apple, she hath lips like wine and breasts like double pomegranates and a shape flexile as a willow wand. Her body is rounded and well-formed, she hath a nose like the point of a shining sword and a forehead brilliant with whiteness and joined eyebrows and black and melting eyes. If she speak, fresh pearls are scattered from her mouth and all hearts are ravished by the daintiness of her charms. When she smiles, thou wouldst think the moon shone out from between her lips, and when she gazes, swords flash from her eyes. In her all beauties have their term, and she is the center of attraction of traveler and stay at home. She hath two red lips softer than cream and sweeter of taste than honey, and a bosom, as it were away between two hills, wherein are a pair of breasts like globes of ivory, likewise, a smooth belly, soft of flanks as palm flowers increased with folds and dimples that overlap one another, and luxuriant thighs, like columns of pearl, and buttocks, that beat together like seas of crystal or mountains of light, and two slender feet and hands like ingot of virgin gold. So, O wretched fellow, where are mortal men besides the jinn? Knowest thou not that mighty kings and captains and noble princes still submit themselves humbly to women and depend on them for delight? Verily, they, women, say, we rule over all necks and captivate all hearts. How many a rich man have they not made poor? How many a powerful one have they not humbled, and how many a noble have they not reduced to servitude? Indeed, they seduce the learned and bring the pious to shame, and make poor the rich and plunge the favored of fortune into misery. Yet, for all this, the wise but redouble in love and honor of them, nor do they count this oppression or dishonor. How many a man for them hath transgressed against his Lord, and called down on himself the wrath of his father and mother? And all this because of the preponderance of the love of them over hearts. Knowest thou not, O wretched fellow, that for them are palaces built and slave girls bought, and over them curtains are let down, that for them do tears flow, and for them armies levied and pleasure houses raised up and riches gathered and heads smitten off? And indeed he spoke sooth who said, the world is a commentary upon women. As for thy citation from the holy traditions, it is an argument against thee and not for thee, for the prophet, whom God bless and preserve, compares boys to the houris of paradise. Now, without doubt, the subject of comparison is more worthy than the object compared with it, so, except women be the worthier and the goodlier, wherefore should other than they be likened to them? As for thy saying that girls are likened to boys, it is not so, but the contrary, boys are likened to girls, for folk say, yonder boy is like a girl. As for that thou quotest from the poets, the verses in question were the product of an unnatural complexion in this respect, and as for the confirmed sodomists and debauches, that sin against religion, whom God hath condemned in his holy book, wherein he denounceth their filthy practices, saying, Do ye betake you to males from the four corners of the world, and forsake that which your Lord hath created for you of your wives? Nay, but ye are a froward folk. These it is that liken girls to boys, of their exceeding profligacy and frowardness and inclination to follow the devil and their own lusts, so that they say, She is apt for two men, and these are all wanderers from the path of right. Quoth their chief Abu Nuwas, a slender one, boyish of waist and of wit, for wenture as well as for sodomite fit. As for what thou sayest of a boy's whiskers and mustaches, and how they add to his beauty and grace, by Allah, thou wanderest from the right path and sayest that which is other than the truth, for whiskers change the charms of the comely into ugliness, even as saith the poet. The whiskers, that sprout on the cheek of the white, his lovers avenge, if he ve done them unright. I see not on his face what is like unto smoke, except that his curls are as coals to the sight. If the most of his paper thus blackened be, where is there room, deemest thou, for the pen to indite? If any prefer him another above, 'tis ignorance makes them thus turn from the light. Glory be to God, continued she, how is it hidden from thee that the perfection of delight is in women, and that abiding pleasure is not to be found but with them? Seeing that God, blessed and exalted be he, hath promised his prophets and saints black-eyed damsels in paradise, and hath appointed them for a recompense of their pious works, and had God the Most High known that the supreme delight was in the possession of other than women, he had rewarded them therewith and promised it to them. And quoth he whom God bless and preserve, the things in which I most delight of, the things of your world are three, women and perfume, and the solace of my eyes in prayer. Verily, God hath appointed boys to serve his prophets and saints in paradise, because paradise is the abode of delight and pleasance, which could not be complete without the service of boys, but, as to the use of them for aught but service, it is sin and corruption. How well saith the poet, men's turning unto boys is very frowardness, who noble women loves is noble none the less. What difference twixt the lewd and him whose bedfellow a houri is, for looks a very sorceress? He rises from her couch and she hath given him scent, he perfumes all the house therewith in each recess. No boy, indeed, is worth to be compared with her, shall aloes even be with what not filthiness? Then said she, O folk, ye have made me overpass the bounds of modesty in the province of freeborn women and indulge in idle talk and freedoms of speech, that beseem not people of learning. But the breasts of the noble are the tunes of secrets, and conversations of this kind are in confidence. Moreover, actions are according to intents, and I ask pardon of God for myself and you and all Muslims, seeing that He is forgiving and merciful. With this she held her peace and thereafter would answer us of naught, so we went our way, rejoicing in that we had profited by her discourses and sorrowing to part from her. Abu Suwaid and the handsome old woman. Quoth Abu Suwaid, I entered a garden one day, I and a company of my friends, to buy somewhat of fruit, and we saw, in a corner of the place, an old woman, who was bright of face, but her hair was white, and she was combing it with a comb of ivory. We stopped before her, but she paid no heed to us, neither veiled her face, so I said to her, O old woman, wert thou to dye thy hair black, thou wouldst be handsomer than a girl. What hinders thee from this? She raised her head and looking at me with great eyes, recited the following verses. That which the years had dyed, I died ere when, but, sooth to tell, my dye endureth not, whilst that of times perdurable. Clad in the raiment of my youth and beauty, of old days, proudly I walked, and back and front, men had with me to mell. By Allah, cried I, bravo to thee for an old woman! How sincere art thou in thy yearning remembrance of sin, and how false in thy presence of repentance from forbidden things. The Emir Ali ben Tahir and the girl Maunis. There was once shown to the Emir Ali ben Muhammad ben Abdullah ben Tahir a slave girl, who was excellently handsome and well-bred and an accomplished poetess, and he asked her of her name. May God advance the Emir, replied she, my name is Maunis. Now he knew this before, so he bowed his head a while, then raising his eyes to her, recited the following verse. What dost thou say of one, on whom sickness and pain have wrought, for love and longing after thee, till he is grown distraught? God exalt the Emir, answered she, and recited this verse in reply. And if we saw a lover true, on whom the pangs of love were sore, we would to him vouchsafe the favors that he sought. Her reply pleased him, so he bought her for 70,000 dirhams and begat on her Ubayd al-Atin Muhammad, after police magistrate, at Baghdad. The woman who had a boy and the other who had a man to love her. Quoth Abu al-Inoa, there were in our street 2 women, one of whom had to love her a man and the other a beardless boy, and they forgathered one night on the roof of a house, not knowing that I was within hearing. Quoth one to the other, O my sister, how canst thou brook the harshness of thy lover's beard, as it falls on thy breast, when he kisses thee, and his mustaches rub thy cheek and lips? Silly wench that thou art, replied the other, what adorns the tree but its leaves and the cucumber but its bloom? Didst ever see aught uglier than a scald head, with his beard plucked out? Knowest thou not that the beard is to men as the sidelocks to women, and what is the difference between the chin and the cheek? Knowest thou not that God, blessed and exalted be He, hath created an angel in heaven, who saith, Glory be to him who adorneth men with beards and women with tresses? So, were not the beard even as the tresses in comeliness, it had not been coupled with them, O silly woman. How shall I underlie a boy, who will be hasty with me in emission and forestall me in flaccescence, and leave a man, who, when he takes breath, clips close, and when he enters, goes leisurely, and when he is done, repeats, and when he pushes, pushes hard, and as often as he withdraws, returns? The other was edified by her speech and said, I forswear my lover by the Lord of the Kaaba. The Haunted House in Baghdad. There lived once, in the city of Cairo, a merchant by name Hassan the jeweler of Baghdad, who had great store of wealth and money and jewels and lands and houses beyond count. God had blessed him with a son of perfect beauty and elegance, rosy-cheeked, fair of face and well-shaped, whom he named Ali of Cairo, and taught the Quran and science and elocution and the other branches of polite letters, till he became proficient in all manner of knowledge and was under his father's hand in trade. After a while, Hassan fell sick, and his sickness increased upon him, till he made sure of death, and calling his son to him, said, O my son, verily this world passeth away, but the next endureth forever. Every soul must taste of death, and now, O my son, my last hour is at hand, and I desire to lay on thee an injunction, which if thou observe, thou shalt abide in peace and prosperity, till thou meet God the Most High, but if thou follow it not, there shall befall thee weariness galore, and thou wilt repent of having transgressed my admonitions. O my father, replied Ali, how shall I do other than hearken to thee and do after thine enjoinder, seeing that I am bounden by the law of God to obey thee and give ear to thy word? O my son, rejoined his father, I leave thee lands and houses and goods and wealth past count. Wert thou each day to spend thereof 500 dinars, thou wouldst miss not of it. But, O my son, look that thou live in the fear of God and follow his chosen one, whom may he bless and preserve, in what he is reported to have enjoined and forbidden in his traditions. Be thou assiduous in good works and the practice of beneficence, and in consorting with men of worth and piety and learning, and look that thou have a care for the poor and needy, and shun avarice and meanness and the converse of the wicked or those of doubtful character. Look kindly upon thy servants and family, and also upon thy wife, for she is of the daughters of the notables and is with child by thee, belike God will vouchsafe thee virtuous offspring by her. And he went on to exhort him thus, weeping and saying, O my son, I beseech God the bountiful, the Lord of the Empyrean, to deliver thee from all straits that may betide thee, and grant thee his speedy relief. His son wept sore and said, O my father, I am consumed by thy words, for they are as the words of one that saith farewell. Yes, O my son, replied the merchant, I am ware of my condition, forget thou not my enjoinder. Then he fell to repeating the professions of the faith and reciting verses of the Quran, until the appointed hour arrived, when he said, Draw near unto me, O my son. So Ali drew near, and he kissed him. Then he sighed, and his soul departed his body, and he went to the mercy of God the Most High. Therewith great grief fell upon Ali, the noise of lamentation arose in his house, and his father's friends flocked to him. Then he betook himself to preparing him for burial, and made him a splendid funeral. They bore him to the place of prayer and prayed over him, then to the cemetery, where they buried him and recited over him what was fitting of the Quran, after which they returned to the house and condoled with the dead man's son and went each his own way. Moreover, Ali prayed the Friday prayers for his father, and let make recitations of the whole Quran for the accustomed space of 40 days, during which time he abode in the house and went not forth, save to the place of prayer, and every Friday he visited his father's tomb. He ceased not from his prayers and devotions, till, at last, his fellows of the sons of the merchants came in to him one day, and saluting him, said, How long wilt thou keep up this thy mourning, and neglect thy business and the company of thy friends? Verily, this is a fashion that will bring thee weariness, and thy body will suffer greatly for it. Now, when they came in to him, Iblis the accursed was with them, prompting them, and they went on to press him to accompany them to the bazaar, whilst Iblis incited him to consent to them, till he yielded and went forth the house with them, that the will of God, blessed and exalted be he, might be fulfilled. Mount thy mule, quoth they, and ride with us to such a garden, that we may divert us there, and that thy grief and melancholy may depart from thee. So he mounted, and taking his slave, went with them to the garden in question, where they entered, and one of them went, and making ready the morning meal, brought it to them there. So they ate and made merry and sat, talking, till the end of the day, when they mounted and returned each to his own lodging, where they passed the night. On the morrow, they said to Ali, Come with us. Whither? asked he, and they answered, To such a garden, for it is finer than the first and more pleasant. So he went with them to the garden, and one of them, going away, made ready the morning meal and brought it to them, together with strong wine, and Ali said, What is this? Quoth they, This is what dispels grief and unveils gladness. And they went on to commend it to him, till they prevailed upon him and he drank with them. Then they sat, drinking and talking, till the end of the day, when each returned home. As for Ali, he was giddy with wine and went in this plight, to his wife, who said to him, What ails thee? Quoth he, We were making merry today, when one of my companions brought us liquor, so my friends drank and I with them, and this giddiness came upon me. O my lord, said she, hast thou forgotten thy father's injunction and done that from which he forbade thee, in consorting with lewd folk? These are of the sons of the merchants, answered he, they are no lewd folk, only lovers of mirth and good cheer. And he continued to lead this life with his friends, day after day, going from place to place and feasting and drinking with them, till they said to him, Our turns are ended, and now it is thy turn. Welcome and fair welcome, answered he. So, on the morrow, he made ready all that the case called for of meat and drink, double what they had provided, and taking cooks and 10 pitchers and coffee makers, repaired with the others to Raza and the Nilometer, where they abode a whole month, eating and drinking and hearing music and making merry. At the end of the month, Ali found that he had spent a great sum of money, but Satan the accursed deluded him and said to him, Though thou shouldst spend every day a like sum, it would not thy wealth fail. So he took no account of expense and continued this way of life 3 years, whilst his wife remonstrated with him and reminded him of his father's injunctions, but he hearkened not to her, till he had spent all his ready money, when he fell to selling his jewels and spending their price, till they were all gone. Then he sold his houses and lands and farms and gardens, one after another, till they were all gone and he had nothing left but the house in which he lived. So he tore out the marble and woodwork and sold it and spent of its price, till he had made an end of this also, when he bethought himself and finding that he had nothing left to spend, sold the house itself and spent the purchase money. Presently, the man who had bought the house came to him and said, Look thyself out a lodging, for I have need of my house. So he bethought himself, and considering that he had nothing requiring a house, except his wife, who had borne him a son and daughter, for he had not a servant left, hired a room in one of the mean lodging houses and there took up his abode, after having lived in honor and luxury, with many servants and much wealth, and came to lack of 1 day's bread. Quoth his wife, I warned thee of this and exhorted thee to obey thy father's injunction, and thou wouldst not hearken to me. But there is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High, the Supreme. Whence shall the little ones eat? Arise, go round to thy friends, the sons of the merchants, it may be they will give thee somewhat on which we may live this day. So he went the round of his friends, one by one, but they all hid their faces from him and gave him nothing but injurious and revolting words, and he returned to his wife and said to her, They have given me nothing. Thereupon she went out to beg of her neighbors wherewithal to sustain themselves and came to a woman, whom she had known in former days. When she came in to her and she saw her plight, she rose and receiving her kindly, wept and said, What hath befallen thee? So she told her of her husband's conduct, and the other said, Welcome and fair welcome. Whatever thou needest, seek it of me, without price. May God abundantly requite thee, answered she. Then her friend gave her as much victual as would suffice herself and her family a whole month, and she took it and returned to her lodging. When her husband saw her, he wept and said, Whence hadst thou that? I got it of such a woman, answered she, for, when I told her what had befallen us, she failed me not in aught, but said, Seek of me all thou needest. Since thou hast this, rejoined her husband, I will betake myself to a place I have in my mind, peradventure God the Most High will bring us relief. So saying, he took leave of her and kissing the children, went out, not knowing whither he should go, and walked on till he came to Bulak, where he saw a ship about to sail for Damietta. Here he met a man, between whom and his father there had been friendship, and he saluted him and said to him, "Whither away?" "To Damietta," replied Ali, "I have friends there, whom I would fain inquire after and visit and return." The man took him home and entreated him hospitably, then, furnishing him with victual for the voyage, and giving him somewhat of money, embarked him on board the vessel bound for Damietta. When they reached that place, Ali landed, not knowing where to go, but, as he was walking along, a merchant saw him and had pity on him. So he carried him to his house, where he abode a while, till he said in himself, "How long shall this sojourning in other folks' houses last?" Then he left the merchant's house and went down to the quay, where he saw a ship ready to sail for Syria. His host provided him with victual and embarked him in the ship, and it set sail and arrived, in due course, at the coast of Syria, where he landed and journeyed till he entered Damascus. As he walked about the town, a benevolent man saw him and took him to his house, where he abode a while, till, one day, going abroad, he saw a caravan about to start for Baghdad and bethought himself to journey thither with it. So he returned to his host and taking leave of him, set out with the caravan. Now God, blessed and exalted be he, inclined to him the heart of one of the merchants, so that he took him with him, and Ali ate and drank with him, till they came within one day's journey of Baghdad, where a company of highwaymen fell upon the caravan and took all they had. But few of the merchants escaped, and these made each for a separate place of refuge. As for Ali, he made for Baghdad, where he arrived at sundown, as the gatekeepers were about to shut the gates, and said to them, "Let me in with you." So they admitted him and asked him whence he came and whither he was bound. "I am a man from the city of Cairo," replied he, "and have with me mules laden with merchandise and slaves and servants. I forewent them, to look me out a place wherein to deposit my goods, but as I rode along on my mule, there fell upon me a company of highway robbers, who took my mule and gear, nor did I escape from them but at the last gasp." The warders entreated him hospitably and bade him welcome, saying, "Abide with us this night, and in the morning we will look thee out a place befitting thee." Then he sought in his pocket, and finding a dinar remaining of those he had gotten of the merchant at Bulak, gave it to one of the gatekeepers, saying, "Take this and change it and bring us something to eat." The man took it and went to the market, where he changed it and brought Ali bread and cooked meat. So he ate, he and the gatekeepers, and he lay the night with them. On the morrow, one of the warders carried him to a merchant of the town, to whom he told the same story, and he believed him, deeming that he was a merchant and had with him loads of merchandise. So he took him up into his shop and entreated him with honor. Moreover, he sent to his house for a splendid suit of his own apparel for him and carried him to the bath. So, quoth Ali, I went with him to the bath, and when we came out, he brought me to his house, where he caused set the morning meal before us, and we ate and made merry. Then said he to one of his slaves, "Harkee, Masoud, take this thy lord and show him the 2 houses in such a place. Whichever pleases him of them, give him the key of it and come back." So I went with the slave, till we came to a place where stood 3 houses, side by side, new and shut up. He opened the first and the second, and I looked at them, after which he said to me, "Of which of them shall I give thee the key?" "To whom does yon large house belong?" asked I. "To us," answered he, and I said, "Open it, that I may view it." Quoth he, "Thou hast no call to it." "Wherefore?" asked I, and he, "Because it is haunted, and none lodges there, but in the morning he is a dead man, nor do we use to open the door, to take out the corpse, but mount the roof of one of the other 2 houses and take it up thence. For this reason, my master has abandoned the house and says, I will never again give it to anyone." Quoth I, "Open it, that I may view it," and I said in myself, this is what I seek. I will pass the night there and in the morning be a dead man and be at peace from this miserable plight of mine. So he opened it and I entered and found it a splendid house, without its like, and I said to the slave, I will have none other than this house, give me the key. But he answered, I will not give thee this key till I consult my master, and going to the latter, said to him, the Egyptian merchant saith, I will lodge in none but the great house. When the merchant heard this, he rose and coming to Ali, said to him, O my lord, thou hast no need of this house. But he replied, I will lodge in none other than this, for I care nothing for this saying. Then, said the other, write me an acknowledgment that, if aught happen to thee, I am not responsible. So be it, answered Ali, whereupon the merchant fetched an assessor from the Qadi's court and taking of him the prescribed acknowledgment, delivered him the key, which he took and entered the house. The merchant sent him bedding by a slave, who spread it for him on the bench behind the door and went away. Presently Ali went into the inner court and seeing there a well with a bucket, let down the ladder and drew water, with which he made the ablution and prayed the obligatory prayers. Then he sat a while, till the merchant's slave brought him the evening meal from his master's house, together with a lamp, a candle and candlestick, a basin and ewer and a gugglet, after which he left him and returned home. Ali lighted the candle and supped at his ease and prayed the evening prayer, after which he said to himself, let us take the bed and go upstairs and sleep there, rather than here. So he took the bed and carried it upstairs, where he found a splendid saloon, with gilded ceiling and walls and floor of variegated marble. He spread his bed there and sitting down, began to recite somewhat of the sublime Quran, when suddenly he heard one calling to him and saying, O Ali, O son of Hassan, shall I send thee down the gold? And he answered, Send away. Hardly had he spoken, when pieces of gold began to rain down on him, like pebbles from a mangonel, nor stinted till the saloon was full. Then said the voice, Set me free, that I may go my way, for I have made an end of my service and have delivered unto thee that which was committed to me for thee. Quoth Ali, I adjure thee by the Most High God to tell me the history of this gold. This is a treasure that was enchanted to thee of old time, replied the voice, and to every one who entered the house, we used to come and say to him, O Ali, O son of Hassan, shall we send down the gold? Whereat he would be affrighted and cry out, and we would come down to him and break his neck and go away. But, when thou camest and we accosted thee by thy name and that of thy father, saying, Shall we send thee down the gold? And thou madest answer, saying, Send away, we knew thee for the owner of it and sent it down. Moreover, there is yet another treasure for thee in the land of Yemen, whither thou wouldst do well to journey and fetch it. And now I would have thee set me free, that I may go my way. By Allah, said Ali, I will not set thee free, till thou bring me hither the treasure from Yemen. Quoth the voice, If I bring it thee, wilt thou release me and the servant of the other treasure also? Yes, replied Ali, and the genie said, Swear to me. So he swore to him, and he was about to go away, when Ali said to him, I have one other service to ask of thee. What is that? Asked the genie. Quoth Ali, I have a wife and children at Cairo, in such a place, thou must fetch them to me, at their ease and without hurt. I will bring them to thee in state, answered the genie, in a litter, with a train of slaves and servants, together with the treasure from Yemen, if it be the will of God the Most High. Then he took of him leave of absence for 3 days, at the end of which time all this should be with him, and departed. When it was morning, Ali went round about the saloon, seeking a place wherein to lay the gold, and saw in the wall of the dais a marble panel, with a knob in it. So he pressed the knob and the panel slid back and discovered a door, which he opened and entering, found a great closet, full of linen bags. So he took out the bags and fell to filling them with gold and replacing them in the closet, till he had transported thither the whole treasure, whereupon he shut the door and pressing the knob, the panel returned to its place. Then he went down and seated himself on the bench behind the door. Presently, there came a knock at the door, so he opened it and found the merchant's slave, who, seeing him, returned in haste to his master with the good tidings, saying, "O my lord, the merchant, who was lodged in the haunted house, is alive and well and sits on the bench behind the door." When the merchant heard this, he rose joyfully and went to the house, taking breakfast with him, and when he saw Ali, he embraced him and kissed him between the eyes, saying, "How hath God dealt with thee?" "Right well," answered Ali. "I slept upstairs in the marble saloon." Quoth the merchant, "Did aught come to thee, or didst thou see aught?" "No," replied Ali, "I recited some little of the Quran and slept till morning, when I arose and after making the ablution and praying, came down and seated myself on the bench behind the door." "Praised be God for safety," exclaimed the merchant, then left him and presently sent him slaves and servants, black and white and male and female, with furniture. They swept the house from top to bottom and furnished it magnificently, after which 3 black slaves and the like number of white and 4 slave girls abode with him, to serve him, and the rest returned to their master's house. When the merchants heard of him, they sent him presents of all manner of things of price, even to meat and drink and clothes, and took him with them in the market, saying, "When will thy baggage arrive?" And he answered, "After 3 days it will come." Accordingly, when the 3 days had elapsed, the servant of the first treasure came to him and said, "Go forth and meet thy harem, together with the treasure I have brought thee from Yemen, part of which is by way of costly merchandise, but the slaves, black and white, and the horses and camels and mules are all of the jinn." Now the genie, when he betook himself to Cairo, found Ali's wife and children in sore straits for nakedness and hunger, so he carried them forth of the town in a traveling litter and clad them in sumptuous raiment of that which was in the treasure of Yemen. When Ali heard this, he rose and repairing to the merchants, said to them, "Come, go forth the city with me, to meet the caravan, with my merchandise, and honor me with the presence of your harems, to meet my harem." "We hear and obey," answered they, and sending for their harems, went forth all together and alighted in one of the gardens without the city. As they sat talking, behold, a cloud of dust arose out of the heart of the desert, and they came out to see what it was. Presently, it lifted and discovered mules and muleteers and tent pitchers and linkmen, who came on, singing and dancing, till they reached the garden, when the chief of the muleteers came up to Ali and kissing his hand, said to him, "O my lord, we have been long on the way, for we thought to enter some days ago, but we were in fear of the highway robbers, so abode in our station 4 days, till God the Most High rid us of them." Then the merchants mounted their mules and rode forward with the caravan, wondering at the number of mules laden with chests, whilst their harems followed them, with Ali's harem, marveling at the richness of the apparel of his wife and children, and saying to each other, "Verily, the king of Baghdad hath no such raiment, no, nor any other of the kings or merchants or notables." So they entered Baghdad in great state and rode on till they came to Ali's house, where they alighted and brought the mules and their burdens into the midst of the courtyard. Then they unloaded them and laid up the goods in the storehouses, whilst the merchants' wives went up with Ali's family to the saloon, which they found as it were a luxuriant garden, spread with magnificent furniture. They sat in mirth and good cheer till noon, when they brought them up the noon meal, of all manner meats and sweetmeats of the best, and they ate and drank costly sherbets and perfumed themselves thereafter with rosewater and scented woods. Then they took leave and departed, men and women. When the merchants returned home, they all sent presents to Ali, according to their conditions, and their wives likewise sent presents to his wife, so that there came to them great plenty of slaves, black and white and male and female, and store of all manner goods, such as grain and sugar and so forth, beyond count. As for the landlord of the house, he abode with Ali and quitted him not, but said to him, "Let the slaves and servants take the mules and the other cattle into one of my other houses, to rest." Quoth Ali, they set out again tonight for such a place. Then he gave them leave to go forth the city, that they might set out on their journey at nightfall, whereupon they took leave of him forthright, and departing the city, flew off through the air to their several abodes. Ali and the merchant sat together till a third of the night was past, when the latter returned to his own house, and Ali went up to his wife and children and greeted them, saying, What hath befallen you all this time? So she told him what they had suffered of hunger and nakedness and toil, and he said, Praised be God for safety. How did ye come? O my lord, answered she, I was asleep, with my children, yesternight, when suddenly one raised us from the ground and carried us through the air, without doing us any hurt, nor did he give over flying with us, till he set us down in a place as it were a Bedouin camping place, where we saw laden mules and a litter borne upon 2 great mules, and round them servants, boys and men. So I said to them, Who are ye, and what are these loads, and where are we? And they answered, We are the servants of the merchant Ali ibn Hassan of Cairo, who has sent us to fetch you to him at Baghdad. Quoth I, Is it far or near, hence to Baghdad? Near, answered they, there lies but the darkness of the night between us and the city. Then they mounted us in the litter, and on the morrow, we found ourselves with thee, without having suffered any hurt. Who gave you these clothes? Asked he, and she said, The chief of the caravan opened one of the chests on the mules, and taking out the clothes, clad me and the children each in a suit, after which he locked the chest and gave me the key, saying, Take care of it, till thou give it to thy husband. And here it is, safe. So saying, she gave him the key, and he said, Dost thou know the chest? Yes, answered she. So he took her down to the magazine, and she pointed it out, whereupon he put the key in the lock and opened the chest, in which he found much raiment and the keys of all the other chests. So he took them out and fell to opening the other chests, one after another, and feasting his eyes upon the jewels and precious metals they contained, whose like was not found with any of the kings, after which he locked them again and took the keys, saying to his wife, This is of the bounty of God the Most High. Then he returned with her to the saloon, and bringing her to the secret panel, pressed the knob and opened the door of the closet, into which he entered with her and showed her the gold he had laid up there. Quoth she, Whence hadst thou all this? It came to me by the grace of my Lord, answered he, and told her all that had befallen him, from first to last. O my Lord, said she, all this comes of the blessing of thy father's prayers, when as he prayed for thee, before his death, saying, I beseech God to cast thee into no strait, except he bring thee speedy deliverance therefrom. So praised be God the Most High, for that he hath brought thee relief, and hath requited thee with more than thou didst lose. But God on thee, O my Lord, return not to thy sometime fashion in companying with folk of lewd life, but look thou fear God the Most High, both in public and private. And she went on to admonish him. Quoth he, I accept thine admonition, and beg God the Most High to remove the wicked from us, and stablish us in his obedience and in the observance of the law of his prophet, on whom be peace and salvation. Ali and his wife and children were now in all delight of life and gladness, and he opened him a shop in the merchant's bazaar, and stocking it with jewels and precious metals, sat therein with his children and servants. He soon became the most considerable of the merchants of Baghdad, and his report reached the king of that city, who sent a messenger to command his attendance. So he took 4 trays of red gold, and filling them with jewels and precious metals, such as no king possessed, went up to the palace, and presenting himself before the prince, kissed the earth before him, and wished him continuance of glory and prosperity, in the best words he could command. O merchant, said the king, thou honorest our city with thy presence. And Ali rejoined, saying, O king of the age, thy slave hath brought thee a present, and hopes for acceptance thereof from thy favor. So saying, he laid the 4 trays before the king, who uncovered them, and seeing that they contained jewels, whose like he possessed not, and whose worth equaled treasuries of money, said, O merchant, thy present is accepted, and so God please, we will requite thee with its like. And Ali kissed his hands and went away. Then the king called his grandees and said to them, How many kings have sought my daughter in marriage? Many, answered they. Hath any of them given me the like of this gift? Asked he. Not one, replied they, for that none of them hath its like. And he said, I have consulted God the Most High, as to marrying my daughter to this merchant. What say ye? Be it as thou deemest, answered they. Then he bade the eunuch carry the 4 trays into his harem, and going in to his wife, laid them before her. She uncovered them, and seeing therein that whose like she possessed not, no, nor a fraction thereof, said to him, Of which of the kings hadst thou these? Peradventure of one of those that seek our daughter in marriage? Not so, answered he, I had them of an Egyptian merchant, who is lately come to our city. I heard tell of him and sent to command him to us, thinking to make his acquaintance, so haply we might find with him somewhat of jewels and buy them of him for our daughter's equipment. He obeyed the summons and brought us these 4 trays, as a present, and I saw him to be a handsome and elegant young man of dignified aspect and accomplished wit, well nigh as he were of the sons of the kings. Wherefore my heart inclined to him, and I rejoiced in him, and thought to marry my daughter to him. Then he told her what had passed between himself and his grandees on the subject, and added, But what sayst thou? O king of the age, answered she, the affair is in God's hand, and thine, and what God willeth shall come to pass. If it be his will, rejoined the king, I will marry her to none other than this young man. So, on the morrow, he went out to his divan, and sending for Ali and the rest of the merchants of Baghdad, bade them be seated. Then he summoned the Qadi of the divan and said to him, O Qadi, draw up the contract of marriage between my daughter and the merchant Ali of Cairo. But the latter said, I pardon, O our lord the Sultan. It befits not that a merchant, such as I, be the king's son-in-law. Quoth the king, It is my will to bestow this favor upon thee, as well as the vizierate. And he invested him forthwith in the vizier's habit. Then Ali sat down in the seat of the vizierate and said, O king of the age, thou hast bestowed on me this, and indeed I am honored by thy bounties, but hear one word from me. Say on, answered the king, and fear not. Quoth Ali, Since it is thine august will to marry thy daughter, thou wouldst do better to marry her to my son. Hast thou then a son? Asked the king, and Ali replied, Yes. Send for him forthright, said the king, whereupon, I hear and obey, answered Ali, and sent a servant to fetch his son, who came and kissing the ground before the king, stood in an attitude of respect. The king looked at him, and seeing him to be yet comelier than his daughter and goodlier than she in symmetry and brightness and perfection, said to him, O my son, what is thy name? O our lord the Sultan, replied the young man, who was then 14 years old, my name is Hassan. Then the Sultan said to the Qadi, Write the contract of marriage between my daughter Hassan el-Wujud and Hassan, son of the merchant Ali of Cairo. So he wrote the contract of marriage between them, and the affair was ended on the goodliest wise, after which all in the divan went their ways, and the merchants escorted the vizier Ali to his house, where they gave him joy of his advancement and departed. Then he went in to his wife, who, seeing him clad in the vizier's habit, exclaimed, What is this? So he told her all that had passed, and she rejoiced therein with an exceeding joy. On the morrow, he went up to the divan, where the king received him with especial favor, and seating him beside himself, said to him, O vizier, we purpose to celebrate the wedding festivities and bring thy son in to our daughter. O our lord the Sultan, replied Ali, that thou deemest good is good. So the Sultan gave orders for the festivities, and they decorated the city and held high festival 30 days, in all cheer and gladness, at the end of which time, the vizier Ali's son Hassan went in to the princess and enjoyed her beauty and grace. When the queen saw her daughter's husband, she conceived a warm affection for him, and in like manner she rejoiced greatly in his mother. Then the king bade build his son-in-law a palace beside his own, so they built him with all speed a splendid palace, in which he took up his abode, and his mother used to abide with her son some days and then return to her own house. After a while, the queen said to her husband, "O king of the age, Hassan's mother cannot take up her abode with her son and leave the vizier, neither can she abide with her husband and leave her son." "Thou sayest sooth," replied the king, and bade build a third palace beside the two others, which being done in a few days, he caused remove thither the vizier's goods, and the latter and his wife took up their abode there. Now the three palaces communicated with one another, so that, when the king had a mind to speak with the vizier by night, he would go to him or send to fetch him, and so with Hassan and his father and mother. They dwelt thus in the greatest happiness and contentment a while, till the king fell ill and his sickness increased on him. So he summoned the grandees of his realm and said to them, "There is come upon me a sore sickness, peradventure a mortal one, and I have therefore summoned you to consult you respecting a certain matter, on which I would have you counsel me as you deem well." "What is the matter of which thou wouldst take counsel with us, O king?" asked they, and he answered, "I am old and sickly, and I fear for the realm, after me, from the enemies, so I would have you all agree upon some one, that I may proclaim him king in my lifetime, and so ye may be at ease." Whereupon quoth they all, "We all approve of thy son-in-law Hassan, son of the Vizier Ali, for we have seen the perfectness of his wit and understanding, and he knows the rank of all, great and small." "Are ye indeed agreed upon this?" asked the king, and they answered, "Yes." "Peradventure," quoth he, "ye say this to my face, of respect for me, but, behind my back, ye will say otherwise." But they all answered, saying, "By Allah, our word, in public and in private, is one, varying not, and we accept him frankly and with all our hearts." "Since the case is thus," said the king, "bring the Cadi of the Holy Law and all the chamberlains and captains and officers of state before me tomorrow, and we will settle the affair on the goodliest wise." "We hear and obey," answered they, and withdrawing, notified all the doctors of the law and the chief emirs. So, on the morrow, they came up to the divan and saluted the king, who said to them, "O emirs of Baghdad, whom will ye have to be king over you after me, that I may invest him in my lifetime, in the presence of you all?" Quoth they all, "We are agreed upon thy daughter's husband, Hassan, son of the Vizier Ali." "If it be so," said the king, "go all of you and bring him before me." So they all arose and repairing to Hassan's palace, said to him, "Come with us to the king." "Wherefore?" asked he, and they answered, "For a thing that will advantage both us and thee." So he went in with them to the king and kissed the ground before the latter, who bade him be seated and said to him, "O Hassan, all the emirs have approved of thee and agreed to make thee king over them after me, and it is my purpose to proclaim thee, whilst I yet live, and so make an end of the business." But Hassan arose and kissing the earth once more before the king, said to him, "O our lord the king, among the emirs there be many, who are older than I and greater of worth, hold me quit therefore of this thing." Quoth all the emirs, "We consent not but that thou be king over us." Then said Hassan, "My father is older than I, and he and I are one thing, and it befits not to advance me over him." But Ali said, "I will consent to nothing but what is pleasing to my brethren, and they have all chosen and agreed upon thee. Wherefore gainsay thou not the king's commandment and that of thy brethren." And Hassan hung his head in abashment before the king and his father. Then said the king to the emirs, "Do ye all accept of him?" "We do," answered they, and recited thereupon 7 Fatihahs. So the king said to the Cadi, "Draw up a legal act testifying of these emirs that they are agreed to make my daughter's husband Hassan king over them." So the Cadi wrote the act and made it executory, after they had all taken the oath of fealty to Hassan. Then the king invested him with the insignia of royalty and bade him take his seat on the throne, whereupon they all arose and kissed King Hassan's hands and did homage to him. The new king dispensed justice among the people that day, in right royal fashion, and invested the grandees of the realm in splendid robes of honor. When the divan broke up, he went in to his father-in-law and kissed his hands, and the old king said to him, O my son, look thou govern the people in the fear of God. O my father, replied Hassan, through thy prayers for me, the grace of God will come to me. Then he entered his own palace and was met by his wife and her mother in their attendance, who kissed his hands and gave him joy of his advancement, saying, This is a blessed day. Then he went in to his father and mother, who rejoiced with an exceeding joy in that which God had vouchsafed him of his advancement to the kingship, and his father exhorted him to the fear of God and to affectionate solicitude in his dealings with his subjects. He passed the night in joy and gladness, and on the morrow, having prayed the appointed prayers, concluding with the customary recitation of part of the Quran, he repaired to the divan, whither came all his officers and dignitaries. He passed the day in dispensing justice among his subjects, enjoining to beneficence and forbidding from iniquity and appointing and displacing, till nightfall, when the divan broke up, after the goodliest fashion, and all present withdrew and went each his own way. Then he arose and went into the palace, where he found his father-in-law's sickness grown heavy upon him and said to him, May no hurt befall thee. At this the old king opened his eyes and said, O Hassan! At thy service, O my lord, replied the young man. Quoth the old king, My last hour is at hand, be careful of thy wife and her mother and look thou fear God and honor thy parents, being still in awe of the majesty of the requiting king and remembering that he commandeth to justice and beneficence. And Hassan replied, I hear and obey. The old king lingered 3 days after this and was then received into the mercy of God the Most High. They paid him the last offices and buried him and held over him readings and recitations of the Quran, to the end of the customary 40 days. And King Hassan, son of the vizier, reigned in his stead, and his subjects rejoiced in him and all his days were gladness. Moreover, his father ceased not to be his chief vizier on his right hand, and he took to himself another vizier, to be at his left hand. His reign was a prosperous one and he abode long king in Baghdad. God blessed him, by the old king's daughter, with 3 sons, who inherited the kingdom after him, and they abode in the enjoyment of all delight and solace of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. And glory be to him who is eternal and in whose hand are annulment and confirmation. The Pilgrim and the Old Woman Who Dwelt in the Desert. A man of the pilgrims once slept a long sleep and awaking, found no trace of the caravan. So he arose and walked on, but lost his way and presently came to a tent, at whose door he saw an old woman and a dog by her, asleep. He went up to the tent and saluting the old woman, sought of her food. Go to yonder valley, said she, and catch thy sufficiency of serpents, that I may broil of them for thee and give thee to eat. I dare not catch serpents, answered the pilgrim, nor did I ever eat them. Quoth the old woman, I will go with thee and catch them, fear not. So she went with him, followed by the dog, to the valley, and catching a sufficient number of serpents, proceeded to broil them. He saw nothing for it but to eat, for fear of hunger and exhaustion, so he ate of the serpents. Then he was athirst and asked for water to drink. Go to the spring and drink, answered she. So he went to the spring and found the water thereof bitter, yet needs must he drink of it, for all its bitterness, because of the violence of his thirst. Then he returned to the old woman and said to her, O old woman, I marvel at thy choosing to abide in this place and putting up with such meat and drink. And how is it then in thy country? Asked she. In my country, answered he, are wide and spacious houses and ripe and delicious fruits and sweet and abundant waters and goodly viands and fat meats and plentiful flocks and all things pleasant and all the goods of life, the like whereof are not, save in the paradise that God the Most High hath promised to his pious servants. All this, replied she, have I heard, but tell me, have you a sultan who ruleth over you and is tyrannical in his rule and under whose hand you are, who, if one of you commit a fault, taketh his goods and undoth him, and who, when he will, turneth you out of your houses and uprooteth you, stock and branch? Indeed, that may be, answered the man. Then, by Allah, rejoined she, these your delicious viands and dainty life and pleasant estate, with tyranny and oppression, are but a corroding poison, in comparison wherewith, our food and fashion, with freedom and safety, are a healthful medicine. Hast thou not heard that the best of all boons, after the true faith, are health and security? Now these, quoth he who tells the tale, may be by the just rule of the Sultan, the vicar of God in his earth, and the goodness of his policy. The Sultan of times past needed but little awfulness, for that, when the people sought him, they feared him, but the Sultan of these days hath need of the most accomplished policy and the utmost majesty, for that men are not as men of time past, and this our age is one of folk depraved and greatly calamitous, noted for folly and hardness of heart and inclined to hatred and enmity. If, therefore, the Sultan that is set over them be, which God the Most High forfend, weak or lack of policy and majesty, without doubt, this will be the cause of the ruin of the land. Quoth the proverb, 100 years of the Sultan's tyranny, rather than one of the tyranny of the people, one over another. When the people oppress one another, God setteth over them a tyrannical sultan and a despotic king. Thus it is told in history that there was, one day, presented to El-Hejjaj ben Yusuf a docket, in which was written, Fear God and oppress not his servants with all manner of oppression. When he read this, he mounted the pulpit, for he was ready of speech, and said, O folk, God the Most High hath set me over you, by reason of your evil deeds, and though I die, yet will ye not be delivered from oppression, with your evil deeds, for God the Most High hath created many like unto me. If it be not I, it will be a more fertile than I in mischief and a mightier in oppression and a more strenuous in violence, even as saith the poet. For no hand is there but the hand of God is over it, and no oppressor but shall be with worse than he oppress. Tyranny is feared, but justice is the best of all things. We beg God to better our case. A Bullhust and his slave girl Tadadud. There was once in Baghdad a man of rank and rich in money and houses and lands, who was one of the chiefs of the merchants, and God had largely endowed him with worldly goods, but had not vouchsafed him what he longed for of offspring, and there passed over him a long space of time, without his being blessed with children, male or female. His years waxed great, his bones became wasted and his back bent, and weakness and trouble increased on him, and he feared the loss of his wealth and possessions, seeing he had no child, whom he might make his heir and by whom he should be remembered. So he betook himself with supplication to God the Most High, fasting by day and rising by night, to pray. Moreover, he made vows to God the living, the eternal, and visited the pious and was instant in supplication to the Most High, till he gave ear to him and accepted his prayer and took pity on his striving and complaining, so that, before many days were past, he lay with one of his women and she became with child by him the same night. She accomplished the months of her pregnancy and casting her burden, bore a male child as he were a piece of the moon, whereupon the merchant, in his gratitude to God, to whom belong might and majesty, fulfilled his vows and gave alms and clothed the widow and the orphan. On the 7th night after the boy's birth, he named him Abulhusn, and the wet nurses suckled him and the dry nurses dandled him and the slaves and servants carried him, till he grew up and throve and learnt the sublime Quran and the ordinances of Islam and the things of the true faith. Moreover, he learned writing and poetry and mathematics and archery and became the pearl of his age and the goodliest of the folk of his time and his day, fair of face and fluent of tongue, bearing himself with a proud and graceful port and glorying in his symmetry and amorous grace. His cheeks were red and his forehead white and brilliant, and the tender down of the whiskers darkened upon his face, even as saith one, describing him. The spring of the down on his cheeks to the eye shows clear, and how shall the rose endure, after spring is here? Dost thou not see that the growth on his cheek, forsooth, a violet is, that forth of its leaves doth peer? He abode a while with his father, in the best of case, and the latter rejoiced and delighted in him, till he came to man's estate, when the merchant one day made him sit down before him and said to him, O my son, the appointed term draws near, my last hour is at hand, and it remains but to meet God, to whom belong might and majesty. I leave thee what shall suffice thee, even to thy son's son, of money, and farms and houses and gardens, wherefore, O my son, fear thou God the Most High in dealing with that which I leave thee, and follow none but those who will help thee in this, that. Not long after, he sickened and died, so his son ordered his funeral, after the goodliest fashion, and burying him, returned to his house and sat mourning for him, many days and nights, till certain of his friends came in to him and said to him, Whoso leaveth the like of thee after him is not dead. Indeed, what is past, and mourning beseemeth none but girls and cloistered women. And they ceased not from him, till they wrought on him to enter the bath and break off his mourning. Then he forgot his father's injunctions, and his head was turned by his riches. He thought fortune would still abide with him, as it was, and that wealth would never come to an end. So he ate and drank and made merry and took his pleasure and gave gifts of money and raiment and was profuse with gold and gave himself up to eating fowls and breaking the seals of wineflasks and listening to songs and to the laugh of the wine, as it gurgled from the flagon, nor did he give over this way of life, till his wealth was wasted and the case became straitened upon him, and he bit his hands for repentance, and gone was all he had. In good sooth, he had nothing left, after that which he had squandered, but a slave girl that his father had bequeathed to him with the rest of his estate. Her name was Tadadad, and she had no equal in beauty and grace and brightness and symmetry and all perfection. She was past mistress in all manner of arts and accomplishments, and endowed with many excellences, surpassing all the folk of her age and time. She was grown more notorious than a waymark, for the versatility of her genius, and outdid the fair both in theory and practice and elegant and flexile grace, more by token that she was 5 feet high, and in conjunction with fair fortune, with straight arched brows, as they were the crescent moon of Shaban, and eyes like those of gazelles, nose like the point of the saber, and cheeks like blood-red anemones, mouth like Solomon's seal, and teeth like necklaces of pearls, navel holding an ounce of benzo and ointment, and waist more slender than his body, whom love hath wasted, and whom concealment of his passion hath made sick, and buttocks heavier than 2 hills of sand. Brief, in all she answered to the saying of him who says, Her fair shape ravisheth, if face to face she did appear, and if she turn, for severance from her she slayeth sheer. Sun-like, full moon-like, sapling-like, unto her character estrangement nowise appertains, nor cruelty austere. Under the bosom of her shift the garths of Eden are, and the full moon revolveth still upon her neck-ring sphere. She seemed, at once, a rising full moon and a browsing gazelle, a girl of 9 and 5, putting to shame the moon and the sun, even as saith of her the eloquent and ingenious poet. The likeness of the full moon, faring o'er the heavens, 5 and 5 and after 4. 'Tis not my fault, if she have made of me its likeness, when it first in heaven doth soar. White of skin, odoriferous of breath, it seemed as if she were, at once, fashioned of fire and molded of crystal. Rose-red was the cheek of her, and perfect her shape and figure, even as saith of her one, describing her. Scented with sandal and musk, right proudly doth she go, with gold and silver and rose and saffron color aglow. A flower in a garden she is, a pearl in an ouch of gold, or an image in chapel set for worship of high and low. Slender and shapely she is, vivacity bids her arise, but the weight of her hips says, sit, or softly and slowly go. When as her favors I seek and sue for my heart's desire, be gracious, her beauty says, but her coquetry answers, no. Glory to him who made beauty her portion, and that of her lover to be the prate of the censurers, Hago. Indeed, she captivated all who saw her, with the excellence of her beauty and the sweetness of her smile, and transpierced them with the arrows she launched from her eyes, and withal she was eloquent of speech and excellently skilled in poetry. When a Bullhust had squandered all his wealth and there remained to him naught but this slave girl, when, I say, the wretchedness of his plight became manifest to him, he abode 3 days without tasting food or taking rest in sleep, and Tadadad said to him, O my lord, carry me to the Caliph Harun ar-Rashid, fifth of the sons of Abbas, and seek of him 10,000 dinars to my price. If he deem me dear at this price, say to him, O commander of the faithful, my slave is worth more than this, do but prove her, and her value will be magnified in thine eyes, for she hath not her equal, and it were unfit that any but thou should possess her. And beware, O my lord, of selling me for less than the sum I have named, for it is but little for the like of me. Now O Bullhust knew not her worth nor that she had no equal in her day. So he carried her to the Caliph, to whom he repeated what she had bidden him say, and the Caliph said to her, What is thy name? Tadadad, answered she. O Tadadad, asked he, in what branches of knowledge dost thou excel? O my lord, answered she, I am versed in syntax and poetry and jurisprudence and exegesis and lexicography and music and the knowledge of the divine ordinances and in arithmetic and geodesy and the fables of the ancients. I know the sublime Quran by heart, and have read it according to the 7 and the 10 and the 14 modes. I know the number of its chapters and verses and sections and words and letters and its halves and fourths and eighths and tenths, the number of acts of adoration that occur in it, and what there is in it of cancelling and cancelled, also what parts of it were revealed at Medina and what at Mecca and the manner of the different revelations. I know the holy traditions, their history and variants and the manner of their recitation and interpretation, together with those of them whose chain of descent is unbroken and those for which it is broken, and I have studied the exact sciences, geometry and philosophy and medicine and logic and rhetoric and composition, and I know many things and am passionately fond of poetry. I can play the lute and know its gamut and notation and so forth. If I sing and dance, I ravish, and if I adorn and perfume myself, I slay. In fine, I have reached a pitch of perfection such as can only be estimated by those who are established in knowledge. When the Caliph heard her words, he wondered at them and at the eloquence of her speech, seeing the tenderness of her age, and turning to Bullhust, said to him, I will summon those who shall examine her in all she lays claim to. If she answer correctly, I will give thee the price thou askest for her and more, and if not, thou art fitter to possess her than I. With all my heart, O commander of the faithful, replied Bullhust. So the Caliph wrote to the viceroy of Basora, to send him Ibrahim ben Siyar the poet, who was the first man of his day in argument and eloquence and poetry and logic, and bade him bring with him readers of the Quran and doctors of the law and physicians and astrologers and sages and geometricians and philosophers, and Ibrahim was more learned than all. In a little while they all arrived at the Caliph's palace, knowing not what was to do, and the latter sent for them to his sitting chamber and bade them be seated. So they sat down and he bade fetch the damsel Tadadad, who came and unveiling, showed herself, as she were a sparkling star. The Caliph caused set her a stool of gold, and she saluted and speaking with an eloquent tongue, said, O commander of the faithful, bid the learned men present contend with me in argument. So he said to them, I desire of you that ye dispute with this damsel on the things of her faith and make void her argument, in all she avoucheth. And they answered, saying, We hear and obey God and thee, O commander of the faithful. Thereupon Tadadat bowed her head and said, "Which of you is the doctor of the law, the scholar, versed in the interpretation of the Quran and in the traditions?" Quoth one of them, "I am the man thou seekest." "Then," said she, "ask me of what thou wilt." Quoth the doctor, "Hast thou read the precious book of God, and dost thou know its abrogating and abrogated parts, and hast thou meditated its verses and expressions?" "Yes," answered she. "Then," said he, "I will proceed to question thee of the obligatory ordinances and the immutable institutions. So tell me of these, O damsel, and who is thy Lord, who thy prophet, and who thy brethren? Also, what is thy point of fronting in prayer, what thine exemplar, what thy path, and what thy highway?" "Allah is my Lord," replied she, "and Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, my prophet, and the true believers are my brethren. The Quran is my exemplar, and the Kaaba my point of fronting, the practice of good is my path, and the Sunnah my highway." Q. With what do we know God the Most High? A. With the understanding. Q. And what is the understanding? A. It is of two kinds, natural and acquired. The first is that which God, to whom belong might and majesty, bestoweth on whom he will of his servants, and the other is that which men acquire by dint of study and fair knowledge. Q. Thou hast answered well. Where is the seat of the understanding? God casteth it in the heart, whence its lustre ascendeth to the brain, and there becometh fixed. Q. How knowest thou the prophet of God? A. By the reading of God's holy book, and by signs and proofs and portents and miracles. Q. What are the obligatory ordinances and the immutable institutions? A. The obligatory ordinances are 5 in number. 1. Testification that there is no God but God alone, that he hath no partner in divinity, and that Muhammad is his servant and his apostle. 2. The scrupulous performance of the enjoined prayers. 3. The payment of the poor rate. 4. Fasting Ramazan. 5. The performance of the pilgrimage to God's holy house, at Mecca, for all to whom it is possible. The immutable institutions are 4 in number, to wit, night and day and sun and moon, the which build up life and hope. Neither knoweth any son of Adam if they will be destroyed on the day of judgment. Q. What are the obligatory rites of the faith? A. Prayer, almsgiving, fasting, pilgrimage, fighting for the faith, and abstinence from what is forbidden. Q. Why dost thou stand up to pray? A. To express the devout intent of the slave submitting himself to, or acknowledging, the divinity. Q. What are the conditions precedent of standing up to pray? A. Purification, covering the privy parts, the avoidance of soiled clothes, standing on a clean place, fronting the Kaaba, a standing posture, the intent and the magnification of prohibition. Q. With what shouldest thou go forth thy house to pray? A. With an intent of worship. Q. With what intent shouldest thou enter the mosque? A. With an intent of service. Q. Why do we front the Kaaba? A. In obedience to 3 divine and 1 traditional ordinance. Q. What is the commencement, the consecration, and the dissolution, end, of prayer? A. Purification, the magnification of prohibition, and the salutation of the angels, concluding prayer. Q. What of him who neglecteth prayer? A. It is reported, among the authentic traditions of the Prophet, that he said, "He who neglecteth prayer wilfully and without excuse, hath no part in Islam." Q. What is prayer? A. Prayer is communion between the slave and his Lord, and in it are 10 virtues, to wit, 1. It illumines the heart, 2. Makes the face shine, 3. pleases the merciful one, 4. Angers Satan, 5. Conjures calamity, 6. Wards off the mischief of enemies, 7. Multiplies mercy, 8. Forfends vengeance, or punishment, 9. Brings the slave nigh unto, or in favor with, his lord, and 10. Restrains from lewdness and iniquity. It is one of the written obligatory ordinances and the pillar of the faith. Q. What is the key of prayer? A. Ablution. Q. What is the key of ablution? A. Nomination. Q. That of naming God? A. Faith. Q. That of faith? A. Trust in God. Q. That of trust in God? A. Hope. Q. That of hope? A. Obedience. Q. That of obedience? A. The confession of the unity and the acknowledgement of the divinity of God. Q. What are the divine ordinances of ablution? They are 6 in number, according to the canon of the Imam Shafi Muhammad ben Idris, of whom God accept, to wit, 1. Intent to wash the face, 2. Washing the face, 3. Washing the hands and elbows, 4. Wiping part of the head, 5. Washing the feet and heels, and 6. Observing the prescribed order of ablution, whose statutes are 10 in number, to wit, 1. Nomination, 2. Washing the hands before putting them into the vase, 3. Rinsing the mouth, 4. Drawing up water through the nostrils, 5. Wiping the whole head, 6. Washing the ears within and without with fresh water, 7. Separating a thick beard, 8. Separating the fingers and toes, 9. Washing the right foot before the left, and 10. Doing each of these thrice and all in unbroken succession. When the ablution is ended, the devotee should, quoth Es Shafi, say, I testify that there is no God but God alone, who hath no partner, and that Muhammad is his servant and apostle. O my God, make me of those who repent and are made clean. Glory to thee, O my God, and in thy praise I testify that there is no God but thou. I crave pardon of thee and repent to thee. For it is reported, in the holy traditions, that the Prophet, whom God bless and keep, said of this prayer, Whoso winsweth every ablution with this prayer, the 8 gates of paradise are open to him, he shall enter at which he pleases. Q. When a man purposes to make the ablution, what betides him from the angels and the devils? When a man prepares for ablution, the angels come and stand on his right and the devils on his left hand. If he name God, at the beginning of the ablution, the devils flee from him and the angels hover over him with a pavilion of light, having 4 ropes, to each an angel glorifying God and craving pardon for him, so long as he remains silent or calls upon the name of God. But if he omit to begin with naming God, to whom belong might and majesty, neither remain silent, the angels depart from him and the devils settle upon him and whisper evil thoughts unto him, till he falls into doubt and comes short in his ablution. For, quoth he on whom be blessing and salvation, a perfect ablution driveth away the devils and assureth against the tyranny of the Sultan, and he who neglecteth the ablution, if calamity befall him, let him blame none but himself. Q. What should a man do, when he awakes from sleep? F. He should wash his hands thrice, before putting them into the vessel. Q. What are the ordinances, Quranic and traditional, of complete ablution? The Quranic ordinances are intent in covering the whole body with water, so that it shall come at every part of the hair and skin. The traditional, previous partial ablution, as before prayer, rubbing the body, separating the hair and deferring in words the washing of the feet till the end of the ablution. Q. What are the reasons, or occasions, for making the ablution with other than water, and what are the ordinances thereof, Quranic and traditional? The reasons are 7 in number, to wit, lack of water, fear, need thereto, going astray on a journey, sickness, having the bones, broken and, in splints and wounds. As for its ordinances, the Quranic are 4 in number, to wit, intent, dust, applying it to the face and to the hands, and the traditional 2, to wit, nomination and preferring the right before the left hand. Q. What are the conditions, the essentials, or fundamentals, and the traditional statutes of prayer? F. The conditions are 5 in number, to wit, 1. Purification of the members, 2. Covering the privy parts, 3. Observing the proper hours, either of certainty or to the best of one's belief, 4. Fronting the Kaaba, and 5. Standing on a clean place. The essentials are 12 in number, to wit, 1. Intent, 2. The magnification of prohibition, 3. Standing at the proper distance one from another, 4. Repeating the first chapter of the Quran, and also, according to the Shafi'ites, saying, "In the name of God the Merciful, the Compassionate," a verse thereof, 5. Bowing the body in tranquility, or gravity, therein, 6. Keeping the feet and legs still and in the same position, whilst the rest of the body moves, and tranquility therein, 7. Prostration and tranquility therein, 8. Sitting between 2 prostrations and tranquility therein, 9. Repeating the latter profession of the faith and sitting up therefore. 10. Invoking benediction on the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve. 11. The first salutation, and 12. The intent of making an end of prayer, expressed in words. The traditional statutes are the call to prayer, the repetition of the words of the latter, raising the hands to either side of the face, whilst pronouncing the magnification of prohibition, pronouncing the magnification before reciting the Fatiha, first chapter of the Quran, seeking refuge with God, saying Amen, repeating the obligatory chapter of the Quran after the Fatiha, repeating the magnifications during change of posture, saying, "May God hear him who praiseth him, and O our Lord, to thee be the praise," uttering aloud the prayers in their places and in like manner, under the breath, those so prescribed, the first testification and sitting up thereto, blessing the Prophet therein, blessing his family in the latter profession, or testification, and the second salutation. Q. On what is the poor rate taxable? A. On gold and silver and camels and oxen and sheep and wheat and barley and millet and beans and pulse and rice and raisins and dates. Q. What is the poor rate on gold? A. Below 20 dinars, nothing, but, on that amount and over, half a dinar for every score. Q. On silver? Up under 200 dirhams, nothing, then, 5 dirhams on every 200. Q. On camels? A. For every 5, in you, or for every 25 a pregnant camel. Q. On sheep? A. On 40 and over, and you for every 40 head. Q. What are the ordinances of the fast of Ramazan? A. The Quranic are intent, abstinence from eating, drinking, and copulation and stoppage of vomiting. It is incumbent on all who submit to the law, save women in their courses in 40 days after childbirth, and it becomes obligatory on sight of the new moon or on news of its appearance, brought by a trustworthy person and commending itself as truth to the hearer's heart, and among its requisites is that it be commenced by night. The traditional ordinances of fasting are, hastening to break the fast, deferring the fore-dawn meal and abstaining from speech, save for good works and for calling on the name of God and reciting the Quran. Q. What things vitiate not the fast? A. The use of unguents and eye powders and the dust of the road and the swallowing of one's spittle and the emission of seed in dreams of dalliance or at the sight of a strange woman in cupping and letting blood, none of these things vitiates the fast. Q. What are the prayers of the 2 great, annual, festivals? F. 2 unbow prayers, after the traditional ordinance, without call to prayer or the repetition thereof by the devotee, who shall say, "Prayer is a collector of all folk," and pronounce the magnification 7 times in the first prayer, besides the magnification of prohibition, and in the second, 5 times, besides that of rising up, according to the canon of the Imami Shafi, on whom God have mercy, and make the profession of the faith. Q. What are the prayers prescribed on the occasion of an eclipse of the sun or moon? F. 2 Unbow prayers, without call to prayer or repetition thereof by the devotee, who shall make in each 2 standings up and 2 inclinations and 2 prostrations, then sit up and testify and salute. Q. What is the ritual of prayer for rain? F. 2 Unbow prayers, without call to prayer or repetition, then shall the devotee make the profession and salute. Moreover, the Imam shall deliver an exhortation and, in place of the magnification, as in the 2 exhortations of the 2 great festivals, ask pardon of God and reverse his mantle and pray and supplicate. Q. What are the additional or occasional prayers? A. The least is a 1-bow prayer and the most 11. Q. What is the forenoon prayer? A. At least 2 1-bow prayers and at most 12. Q. What is the service of seclusion? A. It is a matter of traditional ordinance. Q. What are its conditions? A. 1. Expression of intent. 2. Not leaving the mosque save of necessity. 3. Not having to do with a woman. 4. Fasting and 5. Abstaining from speech. Q. Under what conditions is pilgrimage obligatory? So a man be of full age and understanding and a true believer, and it be possible to him, and it is obligatory, on all, once before death. Q. What are the Quranic statutes of the pilgrimage? 1. Assumption of the pilgrim's habit. 2. Station at Arafat. 3. Compassing the Kaaba. 4. Running between Safa and Marwa. And 5. Previous shaving or clipping the hair. Q. What are the Quranic statutes of the lesser pilgrimage? Reassuming the pilgrim's habit encompassing and running, as before. Q. What are the Quranic ordinances of the assumption of the pilgrim's habit? A. Putting off sewn garments, forswearing perfume and ceasing to shave the head or cut the nails and avoiding the killing of game and copulation. Q. What are the traditional statutes of the pilgrimage? A. 1. The crying out. Here I am, O our Lord. 2. The circuitings, about the Kaaba, of arrival, at, and departure, from Mecca. 3. The passing the night at Muzdalif and Mina. And 4. The stone throwing. Q. What is the war in defense of the faith and its essentials? A. Its essentials are 1. The descent of the infidels upon us. 2. The existence of the Imam. 3. A state of armed preparation. And 4. Firmness in meeting the foe. Its ordinance is incital to battle, in that the Most High hath said, O my Prophet, incite the faithful to battle. Q. What are the ordinances of buying and selling? F. The Quranic are 1. Offer and acceptance, and 2. If the thing sold be a white slave, by whom one profiteth, to do one's endeavor to convert him to Islam, and 3. To abstain from usury, the traditional resiliation and option before separating. After the saying of the Prophet, the parties to a sale shall have the option of cancelling or altering the terms of a bargain, whilst they are yet unseparated. Q. What is it forbidden to sell or exchange? For what? A. On this point I mind me of an authentic tradition, reported by Nafi of the Apostle of God, that he forbade the sale of dried dates for fresh and fresh figs for dry and jerked for fresh meat and cream for butter. In fine, of all eatables of one and the same kind, it is unlawful to sell some for other some. When the professor heard her words and knew that she was keen of wit, ingenious and learned in jurisprudence and the traditions and the interpretation of the Quran and what not else, he said in himself, Needs must I go about with her, that I may overcome her in the assembly of the commander of the faithful. So he said to her, O damsel, what is the lexicographical meaning of the word wuzu? And she answered, cleanliness and freedom from impurities. Q. And of prayer? A. An invocation of good. Q. And of guzzle? A. Purification. Q. And of fasting? A. Abstention. Q. And of zekat? A. Increase. Q. And of pilgrimage? A. Visitation, or quest. Q. And of jihad? A. Endeavor in, repelling. With this the doctor's arguments were exhausted, so he rose to his feet and said, Bear witness against me, O commander of the faithful, that this damsel is more learned than I am in the law. Quoth she, I will ask thee somewhat, which do thou answer me speedily, and thou be indeed a learned man. Say on, quoth he, and she said, What are the arrows of the faith? They are 10 in number, answered he, to wit, 1. Testification, that is, religion, 2. Prayer, that is, the covenant, 3. Alms, that is, purification, 4. Fasting, that is, defensive armor, 5. Pilgrimage, that is, the law, 6. Fighting for the faith, that is, a general duty. 7. Enjoining to beneficence, and 8. Forbidding from iniquity, both of which are jealousy, for good. 9. The communion of the faithful, that is, sociableness, and 10. Seeking knowledge, that is, the praiseworthy way. Q. What are the roots of Islam? A. They are 4 in number, to wit, sincerity of belief, truth of purpose, observance of the limit prescribed by the law, and keeping the covenant. Then said she, I have one more question to ask thee, which if thou answer, it is well, else, I will take thy clothes. Quoth he, Speak, O damsel, and she said, What are the branches of Islam? But he was silent and made no reply, and she said, Put off thy clothes, and I will expound them to thee. Quoth the Caliph, Expound them, and I will make him put off his clothes for thee. They are 22 in number, answered she, to wit, 1. Holding fast to the book of God the Most High, 2. Taking example by his apostle, whom God bless and preserve, 3. Abstaining from doing evil, 4. Eating what is lawful, and 5. Avoiding what is unlawful, 6. Restoring things wrongfully taken to their owners, 7. Repentance, 8. Knowledge of the law, 9. Love of Abraham, the friend of God, 10. And of the followers of the revelation, 11. Belief in the apostles, 12. Fear of apostasy, 13. Preparation for departure, 14. Strength of conviction, 15. Clemency in time of power, 16. Strength in time of weakness, 17. Patience under affliction, 18. Knowledge of God the Most High, and 19. Of what his prophet hath made known to us, 20. Gainsaying Iblis the accursed, 21. Striving earnestly against the lusts of the soul and gainsaying them, and 22. Guiltlessness of believing in any other God but God. When the commander of the faithful heard her words, he bade the doctor put off his clothes and hood, and he did so and went forth, beaten and confounded, from the Caliph's presence. Thereupon arose another man and said to her, O damsel, hear a few questions from me. Say on, quoth she, and he said, What are the conditions of valid purchase by payment in advance? That the amount of the thing bought, the kind and the period of delivery to the purchaser be fixed or known, replied she. Q. What are the Quranic canons of eating? A. The confession, by the eater, that God the Most High provideth him and giveth him to eat and drink, and thanksgiving to him therefore. Q. What is thanksgiving? A. The use by the creature of that which God vouchsafeth to him in the manner and to the ends for which he hath created it. Q. What are the traditional canons of eating? F. The preliminary naming of God, and washing the hands, sitting on the left buttock, eating with 3 fingers and eating of that which is chewed. Q. What are the civilities of eating? A. Taking small mouthfuls and looking little at one's table companion. Q. What are the heart stays, or articles of faith, and their correlatives? A. They are 3 in number, to wit, 1. Holding fast to the faith, the correlative whereof is the shunning of infidelity. 2. Holding fast to the traditional law and its correlative, the shunning of innovation, or heresy. And 3. Holding fast to obedience and its correlative, the shunning of disobedience. Q. What are the conditions of ablution? A. 1. Submission to the will of God. 2. Possession of discernment of good and evil, or having attained the age of discretion. 3. Purity of the water. And 4. Absence of legal or material impediments. Q. What is belief? A. It is divided into 9 parts, to wit, 1. Belief in the one worshipped. 2. Belief in the condition of slavery, of the worshipper. 3. Belief in one God, to the exclusion of all others. 4. Belief in the 2 handfuls. 5. Belief in providence. 6. Belief in the abrogating. And 7. In the abrogated. 8. Belief in God, His angels and apostles. And 9. In foreordained fate, general and particular, its good and ill, sweet and bitter. Q. What 3 things do away other 3? A. It is told of Sufyan the that he said, 3 things do away other 3. Making light of the pious doth away the future life, making light of kings doth away this life, and making light of expenditure doth away wealth. Q. What are the keys of the heavens, and how many gates have they? Quoth God the Most High, and heaven shall be opened, and it shall be, all, doors. And quoth he whom God bless and keep, none knoweth the number of the gates of heaven, save he who created it, and there is no son of Adam but hath 2 gates allotted to him in the skies, one whereby his subsistence cometh down, and another wherethrough his works, good and evil, ascend. The former is not closed, save when his term of life comes to an end, nor the latter, till his soul ascends, for judgment. Q. Tell me of a thing and a half thing and a no thing. A. The thing is the believer, the half thing the hypocrite, and the no thing the infidel. Q. Tell me of various kinds of hearts. A. There is the whole, or perfect, heart, which is that of Abraham, the friend of God, the sick heart, that of the infidel, the contrite heart, that of the pious, fearful ones, the heart consecrated to God, that of our Lord Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, and the enlightened, or enlightening, heart, that of those who follow him. The hearts of the learned are of 3 kinds, to wit, those that are in love with this world, with the next and with their Lord, and it is said that hearts are 3, the suspended, that of the infidel, the non-existent, or lost, that of the hypocrite, and the constant, or firm, that of the true believer. Moreover, it is said that the latter is of 3 kinds, namely, the heart dilated with lightened faith, that wounded with fear of estrangement, and that which feareth to be forsaken of God. Quoth the second doctor, Thou hast said well. Whereupon said she to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, he has questioned me, till he is weary, and now I will ask him 2 questions. If he answer them, it is well, and if not, I will take his clothes, and he shall depart in peace. Quoth the doctor, Ask me what thou wilt. And she said, What is religion? Religion, answered he, is confession with the tongue and belief with the heart and doing with the members. Quoth the prophet, The believer is not perfect in belief, except 5 qualities be accomplished in him, namely, trust in God, committal of his affair to him, submission to his commandment, acquiescence in his decrees, and that he do all for his sake. So is he of those who are acceptable to God and who give and withhold for his sake, and he is perfect in belief. Then said she, What is the Quranic ordinance of ordinances, and the ordinance which is the preliminary of all ordinances, and that of which all others stand in need, and that which comprehendeth all others? And what is the traditional ordinance that entereth into the Quranic, and that whereby the latter is completed? But he was silent and made no reply, whereupon the Caliph bade her expound and ordered him to doff his clothes and give them to her. "O doctor," said she, "the Quranic ordinance of ordinances is the knowledge of God the Most High, that, which is the preliminary of all others, is the testifying that there is no God but God and that Muhammad is his apostle, that, of which all others have need, is ablution, that, which comprehenseth all others, is that of total ablution from ceremonial defilement, the traditional ordinance that enters into the Quranic is the separation of the fingers and the thick beard, and that, wherewith all Quranic ordinances are completed, is circumcision." Therewith was manifest the insufficiency of the doctor, who rose to his feet and said, "I call God to witness, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned than I in the law and what pertains thereto." So saying, he put off his clothes and went away, defeated. Then turned she to the rest of the learned men present and said, "O masters, which of you is the reader, versed in the 7 readings and in syntax and lexicography?" Thereupon the professor arose and seating himself before her, said, "Hast thou read the book of God the Most High and made thyself thoroughly acquainted with its verses and its various parts, abrogating and abrogated, equivocal and unequivocal, Meccan and Medinan? Dost thou understand its interpretation and hast thou studied it, according to the various versions and readings?" "Yes," answered she, and he said, "What, then, is the number of its chapters, how many are Meccan and how many Medinan? How many verses and decades does it contain? How many words and how many letters and how many acts of prostration and how many prophets and birds are mentioned in it?" "It contains 114 chapters," replied she, "whereof 70 were revealed at Mecca and 44 at Medina, 6,336 verses, 621 decades, 79,439 words and 323,670 letters, and to the reader thereof, for every letter, accrue 10 benefits. The acts of prostration it contains are 14 in number, and 25 prophets are named therein, to wit, Adam, Noah, Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Elisha, Jonah, Lot, Salih, Hud, Shuaib, David, Solomon, Dulkifl, Idris, Elias, Yahya, Zacharias, Job, Moses, Aaron, Jesus and Muhammad, the peace of God and his blessing be on them all. Moreover, 9 birds, or flying things, are mentioned in the Quran, namely, the gnat, the bee, the fly, the ant, the hoopoe, the crow, the locust, the bustard and the bird of Jesus, on whom be peace, to wit, the bat. Q. Which is the most excellent chapter of the Quran? A. That of the cow. Q. Which is the most magnificent verse? F. That of the throne, it has 50 words, in each 50 blessings. Q. What verse hath in it 9 signs, or wonders? A. That in which quoth God the Most High, verily, in the creation of the heavens and the earth and the alternation of night and day and the ship that runneth in the sea with what profiteth mankind and in what God sendeth down from heaven of water and quickeneth therewith the earth, after its dearth, and spreadeth abroad therein all manner cattle, and the shifting of the winds and the clouds, pressed into service betwixt heaven and earth, are signs for folk who understand. Q. Which is the most just? A. That in which God saith, verily, God commandeth to justice and beneficence in giving to those that are near unto us and forbiddeth from profligacy and iniquity and oppression. Q. Which is the most yearnful? A. That in which quoth God, shall every man of them yearn to enter a garden of delight? Q. Which is the most hopeful? A. That in which quoth God the Most High, say, O ye my servants, that have transgressed against your own souls, despair not of the mercy of God. Indeed, God forgiveth sins, all of them, for he is the forgiving, the compassionate. Q. By what version dost thou read? A. By that of the people of paradise, to wit, the version of Nafi. Q. In which verse doth God make prophets lie? A. In that wherein he saith, they, the brothers of Joseph, brought lying blood upon his shirt. Q. In which doth he make infidels speak the truth? F. In that wherein he saith, the Jews say, the Nazarenes are grounded on naught, and the Nazarenes say, the Jews are grounded on naught, and yet they both read the Scripture. And, in this, both speak the truth. Q. In which doth God speak in his own person, in the singular? A. In that in which he saith, neither have I created jinn and men, but that they should worship. Q. In which do the angels speak? A. In that which saith, we celebrate thy praises and hallow thee. Q. What sayest thou of the formula, I seek refuge with God from Satan the stoned? A. It is obligatory, by commandment of God, on all who read the Quran, as appears by his saying, when thou readest the Quran, seek refuge with God from Satan the stoned. Q. What are the words and variants of the formula? A. Some say, I take refuge with God the all-hearing and knowing, etc., and others, with God the strong, but the best is that of which the noble Quran and the traditions speak. The Prophet was used, when as he was about to open the Quran, to say, I take refuge with God from Satan the stoned. And quoth a tradition, reported by Nafi on the authority of his adopted father, the Apostle of God used, when he rose in the night to pray, to say aloud, God is most great, with all greatness. Praise be to God abundantly. Glory to God morning and evening. Then would he say, I seek refuge with God from Satan the stoned and from the instigations of the devils and their evil suggestions. And it is told of Ibn Abbas, of whom God accept, that he said, the first time Gabriel came down to the Prophet with a portion of the Quran, he taught him the formula of seeking refuge, saying, O Muhammad, say, I seek refuge with God the all-hearing and knowing, then say, in the name of God the compassionate, the merciful. And read, in the name of thy Lord who created men from clotted blood. Q. What sayest thou of the verse, in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful? Is it one of the verses of the Quran? F. Yes, it is a verse of the ant and occurs also, at the head of the first end, between every two following chapters, and there is much difference of opinion, respecting this, among the learned. Q. Why is not the formula written at the head of the chapter of immunity? F. When this chapter was revealed for the dissolution of the alliance between the Prophet and the idolaters, the former sent Ali ibn Abi Talib, whose face God honor, therewith, from Medina to Mecca, at the season of the greater pilgrimage, and he read the chapter to them, but did not read, in the name, etc. Q. What of the excellence of the formula and the blessing that attaches to it? F. It is told of the Prophet that he said, never is in the name, etc. pronounced over aught, but there is a blessing in it, and it is reported, on his authority, that the Lord of glory swore by his glory that never should the formula be pronounced over a sick person, but he should be healed of his sickness. Moreover, it is said that, when God created the imperial heaven, it was agitated with an exceeding agitation, but he wrote on it, in the name, etc., and its agitation subsided. When the formula was first revealed to the Prophet, he said, I am safe from three things, earthquake and metamorphosis and drowning, and indeed its virtues are great and its blessings too many to enumerate. It is told of the Prophet that he said, there will be brought before God, on the judgment day, a man with whom he shall reckon, and finding no good deed to his account, shall order him to the fire, but the man will say, O my God, thou hast not dealt justly by me. Then shall God, to whom belong might and majesty, say, How so? And the man will answer, saying, O Lord, for that thou callest thyself the compassionate, the merciful, yet wilt thou punish me with the fire. And God, extolled be his majesty, shall say, I did indeed name myself the compassionate, the merciful. Carry my servant to paradise, of my mercy, for I am the most merciful of those that have mercy. Q. What was the origin of the use of the formula? When God revealed the Quran, they wrote, "In thy name, O my God." When he revealed the words, say, "Pray ye to God," or "Pray ye to the compassionate, what days ye pray, for to him belong the most fair names," they wrote, "In the name of God, the compassionate." And when he revealed the words, "Your God is one God, there is no God but he, the compassionate, the merciful," they wrote, "In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful." Q. Did God reveal the Quran all at once or at intervals? Gabriel the faithful Spirit, on whom be peace, descended with it from the Lord of the worlds upon his prophet Muhammad, Prince of the Apostles and Seal of the Prophets, by detached verses, containing commandment and prohibition, promise and menace, anecdotes and similitudes, as the occasion called for it, in the course of 20 years. Q. Which chapter was first revealed? According to Ibn Abbas, that of the clot of blood, and according to Jabir ben Abdullah, that of the covered, with a cloak. Q. Which verse was the last revealed? That of usury, and it is said, also, the verse, "When there cometh God's succor and victory." Q. Tell me the names of the companions who collected the Quran, in the lifetime of the Apostle of God. They were 4 in number, to wit, Ubay ibn Ka'b, Zayd ibn Thabit, Abu Ubaidah Amir ben Jarrah and Uthman ben Affan, may God accept of them all. Q. Who are the readers, from whom the accepted reading of the Quran is taken? They are 4 in number, namely, Abdullah ben Mas'ud, Ubay ben Ka'b, Ma'd ben Jebel and Salim ben Abdullah. Q. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, that which is sacrificed to stones? The stones are idols, which are set up and worshipped, instead of God the Most High, and, from this, we seek refuge with him. Q. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High? Quoth Jesus, "Thou knowest what is in my soul, and I know not what is in thy soul." A. They mean, "Thou, God, knowest the truth of me and what is in me, and I, Jesus, know not what is in thee." And the proof of this are his words, "Thou, God, art he that knoweth the hidden things," and it is said, also, "Thou, God, knowest my essence, but I, a man, know not thine essence." Q. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High? O ye that believe, deny not yourselves the good things that God hath made lawful to you. My master, on whom God have mercy, told me that Easy Zahak said, there was a people of the true believers who said, "We will dock our yards and don sackcloth," whereupon this verse was revealed. But Al-Qutadeh says that it was revealed on account of sundry companions of the Apostle of God, Ali ibn Abi Talib and Uthman ben Muzab and others, who said, "We will dock ourselves and don hair, cloth, and make us monks." Q. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, and God took Abraham to friend? The friend of God is the needy, the poor, and, according to another saying, he is the lover, he who is absorbed in the love of God the Most High and in whose exclusive devotion there is no falling away. When the professor saw her pass on in speech with the passing of the clouds and that she stayed not in answering, he rose to his feet and said, "I take God to witness, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned than I in Quranic exegesis and what pertains thereto." Then said she, "I will ask thee one question, which if thou answer, it is well, but if thou answer not, I will strip off thy clothes." "Ask on," quoth the Caliph, and she said, "Which verse of the Quran has in it 23 qafs, which 16 mims, which 140 ayns, and which section lacks the formula, 'To whom, God, belong might and majesty'?" He could not answer, and she said to him, "Put off thy clothes." So he doffed them, and she said, "O Commander of the Faithful, the verse of the 16 mims is in the chapter Hud and is the saying of the Most High. It was said, O Noah, go down in peace from us, and blessing upon thee." That of the 23 qafs is the verse called of the faith, in the chapter of the cow. That of the 140 ayns is in the chapter of El Araf. and Moses chose 70 men of his tribe to attend, our appointed time, to each man a pair of eyes. And the set portion which lacks the formula, to whom, God, belong might and majesty, is that which comprises the chapters, the hour draweth nigh and the moon is cloven in twain, the compassionate and the event. And the professor departed in confusion. Then came forward the skilled physician and said to her, We have done with theology and come now to physiology. Tell me, therefore, how is man made, how many veins, bones, and vertebrae are there in his body, which is the chief vein, and why Adam was named Adam? Adam was called Adam, answered she, because of the udma, to wit, the tawny color of his complexion, and also, it is said, because he was created of the atom of the earth, that is to say, of the soil of its surface. His breast was made of the earth of the Kabe, his head of earth from the east and his legs of earth from the west. There were created for him 7 doors, or openings, in his head, to wit, the eyes, the ears, the nostrils and the mouth, and 2 passages, the urethra and the anus. The eyes were made the seat of the sense of sight, the ears of that of hearing, the nostrils of that of smell, the mouth of that of taste, and the tongue to speak forth what is in the innermost heart of man. Adam was originally created of 4 elements combined, water, earth, fire and air. The yellow bile is the humor of fire, being hot and dry, the black bile that of earth, being cold and dry, the phlegm that of water, being cold and moist, and the blood that of air, being hot and moist. There are in man 360 veins, 240 bones and 3 souls, or natures, the animal, the rational and the essential or natural, to each of which is allotted a separate function. Moreover, God made him a heart and spleen and lungs and 6 guts and a liver and 2 kidneys and marrow, or brain, and buttocks and bones and skin and 5 senses, hearing, seeing, smell, taste and touch. The heart he set on the left side of the breast and made the stomach the exemplar, or governor, thereof. He appointed the lungs for a ventilator to the heart and set the liver on the right side, opposite thereto. Moreover, he made, besides this, the midriff and the intestines and set up the bones of the breast and ribbed them with the ribs. Q. How many ventricles are there in a man's head? F3, which contain 5 faculties, styled the intrinsic senses, i.e. common sense, fancy, thought, apperception and memory. Q. Describe to me the scheme of the bones. A. It consists of 240 bones, which are divided into 3 parts, the head, the trunk, and the extremities. The head is divided into skull and face. The skull is constructed of 8 bones, and to it are attached the teeth, 2 and 30 in number, and the hyoid bone, 1. The trunk is divided into spinal column, breast, and basin. The spinal column is made up of 24 bones, called vertebrae, the breast of the breastbone and the ribs, which are 24 in number, 12 on each side, and the basin of the hips, the sacrum and the coccyx. The extremities are divided into arms and legs. The arms are again divided into shoulder, comprising shoulder blades and collarbone, the upper arm, 1 bone, the forearm, composed of 2 bones, the radius and the ulna, and the hand, consisting of the wrist, the metacarpus and the fingers. The wrist is composed of 8 bones, ranked in 2 rows, each comprising 4 bones, the metacarpus of 5 and the fingers, which are 5 in number, of 3 bones each, called the phalanges, except the thumb, which has but 2. The lower extremities are divided into thigh, 1 bone, leg, composed of 3 bones, the tibia, the fibula and the knee pan, and the foot, divided like the hand, with the exception of the wrist, which is composed of 7 bones, ranged in 2 rows, 2 in one and 5 in the other. Q. Which is the root of the veins? F. The aorta from which they ramify, and they are many, none knoweth the tale of them save he who created them, but, as I have before observed, it is said that they are 360 in number. Moreover, God hath appointed the tongue to interpret, for the thought, the eyes to serve as lanterns, the nostrils to smell with, and the hands for prehensors. The liver is the seat of pity, the spleen of laughter, and the kidneys of craft. The lungs are the ventilators, the stomach the storehouse, and the heart the pillar, or mainstay, of the body. When the heart is sound, the whole body is sound, and when the heart is corrupt, the whole body is corrupt. Q. What are the outward signs and symptoms of disease in the members of the body, both internal and external? A physician, who is a man of understanding, looks into the state of the body and is guided by the feel of the hands, according as they are firm, or flabby, hot or cool, moist or dry. Internal disorders are also indicated by external symptoms, such as yellowness of the whites of the eyes, which denotes jaundice, and bending of the back, which denotes disease of the lungs. Q. What are the internal symptoms of disease? F. The science of the diagnosis of disease by internal symptoms is founded upon 6 canons, to wit, 1. The actions of the patient, 2. What is evacuated from his body, 3. The nature, and 4. Sight of the pain he feels, 5. Swelling, and 6. The effluvia given off by his body. Q. How cometh hurt to the head? A. By the introduction of food upon food, before the first be digested, and by satiety upon satiety, this it is that wasteth peoples. He who will live long, let him be early with the morning meal and not late with the evening meal, let him be sparing of commerce with women and chary of cupping and bloodletting, and make of his belly 3 parts, 1 for food, 1 for drink, and the 3rd for air. For that a man's intestines are 18 spans in length, and it befits that he appoint 6 for food, 6 for drink, and 6 for air. If he walk, let him go gently, it will be wholesomer for him and better for his body, and more in accordance with the saying of God the Most High, walk not boisterously, or proudly, upon the earth. Q. What are the symptoms of yellow bile, and what is to be feared therefrom? F. The symptoms are sallow complexion and dryness and bitter taste in the mouth, failure of the appetite, and rapid pulse, and the patient has to fear high fever and delirium and prickly heat and jaundice and tumor and ulceration of the bowels and excessive thirst. Q. What are the symptoms of black bile, and what has the patient to fear from it, if it get the mastery of the body? F. The symptoms are deceptive appetite and great mental disquiet and care and anxiety, and it behoves that it be evacuated, else it will generate melancholy and leprosy and cancer and disease of the spleen and ulceration of the bowels. Q. Into how many branches is the art of medicine divided? F. Into 2, the art of diagnosing diseases and that of restoring the diseased body to health. Q. When is the drinking of medicine more efficacious than other when? A. When the sap runs in the wood and the grape thickens in the cluster and the auspicious planets are in the ascendant, then comes in the season of the efficacy of drinking medicine and the doing away of disease. Q. What time is it, when, if a man drink from a new vessel, the drink is wholesomer and more digestible to him than at another time, and there ascends to him a pleasant and penetrating fragrance? A. When he waits a while after eating, as quoth the poet. I rid thee drink not after food in haste, but tarry still, else with a halter wilt thou lead thy body into ill. Yea, wait a little after thou hast eaten, brother mine, then drink, and peradventure thus shalt thou attain unto thy will. Q. What food is it that giveth not rise to ailments? That which is not eaten but after hunger, and when it is eaten, the ribs are not filled with it, even as saith Galen the physician, whoso will take in food, let him go slowly and he shall not go wrong. To end with the saying of the prophet, whom God bless and preserve, the stomach is the home of disease, and abstinence is the beginning of cure, for the origin of every disease is indigestion, that is to say, corruption of the meat in the stomach. Q. What sayest thou of the bath? Let not the full man enter it. Quoth the prophet, the bath is the delight of the house, for that it cleanseth the body and calleth to mind the fire of hell. Q. What waters are best for bathing? F. Those whose waters are sweet and plains wide and whose air is pleasant and wholesome, its climate, or seasons, being fair, autumn and summer and winter and spring. Q. What kind of food is the most excellent? That which women make and which has not cost overmuch trouble and which is readily digested. The most excellent of food is bruse, according to the saying of the prophet, bruse excels other food, even as Aisha excels other women. Q. What kind of seasoning is most excellent? Flesh meat, quoth the prophet, is the most excellent of seasonings, for that it is the delight of this world and the next. Q. What kind of meat is the most excellent? Mutton, but jerked meat is to be avoided, for there is no profit in it. Q. What of fruits? Eat them in their prime and leave them when their season is past. Q. What sayest thou of drinking water? Drink it not in large quantities nor by gulps, or it will give thee the headache and cause divers kinds of harm. Neither drink it immediately after the bath nor after copulation or eating, except it be after the lapse of 15 minutes for a young and 40 for an old man, or waking from sleep. Q. What of drinking wine? Doth not the prohibition suffice thee in the book of God the Most High, where he saith, Verily, wine and casting lots and idols and divining arrows are an abomination of the fashion of the devil, shun them, so surely shall ye thrive. And again, if they ask thee of wine and casting lots, say, in them are great sin and advantages to mankind, but the sin of them is greater than the advantage. Quoth the poet, O winebibber, art not ashamed and afraid to drink of a thing that thy Maker forbade? Come, put the cup from thee and mell with it not, for wine and its drinker God still doth upbraid. And quoth another, I drank the sweet sin till my wit went astray, 'tis ill drinking of that which doth reason away. As for the useful qualities that are therein, it disperses gravel from the kidneys and strengthens the bowels, banishes care, moves to generosity and preserves health and digestion. It assains the body, expels disease from the joints, purifies the frame of corrupt humors, engenders cheerfulness and gladdens and keeps up the natural heat. It contracts the bladder, strengthens the liver and removes obstructions, reddens the face, clears away cobwebs from the brain and defers gray hairs. In short, had not God, to whom belong might and majesty, forbidden it, there were not on the face of the earth aught fit to stand in its place. As for drawing lots, it is a game of hazard. Q. What wine is the best? A. That which is pressed from white grapes and ferments 80 days or more, it resembleth not water, and indeed there is nothing on the surface of the earth like unto it. Q. What of cupping? A. It is for him who is, full of blood and has no defect therein. Whoso will be cupped, let it be at the wane of the moon, on a day without cloud or wind or rain in the 17th of the month. If it fall on a Tuesday, it will be the more efficacious, and nothing is more salutary for the brain and eyes and for clearing the memory than cupping. Q. What is the best time for cupping? One should be cupped fasting, for this fortifies the wit and the memory. It is reported of the prophet that, when anyone complained to him of a pain in the head or legs, he would bid him be cupped and not eat salt meat, fasting, for it engendered scurvy, neither eat sour milk immediately after cupping. Q. When is cupping to be avoided? A. On Wednesdays and Saturdays, and let him who is cupped on these days blame none but himself. Moreover, one should not be cupped in very hot nor in very cold weather, and the best season for cupping is spring. Q. Tell me of copulation. At this Tadadad hung her head, for shame and confusion before the Caliph, then said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, it is not that I am at fault, but that I am ashamed, though, indeed, the answer is on the tip of my tongue. Speak, O damsel, said the Caliph, whereupon quoth she, Copulation hath in it many and exceeding virtues and praiseworthy qualities, amongst which are, that it lightens a body full of black bile and calms the heat of love and engenders affection and dilates the heart and dispels sadness, and the excess of it is more harmful in summer and autumn than in spring and winter. Q. What are its good effects? F. It doth away trouble and disquiet, calms love and chagrin, and is good for ulcers and a cold and dry humor, but excess of it weakens the sight and engenders pains in the legs and head and back, and beware of having to do with old women, for they are deadly. Quoth the Imam Ali, whose face God honor, 4 things kill and ruin the body: bathing on a full stomach, eating salt meat, copulation on a plethora of blood, and lying with an ailing woman, for she will weaken thy strength and infect thy body with sickness, and an old woman is deadly poison. And quoth one of them, Beware of taking an old woman to wife, though she be richer in goods than Qur'an. Q. What is the best copulation? If the woman be young, well-shaped, fair of face, swelling-breasted, and of honorable extraction, she will add to thee strength and health of body, and let her be even as saith the poet, describing her. Even by thy looks, I trow, she knows what thou desirest, by instinct, without sign or setting forth of sense. And when thou dost behold her all-surpassing grace, her charms enable thee with gardens to dispense. Q. At what time is copulation good? A. If by day, after the morning meal, and if by night, after food digested. Q. What are the most excellent fruits? A. The pomegranate and the citron. Q. Which is the most excellent of vegetables? A. The endive. Q. Which of sweet-scented flowers? A. The rose and the violet. Q. How is sperma is secreted? A. There is in man a vein that feeds all the other veins. Water, or blood, is collected from the 360 veins and enters, in the form of red blood, the left testicle, where it is decocted, by the heat of man's temperament, into a thick, white liquid, whose odor is as that of the palm spathe. Q. What bird, or flying thing, is it that emits seed and menstruates? A. The bat, that is, the rear mouse. Q. What is that which, when it is shut out from the air, lives, and when it smells the air, dies? A. The fish. Q. What serpent lays eggs? A. The dragon. With this the physician was silent, being weary with much questioning, and Tadadad said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, he hath questioned me till he is weary, and now I will ask him one question, which if he answer not, I will take his clothes as lawful prize. Ask on, quoth the Caliph. So she said to the physician, What is that which resembles the earth in plain roundness, whose resting place and spine are hidden, little of value and estimation, narrow-chested, its throat shackled, though it be no thief nor runaway slave, thrust through and through, though not in fight, and wounded, though not in battle, time eats its vigor and water wastes it away, now it is beaten without a fault and now made to serve without stint, united after separation, submissive, but not to him who caresses it, pregnant without a child in its belly, drooping, yet not leaning on its side, becoming dirty yet purifying itself, cleaving to its mate, yet changing, copulating without a yard, wrestling without arms, resting and taking its ease, bitten, yet not crying out, now, more complaisant than a boon companion and, anon, more troublesome than summer heat, leaving its wife by night and clipping her by day and having its abode in the corners of the mansions of the noble? The physician was silent and his color changed and he bowed his head awhile in perplexity and made no reply, whereupon she said to him, O physician, speak or put off thy clothes. At this, he rose and said, O Commander of the Faithful, Bear witness against me that this damsel is more learned than I in medicine and what else, and that I cannot cope with her. And he put off his clothes and fled forth. Quoth the Caliph to Tadadud, Expound to us thy riddle, and she replied, O Commander of the Faithful, it is the button and the button loop. Then said she, Let him of you who is an astronomer come forward. So the astronomer came forward and sat down before her. When she saw him, she laughed and said, Art thou the astronomer, the mathematician, the scribe? Yes, answered he. Ask of what thou wilt, quoth she, success rests with God. So he said, Tell me of the sun and its rising and setting? And she replied, The sun rises in the eastern hemisphere and sets in the western, and each hemisphere comprises 90 degrees. Quoth God the Most High, Verily, I swear by the Lord of the places of the sunrise and of the sunsetting. And again, He it is who appointed the sun for a splendor and the moon for a light and ordained to her mansions, that ye might know the number of the years and the reckoning. The moon is sultan of the night and the sun sultan of the day, and they vie with one another in their courses and follow each other in uninterrupted succession. Quoth God the Most High, It befits not that the sun overtake the moon nor that the night prevent the day, but each glides in its own sphere. Q. When the day cometh, what becomes of the night, and what of the day, when the night cometh? A. He mocketh the night to enter into the day and the day into the night. Q. Enumerate to me the mansions of the moon. A. They are 28 in number, to wit, Sheraton, Budain, Faria, Deberan, Hika, Hina, Daira, Nethra, Turf, Jebhet, Zubre, Surfe, Awa, Simak and Gaffer, Zubaniya, Iklil, Kelb, Shal, Naim, Belda, Sad ed Dabi, Sad el Bulla, Sad el Akbiya, Sadia Suad, Ferg the former and Ferg the latter and Risha. They are disposed in the order of the letters of the alphabet, according to their numerical power, and there are in them secret virtues which none knoweth save God, glorified and exalted be He, and those who are firmly established in science. They are divided among the 12 signs of the zodiac, in the ratio of 2 mansions and a third of a mansion to each sign. Thus Sheraton, Budain and 1/3 of Thuria belong to Aries, the other 2/3 of Thuria, Deberan, and 2/3 of Hika to Taurus, the other third of Hika, Hina and Daira to Gemini, Nethra, Turf, and a third of Jebhet to Cancer, the other 2/3 of Jebhet, Zubre, and 2/3 of Surfe to Leo, the other third of Surfe, Awa and Simak to Virgo, Gepher, Zubaniya and 1/3 of Iklil to Libra, the other 2/3 of Iklil, Kelb and 2/3 of Shal to Scorpio, the other third of Shal, Naim, and Belda to Sagittarius, Sad ed Dabi, Sad el Bulla and 1/3 of Sadi es Suad to Capricorn, the other 2/3 of Sadi es Suad, Sad el Akbiya and 2/3 of Ferg the former to Aquarius, the other third of Ferg the former, Ferg the latter and Risha to Pisces. Q. Tell me of the planets and their natures, also of their sojourn and the signs of the zodiac, their aspects, favorable and sinister, their houses, ascendants and descendants. A. The sitting is narrow, for so comprehensive a matter, but they are 7 in number, to wit, the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The Sun is hot and dry, sinister in conjunction, favorable in opposition, and abides 30 days in each sign. The Moon is cold and moist, favorable of aspect, and abides 2 days in each sign and a third of another day. Mercury is of a mixed nature, favorable, in conjunction, with the favorable and sinister, in conjunction, with the sinister, asterisms, and abides in each sign 17.5 days. Venus is temperate, favorable, and abides in each sign 25 days. Mars is sinister and abides in each sign 10 months. Jupiter is favorable and abides in each sign a year. Saturn is cold and dry and sinister and abides in each sign 30 months. The house of the Sun is Leo, its ascendant is Aries and its descendant Aquarius. The moon's house is Cancer, its ascendant Taurus, its descendant Scorpio and its sinister aspect Capricorn. Saturn's house is Capricorn and Aquarius, its ascendant Libra, its descendant Aries and its sinister aspects Cancer and Leo. Jupiter's house is Pisces and Sagittarius, its ascendant Cancer, its descendant Capricorn and its sinister aspects Gemini and Leo. Venus's house is Taurus, its ascendant Pisces, its descendant Libra and its sinister aspects Aries and Scorpio. Mercury's house is Gemini and Virgo, its ascendant Virgo, its descendant Pisces and its sinister aspect Taurus. Mars's house is Aries and Scorpio, its ascendant Capricorn, its descendant Cancer and its sinister aspect Libra. When the astronomer saw her acuteness and skill and heard her fair answers, he bethought him for a device to confound her before the commander of the faithful and said to her, O damsel, will rain fall this month? At this she bowed her head and pondered so long, that the Caliph thought her at a loss for an answer and the astronomer said to her, Why dost thou not speak? Quoth she, I will not speak except the commander of the faithful give me leave. The Caliph laughed and said, How so? Said she, I would have thee give me a sword, that I may strike off his head, for he is an infidel. At this the Caliph and those about him laughed, and she said, O astronomer, there are 5 things that none knoweth save God the Most High, and she repeated the following verse, Verily, with God is the knowledge of the hour, he sendeth down the rain and knoweth what is in the wombs. None knoweth what the morrow shall bring forth for him nor in what land he shall die. Verily, God is the all-wise, the all-knowing. Quoth the astronomer, Thou hast said well, and by Allah, I thought but to try thee. Know, rejoined she, that the almanac makers have certain signs and tokens, referring to the planets, relative to the coming in of the year, and in which are tribulations for the folk. Q. What are they? Each day hath a planet that rules it. So, if the first day of the year fall on a Sunday, that day is the sun's, and this portends, though God alone is all-knowing, oppression of kings and sultans and governors and much miasma and lack of rain, and that the folk will be in great disorder and the grain crop will be good, except lentils, which will perish, and the vines will rot and flax will be dear and wheat cheap from the beginning of Tubay to the end of Baramhat. Moreover, in this year there will be much fighting among kings, and there shall be great plenty of good in this year. Q. What if the first day fall on Monday? That day belongs to the moon and portends righteousness in administrators and deputies, and that it will be a year of much rain and grain crops will be good, but linseed will decay and wheat will be cheap in the month Kihek, also that plagues will be rife and that half the sheep and goats will die, that grapes will be plentiful and honey scarce and cotton cheap. Q. What if it fall on Tuesday? A. That is Mars's day and portends death of great men and much destruction and outpouring of blood and dearness of grain, lack of rain and scarcity of fish, which will anon be in excess and anon fail altogether. In this year, lentils and honey will be cheap and linseed dear, and only barley will thrive, to the exception of all other grain. Great will be the fighting among kings and death will be in the blood, and there will be much mortality among asses. Q. What if it fall on Wednesday? F. That is Mercury's day and portends great anarchy among the folk and much enmity and rotting of some of the green crops and moderate rains, also that there will be great mortality among cattle and infants and much fighting by sea, that wheat will be dear from Bermuda to Mishra and other grains cheap, thunder and lightning will abound and honey will be dear, palm trees will thrive and bear apace and flax and cotton will be plentiful, but radishes and onions will be dear. Q. What if it fall on Thursday? A. That is Jupiter's day and portends equity in viziers and righteousness in cadis and fakirs and the ministers of religion, and that good will be plentiful, rain and fruits and trees and grain and fish will abound and flax, cotton, honey and grapes be cheap. Q. what if it fall on Friday? That day belongs to Venus and portends oppression in the chiefs of the jinn and talk of forgery and calumny. There will be much dew, the autumn crops will be good in the land, and there will be cheapness in one town and not in another. Lewdness will be rife by land and sea, linseed will be dear, also wheat, in Hadar, but cheap in Hampshire. Honey will be dear and grapes and melons will rot. Q. What if it fall on Saturday? That is Saturn's day and portends the preferment of slaves and Greeks and those in whom there is no good, neither in their neighborhood. There will be great drought and scarcity, clouds will abound and death will be rife among mankind, and woe to the people of Egypt and Syria from the oppression of the Sultan and failure of blessing upon the green crops and rotting of grain. With this, the astronomer hung his head, being at an end of his questions, and she said to him, O astronomer, I will ask thee one question, which if thou answer not, I will take thy clothes. Ask on, replied he. Quoth she, where is Saturn's dwelling place? And he answered, in the 7th heaven. Q. And that of Jupiter? A. In the 6th heaven. Q. And that of Mars? A. In the 5th heaven. Q. And that of the Sun? A. In the 4th heaven. Q. And that of Venus? A. In the 3rd heaven. Q. And that of Mercury? A. In the 2nd heaven. Q. And that of the Moon? A. In the 1st heaven. Quoth she, well answered, but I have one more question to ask thee. Into how many parts are the stars divided? But he was silent and answered nothing, and she said to him, put off thy clothes. So he put them off and she took them, after which the Caliph said to her, tell us the answer to thy question. O Commander of the Faithful, answered she, the stars are divided into 3 parts, one whereof is hung in the sky of the earth, as it were lamps, to give light to the earth, another suspended in the air, to give light to the seas and that which is therein, and the third is used to transfix the demons withal, when they draw near by stealth to listen to the talk of the angels in heaven. Quoth God the Most High, verily, we have decked the sky of the earth with lamps and have appointed them for projectiles against the demons. Quoth the astronomer, I have one more question to ask, which if she answer, I will avow myself beaten. Say on, answered she. Then said he, what 4 incompatible things are based upon other 4 incompatibles? The 4 elements, replied she, for of heat God created fire, which is by nature hot and dry, of dryness, earth, which is cold and dry, of cold, water, which is cold and moist, of moisture, air, which is hot and moist. Moreover, he created 12 signs of the zodiac, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces, and appointed them of 4, several, humors, 3, Aries, Leo and Sagittarius, fiery, Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, earthy, Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, airy, and Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces, watery. With this, the astronomer rose, and saying, bear witness against me that she is more learned than I, went away beaten. Then said the Caliph, where is the philosopher? Whereupon one came forward and said to Tadaved, what is time? Time, answered she, is a name applied to the lapse of the hours of the day and night, which are but the measures of the courses of the sun and moon in their several orbits, even as God the Most High telleth us, when he saith, and a sign to them is the night, from which we strip off the day, and behold, they are in darkness, and the sun runneth to a fixed abode, appointed to it. This is the ordinance of the Sublime, the All-Knowing. Q. How comes unbelief to the son of Adam? A. It is reported of the prophet that he said, unbelief runs in a man, as the blood runs in the veins, when he reviles the world and time and night and the hour. And again, let none of you revile time, for time is God, neither the world, for it saith, may God not help him that reviles me, neither the hour, for verily, the hour cometh, without doubt, neither the earth, for it is a portent, according to the saying of the Most High, from it we created you, to it we will return you, and from it we will bring you forth yet again. Q. What are the 5 that ate and drank, yet came not out of loins nor belly? Adam and Simeon and Salih's she-camel and Ishmael's ram and the bird that Abu Bakr the truth-teller saw in the cave. Q. Tell me of 5 that are in paradise and are neither mortals, jinn nor angels. Jacob's wolf and the 7 sleepers' dog and Esdras' ass and Salih's camel and the prophet's mule. Q. What man prayed a prayer neither on earth nor in heaven? Solomon, son of David, when he prayed on his carpet, borne by the wind. Q. A man once looked at a handmaid in the morning, and she was unlawful to him, but, at noonday, she became lawful to him. By mid-afternoon, she was again unlawful, but at sundown, she was lawful to him. At evensong, she was a 3rd time unlawful, but by daybreak, she became once more lawful to him. This was a man who looked at another's handmaid in the morning, and she was then unlawful to him, but at midday he bought her, and she became lawful to him. At mid-afternoon he enfranchised her, and she became unlawful to him, but at sundown he married her and she was again lawful to him. At evensong, he divorced her and she was then a 3rd time unlawful to him, but, next morning, at daybreak, he took her back, and she became once more lawful to him. Q. Tell me what tomb fared on with him that lay buried therein? A. The whale, when it had swallowed Jonah. Q. What spot of ground is it, upon which the sun shone once, but will never again shine till the day of judgment? The bottom of the Red Sea, when Moses smote it with his staff, and the sea clove asunder in 12 places, according to the number of the tribes, then the sun shone on the bottom and will do so never again till the day of judgment. Q. What was the first skirt that trailed upon the surface of the earth? That of Hagar, out of shame before Sarah, and it became a custom among the Arabs. Q. What is that which breathes without life? Quoth God the Most High, by the morning, when it breathes. Q. A number of pigeons came to a high tree and lighted, some on the tree and others under it. Said those on the tree to those on the ground, If one of you come up to us, you will be a 3rd part of us, all, in number, and if one of us descend to you, we shall be like unto you in number. How many pigeons were there in all? 12, 7 alighted on the tree and 5 beneath. With this the philosopher put off his clothes and fled forth, whereupon she turned to those present and said, Which of you is the rhetorician that can discourse of all kinds of knowledge? There came forward Ibrahim ben Siyar and said to her, Think me not like the rest. Quoth she, It is the more sure to me that thou wilt be beaten, for that thou art a boaster, and God will help me against thee, that I may strip thee of thy clothes. So, if thou sentest one to fetch thee wherewithal to clothe thyself, it would be well for thee. By Allah, cried he, I will assuredly conquer thee and make thee a byword among the folk, generation after generation. Do penance, in advance, for thy void oath, rejoined she. Then said he, What 5 things did God create, before he made man? And she replied, Water and earth and light and darkness and the fruits of the earth. Q. What did God create with the hand of omnipotence? The imperial heaven and the tree Tauba and Adam and the Garden of Eden, these God created with the hand of his omnipotence, but to all other created things he said, Be, and they were. Q. Who is thy father in Islam? A. Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve. Q. Who was the father, in Islam, of Muhammad? At Abraham, the friend of God. Q. What is the faith of Islam? The professing that there is no God but God and that Muhammad is the apostle of God. Q. What is thy first and thy last? My first is troubled water and my last filthy carrion. The first of me is dust and the last dust. Quoth the poet. Created wast thou of the dust and didst a man become, ready in question and reply and fluent in debate. Then to the dust returned dst anon and didst become of it, for that, in very deed, of dust at first thou wast create. Q. What thing was it, whose first state was wood and its last life? Moses' rod, when he cast it on the ground and it became, by permission of God, a writhing serpent. Q. What is the meaning of the verse in the Quran, and I have other need, or occasion, for it? He, Moses, was wont to plant his staff in the ground, and it would flower and fruit and shade him from the heat and the cold. Moreover, it would carry him, when he was weary, and guard his sheep from the wild beasts, whilst he slept. Q. What woman was born of a man alone and what man of a woman alone? Eve of Adam and Jesus of Mary. Q. What fire eats and drinks, what fire eats but drinks not, what fire drinks but eats not and what other neither eats nor drinks? Hellfire eats and drinks, the fire of the world eats but drinks not, the fire of the sun drinks but eats not, and that of the moon neither eats nor drinks. Q. Which is the open door, and which the shut door? A. The traditional ordinances are the open, the Quranic the shut door. Q. Of what does the poet speak, when he says, a dweller in the sepulchre, at his head his victual lies, when as he tastes thereof, he speaks in questions and replies. He rises up and walks and talks, yet silent is the while, and turns anon unto the tomb wherefrom he did arise. No living one is he, that hath a title to respect, nor dead, that folk should say of him, God's mercy him comprise. A. The pen. Q. What does the poet refer to in these verses? Two breasts and one it hath, its blood is eath and quick of flow, wide-mouthed, though all the rest be black, its ears are white as snow. It hath an idol like a cock, that doth its belly peck, and half a dirham is its worth, if thou its price wouldst know. A. The inkhorn. Q. And in these. Say to men of wit and learning and to doctors everywhere, skilled to find the hidden meanings riddles and enigmas bear. Come expound to me what is it that ye see a bird produce, mongst the Arabs and barbarians and wherever else ye fare. Neither flesh nor blood, I warrant, hath the thing whereof I speak, neither down nor feathers, birdwise, for a garment doth it wear. Boiled it is and likewise roasted, eaten hot and eaten cold, yea, to boot, and when 'tis buried in the glowing embers flare. Colors twain in it are noted, one is silver clear and white, and the other lucent yellow, gold therewith may not compare. Living can it not be reckoned, neither may we count it dead. Tell me, then, what is this wonder, rarity of all things rare? A. Thou makest long the questioning of an egg worth a doit. Q. How many words, or times, did God speak to Moses? A. It is related of the prophet that he said, God spoke to Moses 1,515 words, or times. Q. Tell me of 14 things that speak to the Lord of the worlds. A. The 7 heavens and the 7 earths, when they say, we come, obedient. Q. How was Adam created? A. God created Adam of clay, the clay he made of foam and the foam of the sea of darkness, darkness of light, light of a fish, the fish of a rock, the rock of a ruby, the ruby of water, and the water he created by the exertion of his omnipotent will, according to his saying, exalted be his name, his commandment is only when he willeth aught, that he say, be, and it is. Q. What is meant by the poet in the following verses? A thing sans mouth or maw that eats in wondrous wise, on trees and beasts it feeds and all beneath the skies. Give it to eat, it thrives and flourishes amain, but give it not to drink of water, or it dies? A. Fire. Q. And in these two lovers, that are still estopped from all delight, embracing, each with each, they pass the livelong night. They guarantee the folk from all calamity, and with the risen sun they're torn apart forthright? A. The leaves of a gate. Q. Tell me of the gates of hell? They are 7 in number, and their names are comprised in the following verses. Gehenna first, then Laza comes and eke Hedom as well, then must thou count there, and 5th comes Seeker, sooth to tell. 6th comes Jehim, and last of all, Hoea. Thus thou hast, in compass brief of doggerel rhyme, the 7 rooms of hell. Q. To what does the poet refer in these verses? A pair of ringlets long she hath, that trail for aye behind her, as she comes and goes upon her way. And I that never knows the taste of sleep nor sheds a tear, for none it hath for shedding, sooth to say. Nor wears it aught of clothes, from year to ended year, yet in all manner weeded doth the folk array? A. A needle. Q. What is the length and breadth of the bridge es Sirat? F. Its length is 3,000 years' journey, 1,000 in descent, 1,000 level, and 1,000 in ascent. It is sharper than a sword and finer than a hair. Q. How many intercessions, with God, hath the prophet, for each soul? A. 3. Q. Was Abu Bakr the first that embraced Islam? A. Yes. Q. Yet Ali became a Muslim before him? All came to the Prophet, when he was a boy of 7 years old, for God vouchsafed him the knowledge of the truth in his tender youth, so that he never prostrated himself to idols. Q. Which is the more excellent, Ali or Abbas? Now she knew that, in propounding this question, Ibrahim was laying a trap for her, for, if she said, Ali is the more excellent, she would fall in disgrace with the Caliph, so she bowed her head awhile, now reddening, now paling, then said, Thou askest me of 2 excellent men, each having his own especial excellence. Let us return to what we were about. When the Caliph heard her reply, he rose to his feet and said, By the Lord of the Kaaba, thou hast said well, O Tadadud. Then said Ibrahim, What means the poet when he says, Slender of skirts and slim of shape and sweet of taste it is, most like unto the spear, except it lacks of the spontoon. In all the countries of the world the folk make use of it, and eaten 'tis in Ramazan, after mid-afternoon? She answered, The sugar cane, and he said, Tell me of many things. What are they? Asked she, and he said, What is sweeter than honey, what is sharper than the sword, what is swifter than poison, what is the delight of a moment, and what the contentment of 3 days, what is the pleasantest of days, what is the joy of a week, what is the debt that the worst payer deneth not, what is the prison of the tomb, what is the joy of the heart, what is the snare of the soul, what is death and life, what is the malady that may not be healed, what is the reproach that may not be done away, what is the beast that harbors not in cultivated fields, but lodges in waste places and hates mankind and hath in it somewhat of the make of 7 strong beasts? Quoth she, Hear what I shall say in answer, then put off thy clothes, that I may expound to thee. Then the Caliph said, Expound, and he shall put off his clothes. So she said, That, which is sweeter than honey, is the love of pious children to their parents, that, which is sharper than the sword, is the tongue, that, which is swifter than poison, is the evil eye, the delight of a moment is coition, and the contentment of 3 days is the depilatory for women, the pleasantest of days is that of profit on merchandise, the joy of a week is the bride, the debt, which the worst payer deneth not, is death, the prison of the tomb is an ill son, the joy of the heart is a woman obedient to her husband, and it is said also that, when flesh meat descends upon the heart, it rejoiceth therein, the snare, or vexation, of the soul is a disobedient slave, death in life is poverty, the malady, that may not be healed, is an ill nature and the reproach, that may not be done away, is an ill daughter. Lastly, the beast that harbors not in cultivated fields, but lodges in waste places and hates mankind and hath in it somewhat of the make of 7 strong beasts, is the locust, whose head is as the head of the horse, its neck as the neck of the bull, its wings as the wings of the vulture, its feet as the feet of the camel, its tail as the tail of the serpent, its body as the body of the scorpion and its horns as the horns of the gazelle. The Caliph was astounded at her quickness and understanding and said to Ibrahim, "Put off thy clothes." So he rose and said, "I call all who are present in this assembly to witness that she is more learned than I and all the learned men." And he put off his clothes and gave them to her, saying, "Take them and may God not bless them to thee." The Caliph ordered him fresh clothes and said to Tadadud, "There is one thing left of that for which thou didst engage, namely, chess." And he sent for professors of chess and draughts and backgammon. The chess player sat down before her, and they set the pieces, and he moved and she moved, but every move he made she speedily countered, till she beat him and he found himself checkmated. Quoth he, "I did but lead thee on, that thou mightest think thyself skillful, but set up again, and I will show thee." So they placed the pieces a second time, and he said to himself, "Open thine eyes, or she will beat thee." And he fell to moving no piece, save after calculation, and ceased not to play, till she said, "Checkmate." When he saw this, he was confounded at her quickness and skill, but she laughed and said, "O master, I will make a wager with thee on this third game. I will give thee the queen and the right-hand rook and the left-hand knight. If thou beat me, take my clothes, and if I beat thee, I will take thine." "I agree to this," replied he, and they replaced the pieces, she giving him the queen, rook and knight. Then said she, "Move, O master." So he moved, saying in himself, "I cannot but win, with such an advantage," and made a combination, but she moved on, little by little, till she made one of her pawns a queen and pushing up 2 pawns and other pieces, to take off his attention, set one in his way and tempted him with it. Accordingly, he took it and she said to him, "The measure is meted out and the equilibrium established. Eat, O man, till thou pass repletion, not shall be thy ruin but greediness. Knowest thou not that I did but tempt thee, that I might beguile thee? See, this is checkmate, put off thy clothes." "Leave me my trousers," quoth he, "so God requite thee," and he swore by Allah that he would contend with none, so long as Tadadud abode at the court of Baghdad. Then he took off his clothes and gave them to her and went away. Then came the backgammon player, and she said to him, "If I beat thee, what wilt thou give me?" Quoth he, "I will give thee 10 suits of brocade of Constantinople, figured with gold, and 10 suits of velvet and 1,000 dinars, and if I beat thee, I ask nothing but that thou write me an acknowledgment thereof." "To it, then," replied she, "and do thy best." So they played, and he lost and went away, jabbering in the Frank jargon and saying, "By the bounty of the Commander of the Faithful, there is not her like in all the world." Then the Caliph summoned players on instruments of music and said to her, "Dost thou know aught of music?" "Yes," answered she. So he bade bring a peeled and polished lute, whose owner, or maker, was ground down by exile, or estrangement from the beloved, and of which quoth one, describing it, "God watered a land and straight a tree sprang up on its root, it cast forth branches and throve and flourished with many a shoot. The birds, when the wood was green, sang o'er it, and when it was dry, fair women sang to it in turn, for lo, 'twas a minstrel's lute." So they brought a bag of red satin, with tassels of saffron-colored silk, and she opened the bag, and took out a lute, on which were graven the following verses. "Full many a tender branch a lute for singing girl has grown, wherewith at banquets to her mates she makes melodious moan. She sings, it follows on her song, as 'twere to teach her how heart's troubles in clear perfect speech of music to make known. She laid her lute in her lap and letting her breasts hang over it, bent to it as bends a mother, suckling her child, then prelude in 12 different modes, till the whole assembly was agitated with delight, and sang the following verses. Leave your estrangement, I pray, and bid your cruelty hold, for, by your life, my heart will never for you be consoled. Have pity on one who weeps, afflicted, and ever sad, a slave of passion, who burns for thee with longings untold. The Caliph was ravished and exclaimed, May God bless thee and receive him who taught thee into his mercy. Whereupon she rose and kissed the earth before him. Then he sent for money and paid her master Abulhusn 100,000 dinars to her price, after which he said to her, O Tadadud, ask a boon of me. O Commander of the Faithful, replied she, I ask of thee that thou restore me to my lord who sold me to thee. It is well, answered the Caliph, and restored her to her master and gave her 5,000 dinars for herself. Moreover, he appointed Abulhusn one of his boon companions and assigned him a monthly stipend of 1,000 dinars so long as he should live, and he abode with the damsel Tadadud in all delight of life. Marvel then, O king, at the eloquence of this damsel and the greatness of her learning and understanding and her perfect excellence in all branches of knowledge, and consider the generosity of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, in that he gave her master this money and said to her, Ask a boon of me, and she besought him to restore her to her lord. So he restored her to him and gave her 5,000 dinars for herself and made him one of his boon companions. Where is such generosity to be found after the Abbasid caliphs? May God the Most High have mercy upon them all. Volume V. The Angel of Death with the Proud King and the Devout Man. A certain king of the ancients was once minded to ride out in state with the officers of his court and the grandees of his realm and show forth to the folk the wonders of his magnificence. So he bade his lords and emirs and grandees equip them to this end and commanded his keeper of the wardrobe to bring him of the richest of raiment, such as befitted the king in his state, and his master of the horse, to bring his steeds of the finest breeds and most renowned pedigrees, which being done, he chose out of the raiment what liked him and of the horses that which he deemed good, and donning the clothes, together with a collar set with pearls and rubies and all manner jewels, mounted and set forth in state, making his horse prance and curvet among his troops and glorying in his pride and magnificence. And Satan came to him and laying his hand upon his nose, blew into his nostrils the breath of pride and conceit, so that he magnified himself and said in his heart, Who among men is like unto me? And he became so puffed up with arrogance and conceit and so taken up with the thought of his own glory and magnificence, that he would not vouchsafe a glance to any. Presently, there came up a man clad in tattered clothes and saluted him, but he returned not his greeting, whereupon the stranger laid hold of his horse's bridle. Lift thy hand, said the king, thou knowest not whose bridle rein it is whereof thou takest hold. Quoth the other, I have an occasion to thee. Wait till I alight, replied the king, and then name it. Nay, rejoined the stranger, it is a secret and I will not tell it but in thine ear. So the king bowed his head to him and he said, I am the angel of death and I purpose to take thy soul. Have patience with me a little, said the king, whilst I return to my house and take leave of my people and children and neighbors and wife. Not so, answered the angel, thou shalt never return nor look on them again, for the term of thy life is past. So saying, he took the soul of the king, who fell off his horse's back, dead, and departed thence. Presently, he met a devout man, of whom God the Most High had accepted, and saluted him. He returned his salute, and the angel of death said to him, O pious man, I have a privy occasion to thee. Tell it in my ear, said the devotee. Quoth the other, I am the angel of death. Welcome to thee, replied the man. Praised be God for thy coming. I am weary of awaiting thee, for indeed long hath been thine absence from him who longeth for thee. Quoth the angel, If thou have any business, make an end of it. But the other answered, saying, There is nothing urgent to me as the meeting with my Lord, to whom belong might and majesty. And the angel said, How wouldst thou liefer have me take thy soul? I am bidden to take it as thou willest and choosest. Wait till I make the ablution and pray, replied the devotee, and when I prostrate myself, then take my soul in the act. Quoth the angel, Verily, my Lord commanded me not to take thy soul but with thy consent and as thou shouldst wish, so I will do thy will. Then the devout man rose and made the ablution and prayed, and the angel of death took his soul in the act of adoration, and God transported it to the place of mercy and acceptance and forgiveness. The angel of death and the rich king. A certain king had heaped up treasure beyond count and gathered store of all precious things that God the Most High hath created, that he might take his pleasure thereof, against such time as he should have leisure to enjoy all this abounding wealth that he had collected. Moreover, he builded him a wide and lofty palace, such as beseemeth kings, and set there 2 strong doors of cunning fashion, and appointed for its service and guard servants and soldiers and doorkeepers. One day, he bade the cooks dress him somewhat of the goodliest of food, and assembled his household and retainers and lords and servants to eat with him and partake of his bounty. Then he sat down upon the throne of his kingship in the chair of his state, and leaning back upon his cushion, bespoke himself, saying, O soul, behold, thou hast gathered together all the riches of the world, so now take thy leisure therein and eat of this good at thine ease, in long life and abounding prosperity. Hardly had he made an end of speaking, when there came so terrible a knock at the gate that the whole palace shook and the king's throne trembled. The servants were affrighted and ran to the door, where they saw a man clad in tattered raiment, with a cadger's wallet hanging at his neck, as he were one who came to beg food. When they saw him, they cried out at him, saying, Out on thee! What unmannerly fashion is this? Wait till the king eateth, and, after, we will give thee of what is left. Quoth he, Tell your lord to come out and speak with me, for I have a pressing errand to him and a weighty matter. Away, fool, replied they. Who art thou that we should bid our lord come out to thee? But he said, Tell him of this. So they went in and told the king, who said, Did ye not rebuke him and draw upon him and chide him? But, as he spoke, behold, there came another knock at the gate, louder than the first, whereupon the servants ran at the stranger with staves and weapons, to fall upon him, but he cried out at them, saying, Abide in your places, for I am the angel of death. When they heard this, their hearts quaked and their wits forsook them, their understandings were dazed and their nerves trembled for fear and their limbs lost the power of motion. Then said the king to them, Bid him take a substitute in my stead. But the angel answered, saying, I will take no substitute, and I come not but on thine account, to make severance between thee and the good thou hast gathered together and the riches thou hast heaped up and treasured. When the king heard this, he wept and groaned, saying, May God curse the treasure that has deluded and undone me and diverted me from the service of my Lord. I deemed it would profit me, but today it is a regret for me and an affliction unto me, and behold, I must go forth empty-handed of it, and leave it to mine enemies. Therewith God caused the treasure to speak, and it said, Why dost thou curse me? Curse thyself, for God created both me and thee of the dust, and appointed me to be in thine hand, that thou mightest provide thee with me for the next world, and give alms with me to the poor and sick and needy, and endow mosques and hospices, and build bridges and aqueducts, so might I be a succor unto thee in the life to come. But thou didst garner me and hoard me up and bestowedst me on thine own lusts, neither gavest thanks for me, as was due, but wast ungrateful, and now thou must leave me to thine enemies and abidest in thy regret and thy repentance. But what is my fault, that thou shouldest revile me? Then the angel of death took the soul of the king, before he ate of the food, and he fell from his throne, dead. Quoth God the Most High, even while they rejoiced in what had been given to them, we took them unawares, and behold, they were stricken with despair. The angel of death and the king of the children of Israel. There was once a proud and puissant king of the children of Israel, who sat one day upon the throne of his kingship, when he saw come into him, by the gate of the hall, a man of terrible and forbidding aspect. The king was affrighted at his sudden intrusion upon him, and his look terrified him, so he sprang up and said to him, Who art thou, O man? Who gave thee leave to come in to me, and who sent thee to my house? Quoth the stranger, The Lord of the house sent me to thee, and I need no leave to come in to kings, nor can any doorkeeper exclude me, for I reck not of a sultan's majesty, neither of the multitude of guards. I am he from whom no tyrant is at rest, nor for any is there escape from my grasp. I am the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. When the king heard this, trembling crept over his body, and he fell on his face in a swoon. But, presently coming to himself, he said, Art thou then the angel of death? Yes, answered the stranger. I conjure thee by Allah, quoth the king, grant me one day's respite, that I may ask pardon of my sins and seek absolution of my Lord, and restore to their rightful owners the treasures that are in my storehouses, so I may not be burdened with the woe of a reckoning, nor suffer the misery of punishment therefore. Away! Away, replied the angel. This may nowise be. How can I grant thee a respite, when as the days of thy life are counted, and thy breaths numbered, and thy moments fixed and written? Grant me an hour, said the king. But the angel answered, saying, The hour was in the account, and hath passed, and thou unheeding, and hath expired, and thou taking no thought, and now thy moments are accomplished, and there remains to thee but one breath. Who will be with me, when I am transported to my grave? Asked the king. Quoth the angel, Naught will be with thee but thy work. I have no work, said the king, and the angel, Doubtless, thine abiding place will be in the fire, and thy departure to the wrath of the Almighty. Then he took the soul of the king, and he fell off his throne and dropped on the earth, dead. And there arose a mighty weeping and wailing and clamor of lamentation for him among the people of his court, and had they known that to which he went of the wrath of his Lord, their weeping for him had been, yet, sorer, and their lamentation louder and more abounding. Iskender Dulkarnain and a certain tribe of poor folk. It is related that Iskender Dulkarnain came once, in his travels, upon a tribe of poor folk, who owned not of the goods of the world, and who dug their graves over against the doors of their houses, and were wont at all times to frequent them, and sweep the earth from them, and keep them clean, and visit them, and worship God the Most High in them, and they had no food save herbs and the fruits of the earth. Iskender sent a man to them, to bid their king to him, but he refused to come, saying, I have no occasion to him. So Iskender went to him and said to him, How is it with you, and what manner of folk are you? For I see with you nothing of gold or silver, nor aught of the good things of the world. None hath his fill of the goods of the world, answered the king. Why do you dig your graves before the doors of your houses? Asked Iskender. That they may be the cynosure of our eyes, replied the king, so we may look on them and still take thought unto death, neither forget the world to come. Thus is the love of the world banished from our hearts, and we are not distracted thereby from the service of our Lord, exalted be his name. Quoth Iskender, Why do ye eat herbs? And the other answered, Because it misliketh us to make our bellies the tombs of beasts, and because the pleasure of eating overpasseth not the gullet. Then he brought out a human skull, and laying it before Iskender, said to him, O Dulker 9, knowest thou whose was this skull? Nay, answered Iskender, and the other rejoined, he whose skull this is was a king of the kings of the world, who dealt tyrannously with his subjects, oppressing the weak and passing his days in heaping up the perishable goods of the world, till God took his soul and made the fire his abiding place, and this is his head. Then he produced another skull and laying it before Iskender, said to him, Knowest thou this? No, answered the prince, and the other rejoined, This is the skull of another king, who dealt justly by his subjects and was tenderly solicitous for the people of his realm and his dominions, till God took his soul and lodged him in his paradise and made high his degree among his blessed. Then he laid his hands on Iskender's head and said, Whether of these twain art thou? Whereupon Iskender wept sore and straining the king to his bosom, said, An thou be minded to consort with me, I will commit to thee the government of my affairs and share with thee in my kingdom. Away! Away, replied the other. I have no mind to this. Why so? Asked Iskender, and the king answered, Because all men are thine enemies by reason of the wealth and possessions thou hast gotten, and all men are my friends in verity, because of my contentment in poverty, for that I possess nothing, neither covet aught of the goods of the world, I have no desire unto them nor wish for them, neither reck I of aught save contentment. So Iskender pressed him to his bosom and kissed him between the eyes and went his way. The righteousness of King Anushirwan. It is told of the just King Anushirwan that he once feigned himself sick and bade his stewards and attendants go round about the provinces of his empire and the quarters of his realm and seek him out a rotten brick from some ruined village, that he might use it as medicine, avouching that the physicians had prescribed this to him. So they went the round of the provinces of his realm and of all the lands under his dominion and returned and said to him, In all the realm we have found no ruined place nor old rotten brick. At this he rejoiced and returned thanks to God, saying, I was but minded to prove my kingdom and try my empire, that I might know if there were therein any ruined, or deserted, place, so I might rebuild, or repeople, it, but, since there is no place in it but is inhabited, the affairs of the realm are well ordered and accomplished and, its prosperity hath reached the pitch of perfection. And know, O king, added Sherzad, that these kings of time past were not solicitous for the peopling of their kingdoms, but because they knew that the more populous a country is, the more abundant is that which is desired therein, and for that they knew the saying of the wise and the learned to be without doubt true, namely, religion depends on the king on the troops on the treasury on the populousness, or prosperity, of the country and the latter on the justice of the government. Wherefore they upheld no one in tyranny or oppression, neither suffered their dependents to do injustice, knowing that kingdoms are not stablished upon tyranny, but that cities and places fall into ruin, when oppressors get the mastery over them, and their inhabitants disperse and flee to other governments, wherefore ruin falls upon the realm, the imports fail, the treasuries become empty and the lives of the subjects are troubled, for that they love not a tyrant and cease not to offer up prayers against him, so that the king hath no ease of his dominion and the shifts of fortune speedily bring about his destruction. The Jewish Cadi and his pious wife. A certain Cadi of the children of Israel had a wife of surpassing beauty, who was withal exceeding virtuous, chaste and patient, and being minded to make the pilgrimage to Jerusalem, appointed his brother Cadi in his stead, during his absence, and commended his wife to his charge. Now this brother had heard of her beauty and grace and had fallen in love with her. So, his brother being gone, he went in to her and sought her favors, but she denied him and clave fast unto her chastity. The more she repelled him, the more urgently he pressed his suit upon her, till, despairing of her and fearing lest she should acquaint his brother with his conduct, when he returned, he suborned false witnesses to testify against her of adultery and cited her before the king of the day, who adjudged her to be stoned. So they dug a pit and making her sit therein, stoned her, till she was covered with stones, and the wicked brother said, Be the pit her grave. But, when it was dark night, a passer-by, making for a neighboring hamlet, heard her groaning and pulling her out of the pit, carried her home to his wife, who dressed her wounds and tended her till she recovered. The peasant's wife had a child, which she gave to the woman to nurse, and the latter used to lodge with the child in another house by night. Now a certain thief saw her and lusted after her. So he sent to her, to require her of love, but she denied herself to him, wherefore he resolved to kill her, and making his way into her chamber by night, whilst she slept, thought to strike at her with a knife, but it smote the child and killed it, which when he knew, fear overtook him, and he went forth the house, and God preserved her from him. When she awoke in the morning, she found the child by her side slain, and presently his mother came, and seeing the boy dead, said to her, It was thou didst murder him. Therewith she beat her grievously and would have killed her, but her husband interposed and delivered the woman, who fled forth for her life, knowing not whither she should go. Presently she came to a village, where she saw a crowd of people collected about the trunk of a tree, on which was a man crucified, but still in the chains of life. She asked what he had done, and they said, He hath committed a crime, which nothing can expiate but death or the payment of such a fine by way of alms. Now she had with her somewhat of money, so she said to them, Take the money and let him go. Accordingly, they set him free, and he repented at her hands and vowed to serve her, for the love of God the Most High, till death should release him. Then he built her a hermitage and lodged her therein. Moreover, he betook himself to woodcutting and brought her daily bread. As for her, she was instant in the service of God, so that there came no sick man or demoniac to her, but she prayed for him, and he was straightway made whole. Now it befell, by the ordinance of God the Most High, that he sent down upon her husband's brother a cancer in the face, and smote the villager's wife with leprosy, and afflicted the murderer of the boy with paralysis. When the Cadi returned home from his pilgrimage, he asked his brother of his wife, and he told him that she was dead, whereat he mourned sore and accounted her with God. After a while, the folk heard of the pious recluse, and flocked to her cell from all parts of the length and breadth of the earth. And the Cadi said to his brother, O my brother, wilt thou not seek out yonder pious woman? It may be God shall appoint thee healing at her hands. O my brother, replied he, carry me to her. Moreover, the husband of the leprous woman heard of the pious woman, and carried his wife to her, as did also the paralytic's family, and they all met at the door of her cell, where they waited till her servant came, and begged him to ask leave of her to admit them, and he did so. Now she had a place wherefrom she could look out upon those who came to her, without their seeing her, and thence she saw them all and recognized them. So, when her servant came in to her, she veiled herself and went out and stood in the door, looking at them, but they knew her not. Then said she to them, O folk, ye shall not be rid of what is with you, till ye confess your sins, for, when the creature confesses his sins, God relenteth towards him and granteth him that for which he resorteth to him. Quoth the Cadi to his brother, O my brother, repent to God and persist not in thy frowardness, for it will be the more helpful to thy relief. And the tongue of the case spoke as follows. Behold, oppressor and oppressed assembled are today, and God the secret hath unveiled, till now that hidden lay. This is a case in which, indeed, the sinners are brought low, and God exalteth those that be assiduous in his way. Yea, and our Master and our Lord discovereth the truth, whether the sinner froward be or bow him to obey. Woe unto those who strive with God and answer him, as 'twere they knew not what he doth prepare for those that him gainsay. O thou that power and glory seek'st, no, only in the fear of God true glory lies, so cleave thou fast to Allah. Then said the brother, Now will I tell the truth. I did thus and thus with thy wife, and he confessed the whole matter, adding, And this is my sin. Quoth the leprous woman, As for me, I had a woman with me and imputed to her a crime, of which I knew her not to be guilty, and beat her grievously, and this is my offense. And the paralytic said, And I went in to a woman to kill her, after I had solicited her to commit adultery and she had refused, and I slew, instead, a boy that lay beside her, and this is my offense. Then said the pious woman, O my God, even as thou hast made them to feel the misery of disobedience, so show thou them, now, the excellence of obedience, for thou canst all things. And God, to whom belong might and majesty, made them whole. Then the Cadi fell a looking on the pious woman and considering her straitly, till she asked him why he did thus, and he said, I had a wife, were she not dead, I had said that thou wast she. With this, she made herself known to him, and they both betook themselves to rendering thanks to God, to whom belong might and majesty, for that which he had vouchsafed them of the reunion of their loves. But the brother and the thief and the villager's wife began to implore her forgiveness. So she forgave them, and they all worshipped God in that place, and were assiduous in her service, till death sundered them. The shipwrecked woman and her child. Quoth one of the Sayyids, I was going round about the Kaaba one dark night, when I heard a plaintive voice, speaking from a contrite heart and saying, O bountiful one, I past favors. Indeed, my heart is constant to the covenant. When I heard this, my heart fluttered, so that I was nigh upon death, but I followed the voice and found that it came from a woman, to whom I said, Peace be on thee, O handmaid of God. And on thee be peace, answered she, and the mercy of God and his blessings. Quoth I conjure thee, by the most great God, tell me what is the covenant to which thy heart is constant. But that thou adjurest me by the Almighty, replied she, I would not tell thee my secret. See what is before me. So I looked and saw a child lying asleep before her and breathing heavily in his slumber. No, said she, that I set forth, being big with this child, to make the pilgrimage to this holy house, and took passage in a ship, but the waves rose against us and the winds were contrary and the ship broke up under us. I saved myself on a plank, and in this situation, I gave birth to the child. As I sat on the plank, with the boy on my lap and the waves beating upon me, there swam up to me one of the sailors, who climbed onto the plank and said to me, By Allah, I desired thee, whilst thou was yet in the ship, and now I have come at thee. So yield thyself to me, or I will throw thee into the sea. Out on thee, cried I, hast thou no thought of that which thou hast seen, and is it no warning to thee? Quoth he, I have seen the like of this many a time and come off safe and wrecked not. O fellow, rejoined I, we are now in a strait whence we hope to be delivered by obedience and not by disobedience of God's commandments. But he was instant with me, and I feared him and thought to put him off, so I said to him, Wait till the child sleeps. And he took the child off my lap and threw him into the sea. When I saw this, my heart throbbed and anguish was sore upon me, but I raised my eyes to heaven and said, O thou that intervenest between a man and his heart, intervene between me and this wild beast. And by Allah, hardly had I spoken when a beast rose out of the sea and snatched him off the plank. When I found myself alone, my affliction redoubled and my grief and longing for my child, and I recited the following verses. The solace of my eyes, my child, my dear, is lost, and I am racked with pain and fear. I see my body wrecked, and all my heart on coals of love and dole is wasting sheer. No help is there for me in this my need, save at thy hands on whom my hope I rear. Thou, O my Lord, hast seen my sore distress, for loss of him, my child, my suckling dear. Take ruth on us and give him back to me. Thou art my stay, incline to me thine ear. In this condition I abode a day and a night, and on the morrow I caught sight of the sails of a ship shining afar off, nor did the wind cease to drive me and the waves to bear me on, till I reached the vessel whose sails I had seen. The sailors took me up into the ship, and I looked, and behold, my child amongst them. So I threw myself upon him and said, O folk, this is my child, how came ye by him? As we were sailing along, yesterday, quoth they, the ship suddenly stood still in the sea, and behold, that which stayed us was a sea beast, as it were a great city, and this child on its back, sucking his thumbs, so we took him up into the ship. When I heard this, I told them all that had befallen me, and returned thanks to my Lord, and vowed to him that I would never stir from his house nor swerve from his service, whilst I lived, and since then, I have never required of him aught but he hath given it me. When she had made an end of her story, adds the Seiyed, I put my hand to my alms pouch and would have given to her, but she exclaimed, Away, idle man! Have I not told thee of his bounties and the graciousness of his dealings with me, and shall I take an alms from other than his hand? And I could not prevail with her to take aught of me, so I left her and went away, reciting the following verses. How many secret favors are there not in God? His mysteries elude the most enlightened sight. How often by his grace doth he come after stress, how oft the broken heart is solaced by his might. How often in the morn is one oppressed by care, yet gladness follows on the coming of the night. If things go hard with thee, trust in the Most High God, the ever-living one that is in heaven's height. Claim thou the prophet's voice to intercede for thee, through him each faithful soul shall have his heart's delight. And she ceased not from the service of her Lord, cleaving unto his holy house, till death came to her. The pious black slave. Quoth Malik ben Dinar, on whom God have mercy, we were once afflicted with drought at Basora and went forth repeatedly to pray for rain, but saw no sign of our prayers being answered. So I went, I and Itaeus Salemi and Thubet el Benani and Naya el Beka and Muhammad ben Wasi and Ayabius Suktiyani and Hebib el Farsi and Hassan ben Abu Sinan and Atbay el Gulam and Salih el Muzini, till we reached the place of prayer, when the boys came out of the schools and we offered up prayers for rain, but could see no sign of acceptance. So about midday the people went away, and I and Thubet el Benani abode till nightfall, when we saw a black of comely visage, slender-shanked and big-bellied, come up, clad in a pair of woolen drawers. If all he wore had been priced, it would not have fetched a couple of dirhams. He fetched water and made the ablution, then, going up to the prayer niche, prayed 2 inclinations deftly, his standing and bowing and prostration being, well-nigh, simultaneous. Then he raised his eyes to heaven and said, O my God and my Master and my Lord, how long wilt thou reject the prayers of thy servants and that which offereth no hurt to thy sovereignty? Is that which is with thee expended, or are the treasuries of thy kingdom exhausted? I conjure thee, by thy love to me, to pour out upon us thy rain clouds forthwith. Hardly had he made an end of speaking, when the sky clouded over and there came a rain, as of the emptying of water-skins. When we left the oratory, we were up to our knees in water, and we were lost in wonder at the black. So I accosted him and said to him, Out on thee, O black, art thou not ashamed of what thou saidst? How so? Asked he. Didst thou not adjure God by his love for thee? Said I, What giveth thee to know that he loveth thee? Away from me, replied he, O thou that art distracted, by the love of the world, from the care of thine own soul. Where was I, when he gave me strength to identify myself with him and of his special favor vouchsafed unto me the knowledge of him? How deemest thou that he aided me thus except of his love to me? Verily, his love to me is after the measure of my love to him. Quoth I, Tarry a while with me, may God have mercy on thee. But he said, I am a slave, and the book of God enjoins me to obey my lesser master. So he went away, and we followed him afar off, till we saw him enter a slave dealer's house. Now the first half of the night was past, and the last half was long upon us, so we went away, but next morning, we repaired to the slave dealer and said to him, Hast thou a boy to sell us for service? Yes, answered he, I have nigh upon 100 boys, and they are all for sale. Then he showed us slave after slave, till he had shown us 70, but my friend was not amongst them, and the dealer said, These are all I have. But, as we were going away, we espied a ruinous hut behind his house, and going in, saw the black standing there. It is he, by the Lord of the Kaaba, cried I, and turning back to the dealer, said to him, Sell me yonder slave. O Abu Yahya, replied he, this is a plaguey, morose, and profitable fellow, who hath no concern by night but weeping, and by day but repentance. It is for that I want him, said I. So the dealer called him, and he came out, feigning drowsiness. Quoth his master, Take him at thine own price, so thou hold me quit of all his faults. So I bought him for 20 dinars and said, What is his name? Naaman, answered the dealer, and I took him by the hand and went out with him, intending for my house. But he turned to me and said, O my lesser lord, why didst thou buy me? By Allah, I am not fit for the service of the creature. On my head be it, replied I bought thee that I might serve thee myself. Why so? asked he, and I said, Wast thou not in company with us yesterday in the place of prayer? And didst thou hear me? Quoth he, and I answered, It was I accosted thee yesterday and spoke with thee. Then we went on till we came to a mosque, where he entered and prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which he said, O my God and my Master and my Lord, the secret that was between thee and me thou hast discovered unto men, and hast betrayed me therein among thy creatures. How then shall life be sweet to me, now that others than thou have happened upon that which is between thee and me? I conjure thee to take my soul to thee forthright. So saying, he prostrated himself, and I waited a while till, seeing that he did not raise his head, I went up to him and moved him, and found that he was indeed dead. The mercy of God the Most High be upon him. I laid him out and looked at him, and behold, he was smiling. Moreover, whiteness had gotten the better of blackness in his face, and it was radiant with light. As we wondered at his affair, the door opened and a young man came in to us and said, Peace be on you. May God make great our reward and yours for our brother Maimoun. Here is his shroud, wrap him in it. So saying, he gave us 2 robes, never had we seen their like, and we shrouded him therein. And now his tomb is a place whither the folk resort to pray for rain and ask favors of God, and how excellently well saith the poet on this subject. The pleasance of the just is in a garden of the skies, about whose gates God's doorkeepers hold ever watch and ward. Behold, there drink they of old wine, and mingled therewithal tesnim, that is, the wine of close communion with the Lord. The secret of their hearts is safe from other than God's sight, for that their sprites with his are blent in one supreme accord. The devout platter maker and his wife. There was once among the children of Israel a worthy man, who was strenuous in the service of his Lord, and abstained from the things of this world, and had put them away from his heart. He had a wife who helped him in his endeavor and was still obedient to him. They earned their living by making platters and fans, at which they wrought all day, and at nightfall the man went out into the streets and highways, to sell what they had made. They were wont to fast continually, and one morning they arose, fasting, and wrought at their trade till the end of the day, when the man went forth, according to custom, to seek purchasers for his wares, and fared on, till he came to the door of the house of a certain man of wealth and condition. Now the platter maker was fair of face and comely of aspect, and the wife of the master of the house, who was then absent, saw him and fell in love with him, and her heart inclined to him with an exceeding inclination. So she called her handmaid and said to her, Make shift to bring yonder man to me. Accordingly the maid went out to him and said, Come in, my lady hath a mind to buy some of thy wares, after she hath tried them and looked at them. The man thought she spoke truly, and seeing no harm in this, entered and sat down, as she bade him. The maid shut the door upon him, whereupon her mistress came out, and taking him by the gown, drew him into her chamber and said to him, How long shall I seek of thee, a lover's privacy? Verily, my patience is at an end on thine account. See now, the place is perfumed and food ready, and the master of the house is absent this night, and I give myself to thee, I whose favors kings and captains and men of fortune have sought this long while, but I have hearkened to none of them. And she went on talking thus to him, whilst he raised not his eyes from the ground, for shame before God and fear of the pains of his punishment, even as saith the poet. 'Twas shamefastness, I trow, and nothing else, that came twixt me and dalliance with many a noble dame. The antidote it was to them, and should it pass, I'm lost, for antidote was none but very shame. He strove to free himself from her, but could not, so he said to her, I want one thing of thee. What is that? Asked she, and he answered, I wish for pure water, and that I may carry it to the highest place of thy house, and do an occasion therewith, and cleanse myself of a defilement, which I may not discover to thee. Quoth she, The house is spacious, and hath closets and privy places and lavatories at command. But he replied, I want nothing but to be at a height. So she said to her handmaid, Carry him up to the belvedere at the top of the house. Accordingly the maid took him up thither, and giving him a vessel of water, went away and left him. He made the ablution and prayed a two-bow prayer, after which he looked at the ground, thinking to throw himself down, but, seeing it afar off, feared to be torn to pieces in the fall. Then he bethought him of the consequence of his disobedience to God, and it became a light matter to him to offer up his life and shed his blood, rather than sin. So he said, O my God and my Lord, thou sayest that which is fallen on me, neither is my case hidden from thee. Thou indeed canst all things, and the tongue of my case reciteth and saith as follows. My heart doth sign to thee, and eke my vitals too, the soul within my soul is open to thy view. Lo, if I speak with thee, I cry indeed aloud, or, if I'm mute, my signs my speech to thee renew. O thou to whom indeed no second is conjoined, a wretched lovesick soul and sad to thee doth sue. I have a heart that pants for woe, as well thou know'st, but yet a hope have I, my thoughts confirm it true. The sacrifice of life, for all its worth be small, is yet the hardest thing of all that can ensue. So, an it be thy will to save me, of thy grace, thou, surely, O my hope, art able thereunto. Then he cast himself down from the belvedere, but God sent an angel, who bore him up on his wings and brought him to the earth, whole and unhurt. When he found himself safe on the ground, he returned thanks to God, to whom belong might and majesty, for his merciful protection, and went straight to his wife, empty-handed. When she saw him, she asked him why he had tarried so long, and what was come of that he had taken with him, and why he returned empty-handed, whereupon he told her all that had befallen him, and she said, Praised be God, who delivered thee from seduction and intervened between thee and calamity. Then she added, O man, the neighbors used to see us light our brazier every night, and if they see us tonight without fire, they will know that we are destitute. Now it behoves us, in gratitude to God, to hide our destitution and join the fast of this night to that of yesterday, and continue it for the sake of God the Most High. So she rose, and filling the brazier with wood, lighted it, to give the neighbors the change, reciting the following verses. I will conceal what is with me of trouble and distress, and light my fire, that so my strait the neighbors may not guess. What God decreeth I accept, so haply he may see my humbleness to him, and so accept of me no less. Then they made the ablution and stood up to pray. Presently, one of the neighbors' wives came in and asked leave to take a light from the fire. At thy service, answered they, but, when she came to the fire, she cried out, saying, Ho, such an one, to the platter-maker's wife, take up thy bread before it burns. Quoth the wife to her husband, Hearest thou what she says? Go and look, answered he. So she went up to the oven, and behold, it was full of fine white bread. She took up the loaves, thanking God, to whom belong might and majesty, for the abounding good and great bounty he had bestowed on them, and carried them to her husband, and they ate of the bread and drank water and praised God the Most High. Then said the woman to her husband, Come, let us pray to God the Most High, so haply he may vouchsafe us what will quit us of necessity and enable us to dispense with the weariness of toil for daily bread and devote ourselves, wholly, to worshipping him and keeping his commandments. So the man rose and prayed, whilst his wife said Amen to his prayer, when, behold, the roof clove in sunder and down fell a ruby, which lit the whole house with its luster. At this, they rejoiced greatly and redoubled in praise and thanksgiving to God, praying what the Most High willed. Then, the night being far spent, they lay down to sleep, and the woman dreamt that she entered paradise and saw therein many chairs and stools ranged in rows. She asked what these were, and it was answered her, These are the chairs of the prophets and the stools of the just and the pious. Which is the stool of such an one, my husband? Asked she, and it was said to her, Yonder one. So she looked, and seeing a hole in its side, asked what it was. Quoth they, It is the place of the ruby that came down to you from the roof of your house. Thereupon she awoke, weeping and bemoaning the defect in her husband's stool among the seats of the just. So she told him the dream and said to him, Let us pray God to restore the ruby to its place, for to suffer hunger and poverty during the few days of our life here were easier than a default in thy seat among the just in paradise. Accordingly, he prayed to his Lord, and behold, the ruby flew up to the roof, and disappeared, whilst they looked at it. And they ceased not from their poverty and piety, till they went to the presence of God, to whom belong might and majesty. El-Hejjaj and the pious man. It is told that El-Hejjaj ben Yusuf Thaqafi had been long in pursuit of a certain man of the notables, and when he was at last taken and came before him, he said to him, O enemy of God, he hath given thee into my hand. Then he bade his men hale him to prison and said to them, Lay him in strait and heavy fetters and build a cage over him, that he may not come forth of it nor any go into him. So they bore him to prison and summoned the blacksmith, who came and laid him in irons. Every time the smith gave a stroke with his hammer, the prisoner raised his eyes to heaven and said, Verily, to him belong creation and commandment. Then they built the cage over him and left him therein, deserted and lonely, whereupon longing and consternation entered into him, and the tongue of his case recited the following verses. Wish of the wistful, unto thee my wishes tend, my trust is in thy grace, that all doth comprehend. My case from thee unhidden is, a look from thee is all the goal of my desires, my wishes end. They've prisoned me and tried me sore with many a woe, woe's me, my strangerhood forlorn, without a friend. Lone as I am, the thought of thee my solace is and cheer, though slumber from mine eyes my woes forfend. Aye, and thou but accept of me, I reck not, what in my heart thou sayest of thee right well is kenned. At nightfall, the jailer left his men to watch him and went to his house. On the morrow, when he repaired to the prison, he found the prisoner gone and the fetters lying on the ground, whereat he was affrighted and made sure of death. So he returned to his house and bade his family farewell, after which he took his shroud and the perfumes for his corpse, in his sleeve, and went in to El-Hejjaj. The latter smelt the perfumes and said, What is that? O my lord, replied the jailer, it is I who have brought it. And what moved thee to that? Asked the governor, whereupon he told him his case, and El-Hejjaj said, Out on thee. Didst thou hear him say aught? Yes, answered the jailer. Whilst the blacksmith was riveting his irons, he ceased not to look up to heaven and say, Verily to him belong creation and commandment. Woe to thee, rejoined El-Hejjaj. Dost thou not know that he, on whom he called in thy presence, delivered him in thine absence? And the tongue of the case recited the following verses on the subject. O Lord, how many a trouble thou away from me hast done. Yea, but for thee I should nor sit nor stand beneath the sun. Ay, from how many a parlous case, that I might not endure, hast thou, indeed, delivered me, how many and many in one. The blacksmith who could handle fire without hurt. A certain pious man once heard that there abode in such a town a blacksmith who could put his hand into the fire and pull out the red-hot iron, without its doing him any hurt. So he set out for the town in question, and inquiring for the blacksmith, watched him at work and saw him do as had been reported to him. He waited till he had made an end of his day's work, then, going up to him, saluted him, and said to him, I would fain be thy guest this night. With all my heart, replied the smith, and carried him to his house, where they supped together and lay down to sleep. The guest watched his host, but found no sign of special devoutness in him, and said to himself, Belike, he concealeth himself from me. So he lodged with him a second and a third night, but found that he did no more than observe the ordinary letter of the law, and rose but little in the night, to pray. At last he said to him, O my brother, I have heard of the gift with which God hath favored thee, and have seen the truth of it with mine eyes. Moreover, I have taken note of thine assiduity in religious exercises, but find in thee no special fervor of piety, such as distinguisheth those in whom such miraculous gifts are manifest. Whence, then, cometh this to thee? I will tell thee, answered the smith. Know that I was once passionately enamored of a certain damsel, and required her many a time of love, but could not prevail upon her, for that she still craved fast unto chastity. Presently there came a year of drought and hunger and hardship, food failed, and there befell a sore famine in the land. I was sitting one day in my house, when one knocked at the door, so I went out and found her standing there, and she said to me, O my brother, I am stricken with excessive hunger, and I lift mine eyes to thee, beseeching thee to feed me for God's sake. Quoth I, Dost thou not know how I love thee, and what I have suffered for thy sake? I will give thee no whit of food, except thou yield thyself to me. But she said, Better death than disobedience to God. Then she went away and returned after 2 days with the same petition for food. I made her a like answer, and she entered and sat down, being nigh upon death. I set food before her, whereupon her eyes ran over with tears, and she said, Give me to eat for the love of God, to whom belong might and majesty. Not so, by Allah, answered I, except thou yield thyself to me. Quoth she, Better is death to me than the wrath of God the Most High. And she left the food untouched and went away, repeating the following verses. O thou the only God, whose grace embraceth all that be, thine ears have heard my moan, thine eyes have seen my misery. Indeed, privation and distress are heavy on my head, I cannot tell of all the woes that do beleaguer me. I'm like a man athirst, that looks upon a running stream, yet may not drink a single draught of all that he doth see. My flesh would have me by its will, alack, its pleasures flee. The sin that pays their price abides to all eternity. I saw no more of her for 2 days, when she came a third time and knocked at the door. I went out to her, and lo, hunger had taken away her voice, but, after a little, she said, O my brother, I am worn out with want and know not what to do, for I cannot show my face to any but thee. Wilt thou feed me for the love of God the Most High? Not so, answered I, except thou yield to me. And she entered and sat down. Now I had no food ready, so I went out to prepare some, but, when the meat was dressed and I had laid it in a platter, behold, the grace of God the Most High entered into me, and I said to myself, Out on thee! This woman, weak of wit and faith, hath forborne food, till she can endure from it no longer, for stress of hunger, and lo, she refuseth time after time, and thou still persistest in disobedience to God the Most High. And I said, O my God, I repent to thee of that which I purposed. Then I took the food, and carrying it in to her, said, Eat, and fear not, no harm shall betide thee. It is for the love of God, to whom belong might and majesty. When she heard this, she raised her eyes to heaven and said, O my God, if this man be sincere, I pray thee forbid fire to do him hurt in this world and the next, for thou art he that answereth prayer and art powerful to do whatsoever thou wilt. Then I left her and went to put out the fire in the brazier. Now the time was the winter cold, and a hot coal fell on my body, but, by the ordinance of God, to whom belong might and majesty, I felt no pain, and it was borne in upon me that her prayer had been answered. So I took the coal in my hand, and it burnt me not, and going in to her, said, Rejoice, for God hath granted thy prayer. And she dropped the morsel from her hand and said, O my God, now that thou hast shown me my desire of him and hast granted me my prayer for him, take thou my soul, for thou art almighty. And straightway he took her soul to him, the mercy of God be upon her. And the tongue of the case recited and spoke the following verses on the subject. She prayed, and God answered the voice of her prayer, and the sinner, who wooed her to lewdness, did spare. He showed her her wishes accomplished on him, and gave her the death that she sought then and there. She came to his door, hoping succor to get, and sought of him solace to ease her despair. But he clave to his error and followed his lusts, and thought to enjoy her perforce, unaware of that which God willed to him. Sudden there came repentance on him, though he purposed it ne'er. Fast fated, O God, are men's fortunes, to man if his destiny fare not, to it he must fare. The devotee to whom God gave a cloud to serve him, and the devout king. There was once among the children of Israel a man of the devout, renowned for piety and continence and asceticism. He was a wanderer in the mountains, and was used to pass the night in prayer, and God answered his prayers and gave him all he asked. Moreover, he had subjected to him a cloud, that journeyed with him, wherever he went, and poured water on him copiously, that he might make his ablutions and drink. After a time, his fervor abated, whereupon God took the cloud away from him and ceased to answer his prayers. Great was his grief because of this, and he ceased not to regret the time of grace and divine favor, and to lament and bemoan himself, till, one night, he saw in a dream one who said to him, And thou wouldst have God restore thee thy cloud, seek out such a king, in such a town, and beg him to pray for thee, so will God give thee back thy cloud, by virtue of his pious prayers. And he repeated the following verses. I rid thee to the pious prince repair, who's powerful to order thine affair. And he pray God for thee, the thing thou seek'st of reign galore shall reach thee at his prayer. Among the kings in worth he doth excel, and is illustrious beyond compare. Yea, thou with him shalt surely light on that shall gladden thee and do away thy care. Fare, then, o'er plains and deserts to his stead, and leave not journeying till thou find him there. When the hermit awoke, he set out for the town, to which he had been directed by the dream, and coming thither, inquired for the king's palace. At the gate he found an officer sitting on a great chair and clad in splendid apparel, so he saluted him, and he returned his salutation and said to him, What is thy business? I am a wronged man, answered the devotee, and come to prefer my complaint to the king. Quoth the officer, Thou mayst not win to him today, for he hath appointed unto petitioners such a day in every 7, on which they may go in to him, so go thy ways soberly till then. The hermit was vexed with the king for thus sequestering himself from the folk, and said in himself, How shall this man be of the friends of God, to whom belong might and majesty, and be on this wise? Then he went away and awaited the day of audience. When it came, he repaired to the palace, where he found a number of folk at the gate, awaiting admission, and stood with them, till there came out a vizier, clad in rich raiment and attended by guards and servants, who said, Let those, who have petitions to present, enter. So the hermit entered with the rest and found the king seated in the midst of his officers and grandees. The vizier took up his post before him and brought forward the petitioners, one by one, till it came to the hermit's turn, when the king looked on him and said, Welcome to the Lord of the Cloud. Sit down, till I be at leisure for thee. The hermit was confounded at his words and confessed his dignity and excellence, and when the king had made an end with the petitioners, he rose and dismissed his viziers and grandees. Then, taking the stranger by the hand, he carried him to the door of the inner palace, where they found a black slave, splendidly arrayed, with a helmet on his head and on his right hand and his left bows and coats of mail. He rose and, hastening to obey the king's commandment, opened the door, and they went in hand, till they came to a low door, which the king opened himself and brought the hermit into a ruinous and neglected building and a chamber, wherein was naught but a prayer carpet, and ewer for ablution and some mats of palm leaves. Here the king put off his royal habit and donned a gown of coarse white wool and a tall cap of felt. Then he sat down, and making the hermit sit, called out to his wife, who answered from within, saying, Here am I. Quoth he, Knowst thou who is our guest today? Yes, replied she, it is the Lord of the Cloud. And the king said, Come in, it matters not for him. So there entered a woman, as she were a vision, with a face that glittered like the new moon, and she was clad in a gown and veil of coarse wool. Then said the king, O my brother, dost thou desire to hear our story, or that we should pray for thee and let thee go? Nay, answered the hermit, I wish to hear your story, for I long to know it. Know then, said the king, that my forefathers handed down the throne, one to the other, and it descended from great one to great one, in unbroken succession, till it came to me. Now God had made this hateful to me, for I would fain have gone a wandering, a pilgrim, over the earth and left the folk to govern themselves, but I feared lest they should fall into temptation and anarchy and swerve from the law of God, and the union of the faith be broken up. Wherefore I took upon me the kingship and appointed to every head of them a set stipend and donned the royal robes and posted officers at the doors, as a terror to evildoers and for the defense of honest folk and the maintenance of law and order. When I had made an end of this, I entered this place and putting off my royal habit, donned these clothes thou sayest, and this my uncle's daughter is agreed with me to renounce the world and helps me to serve God. So we used to weave these palm leaves into mats or baskets, and earn, in the course of the day, wherewithal to break our fast at nightfall, and thus have we lived nigh upon 40 years. Abide thou with us, so God have mercy on thee, till we sell our mats, so shalt thou sup and sleep with us this night, and on the morrow go thy ways with that thou desirest, so it please God the Most High. So he abode with them till the end of the day, when there came a boy 5 feet high, who took the mats they had made and carrying them to the market, sold them for a carat. With this he bought bread and beans and returned with them to the king. The hermit supped and lay down to sleep with them, but, in the middle of the night, they both arose and fell to praying and weeping. When daybreak was near, the king said, O my God, this thy servant beseeches thee to return him his cloud, and thou art able to this, so, O my God, answer thou his prayer and restore him his cloud. The queen said amen to his prayer, and behold, the cloud appeared in the sky, whereupon the king gave the hermit joy, and the latter took leave of them and went away, the cloud following him as of old. Moreover, whatsoever he required of God after this, in the names of the pious king and queen, he granted it to him, and he made thereon the following verses. God mongst his servants hath elect, whose pious souls, I ween, range in the gardens of his love, untroubled and serene. Their bodies' lusts at peace are grown and trouble them no more, for that which harbors in their breasts of hearts made pure and clean. One sees them silent, bearing them right humbly to their Lord, for they his mysteries behold, unseen as well as seen. The Muslim champion and the Christian damsel. The Caliph Omar ben el-Khattab, whom God accept, once levied an army of Muslims to encounter the enemy before Damascus, and they laid straight siege to one of the Christian strengths. Now there were among the Muslims 2 men, brothers, whom God had gifted with valor and daring against the foe, so that the commander of the besieged fortress said to his captains and champions, "Were but yonder 2 taken or slain, I would warrant you against the rest of the Muslims." Wherefore they set for them all manner of snares and ambushes and ceased not to lie in wait for them, till, at last, they took one of them prisoner and slew the other, who died a martyr. They carried the prisoner to their general, who looked at him and said, "To kill this man were pity, but his return to the Muslims would be a calamity. Would he might be brought to embrace the Christian faith and be to us an aid and a support." "O Emir," answered one of his knights, "I will bring him to abjure his faith, and on this wise. We know that the Arabs are passionately fond of women, and I have a daughter of surpassing beauty and grace, whom when he sees, he will be ravished by her." Quoth the general, "I give him into thy charge, take him." So he carried him to his house and set food before him. Moreover, he clad his daughter in raiment, such as added to her beauty and grace, and made her stand before the Muslim, as she were a handmaid obedient to her Lord and awaiting his commandment, that she might fulfill it. When the prisoner saw the snare that was set for him, he commended himself to God the Most High for protection, and closing his eyes, applied himself to prayer and reciting the Quran. Now he had a mellow voice and a penetrating wit, and the young lady fell passionately in love with him and said in herself, "Would God he would consent to admit me into the faith of Islam." And the tongue of her case recited the following verses. "Wilt turn away from me whose soul is thrall to thee, thy face, from me whose life thy ransom is, whose heart thy dwelling place? Indeed, my people I will well to leave, and leave a faith other than that of the sharp sword, yeah, Islam I embrace. And testify that there's no Lord save God and God alone, for constant is the proof thereof and doubt can find no place. Union, mayhap, will he decree with one that is averse and ease a heart distressed for love and longing of his grace. For ofttimes doors are open thrown, that erst were shut, and he has granted his desires, whom woe hath brought to sorry case. She abode thus 7 days, till her patience failed her and her breast was straitened, and she threw herself at his feet, saying, I conjure thee by thy faith, give ear unto my words. What are they? Asked he, and she said, Expound unto me Islam. So he expounded to her the tenets of the faith, and she became a Muslim, after which she purified herself, and he taught her to pray. Then said she to him, Know, O my brother, that I did but embrace Islam for thy sake and to win thy favor. Quoth he, The law of Islam forbids sexual commerce between man and woman, save after a marriage before 2 legal witnesses, and a dowry and next friend, for the woman, are also requisite. Now I know not where to find witnesses or next friend or dowry, but, if thou canst make shift to bring us out of this place, I hope to win to the land of Islam, and I vow to thee that none other in Islam shall be wife to me than thou. I will contrive this, answered she, and calling her father and mother, said to them, This Muslim's heart is softened, and he inclineth to enter our faith, so I will grant him that which he desireth of me. But he says, It were not fitting for me to do this in a town where my brother was slain. Could I but come without it, my heart would be diverted from the thought of him, and I would do that which is required of me. Now there is no harm in letting me go forth with him to another place, and I will be warrant to you and to the Emir for that which ye require of him. So her father went to their chief and told him of this, whereat he rejoiced with an exceeding joy and bade carry them forth the town to a village that she named. So they went out to the village, where they abode the rest of that day, and at nightfall, they made ready to set out and fare upon their way, even as saith the poet. The time of departure, quoth they, draweth nigh, and how oft will ye threat me with parting? I cry. No business have I but to traverse the earth, mile by mile and o'er deserts forever to hie. If the loved ones prick forth toward a land, for their sake, once again of the sons of the road become I. On my longing, to guide me to them, I rely, and it shows me the way nor directs me awry. The young Moslem mounted a swift horse and took the girl up behind him, and they set out and fared on all that night till morning, when he turned aside with her from the highway and alighting, they made the ablution and prayed the morning prayer. As they were thus engaged, they heard the clank of arms and ring of bridles and men's voices and tramp of horse, whereupon he said to her, O such an one, the Christians are upon us. What shall we do? For the horse is jaded, so that he cannot go another step. Out on thee, exclaimed she. Art thou then afraid? Yes, answered he, and she said, What didst thou tell me of the power of thy Lord and his readiness to succor those who cry to him? Come, let us make supplication to him and beseech him, surely, he will vouchsafe us his succor and visit us with his grace, glorified and exalted be he. By Allah, rejoined he, thou sayest well. So they betook themselves to prayer and supplication to God the Most High, and he recited these verses. Indeed, I stand in need of thee all seasons, foul or fair, what though with diadem and crown my brows encompassed were. Thou art the chiefest of my wants, and could my hand but win this its desire, no other want were left to me whatever. Not that thou hast withholdest thou, the outflow of thy graces as a torrent or a shower, that's lavished everywhere. By my transgression am I shut therefrom, yet is the light of thy compassion, clement one, resplendent past compare. O care dispeller, that, wherewith I stricken am, dispel, for there is none save thou alone can do away this care. Whilst he was praying and she sang, Amen, and the tramp of horse nearing them the while, behold, he heard the voice of his dead brother, the martyr, speaking and saying, O my brother, fear not, but be of good cheer, for these thou hearest are the host of God and his angels, whom he hath sent to serve as witnesses to your marriage. Verily, the angels of God the Most High are emulous of you, and he bestoweth on you the recompense of the blessed and the martyrs, and hath rolled up the earth for you, as it were a carpet, so that, by morning, you will be in the mountains of Medina. And thou, O man, when as thou foregatherest with Omar ben el-Khattab, of whom God accept, give him my salutation and say to him, May God abundantly requite thee for Islam, for thou hast dealt faithfully and striven diligently. Thereupon the angels lifted up their voices in salutation to him and his wife, saying, Verily, God the Most High appointed her in marriage to thee 2,000 years before your father Adam, on whom be peace, was created. Then joy and gladness and peace and cheer overcame the twain, assurance was confirmed and stablished was the vocation of the God-fearing pair. So they prayed the foredawn prayer and fared forward, and when the day broke and the light appeared to them, they saw, in the distance, the standards of Medina and the Caliph and a company of Muslims issuing forth to meet them. Now it was Omar's wont to rise for morning prayer in the darkness before dawn, and by times he would proceed to the mosque, followed by 2 men, and standing in the prayer niche, begin by reciting the chapter of the cattle or that of women, whereupon the sleeper awoke and he who was in act to make the ablution accomplished it and he who was afar came to prayer, nor had he made an end of the prayers of the first inclination, before the mosque was full of people, then would he pray his second inclination, repeating a short chapter in haste. But, on the morning in question, he hurried over his devotions, both first and second inclinations, repeating in each a short chapter, then, turning to his companions, said to them, "Come, let us go out to meet the bride and bridegroom," at which they wondered, understanding not his words. But he went out and they followed him, till they came to the gate of the city, where they met the young Muslim and his bride coming towards them and saluted them. Omar carried the bride and bridegroom into Medina and bade make a marriage feast, and the Muslims came and ate. Then the young Muslim went in to his bride, and God the Most High vouchsafed him children by her, who fought in his way and preserved their genealogies, for they gloried therein. And how excellent is what is said on the subject. I saw thee weeping at the gates and moaning passing sore, whilst all, except the curious, to answer thee forbore. Hath evil eye ensorcelled thee, or hath misfortune fallen on thee, and doth a barrier keep thee from the loved one's door? Awake, O wretch, devote thyself this day to God his praise, repent and turn thee to the Lord, as men have turned of yore. The rains of the forgiving one, belike, shall wash away the past, and on the sinner's head the grace of God shall pour. Ay, and the captive, shackled though he be, shall yet escape, and in the prison of God's wrath the slave shall pine no more. And they ceased not to be in all delight and solace of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. Ibrahim ben el-Kawaz and the Christian king's daughter. Quoth Sidi Ibrahim ben el-Kawaz, on whom be the mercy of God, my soul was instant with me, once upon a time, to go forth into the country of the infidels, and I strove with it and essayed to put away this thought from me, but it persisted and would not be denied. So I went forth and journeyed about the land of the unbelievers and traversed it in all its parts, for the grace of God enveloped me and his protection encompassed me, so that I met not a Christian, but he turned away his eyes and held aloof from me, till I came to a great city at whose gate I found a company of black slaves, clad in armor and bearing iron maces in their hands. When they saw me, they rose to their feet and said to me, "Art thou a physician?" I said, "Yes." Quoth they, "By order of the king," and carried me before their monarch, who was a handsome man of majestic aspect. When I came into his presence, he looked at me and said, "Art thou a physician?" "Yes," answered I, and he said to his officers, "Carry him to her and acquaint him with the condition, ere he enter." So they took me out and said to me, "Know that the king hath a daughter, who is stricken with a sore distemper, which no physician hath availed to cure, and none goeth in to her and treateth her, without curing her, but the king putteth him to death. So bethink thee what thou wilt do?" Quoth I, "The king sent me to her, so carry me to her." Accordingly, they brought me to her door and knocked, and I heard her cry out from within, saying, "Admit the physician, Lord of the wondrous secret." And she recited the following verses. "Open the door, for the physician's here, and see, I have a secret wonder dear. How many near in spirit distant are? How many spirit distant yet are near? I was in exile midst you, but the truth willed that my solace should eftsoon appear. Religious kinship bound us and we met, as lover and beloved, in joy and cheer. He summoned me to meeting, but the spy and censor twixt our loves did interfere. Out on ye! Leave your chiding and your prate, for unto you I may not lend an ear. With that which passes by I've no concern, upon the eternal things my hopes I rear." And behold, an old man opened the door in haste and said to me, "Enter." So I entered and found myself in a saloon strewn with sweet-scented herbs and with a curtain drawn across one corner, from behind which came a sound of groaning, weak as from an emaciated body. I sat down before the curtain and was about to pronounce the salutation, when I bethought me of the words of him whom God bless and preserve, "Accost not a Jew nor a Christian with the salutation, and when ye meet them in the way, constrain them to the straightest part thereof. So I held my peace, but she cried out from behind the curtain, saying, Where is the salutation that is due from one true believer in the unity of God and his indivisibility to another, O Kawaz? I was astonished at her speech and said, How knowest thou me? When the heart and thoughts are pure, answered she, the tongue speaks clearly from the secret places of the soul. I besought him yesterday to send me one of his saints, at whose hands I might have deliverance, and behold, it was cried to me from the recesses of my house, Grieve not, for we will send thee Ibrahim el-Kawaz. Then said I to her, What ails thee? It is now 4 years, answered she, since there appeared to me the manifest truth, and he, or it, is the storyteller, the comrade, the ally, whereupon my folk looked upon me with evil eyes and taxed me with madness, and there came not into me physician or visitor from them, but terrified and confounded me. And who led thee to the knowledge of the true faith? Asked I. God's manifest signs and his visible portents, replied she, and when the road is patent to thee, thou sayest with thine own eyes both proof and prover. Whilst we were talking, in came the old man affected to her guard and said to her, What doth thy physician? Quoth she, He knoweth the disease and hath hit upon the remedy. When he heard this, he manifested joy and gladness and accosted me with a cheerful favor, then went and told the king, who bade him entreat me with all consideration. So I visited her daily for 7 days, at the end of which time she said to me, O Abu Ishaq, when shall be our flight to the land of Islam? How canst thou go forth, replied I, and who would dare to attempt thine escape? He, rejoined she, who sent thee to me. Thou sayest well, answered I. So on the morrow, we went out by the gate of the city, and men's eyes were veiled from us, by his commandment, who, when he desireth aught, saith to it, Be, and it is, so that I journeyed with her in safety to Mecca, where she abode by the house of God 7 years, till the days of her life came to an end. The earth of Mecca was her tomb, and never saw I any more steadfast in prayer and fasting than she. May God send down his mercies upon her and have compassion on him who saith. When they brought me the physician, and indeed upon my face sickness and constant floods of tears had left full many a trace. He drew the veil away and saw not neath it but a soul sans life or body or aught else to fill the empty place. Indeed, said he to them, a thing uneath is this to cure, love hath a secret not to win by sheer conjecture's grace. Quoth they, and one know not what is therein, and if there be no way its nature to define and symptoms to embrace. How then shall medicine thereon have any wise effect? Leave me, indeed, I will not judge, by guesswork, of the case. The justice of Providence. A certain prophet once worshipped on a high mountain, at whose foot was a spring of running water, and he was wont to sit by day on the mountain top, where none could see him, calling upon the name of God the Most High and watching those who came to the spring. One day, as he sat looking on the spring, there came up a horseman, who dismounted thereby and taking a bag from his neck, laid it down beside him, after which he drank of the water and rested a while, then mounted and rode away, leaving the bag behind him. Presently up came another man, to drink of the spring, who saw the bag and finding it full of gold, took it up and made off with it in safety, after he had drunken. A little after, came a woodcutter, with a heavy faggot on his back, and sat down by the spring to drink, when, behold, back came the horseman, in great concern, and said to him, Where is the bag, with the 1,000 dinars, that was here? I know nothing of it, replied the woodcutter, whereupon the other drew his sword and smote him and killed him. Then he searched his clothes, but found nothing, so he left him and went away. When the prophet saw this, he said, O Lord, this man hath been slain unjustly, for another had the 1,000 dinars. But God answered him, saying, Busy thyself with thy service, for the ordering of the affairs of the universe is none of thine affair. Know that the horseman's father had despoiled the second man's father of 1,000 dinars, so I gave the son possession of his father's money. As for the woodcutter, he had slain the horseman's father, wherefore I enabled the son to avenge himself. Then said the prophet, Verily, there is none other God than thou. Glory to thee. Thou alone knowest the hidden things. Moreover, one of the poets hath made the following verses on the matter. The prophet saw what to the eyes of men was evident and fell a questioning of that which mortal sight outwent. When what they apprehended not his eyes beheld, O Lord, what is this thing? Quoth he. Yon man that slain was innocent. 1. Without travail or fatigue, to riches did attain, although in poor and needy guise himself he did present. And, O Creator of mankind, this other one was slain, for all he had committed not that called for punishment. No, answered God, his father's good it was thou saw'st him take, it came to him by heritage, by right of free descent. The woodcutter the horseman's sire had slain, so, when his son the occasion found, he took his wreak of him, incontinent. Put off this thought from thee, for we have, in created things, a secret that of human sight transcendeth the extent. Submit thee to our laws and bow unto our might, for know, our ordinance for profit works and eke for detriment. The Ferryman of the Nile and the Hermit. Quoth a certain pious man, I was once a ferryman on the Nile and used to ply between the eastern and the western banks. One day, as I sat in my boat, waiting for custom, there came up to me an old man of a bright countenance, clad in a patched gown and bearing in his hand a gourd bottle and a staff. He saluted me and I returned his greeting, and he said to me, Wilt thou ferry me over and give me to eat for the love of God the Most High? With all my heart, answered I. So he entered the boat and I rowed him over to the eastern side. When he was about to land, he said to me, I desire to lay a trust on thee. Quoth I, What is it? No, rejoined he, that God hath revealed to me that my end is at hand and that thou wilt come to me tomorrow, after the hour of noon, and wilt find me dead under yonder tree. Wash me and wrap me in the shroud thou wilt find under my head and bury me in the sand, after thou hast prayed over me and taken my gown and bottle and staff, which do thou deliver to one who will come and require them of thee. And I marveled at his word. Next day, I forgot what he had said till near the hour of afternoon prayer, when I remembered and hastening to the appointed place, found him under the tree, dead, with a new shroud by his head, exhaling a fragrance of musk. So I washed him and shrouded him and prayed over him, then dug a hole in the sand and buried him, after I had taken his gown and bottle and staff, with which I rowed back to the western side and passed the night there. On the morrow, as soon as the city gate was opened, there came to me a young man, whom I had known as a lewd fellow, clad in fine clothes and his hands stained with henna, and said to me, Art thou not such an one, the ferryman? Yes, answered I, and he said, Give me what thou hast in trust for me. Quoth I, What is that? The gown, the bottle, and the staff, replied he. Who told thee of them? Asked I, and he answered, I know nothing save that I was yesterday at the wedding of one of my friends and spent the night singing, and making merry, till hard upon day, when I lay down to sleep and take rest, and behold, there stood by me one who said to me, God the Most High hath taken such an one the hermit to himself and hath appointed thee to fill his place, so go to so-and-so, the ferryman, and take of him the dead man's gown and bottle and staff, that he left with him for thee. So I brought them out and gave them to him, whereupon he put off his clothes and donned the gown, then taking the gourd and staff, went his way and left me. I fell a weeping for wonder and pity, but, that night, whilst I slept, the Lord of glory, blessed and exalted be he, appeared to me in a dream and said to me, O my servant, is it grievous to thee that I have granted to one of my servants to return to me? Indeed, this is of my bounty, that I vouchsafe to whom I will, for I am able to do all things. And I repeated the following verses. The lover with the loved of wills bereaved quite, all choice to these forbid, and but thou know aright. Whether to thee he grant favor and grace or hold aloof from thee nowise may blame upon him light. His very rigors, e'en, except thou glory in, away. Thou hast no call to stand with the contrite. Know'st not his presence from his absence? Then art thou unreal, and that thou seek'st in front and out of sight. If I be haled away to slaughter for thy sake, or yearning yield thee up the last spark of my sprite, 'tis in thy hand, hold off, grant or deny, 'tis one, at that which thou ordainst 'tis vain to rail or flight. No aim in this my love have I but thine approof, so, and not choose to hold aloof, 'tis good and right. The King of the Island. There was once a rich and notable man of the children of Israel, who had a pious and blessed son. When the former's last hour drew nigh, his son sat down at his head and said to him, O my lord, give me an injunction. Dear my son, replied his father, I charge thee, swear not by God, whether truly or falsely. Then he died, and certain lewd fellows of the children of Israel heard of the injunction he had laid on his son, and fell to coming to the latter and saying, Thy father had such and such moneys of mine, and thou knowest it, so give me what is due to me, or else make oath to the contrary. But the man would not disobey his father's injunction, so gave them all they claimed, and they ceased not to deal thus with him, till his wealth was exhausted and he fell into sore distress. Now he had a pious and blessed wife, who had borne him 2 little sons, so he said to her, The folk have multiplied claims on me, and what while I had wherewithal to quit myself of them, I stinted not to give it up, but now there is nothing left us, and if others make claim upon me, we shall be distressed and tormented, I and thou, so it were better for us to flee to some place, where none knows us, and earn our bread among the uttermost of the folk. Accordingly, he took ship with her and his 2 children, knowing not whither he should go, but God decreeth, there is no reverser of his decrees, and quoth the tongue of the case. O thou, that thy dwelling departest for fear of the foe, and ease in thy flight overtakes thee in freedom from woe. Grudge not at estrangement, for often the exile, by length of distance from homestead and country, right puissant doth grow. If the pearls in the prison abided for aye of their shells, king's crowns to them never were given for dwelling, I trow. The ship was wrecked, but the man and his wife and children saved themselves, each on a plank. The waves separated them, and the wife was cast up in one country and the elder son in another. The second son was picked up by a ship, and the waves threw the father on a desert island, where he landed and made the ablution. Then he pronounced the call to prayer and fell to his devotions, when, behold, there came up out of the sea creatures of various colors and prayed with him. When he had finished, he went up to a tree and stayed his hunger with its fruits, after which he found a spring of water and drank thereof and praised God, to whom belong might and majesty. He abode thus 3 days, and whenever he stood up to pray, the sea creatures came out and prayed like as he prayed. On the 4th day, he heard one crying aloud and saying, O just man, that didst so piously honor thy father and so reverest the decrees of thy Lord, grieve not, for God requiteth thee that which thou hast lost. In this island are treasures and things of price, which God willeth thou shalt inherit, and they are in such a place, so bring thou them to light. Moreover, we will send ships unto thee, and do thou bestow largesse on the folk and bid them to thee, and we will incline their hearts unto thee. So he sought out the appointed place, and God, to whom belong might and majesty, discovered to him the treasures in question. Then ships resorted to him, and he gave abundant largesse to the crews, saying to them, Direct the folk unto me, and I will give them such and such things, and appoint to them this and that. Accordingly, there came folk from all parts and countries, nor had 10 years passed over him, before the island was peopled and he became its king. None repaired to him, but he entreated him with munificence, and his report was noised abroad throughout the length and breadth of the earth. Now his elder son had fallen into the hands of a man, who reared him and instructed him in all manner of polite accomplishments, and in like manner, the younger was adopted by one who gave him a good education and brought him up for a merchant. As for their mother, she happened upon a merchant, who gave her charge over his property and made a covenant with her that he would not deal traitorously by her, but would aid her to obey God, to whom belong might and majesty, and he used to carry her with him in his travels by sea and land. Now the elder son heard the report of the king, without knowing who he was, so he made for the island and was well received by the king, who made him his private secretary. After a while, the other son also sought out the king, attracted by the fame of his piety and justice, and was made by him his steward. They abode a while in his service, neither knowing other, till it chanced that the merchant aforesaid, hearing of the king's beneficence and generous dealing with the folk, freighted a ship with rich stuffs and other of the best of the produce of the country, and taking the woman with him, set sail for the island. He arrived there in due course and landing, presented himself before the king with his gift. The latter rejoiced therein with an exceeding joy and ordered him a splendid recompense. Now there were, among the gifts, certain drugs, of which he would have the merchant acquaint him with the names and uses, so he said to him, "Abide with us this night." Quoth he, "I have in the ship a pious woman whom God hath committed to my ward, and I have promised her to entrust the care of her to none but myself, for indeed I build upon her prayers and have felt the blessing of her counsels. I will send her 2 trusty men," rejoined the king, "who shall pass the night in the ship and guard her and all that is with her." The merchant agreed to this and abode with the king, who called his secretary and steward and said to them, "Go and pass the night in this man's ship and keep it safe, if it please God the Most High." So they went up into the ship and seating themselves, one in the bows and the other on the poop, passed a part of the night in repeating the praises of God, to whom belong might and majesty. Then said one to the other, "Harkye, such an one. The king bade us keep watch, and I fear lest sleep overtake us, so, come, let us discourse of stories of fortune and of the good and evil chances we have seen." "O my brother," replied the other, "as for my tribulations, fate parted me from my mother and a brother of mine, whose name was even as thine, and it befell thus. My father took ship with us from such a place, and the winds and waves rose against us and were contrary, so that the ship was wrecked and God sundered our union." "What was the name of thy mother, O my brother?" asked the first. "So and so," answered the other. "And of thy father?" "So and so." When the first one heard this, he threw himself upon the other's neck, saying, "By Allah, thou art my very brother." And each fell to telling the other what had befallen him in his youth, whilst their mother heard all they said, but held her peace and constrained her soul to patience. When it was morning, one brother said to the other, "Come, brother, let us go to my lodging and talk there." "It is well," replied the other. So they went away, and presently the merchant came back, and finding the woman in great concern, said to her, "What hath befallen thee?" Quoth she, "Thou sentest to me yesternight men who purposed ill to me, and I have been sore troubled with them." At this, he was wroth, and going in to the king, made his complaint to him. Now the king loved the 2 brothers, for that which he had noted in them of virtue and trustworthiness, so he summoned them forthwith, and sending for the woman, that he might hear from her own lips what she had to say against them, said to her, "O woman, what complaint hast thou against these 2 men?" "O king," replied she, "I conjure thee, by the great God, the bountiful one, the Lord of the 9th heaven, bid them repeat the words they spoke yesternight." So he said to them, "Repeat what ye said, and conceal naught thereof." Accordingly, they repeated their conversation, and behold, the king gave a great cry and rising from his throne, threw himself upon them, saying, By Allah, ye are my very sons. Therewith the woman discovered her face and said, And I am their mother. So they were all united and abode in all delight and solace of life, until death separated them. So glory be to him who delivereth his servant, whenas he resorteth to him, and disappointeth not his hope and his trust in him. And how well saith the poet on the subject. Each thing hath its appointed time, to its predestinate, with God, my brother, to confirm it lies or abrogate. Repine now not at anything wherewith thou stricken art, for troubles oft in prosperous times do lie for us in wait. How many an one lies down to sleep, afflicted with what seems a strait, but is at heart a cause of joy and fortunate? How many a wretch, on whom men's eyes look hatred and contempt, is by God's wonder-working grace redeemed from low estate? Lo, this is one who did endure affliction aforetime, hurt and distress were sore on him and unrelenting fate. Time severed him from those he held most dear, and each from each, after long union of their loves, was forced to separate. But his Lord gave him fortune fair and brought him those he loved. In all God doth admonishments for men to meditate. Glory to him whose providence embraces all that be, whose presence ever near to us, clear proofs do intimate. He is the near one, whom no wit conceiveth, nor indeed day's journeys nearer bring to us, nor of his distance bate. Abulhusn ed Duraj and Abu Jafar they. Lapur. Quoth Abulhusn ed Duraj, I had been many times to Mecca, which God increase in honor, and the folk used to follow me by reason of my knowledge of the road and the watering places. It chanced one year that I was minded to make the pilgrimage to the holy house of God and visit the tomb of his prophet, on whom be peace and blessing, and I said to myself, I know the road and will go alone. So I set out and journeyed till I came to El-Qadisiyah, and entering the mosque there, saw a leper seated in the prayer niche. When he saw me, he said to me, O Abulhusn, I crave thy company to Mecca. Quoth I to myself, I wish to avoid companions, and how shall I company with lepers? So I said to him, I will bear no one company. And he was silent. Next day I continued my journey alone, till I came to a Kaaba, where I entered the mosque and was amazed to find the leper seated in the prayer niche. Glory be to God, said I in myself. How hath this fellow foregone me hither? But he raised his eyes to me and said, smiling, O Abulhusn, he doth for the weak that which the strong wonder at. I passed that night in perplexity, confounded at what I had seen, and in the morning set out again by myself. But when I came to Arafat and entered the mosque, behold, there was the leper seated in the niche. So I threw myself upon him and kissing his feet, said, O my Lord, I crave thy company. But he said, This may no wise be. Whereupon I fell a weeping and lamenting, and he said, Peace, weeping will avail thee nothing. And he recited the following verses. For my estrangement dost thou weep, whenas it came from thee? And restoration dost implore, when none, alas, may be? Thou saw'st my weakness and disease, as it appeared, and saidst, He goes nor comes, or night or day, for this is malady. Sayest not that God, exalted be his glory, to his slave vouchsafeth all he can conceive of favors fair and free? If I, to outward vision, be as it appears in eke in body, for despite of fate, e'en that which thou dost see. And eke no victual though I have, unto the holy place where crowds unto my Lord resort, indeed, to carry me. I have a Maker, hidden are his bounties unto me, yea, there's no parting me from him, and without peer is he. Depart from me in peace and leave me in my strangerhood, for with the lonely exile still the one shall company. So I left him and continued my journey, and every stage I came to, I found him before me, till I came to Medina, where I lost sight of him and could hear no news of him. Here I met Abu Yazid al-Bustani and Abu Bakr Shibli and a number of other doctors, to whom I told my case, and they said, God forbid that thou shouldst gain his company after this. This was Abu Ja'far the leper, in whose name, at all tides, the folk pray for rain and by whose blessing prayers are answered. When I heard this, my longing for his company redoubled, and I implored God to reunite me with him. Whilst I was standing on Arafat, one plucked me from behind, so I turned, and behold, it was Abu Ja'far. At this sight, I gave a loud cry and fell down in a swoon, but, when I came to myself, he was gone. This increased my yearning for him, and the ways were straightened upon me, and I prayed God to give me sight of him, nor was it but a few days after, when one pulled me from behind, and I turned, and behold, it was he again. Quoth he, I conjure thee, ask thy desire of me. So I begged him to pray 3 prayers to God for me: first, that he would make me love poverty; secondly, that I might never lie down to sleep upon known provision; and thirdly, that he the bountiful one would vouchsafe me to look upon his face. So he prayed for me, as I wished, and departed from me. And indeed God hath granted me the first 2 prayers, for he hath made me in love with poverty, so that, by Allah, there is not in the world dearer to me than it, and since such a year, I have never lain down upon assured provision, yet hath he never let me lack of aught. As for the 3rd prayer, I trust that he will vouchsafe me that also, even as he hath granted the 2 others, for he is bountiful and excellently beneficent. And may God have mercy on him who saith, Renouncement, lowliness, the fakir's garments be, in patched and tattered clothes still fares the devotee. Pallor adorneth him, as, on their latest nights, the moons with pallor still embellished thou mayst see. Long rising up by night to pray hath wasted him, and from his lids the tears stream down, as 'twere a sea. The thought of God to him his very housemate is, for bosom friend, by night, omnipotent hath he. God the Protector helps the fakir in his need, and birds and beasts no less to succor him agree. On his account, the wrath of God on men descends, and by his grace, the rains fall down on wood and Leah. And if he pray one day to do away a plague, the oppressors slain and men from tyrants are made free. For all the folk are sick, afflicted and diseased, and he's the pitying leech withouten stint or fee. His forehead shines, and now but look upon his face, thy heart is calmed, the lights of heaven appear to thee. O thou that shunnest these, their virtues knowing not, woe's thee! Thou art shut from them by thine iniquity. Thou think'st them to o'ertake, for all thou art fettered fast, thy sins from thy desire do hinder thee, purdy. Thou wouldst to them consent, and rivers from thine eyes would run for them, if thou their excellence couldst see. Uneath to him to smell, who's troubled with a rheum, are flowers, the broker knows what worth the garments be. So supplicate thy Lord right humbly for his grace, and providence, belike, shall help thy constancy. And thou shalt win thy will, and from estrangement's stress and eke rejection's pains shall be at rest and free. The asylum of his grace is wide enough for all that seek, the one true God, the conqueror is he. The Queen of Serpents. There was once, of old days and in bygone ages and times, a Grecian sage called Daniel, who had scholars and disciples, and the wise men of Greece were obedient to his commandment and relied upon his learning, but God had denied him a son. One night, as he lay musing and weeping over the lack of a son, to whom he might bequeath his learning, he bethought himself that God, blessed and exalted be he, gives ear unto the prayer of those who resort to him, and that there is no doorkeeper at the gate of his bounties, and that he favors whom he will without stint and sends none empty away. So he besought the Most High, the Bountiful, to vouchsafe him a son, to succeed him, and to endow him abundantly with his favors. Then he returned and lay with his wife, who conceived by him the same night. A few days after this he took ship for a certain place, but the ship was wrecked and he saved himself on a plank, with the loss of all his books, save only 5 leaves thereof. When he returned home, he laid the 5 leaves in a chest and locking it, gave the key to his wife, who was then big with child, and said to her, "Know that my last hour is at hand and that the time of my translation from this temporary abiding place of the world to that which is eternal draws nigh. Now thou art with child and wilt haply bear a son after my death. If this be so, name him Hazib Karameddin and rear him well. When the boy grows up and says to thee, 'What inheritance did my father leave me?' give him these 5 leaves, which when he is read and digested, he will be the most learned man of his time." Then he bade her farewell and heaving one sigh, departed the world and all that is therein, the mercy of the Most High God be upon him. His family and friends wept over him and washed him and bore him forth in great state and buried him. After a while, his widow bore a handsome boy and named him Hazib Karameddin, as her husband had charged her. Then she summoned the astrologers, who took the altitude of the planets and drawing the boy's horoscope, said to her, "Know that this boy will live many years, but a great peril will befall him in the early part of his life, from which if he escape, he will be given the knowledge of wisdom." She suckled him 2 years, then weaned him, and when he was 5 years old, she sent him to school, but he would learn nothing. So she took him from school and set him to learn a trade, but he would not learn and there came no work from his hands. She wept over this and the folk said to her, "Marry him, peradventure he will take thought for his wife and learn a trade." So she sought out a girl and married him to her, but marriage wrought no change in him and he still remained idle as before. One day, some neighbors of hers, who were woodcutters, came to her and said, "Buy thy son an ass and cords and a hatchet, and let him go with us to the mountain and cut wood. The price of the wood shall be his and ours, and with his share he shall provide thee and his wife." When she heard this, she rejoiced greatly and bought Hazib an ass and hatchet and cords, then, carrying him to the woodcutters, delivered him into their hands and commended him to their care. "Have no concern for the boy," answered they, "he is the son of our sheikh, Daniel, and our Lord will provide him." So they carried him to the mountain, where they cut firewood and loaded their asses therewith, then returned to the city and selling what they had cut, spent the price on their families. This they did every day for some time, till one day, as they were cutting wood on the mountain as usual, a violent storm of rain broke over them, and they took refuge in a great cave, till the storm should be past. It chanced that Hazib went apart from the rest into a corner of the cavern and sitting down, fell to smiting the earth, idly, with his axe. Presently, he noted that the ground gave out a hollow sound under the axe, so he dug there a while and came to a round flagstone, with a ring in it. When he saw this, he was glad and called his comrades the woodcutters, who came to him and speedily clearing away the earth from the stone, pulled it up and found under it a trapdoor, which, being opened, discovered a cistern full of bees' honey. Then said they to each other, "We must return to the city and fetch vessels, in which to carry away the honey, and sell it and divide the price, whilst one of us stays by the cistern, to guard it from other than ourselves." Quoth Hazib, "I will stay and keep watch over it." So they left him there and repairing to the city, fetched vessels, which they filled with honey and loading their asses therewith, carried them to the city and sold the contents. Thus they did several days in succession, sleeping in the city by night, whilst Hazib abode on guard by the cistern, till but little remained, when they said to one another, "It was Hazib found the honey, and tomorrow he will come down to the city and claim the price of it, saying, 'It was I found it,' nor is there any means of quitting ourselves of this but that we let him down into the cistern, to get the rest of the honey, and leave him there, so will he perish miserably, and none will know of him." They all fell in with this, and returning to the cavern, said to Hazib, "Go down into the well and get us the rest of the honey." So he went down and passed up to them the rest of the honey, after which he said to them, "Draw me up, for there is nothing left." They made him no answer, but, loading their asses, went away and left him alone in the cistern. When they reached the city, they repaired to Hazib's mother, weeping, and said to her, "May thy head outlive thy son Hazib." "How did he die?" asked she. Quoth they, "We were cutting wood in the mountain, when there fell on us a great storm of rain, and we took shelter from it in a cavern. Presently, thy son's ass broke loose and fled into the valley, and he ran after it, to turn it back, when there came out upon them a great wolf, who tore thy son in pieces and ate the ass." When she heard this, she buffeted her face and strewed dust on her head and fell a mourning for her son, whilst the woodcutters sold the honey, with the proceeds of which they opened shops and became merchants and passed their lives in eating and drinking and making merry. But, every day, they brought Hazib's mother meat and drink. Meanwhile, when Hazib found himself alone, he began to weep and call for help and say, "There is no God but God, the Most High, the Supreme. I shall surely perish miserably." As he was thus bemoaning himself, a great scorpion fell upon him, so he rose and killed it. Then he bethought him and said, "The cistern was full of honey, how came this scorpion here?" Therewith he rose and examined the well right and left, till he found the crevice from which the scorpion had fallen and saw light shining through it. So he took out his knife and enlarged the opening, till it was big enough to allow him to pass, when he crept through it and found himself in a passage in the rock. Following this passage, he came to a vast gallery, which led him to a great iron door, made fast with a padlock of silver, in which was a golden key. He looked through the chink of the door and saw a great light shining within, so he took the key and opening the door, found himself in an open space and walked on till he came to a great pond, full of something that glistened like water. Hard by he saw a high mount of green jasper, and on the top of the mount a throne of gold, inlaid with all manner jewels, round which were set many stools, some of gold, some of silver and others of emerald. He climbed the mound and counting the stools, found them 12,000 in number. Then he mounted the throne and seating himself thereon, sat marveling at the pond and the stools, till drowsiness overcame him and he fell asleep. Presently, he was aroused by a great snorting and hissing and rustling, and opening his eyes, saw seated on each stool a great serpent, 100 cubits in length, with eyes that blazed like live coals. At this sight, great fear got hold on him, his spittle dried up, for the excess of his affright, and he despaired of life. Then he turned towards the pond and saw that what he had taken for water was none other than a multitude of small serpents, none knoweth their number save God the Most High. After a while, there came a serpent as big as a mule, bearing on its back a charger of gold, wherein lay another serpent, that shone like crystal and whose face was as that of a woman. Thereupon, one of the serpents seated there came up and lifting her off the dish, set her on one of the stools. Then she cried out to the other serpents in their language, whereupon they all fell down from their stools and did her homage. But she signed to them to sit, and they did so. Then she saluted Hazib in human speech, and he returned her salutation, and she said to him with fluent speech, "Have no fear of us, O youth. I am the queen of the serpents and their sultaness." When he heard this, he took heart, and she bade the serpents bring him food. So they brought apples and grapes and pomegranates and pistachio nuts and filberts and walnuts and almonds and bananas and set them before him, and the queen said, "Welcome, O youth. What is thy name?" "My name is Hazib Karameddin," answered he, and she rejoined, "O Hazib, eat of these fruits, for we have no other meat, and fear nothing from us." So he ate his fill and praised God the Most High. Then they took away the tray from before him, and the queen said to him, "O Hazib, tell me whence thou art and how camest thou hither?" So he told her his story from first to last, adding, God only knows what will betide me after this. Quoth the queen, Nothing but good shall betide thee, but, O Hazib, I would have thee abide with me a while, that I may tell thee my history and acquaint thee with the rare adventures that have come to my knowledge. I hear and obey, answered he, and she said, Know then, O Hazib, that The Adventures of Bulukiya. There was once in the city of Cairo a wise and pious king of the children of Israel, who was devoted to the study of books of learning, and he had a son named Bulukiya. When he grew old and weak and was nigh upon death, his grandees and officers of state came in to him, to salute him, and he said to them, O folk, know that the hour is at hand of my departure from this world to the next, and I have no charge to lay on you, save to commend my son to your care. Then said he, I testify that there is no God save God, and heaving one sigh, departed the world, the mercy of God be on him. They laid him out and washed him and buried him in great state. Then they made his son Bulukiya king in his stead, and he ruled the kingdom justly, and the people had peace in his time. It befell one day that he entered his father's treasures, to look about him, and coming upon a hidden door, opened it and found himself in a little closet, wherein stood a column of white marble. On the top of the column was a coffer of ebony, which he opened and saw therein a casket of gold, containing a book. He read the book and found therein a description of our Lord Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, and how he should be sent in the latter days and be the Lord of the first and the last, and his heart was taken with love of him. So he assembled all the notables of the scribes and diviners and priests of the children of Israel and read the book to them, adding, O folk, needs must I bring my father out of his grave and burn him. Why wilt thou burn him? Asked they, and he answered, Because he hid this book from me and imparted it not to me. Now the old king had compiled it from the Pentateuch and the book of Abraham and had hidden it in his treasury and imparted it to none. O king, rejoined they, thy father is dead, his body is in the dust and his affair is in the hands of his Lord, thou shalt not take him forth of his tomb. So he knew that they would not suffer him to do this thing, and leaving them, repaired to his mother, to whom said he, O my mother, I have found, in one of my father's treasuries, a book containing a description of Muhammad, whom God bless and keep, a prophet who shall be sent in the latter days, and my heart is taken with his love, wherefore I am resolved to wander over the earth, till I foregather with him, else I shall die of longing for the love of him. Then he doffed his clothes and donned a pilgrim's gown of striped goat's hair cloth and sandals, saying to his mother, Forget me not in thy prayers. She wept and said, O my son, what will become of us after thee? But he answered, saying, I can endure no longer, and I commit my affair and shine to God the Most High. Then he set out in the direction of Syria, without the knowledge of any of his people, and coming to the seashore, took passage in a ship, which he found there. They sailed till they came to an island, where they cast anchor, and Bulukiya landed with the crew, but, becoming separated from the rest, sat down under a tree and fell asleep. When he awoke, he found that the ship had set sail without him, and in that island he saw serpents as big as camels and palm trees, who sang ye praises of Allah and blessed Muhammad, proclaiming the unity of God and glorifying the Most High, whereat he wondered greatly. When they saw him, they flocked to him, and one of them said to him, Who, and whence art thou, and whither goest thou? Quoth he, My name is Bulukiya, I am of the children of Israel, and am come out in quest of Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, being distracted for love of him. But who are ye, O noble creatures? We are of the dwellers in hell, answered they, and God the Most High created us for the punishment of unbelievers. And how came ye hither? Asked he, and they answered, Know that hell, of the greatness of its boiling, breathes twice a year, exhaling in the summer and inhaling in the winter, and hence the summer heat and the winter cold. When it exhales, it casts us forth of its maw, and we are drawn in again with the inhaled breath. Quoth Bulukiya, "Are there greater serpents than you in hell?" And they said, "We are cast out with the expired breath, but by reason of our smallness, for in hell every serpent is so great, that, were the biggest of us to pass over its nose, it would not beware of us." "Ye sing the praises of God," said Bulukiya, "and invoke blessings on Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve." "Whence know ye of Muhammad?" "O Bulukiya," answered they, "the name of Muhammad is written on the gates of paradise, and but for him, God had not created paradise nor heaven nor hell nor earth, for he made all things that be, solely on his account, and hath coupled his name with his own in every place, wherefore we love Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve." The serpent's converse did but inflame Bulukiya's love for Muhammad and yearning for his sight, so he took leave of them and making his way to the seashore, found there a ship lying at anchor, in which he embarked and sailed till he came to another island. Here he landed and walking about, found there serpents, great and small, none knoweth their numbers save God the Most High, and amongst them a white serpent, more brilliant than crystal, seated in a golden charger borne on the back of another serpent as big as an elephant. Now this was none other than myself, so, when I saw Bulukiya, I saluted him and he returned my salutation, and I said to him, "Who and what art thou, and whither goest thou?" "I am of the children of Israel," answered he. "My name is Bulukiya, and I am a wanderer for the love of Muhammad, whose description I have read in the revealed scriptures and of whom I go in quest." "But what art thou, and what are these serpents about thee?" Quoth I am the queen of the serpents, and when thou foregatherest with Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, bear him my salutation. Then he took leave of me and journeyed till he came to Jerusalem. Now there was in that city a man by name Uthan, who was deeply versed in all sciences, more especially in geometry and astronomy and mathematics, as well as in white magic and the Kabbalah, and he had studied the Pentateuch and the Evangel and the Psalms and the book of Abraham, and had read in certain books that whoso should wear the ring of our Lord Solomon, men and jinn and birds and beasts and all created things would be subject to him. Moreover, he had discovered that Solomon lay buried in a cavern beyond the 7 seas, with the ring on his finger, which none, man nor genie, could take therefrom, and that none could sail upon the 7 seas in ships, and he had found out by study that there was a certain herb, whose juice if one expressed and anointed there with the soles of his feet, he should walk drished upon the surface of any sea that God the Most High had created, but none could come at this herb, except he had with him the queen of the serpents. When Bulukiya arrived at Jerusalem, he entered the temple and sat down to do his devotions. Presently, Uthan came up, and seeing him reading the Pentateuch and worshipping God the Most High, accosted him and asked him who and whence he was and whither bound. "My name is Bulukiya," answered the prince. "I am from the city of Cairo and am come forth, wandering, in quest of Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve." Quoth Uthan, "Come with me to my house, that I may entertain thee." "I hear and obey," cried Bulukiya. So the sage took him by the hand and carried him to his house, where he entreated him with the utmost honor and said to him, "O my brother, tell me thy history and how thou camest by the knowledge of Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, and who directed thee in this road." So he related to him his story, from first to last, at which Uthan well nigh lost his wits for wonder and said to him, "O my brother, bring me to the queen of the serpents and I will bring thee in company with Muhammad, albeit the time of his coming is yet far distant. For thou must know that I have found in my books that there is a certain herb whose juice if one express and anoint there with the soles of his feet, he shall go drished upon whatsoever sea God the Most High hath made, and if one have with him the queen of the serpents and traverse the mountains where the herbs grow, each herb by which he passes will speak and proclaim its virtues, by the ordinance of God the Most High. So, if we can take the queen of the serpents, we will put her in a cage and carry her to the mountains aforesaid, and when we have found the magical herb, we will let her go her way. Then will we anoint our feet with the juice of the herb and fare over the 7 seas, till we come to the burial place of our Lord Solomon, when we will take the ring off his finger and rule even as he ruled and come to our desire. For, with the aid of the ring, we will enter the ocean of darknesses and drink of the water of life, and so God will let us tarry till the latter days, and we shall foregather with Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve. Bulukiya consented to lead him to my abiding place, so often made him a cage of iron, and providing himself with 2 bowls, one full of milk and the other of wine, took ship with Bulukiya and sailed till they came to the island, where they landed and walked on inland. Then Uthman set up the cage, in which he laid a snare, and placing in it the 2 bowls, withdrew, he and Bulukiya, and concealed themselves afar off. Presently, up came the queen of the serpents, that is, myself, and examined the cage. When I smelt the milk, I slid off the back of my bearer, and entering the cage, drank up the milk. Then I went to the bowl of wine and drank of it, whereupon my head became giddy and I slept. When Uthman saw this, he ran up and locking the cage upon me, set it on his head and made for the ship, he and Bulukiya. After a while I awoke, and finding myself in a cage of iron on a man's head, and seeing Bulukiya walking beside the bearer, said to him, "This is the reward of those who do no hurt to men." "O Queen," answered he, "have no fear of us, for we will do thee no hurt. We would but have thee guide us to the herb whose juice, rubbed upon the soles of the feet, confers the power of walking dryshod upon what sea soever God the Most High hath created, which when we have found, we will return thee to thy place and let thee go thy way." Then they fared on till they came to the hills where grew the herbs, and as they went, each herb they passed began to speak and avouch its virtues by permission of God the Most High. As they were going along and the herbs speaking right and left, one of the latter spoke out and said, "I am the herb, which if one gather and press and anoint his feet with my juice, he shall fare dryshod over what sea soever God the Most High hath created." When Uthman heard this, he set down the cage, and gathering what might suffice them of the herb, bruised it and filled 2 vials with the juice, and with what was left they anointed their feet. Then they took up the cage and journeyed days and nights, till they reached the island, where they opened the cage and let me out. When I found myself at liberty, I asked them what use they thought to make of the juice of the herb, and they answered, saying, "We purpose to traverse the 7 seas to the burial place of our Lord Solomon and take the ring from his finger." Quoth I, "Far is it from your power to possess yourselves of the ring?" "Wherefore?" asked they, and I replied, "Because God the Most High vouchsafed unto our Lord Solomon the gift of this ring, and peculiarly favored him therewith, for that he said to him, O my Lord, bestow upon me a dominion, that shall beseem none after me, for thou art the giver of gifts. So the ring is not for you. Had ye taken the herb, whereof whoso eateth shall not die until the first blast of the last trumpet, it had better availed you than this ye have gotten, for ye shall nowise come at your desire of it." When they heard this, they repented them exceedingly and went their ways, whilst I went in quest of my subjects and found them fallen in piteous plight, the weaker of them having died in my absence and the stronger grown weak. When they saw me, they rejoiced, and flocking about me, inquired what had befallen me. So I told them what had passed, after which I gathered them together and repaired with them to the mountain Caf, where I used to winter, spending the summer in the place where thou now sayest me, O Hazib. This, then, is my story and what befell me, with Bulukiya and Uthman. But Hazib marveled at her words and said to her, I beseech thee, of thy favor, bid one of thy subjects bring me out to the surface of the earth, that I may go to my people. O Hazib, replied she, thou shalt not depart from us till winter come, and needs must thou go with us to the mountain Caf and divert thyself with the sight of hills and sands and trees and birds, magnifying the one God, the victorious, besides Marids and Afrits and Jinn, whose number none knoweth save God the Most High. When Hazib heard this, he was sore chagrined and concerned. Then he said to her, Tell me of Uthman and Bulukiya, when they departed from thee and went their way, did they win to the burial place of our Lord Solomon or not? and if they won thither, did they avail to take the ring or not? No, answered she, that, when they left me, they anointed their feet with the juice of the magical herb, and walking over the water, fared on from sea to sea, beholding the wonders of the deep, till they had traversed the 7 seas and came in sight of a mighty mountain, soaring high into the air, whereat they rejoiced and said to one another, Verily we have attained our desire. So they landed and found that the stones of the mountain were of emerald and its dust of musk, and in it was a stream of running water. They entered the passes of the mountain and walked on, till they saw a cavern afar off, surmounted by a great dome, and light shining therefrom. So they made for the dome, and entering the cavern, beheld therein a throne of gold set with all manner jewels, and about it stools innumerable, none knoweth their number save God the Most High. On the throne they saw our Lord Solomon lying, clad in robes of green silk, gold inwoven, and broidered with all manner jewels and precious stones. His right hand was folded upon his breast, and on the middle finger was the seal ring, whose lustre outshone that of all the other jewels in the place. Then Uffin taught Bulukiya charms and conjurations, and said to him, Repeat these conjurations and stint not therefrom till I take the ring. Then he went up to the throne, but, as he drew near unto it, a mighty serpent issued from beneath it and cried out at him with so terrible a cry that the whole place trembled and sparks flew from its mouth, saying, Begone, or thou art a dead man. But Uffin paid no heed to it and busied himself with his incantations. Then the serpent blew such a fiery blast at him, that the place was like to be set on fire, and said to him, Woe to thee! Except thou turn back, I will consume thee. Yet was he not troubled at this, but put out his hand to the ring and touched it and strove to draw it off Solomon's finger, whereupon the serpent blew on him, once more, and he became a heap of ashes. When Bulukiya saw this, he fell down in a swoon. And the Lord, exalted be his majesty, bade Gabriel descend, and save him, before the serpent should blow on him. So Gabriel descended to the earth, and finding Uffin reduced to ashes and Bulukiya fallen of a swoon, aroused the latter, and saluting him, inquired how he had come thither. Bulukiya related to him his history, telling him how he had not come thither but for the love of Muhammad, and besought him to tell him where the latter was to be found. O Bulukiya, replied the angel, go thy ways, for the time of Muhammad's coming is yet far distant. Then he ascended to heaven, and Bulukiya wept sore and repented of that which he had done, calling to mind my words, when as I said to them, Far is it from your power to possess yourselves of the ring. Then he returned to the seashore and passed the night there, marveling at the mountains and seas and islands that encompassed him, and weeping over his case. When it was day, he anointed his feet with the magical juice, and descending to the water, set out and fared on over the surface of the sea nights and days, marveling at the terrors and wonders of the deep, till he came to an island as it were paradise. So he landed and found himself in a great and pleasant island, spacious and goodly, abounding in good things. Its dust was saffron, and its gravel cornelian and precious stones. Its hedges were of jessamine, its brushwood comoran and Sumatra aloeswood, and its reed sugar cane. Its vegetation was of the goodliest of trees and of the brightest and sweetest of odoriferous flowers, of all kinds and colors. Round about it were roses and narcissus and amaranths and gillyflowers and camomiles and lilies and violets, and therein gazelles frisking and wild cattle coming and going. Its trees were tall, and the singing of its birds, as they warbled on the branches and solaced the afflicted lover, was sweeter than the voices of those that chant the Quran. Its streams were flowing and its springs welling with sweet water. Brief, it comprised all beauty and charms. Bulukiya marveled at the goodliness of the place, but knew that he had wandered from the road he had come, on his way over the 7 seas in Uffin's company. He spent the day in exploring the island, and at nightfall he climbed into a tree, to sleep, but, as he sat there, pondering the beauty of the place, the sea became troubled, and there rose to the surface a great beast, which gave such a terrible cry that the isle trembled to its foundations. As Bulukia gazed upon him and marveled at the vastness of his bulk, he came ashore, followed by a multitude of other sea beasts, each holding in his paw a jewel that shone like a lamp, so that the whole island became as light as day for the luster thereof. After a while, there appeared from the inward of the island lions and panthers and lynxes and other beasts of the land. None knoweth their number save God the Most High, who flocked down to the shore and foregathering with the beasts of the sea, conversed with them till daybreak, when they separated and went each his own way. As soon as it was day, Bulukia, terrified by what he had seen during the night, came down from the tree and anointing his feet with the magical juice, set out once more upon the surface of the water and fared on days and nights over the second sea, till he came to a great mountain, through whose midst ran a valley without end, the stones whereof were lodestone and its beasts lions and hares and panthers. He landed and wandered from place to place till nightfall, when he sat down on a rock by the seaside, to eat of the dried fish thrown up by the sea. Presently, he turned and saw a huge panther making for him, to devour him, so he anointed his feet in haste with the juice and descending to the surface of the water, fled over the third sea, in the darkness, for it was black night and there was a high wind, nor did he stay his course till he reached another island, on which he landed and found there trees, bearing fruits, both soft and hard of skin. So he took of these fruits and ate and praised God the Most High, after which he walked about the island till nightfall, when he lay down to sleep. He spent 10 days in exploring the place, after which he again anointed his feet and setting out over the fourth sea, traveled nights and days, till he came to a third island of fine white sand, without trees or grass. He landed and walked about the island a while, but, finding its only inhabitants sakers, that nested in the sand, he again anointed his feet and sped on over the fifth sea, till he came to a little island, whose soil and hills were of crystal. Therein were the veins wherefrom gold is wrought in marvelous trees with flowers in hue like gold. Never had he seen their like in his wanderings. He landed and walked about, till it became dark, when the flowers began to shine like stars. When he saw this, he marveled and said, Assuredly, the flowers of this island are of those which wither from the sun and fall to the earth, where the wind smites them and they gather under the rocks and become hermetic powder which the folk collect and make gold thereof. He lay there that night, and at sunrise he again anointed his feet and descending to the shore, fared on over the 6 sea days and nights, till he came to a fifth island. Here he landed and found mountains covered with trees, whose fruits were as human heads hanging by the hair, and others whose fruits were green birds hanging by the feet, also a third kind, which burned like fire and whose fruits were like prickly pears. If a drop of the juice thereof fell on a man, he was consumed, and others, whose fruits wept and laughed, besides many other marvels which he saw there. Then he returned to the seashore, and finding there a great tree, sat down beneath it till dusk, when he climbed up into the branches to sleep. As he sat pondering the wonderful works of God, the sea became troubled, and there rose there from the daughters of the ocean, each holding in her hand a jewel that shone like the morning. They came ashore and sitting down under the tree, danced and sported and made merry, whilst Bulukia watched them and marveled at their gambols, till the morning, when they returned to the sea and disappeared. Then he came down and anointing his feet, set out on the surface of the seventh sea, over which he journeyed 2 whole months, without getting sight of land, what while he suffered exceeding hunger, so that he was fain to snatch up fish from the surface of the sea and devour them raw, for stress of want. At the end of this time, he came to a 6th island abounding in trees and streams, where he landed, it being the forenoon. He walked about, looking right and left, till he came to an apple tree and put out his hand to pluck of the fruit, when, behold, one cried out to him from the tree, saying, An thou draw near to this tree, I will cut thee in twain. So he looked and saw a giant 40 cubits high, after the measure of the people of that day, whereat he was sore affrighted and drew back from the tree. Then he said to the giant, Why dost thou forbid me to eat of this tree? Because, replied the other, thou art a son of Adam, and thy father Adam forgot the covenant of God and disobeyed him and ate of the tree. Quoth Bulukiya, who art thou, and to whom doth this island, with its trees, belong? My name is Sherahiah, replied the giant, and I am of the guards of King Seker, to whom the island belongs and who hath given me charge over it. But who art thou, and how comest thou hither? Bulukiya told him his story, and Sherahiah bade him be of good cheer and brought him to eat. So he ate his fill, and taking leave of the giant, set out again and fared on over mountains and sandy deserts for 10 days, at the end of which time he saw, in the distance, a cloud of dust hanging like a canopy in the air, and making towards it, came presently to a great valley, 2 months' journey in length, where he heard a mighty clamor of cries and clash of arms and tramp of horse. As he drew near, he saw a multitude of horsemen engaged in sore battle, and the blood running from them like a river. Their voices were like thunder, and they were armed with bows and javelins and swords and spears and maces of iron, and fought with the utmost fury. At this sight, he was sore affrighted and knew not what to do, but, as he hesitated, they caught sight of him and held their hands from one another and left fighting. Then a troop of them came up to him, wondering at his make, and said to him, What art thou, and how camest thou hither? Quoth he, I am of the sons of Adam, and am come out, distraught for the love of Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, but I have wandered from my road. They marveled at his speech and said, Never saw we a son of Adam till now, nor did any ever come to this land. But what are ye, O creatures? Asked Bulukiya. We are of the jinn, answered they, and he said, What is the cause of the fighting amongst you, and where is your abiding place, and what is the name of this valley in this land? Our abiding place is the White Country, replied they. This place is called the land of Sheddad, son of Aad, and every year God the Most High commandeth us to come hither and wage war upon the unbelieving jinn. And where is the White Country? Asked Bulukiya. It is distant 75 years' journey behind the mountain Caf, answered they, and we have no other business, when we are not doing battle with the unbelieving jinn, than to magnify God and hallow him. Moreover, we have a king called Seker, and needs must thou go with us to him, that he may divert himself with thy sight. Then they took him and fared on with him, till they came to their abiding place, where he saw a multitude of tents of green silk, none knoweth their number save God the Most High, and in their midst a pavilion of red satin, 1,000 cubits in compass, with cords of blue silk and pickets of gold and silver. This was the royal pavilion, so they made their way thither and carried Bulukiya into the presence of King Seker, whom he found seated upon a throne of red gold, set with pearls and jewels, with the kings and princes of the jinn on his right hand, and on his left his counselors and emirs and officers of state. So he went up to him, and kissing the earth before him, saluted him. The king returned his salute, and commending a chair to be set for him beside himself, bade him sit down, and asked him who he was and how he came thither, whereupon Bulukiya related to him all that had befallen him in his wanderings, and he marveled thereat. Then he called for food, and the servants spread the tables and set on 1,500 platters of gold and silver and brass, some containing 20 and some 50 boiled camels, and others some 50 head of sheep, at which Bulukiya marveled exceedingly. Then they ate, and he ate with them, till he was satisfied, and returned thanks to God the Most High, after which they cleared the tables and set on fruits, and they ate thereof, glorifying God and invoking blessings on his prophet Muhammad. When Bulukiya heard them make mention of Muhammad, he wondered and said to King Seker, I have a mind to ask thee some questions. Ask what thou wilt, rejoined the king, and Bulukiya said, O king, what are ye, and what is your origin, and how come ye to know and love Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve? Know, answered the king, that God created the fire in 7 stages, one above the other, at a distance of 1,000 years' journey between each 2 stages. The first stage he named Gehenna and appointed for the punishment of the transgressors of the true believers, who die unrepentant, and the second he named Letza and appointed for unbelievers. The name of the third is Gehem and is appointed for Gog and Magog. The fourth is called Ser and is appointed for the host of Iblis. The fifth is called Seeker and is prepared for those who neglect prayer. The sixth is called Hudame and is appointed for Jews and Christians. The seventh is named Howiah and is prepared for hypocrites. The most endurable of them all is Gehenna, being the topmost, yet in it are 1,000 mountains of fire, in each mountain 70,000 valleys of fire, in each valley 70,000 cities of fire, in each city 70,000 citadels of fire, in each citadel 70,000 houses of fire, in each house 70,000 couches of fire, and in each couch 70,000 kinds of torment. As for the other hells, none knoweth the number of kinds of torment that be therein save God the Most High. When Bulukiah heard this, he fell down in a swoon, and when he came to himself, he wept and said, O king, what will our case be? Fear not, answered Seker, whoso loveth Mohammed and believeth in his religion, the fire shall not burn him, for he is made free therefrom for his sake, whom God bless and preserve. As for us, God created us of the fire, for the first that he made in Gehenna were two creatures, whom he called Melet and Kelet. Now Melet was made in the likeness of a pied wolf, with a tail after the likeness of a woman, and Kelet in that of a lion, with a tail like a tortoise, 20 years' journey in length. God commanded their tails to couple and do the deed of kind, and of them were born serpents and scorpions, whose dwelling is in the fire, that therewith God may torment those whom he casteth therein, and these increased and multiplied. Then God commanded the tails of Kelet and Melet to couple a second time, and Melet's tail conceived by that of Kelet and bore 14 children, 7 male and 7 female, who grew up and intermarried, one with the other. They all were obedient to their father, except one of them, Iblis to wit, who disobeyed him and was changed into a worm. Now Iblis was one of the cherubim, for he had served God till he was raised to the heavens and taken into the especial favor of the Merciful One, who made him chief of the cherubim. When God created Adam, he commanded Iblis to prostrate himself to him, but he refused, so God expelled him from heaven and cursed him. Of his lineage are the devils, and as for the other 6 males, they are the ancestors of the true believing jinn, and we are their descendants. Bulukiah marveled at the king's words and besought him to bid one of his officers carry him back to his native land. That may we not do, answered Seker, save by commandment of God the Most High, but, an thou desire to return to thine own country, I will set thee on one of my mares and bid her carry thee to the farthest limit of my dominions, where thou wilt meet with the troops of another king, Barakiah by name, who will recognize the mare and take thee off her back and send her back to me, and this is all we can do for thee. When Bulukiah heard this, he wept and said, Do what thou wilt, O king. So Seker caused bring the mare, and setting Bulukiah on her back, said to him, Beware lest thou alight or strike the mare or cry out in her face, else she will kill thee, but abide quiet on her back till she stop with thee, then dismount and go thy way. Then Bulukiah took leave of the king and setting out, rode on a long while between the rows of tents, till he came to the royal kitchens, where he stopped and gazed in wonderment o'er the great cauldrons, each holding 50 camels, hung up over the fire that blazed fiercely under them. King Seker saw him from afar gazing on the cauldrons, and thinking him to be anhungered, commanded some of his officers to bear him 2 roasted camels. So they carried them to him and bound them behind him on the mare's back. Then he took leave of them and fared on, till he came to the limit of King Seker's dominions, where the mare stood still and Bulukiah dismounted and began to shake the dust of the journey from his clothes. As he was thus engaged, there accosted him a party of men, who recognizing the mare, carried her and Bulukiah before their king, whom he found seated in a splendid pavilion, in the midst of his troops and champions and vassal princes, in like state to that of King Seker. So he saluted him, and the king returned his greeting and seated him beside himself, after which he called for food and they ate their fill and returned thanks to God. Then they sat on fruits, and when they had eaten thereof, King Barakiah said to his guest, "When didst thou leave King Seker?" 2 days ago, replied Bulukiah. Dost thou know, asked Barakiah, how many days' journey thou hast come in these 2 days? No, answered he, and the king rejoined, Thou hast come 60 months' journey, and when thou mountedst the mare, she was affrighted at thee, knowing thee for a son of Adam, and would have cast thee off, so they bound on her back these 2 camels, to steady her. When Bulukiah heard this, he marveled and thanked God for safety. Then said the king, Tell me thy story and what brought thee hither. So he told him his story from first to last, and the king marveled at his words. Here the queen of the serpents broke off, and Hazib, after he had marveled at her story, again besought her to let one of her subjects conduct him to the surface of the earth, that he might go to his family, but she answered, O Hazib, I know that the first thing thou wilt do, after greeting thy family, will be to go to the bath and wash thyself, and as surely as thou dost this, it will be the cause of my death. Quoth Hazib, I swear that I will never again enter the bath, so long as I live, but will wash at home, when washing is incumbent on me. I would not trust thee, rejoined the queen, though thou shouldst swear to me 100 oaths, for I know thou art a son of Adam and that to thee no oath is sacred. Thy father Adam made a covenant with God the Most High, who kneaded the clay whereof he fashioned him 40 days and made his angels prostrate themselves to him, yet did he perjure himself and forgot his promise and disobeyed the commandment of his Lord. When Hazib heard this, he held his peace and burst into tears, nor did he leave weeping for the space of 10 days, at the end of which time he begged the queen to acquaint him with the rest of Bulukiah's adventures. Accordingly, she began again as follows. Bulukiah tarried 2 months with King Barakiah, then took leave of him and fared on over wastes and deserts nights and days, till he came to a high mountain, on whose summit he beheld a great angel seated, celebrating the praises of God and invoking blessings on Muhammad. Before him lay a tablet covered with black characters and white, on which his eyes were fixed, and his wings were outspread, one to the western and the other to the eastern horizon. Bulukiah ascended the hill and saluted the angel, who returned his salute and inquired who he was and what brought him thither. Accordingly, he repeated to him his history, from beginning to end, and besought him, in turn, to acquaint him with his own name and occupation and the meaning of the tablet that lay before him. My name is Michael, replied the angel, and I am charged with the alternation of night and day, and this is my occupation till the day of judgment. The prince wondered at his words and at his aspect and the greatness of his size, and taking leave of him, fared onward till he came to a vast meadow, full of trees, through which ran 7 rivers. In one part of the meadow, he saw a great tree and under it 4 angels, the first in the likeness of a man, the second in the likeness of a wild beast, the third in the likeness of a bull and the fourth in the likeness of a bird, engaged in magnifying God the Most High and saying, O my God and my Master and my Lord, I conjure thee, by thy splendor and by the glory of thy prophet Muhammad, on whom be blessing and peace, to vouchsafe thy mercy and forgiveness to all things created in my likeness, for thou canst do all things. Bulukiah continued his journey, till he came to another mountain and ascending it, found a great angel seated on the summit, glorifying God and hallowing him and invoking blessings on Muhammad, and he was continually opening and shutting his hands and closing and extending his fingers. The prince accosted him and saluted him, whereupon the angel returned his greeting and inquired who he was and how he came thither. So Bulukiah acquainted him with his adventures and besought him to tell him, in turn, who he was and what was his function and what mountain was that. Quoth the angel, This is the mountain Caf, that encompasseth the world, and in my grasp are all countries that God hath made. When he is minded to afflict any country with earthquake or famine or slaughter, or to bless it with plenty and prosperity, he bids me execute his commandment, and this I do without stirring from my place, for my hands lay hold upon the roots of the earth. Hath God created other worlds than this within the mountain Caf? Asked Bulukia. Yes, answered the angel, he hath made a world white as silver, whose vastness none knoweth but himself, and hath peopled it with angels, whose meat and drink are the praise and magnification of God and the continual invocation of blessings upon his prophet Muhammad. Every Friday night they assemble on this mountain and worship God until the morning, and the recompense of their devotions they give to the sinners of the faith of Muhammad, whom God bless and keep, and to all who make the complete ablution of Friday, and this is their function until the day of resurrection. And hath God created other mountains behind the mountain Caf? Asked Bulukia. Yes, replied the angel. Behind this mountain is a range of mountains of snow and ice, 500 years' journey in extent, and this it is that wards off the heat of Jehannam from the world, which would else be consumed thereby. Moreover, behind the mountain Caf are 40 worlds, each the bigness of this world 40 times told, some of gold, some of silver, and other some of cornelian. Each of these worlds hath its own color, and God hath peopled them with angels, that know not Adam nor Eve nor night nor day, and have no other business than to celebrate his praises and hallow and magnify him and make proclamation of his unity and supplicate him on behalf of the followers of Muhammad, whom God bless and keep. Thou must know also, continued the angel, that God hath made the worlds in 7 stages, one upon another, and hath created one of his angels, whose size and attributes none knoweth but himself, and who beareth the 7 stages upon his shoulders. Under this angel God the Most High hath created a rock, and under the rock, a bull, and under the bull, a great fish, and under the fish, a mighty ocean. God once told Jesus, on whom be peace, of this fish, and he said, O Lord, show me the fish, that I may look upon it. So God commanded an angel to take Jesus and show him the fish. Accordingly, he carried the prophet to the sea, wherein the fish dwelt, and bade him look upon it. He looked, but, at first, saw nothing, when, suddenly, the monster darted past like lightning. At this sight, Jesus swooned away, and when he came to himself, God spoke to him, saying, O Jesus, hast thou seen the fish and noted its length and breadth? By thy splendor and majesty, O Lord, replied Jesus, I saw no fish, but there passed me by a great bull, whose length was 3 days' journey, and I know not what manner of thing this is. O Jesus, rejoined the Almighty, this that thou sawest, and which was 3 days in passing by thee, was but the head of the fish, and know that every day I create 40 fish like unto this. And Jesus marveled at the power of God the Most High. Quoth Bulukia, what hath God made beneath this nether sea? Under the sea, replied the angel, God created a vast abyss of air, under the air the fire, and under the fire a mighty serpent, by name Felek, and were it not for the fear of God the Most High, this serpent would swallow up all that is above it, without feeling it. When God created this serpent, he said to it, Open thy mouth and I will give thee somewhat to keep for me. So it opened its mouth, and God put hell into its maw, saying, Keep it until the day of resurrection. When that day comes, God will send his angels to bring hell and chain it up until the day of judgment, when, at his commandment, it will open its gates and there will issue therefrom sparks bigger than mountains. When Bulukia heard these things, he wept sore, and taking leave of the angel, fared on westward, till he came in sight of a great shut gate, before which sat 2 creatures. When he drew near, he saw that one of the gatekeepers had a lion's favor and the other that of a bull, so he saluted them, and they returned his greeting and inquired who and whence he was and whither he was bound. Quoth he, I am of the sons of Adam, a wanderer for the love of Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, and I have strayed from my road. Then he asked them what they were and what was the gate before which they Saturday. We are the guardians of this gate, answered they, and we have no other business than the praise and glorification of God and the invocation of blessings on Muhammad, whom may he bless and keep. What is within the gate? Asked Bulukiya, and they answered, We know not. Then said he, I conjure you, by the virtue of your glorious Lord, open to me the gate, that I may see that which is therein. None may open this gate, of all created beings, replied they, save Gabriel, the faithful one, on whom be peace. Then Bulukiya lifted up his voice in supplication to God and besought him to send down his messenger Gabriel, to open for him the gate, and God gave ear unto his prayer and commanded the angel to descend and open to him the gate of the confluence of the two seas. So Gabriel descended and saluting the prince, opened the gate to him, saying, Enter, for God commandeth me to open to thee. So he entered and Gabriel locked the gate behind him and flew back to heaven. When Bulukiya found himself within the gate, he looked and beheld a vast ocean, whose water was half salt and half fresh, bounded on either side by ranges of mountains of red cornelian, whereon he saw angels singing the praises of God and hallowing him. So he went up to these latter and exchanging salutations with them, questioned them of the sea and the mountains. This place is situate under the imperial heaven, replied they, and all the waters of the world fall into this ocean, whence we are appointed to distribute them to the various parts of the earth, the salt to the seas and the fresh to the lakes and rivers, and this is our employ until the day of resurrection. But thou, whence comest thou and whither art thou bound? So he told them his story and asked them of the road. They bade him traverse the ocean that lay before him, so he anointed his feet with the juice of the magical herb and taking leave of the angels, set out upon the surface of the sea and sped on over the water nights and days, till he met a handsome youth journeying along like himself, whereupon he saluted him and he returned his greeting. After this, he espied 4 great angels faring over the surface of the sea, and their going was like the blinding lightning, so he stationed himself in their road, and when they came up to him, he saluted them and conjured them by the Almighty, the Glorious One, to tell him their names and whither they were bound. My name is Gabriel, replied the first angel, and these my companions are called Israfil and Michael and Azrael. Know that there has appeared in the east a mighty dragon, which has laid waste 1,000 cities and devoured their inhabitants, wherefore God the Most High hath commanded us to go to him and seize him and cast him into Gehenna. Bulukiya marveled at the vastness of their stature and fared on, as before, days and nights, till he came to an island, where he landed and walked about, till he saw a comely young man of shining visage, sitting weeping and lamenting between 2 stately tombs. So he saluted him, and he returned his salutation, and Bulukiya said to him, Who art thou and what are these 2 tombs, and why sittest thou here between them, weeping? The stranger looked at him and wept sore, till he wet his clothes with his tears, then said, O my brother, mine is a strange and wonderful story, but thou first tell me who thou art and what brought thee hither, and after I will, in turn, relate to thee my history. So Bulukiya sat down by him and related to him all that had befallen him from his father's death, adding, This is my whole history, and God, alone, knoweth what will betide me after this. When the other heard his story, he sighed and said, Alas, unhappy one! What things thou hast seen in thy life! But my experiences are yet more surprising, for know that I have looked upon Lord Solomon, in his life, and have seen what is past count or reckoning. Indeed, my story is marvelous and my case extraordinary, and I would have thee tarry with me, till I tell thee my history and how I come to be sitting here. Here Hazib interrupted the Queen of Serpents and said to her, I conjure thee by God, O Queen, release me and bid one of thy servants carry me forth to the surface of the earth, and I will swear an oath to thee that I will never enter the bath as long as I live. But she said, This is a thing that may not be, nor will I credit thee upon thine oath. When he heard this, he wept, and all the serpents wept on his account and fell to interceding for him with their queen and saying, We beseech thee, bid one of us carry him forth to the surface of the earth, and he will swear an oath to thee never to enter the bath his life long. Thereupon the queen, whose name was Eumelika, turned to Hazib and made him swear to her, I would fain have thee tell me the history of the young man, whom Bulukiya found sitting between the two tombs. So she said, Know, O Hazib, that the young man said to Bulukiya, Know, O my brother, that. The story of Jan Shah. My father was a king called Tigmas, who reigned over the land of Kabul and the Banu Shailan, the 1,000 warlike chieftains, ruling each over 100 walled cities and 100 citadels, and he was suzerain also over 7 vassal princes, and tribute came to him from the east and from the west. He was just and equitable in his rule, and God the Most High had given him all this and had bestowed on him this mighty empire, yet had he not vouchsafed him a son, to inherit the kingdom after him, though this was his dearest wish. So one day he summoned the astrologers and men of learning in art and mathematicians and bade them draw his horoscope and look if he should be vouchsafed a son to succeed him. Accordingly, they consulted their books and calculated his nativity and made an observation of the stars on his account, after which they informed him that he would be blessed with a son, but by none other than the daughter of the king of Khorasan. At this news he rejoiced greatly, and bestowing the astrologers treasure beyond count or reckoning, dismissed them. Then he summoned his chief vizier, a renowned warrior, by name Ainzar, who was held equal to 1,000 cavaliers in battle, and repeating to him what the astrologers had said, bade him make ready to set out for Khorasan and demand the hand of King Burwan's daughter for him. The vizier at once proceeded to equip himself for the journey and encamped without the town with his retinue, whilst King Tigmas made ready the most costly presents for the king of Khorasan, amongst the rest 1,500 bales of silk and pearls and rubies and other precious stones, besides gold and silver and a prodigious quantity of all that goes to the equipment of a bride, and loading them upon camels and mules, delivered them to Ainzar, with a letter to the following purport. King Tigmas to King Burwan, greeting. Know, O king, that we have taken counsel with the astrologers and sages and mathematicians, and they tell us that we shall have a son, and that by none other than thy daughter. Wherefore I have dispatched unto thee my vizier Ainzar, with great plenty of bridal gear, to demand her of thee in marriage, and I appoint him to stand in my stead and to enter into the marriage contract in my name. Yea, and I desire that thou wilt grant him his request without delay or equivocation, for it is my own, and all the favor thou showest him, I take for myself, but beware of crossing me in this, for God hath bestowed upon me the kingdom of Kabul and vouchsafed me a mighty empire, and if I marry thy daughter, we will be as one thing in the kingship, thou and I will send thee every year as much treasure as will suffice thee. And this is my desire of thee. So the vizier departed with a great company and journeyed till he drew near the capital of Khorasan. When King Burwan heard of this approach, he dispatched his principal officers to meet him, with a convoy of provisions and fodder. The two parties foregathered and alighting without the city, exchanged salutations and abode there, eating and drinking, 10 days, at the end of which time they mounted and rode on into the town, where they were met by King Burwan, who came out to receive King Tigmas's vizier, and alighting, embraced him and carried him to his palace. Then Ainzar brought out the presents and laid them before King Burwan, together with King Tigmas's letter, which when the king read, he rejoiced with an exceeding joy and bade the vizier welcome, saying, Rejoice in the accomplishment of thine errand, for if King Tigmas sought of me my life, I would not deny it to him. Then he went in forthright to his daughter and her mother and his kinsfolk, and acquainting them with the king of Kal's demand, sought counsel of them, and they said, Do what seemeth good to thee. So he returned straightway to Ainzar and notified him his consent, and the vizier abode with him 2 months, at the end of which time he said to him, We beseech thee to bestow upon us that for which we came, and that we may depart to our own country. I hear and I obey, answered the king, and assembled his viziers and officers and the grandees of his realm and the monks and priests. The latter performed the ceremony of marriage between his daughter and the king Tigmas, by proxy, and King Berwan bade decorate the city after the goodliest fashion and spread the streets with carpets, in honor of the occasion. Then he equipped his daughter for the journey and gave her all manner of presents and rarities and precious metals, and Ainzar departed with the princess to his own country. When the news of their approach reached King Tigmas, he bade celebrate the wedding festivities and decorate the city, after which he went in to the princess and did away her maidenhead, nor was it long before she conceived by him, and accomplishing her months, bore a male child like the moon at its full. When King Tigmas knew that his wife had given birth to a goodly son, he rejoiced with an exceeding joy, and calling the sages and astrologers and mathematicians, bade them draw the horoscope of the newborn child and tell him what would befall him in his lifetime. So they made their calculations and found that he would, in his 15th year, be exposed to great perils and hardships, which if he survived, he would be happy and fortunate during the rest of his life and become a greater and more powerful king than his father. The king rejoiced greatly in this prediction and named the boy Janshah. Then he delivered him to the nurses, who reared him on goodly wise, till he reached his 5th year, when his father taught him to read the Evangel and instructed him in horsemanship and the use of arms, so that, to King Tigmas's exceeding delight, he became, in less than 7 years, a doughty cavalier, proficient in all martial exercises, and was wont to ride a-hunting. It chanced one day that King Tigmas and his son rode out, a-hunting, into the plains and deserts and hunted till mid-afternoon of the 3rd day, when the prince started a gazelle of a rare color, which fled before him. So he gave chase to it, followed by 7 of King Tigmas's men, all mounted on swift horses, and rode after the gazelle, which fled before them till she brought them to seashore. They all run at her, to take her, but she escaped from them, and plunging into the waves, swam out to a fishing bark that was moored near the shore, and leapt on board. Janshah and his followers dismounted, and boarding the boat, made prize of the gazelle and were about to return to shore with her, when the prince espied a great island in the offing and said to his men, "I have a mind to visit yonder island." "We hear and obey," answered they, and launching out, sailed till they came to the island, where they landed and explored the place. Then they again embarked and set out to return homeward, but the night overtook them and they lost their way on the sea. Moreover, a contrary wind arose and drove the boat into the mid-ocean, so that, when they awoke in the morning, they found themselves out of sight of land. Meanwhile, King Tigmas missed his son and commanded his troops to make search for him. So they dispersed on all sides, and a company of them, coming to seashore, found there one of the prince's attendants, whom he had left in charge of the horses. They asked him what was come of his master and the other 6 servants, and he told them what had passed, whereupon they returned with him to the king and told him what they had learnt. When Tigmas heard their report, he wept sore and cast the crown from his head, biting his hands for vexation. Then he rose forthright and wrote letters and dispatched them to all the islands of the sea. Moreover, he fitted out 100 ships, and filling them with troops, sent them in quest of Janshah. They cruised about for 10 days, but finding no trace of the prince, returned and told the king, who withdrew with his troops to his capital city, where he abode in sore concern. As for Janshah's mother, when she heard of his loss, she buffeted her face and fell a-mourning for her son, as if he were dead. Meanwhile Janshah and his companions drove before the wind till they came to a second island, where they landed and walked about. Presently they came upon a spring of running water in the midst of the island, and saw a man sitting thereby. So they went up to him and saluted him, and he returned their greeting in a voice like the pipe of birds. Whilst they were marveling at the man's speech, he suddenly split himself in twain, and each half went a different way. Then there came down from the hills a multitude of men of all kinds, who no sooner reached the spring, Then they divided into two halves and rushed on Janshah and his companions, to eat them. When the latter saw this, they turned and fled seaward, but the cannibals pursued them and caught and ate 3 of the huntsmen. Janshah and the other 3 reached the boat in safety and putting out to sea, sailed days and nights, without knowing whither they went. Being pressed by hunger, they killed the gazelle and lived on her flesh, till the winds drove them to a third island, as it were paradise, full of trees and waters and orchards laden with all manner fruits and streams running under the trees. The place pleased the prince and he sent his 3 companions ashore to explore it, whilst he himself remained by the boat. So they landed and searched the island, east and west, but found none. Then they fared on inland, till they came to a castle of pure crystal, compassed about with ramparts of white marble, within which was a garden, full of all manner sweet-scented flowers and fruits beyond description, both hard and soft of skin, and trees and birds singing upon the branches. Midmost the garden was a vast basin of water, and beside it a great estrade, on which stood a throne of red gold, set with all kinds of jewels and surrounded by a number of stools. They entered and explored the place in all directions, but found none there, so returned to Janshah and told him what they had seen. When he heard their report, he landed and accompanied them to the palace, which he entered and explored in every part, marveling at the goodliness of the place. They walked about the gardens and ate of the fruits, till it grew dark, when they returned to the estrade and sat down, Janshah on the throne and the 3 others on the stools around him. Then the prince called to mind his separation from his father's throne and country and friends and kinsfolk and fell a weeping and lamenting over their loss, whilst his men wept round him. Presently they heard a mighty clamor, that came from seaward, and looking in the direction of the sound, were ware of a multitude of apes, as they were a swarm of locusts. Now the palace and island belonged to these apes, who, finding the boat moored to the strand, had scuttled it and after repaired to the palace, where they found Janshah and his servants. The latter were sore affrighted at the sudden appearance of the apes, but a company of them came up to the throne and kissing the earth before the prince, stood before him, with their paws upon their breasts, in token of homage. Then they brought gazelles, which they slaughtered and skinned, then, roasting pieces of the flesh, they laid them on platters of gold and silver and spreading the table, made signs to Janshah and his men to eat. So the prince and his followers came down and ate, and the apes with them, till they were satisfied, when the apes took away the meat and set on fruits, of which they ate and praised God the Most High. Then Janshah questioned the apes by signs what they were and to whom the place belonged, and they signed to him in reply, as who should say, This island belonged aforetime to our Lord Solomon son of David, on whom be peace, and he used to come hither once a year for his pleasance. And know, O king, that thou art become our sultan and we are thy servants, so eat and drink, and whatsoever thou biddest us, that will we do. So saying, they kissed the earth before Janshah and went their ways. The prince lay the night on the throne and his men on the stools about him, and on the morrow, at daybreak, the 4 viziers, or chiefs of the apes, presented themselves before him, attended by their followers, who ranged themselves about him, rank upon rank, until the place was full. Then the viziers exhorted him by signs to do justice amongst them and rule them with equity, after which the apes cried out to each other and went away, all but a few who remained to serve him. After a while, there came up a company of apes with huge dogs, bridled and saddled like horses, and signed to Janshah and his followers to mount and go with them. So they mounted, marveling at the greatness of the dogs, and rode forth, attended by the 4 viziers and a swarm of apes like locusts, some on foot and others riding, on dogs, till they came to the seashore. Janshah looked for the boat and finding it not, turned to the viziers and inquired what was come of it, to which they answered, Know, O king, that, when thou camest to our island, we knew that thou wouldst be sultan over us and we feared lest thou shouldst embark in the boat and flee from us, in our absence, so we sank it. When Janshah heard this, he turned to his men and said to them, there is nothing for it but to submit patiently to what God the Most High hath ordained, for we have no means of escaping from these apes. Then they fared on inland, till they came to the banks of a river, on the other side of which was a high mountain, whereon Janshah saw a multitude of ghouls, riding on horses, and marveled at the vastness of their bulk and the strangeness of their favor, for some of them had heads like oxen and others like camels. So he turned to the apes and said to them, What are these ghouls? And they answered, saying, Know, O king, that these ghouls are our mortal enemies, and we come hither to do battle with them. As soon as the ghouls espied the army of the apes, they rushed down to the river bank, and standing there, fell to pelting them with stones as big as maces, and there befell a sore battle between them. Presently, Janshah, seeing that the ghouls were getting the better of the apes, cried out to his men, saying, Take your bows and arrows and shoot at them and keep them off from us. So they shot at the ghouls and slew of them much people, whereupon there befell them sore dismay and defeat, and they turned to flee, which when the apes saw, they forded the river and chased the ghouls, killing many of them in the pursuit, to the top of the hill, where they disappeared. Here Janshah found a tablet of alabaster, whereon were written these words, O thou that enterest this land, know that thou wilt become sultan over these apes, and that, so long as thou abidest with them, they will be victorious over the ghouls, nor is there any escape for thee from them, except by the passes that run east and west through the mountains. If thou take the eastern pass, it will lead thee through a country swarming with ghouls and wild beasts and marids and afrits, and thou wilt come, after 3 months' journeying, to the ocean that encompasses the earth. But, if thou follow the western pass, it will bring thee, after 4 months' journeying, to the valley of ants. When thou comest thither, beware of the ants and fare on, till thou come to a high mountain that burns like fire. After thou hast followed the road that leads through this mountain 10 days, thou wilt come to a great river, whose current is so swift that it dazzles the eyes. Now this river dries up every Saturday, and on the opposite bank is a city inhabited by Jews, who reject the faith of Muhammad. There is not a Muslim amongst them, nor is there other than this city in the country. And know also that he who wrote this tablet was the Lord Solomon, son of David, on whom be peace. When Janshah read these words, he wept sore, and repeated them to his men. Then they mounted again and returned with the apes, in triumph, to the castle, where Janshah abode, sultan over them, for 1.5 years. At the end of this time, he one day commanded the apes to mount and go forth hunting with him, and they rode out into the wastes and wilds and fared on from place to place, till they drew near the valley of ants, which Janshah knew by the description of it in the tablet of Solomon. Here he called a halt, and they all abode there, eating and drinking, 10 days, after which Janshah took his men apart by night and said to them, I purpose to flee through the valley of ants and make for the town of the Jews. It may be God will deliver us from these apes, and we will go our ways. And they replied, We hear and obey. So they waited till some little of the night was spent, then, donning their armor and girding themselves with swords and daggers and so forth, they set out and fared on westward till morning. When the apes awoke and missed Janshah and his men, they knew that they had fled. So they mounted and pursued them, some taking the eastern road and others that which led to the valley of ants, nor was it long before the latter came in sight of the fugitives, as they were about to enter the valley, and hastened after them. When Janshah and his men saw them, they fled into the valley of ants, but their pursuers soon overtook them and would have slain them, when, behold, a multitude of ants, like swarming locusts, as big as dogs, rose out of the earth and rushed upon the apes. They devoured many apes, and the latter killed many of the ants, but help came to the latter, and there ensued a sore battle between them till the evening. Now an ant would go up to an ape and smite him and cut him in twain, whilst it was all that 60 apes could do to master one ant and tear him in sunder. As soon as it became dark, Janshah and his men took to flight and fled along the heart of the valley till the morning. With the break of day, the apes were upon them, which when the prince saw, he cried out to his men, saying, "Smite with your swords." So they drew their swords and laid about them right and left, till there ran at one of them an ape, with tusks like an elephant, and smote him and cut him in sunder. Then the apes redoubled upon Janshah, and he fled with his followers into the lower part of the valley, where he saw a vast river and by its side a great host of ants. When the latter espied Janshah, they surrounded him, and one of the huntsmen fell to smiting them with his sword and cutting them in twain, whereupon they all set upon him and killed him. At this pass, up came the apes from over the mountain and fell upon Janshah, but he tore off his clothes and plunging into the river, with his remaining servant, struck out for the middle of the stream. Presently, he caught sight of a tree on the other bank of the river, so he swam up to it and laying hold of one of its branches, swung himself ashore, where he fell to wringing his clothes and spreading them in the sun to dry. As for the huntsman, the current carried him away and dashed him in pieces against the rocks, but while there befell a sore battle between the ants and the apes, until the latter gave up the pursuit and returned to their own land. Janshah abode alone on the river bank, weeping, till nightfall, when he took refuge in a cavern and passed the night there, in great fear and grief for the loss of his companions. At daybreak, he set out again and fared on days and nights, eating of the herbs of the earth, till he came to the mountain that burnt like fire, and thence to the river that dried up every Saturday. Now it was a mighty river, and on the opposite bank stood a great city, which was the city of the Jews mentioned in the tablet of Solomon. Here he abode till the next Saturday, when the river dried up, and he walked over to the other side, dryshod, and entered the city, but saw none in the streets. However, after a while, he came to the door of a house, so he opened it and entering, saw within the people of the house, sitting, in silence and speaking not. Quoth he, "I am a stranger and hungry," and they signed to him, as who should say, "Eat and drink, but speak not." So he ate and drank and slept till the morning, when the master of the house bade him welcome and asked him whence he came and whither he was bound. Janshah wept sore and told him all that had befallen him and how his father was king of Kabul, whereat the Jew marveled and said, "Never heard we of that city, but we have heard from the merchants of the caravans that in that direction lies a country called Yemen." "How far is that country from this place?" asked Janshah, and the Jew said, "The merchants pretend that it is 27 months' journey from their land hither." "And when does the caravan come?" asked Janshah. "Next year it will come," replied his host, whereat the prince wept and fell a sorrowing for himself and his followers and lamenting his separation from his father and mother and all that had befallen him in his wanderings. Then said the Jew, "O young man, do not weep, but abide with us till the caravan comes, when we will send thee with it to thine own country." So he abode with the Jew 2 whole months, and every day he went out walking in the streets of the city for his diversion. One day, as he walked about the streets, as of wont, he heard a man crying aloud and saying, "Who will earn 1,000 dinars and a slave girl of surpassing beauty and grace, at the price of half a day's labor?" But none answered him, and Janshah said in himself, "Were not the work perilous and difficult, he would not offer such a price for half a day's labor." Then he accosted the crier and said to him, "I will do the work." So the man took him by the hand and carried him to a lofty and splendid house, where they found a Jew merchant seated on a chair of ebony, to whom said the crier, "O merchant, I have cried for thee every day these 3 months, and none hath answered, save this young man." The Jew bade Janshah welcome, and taking him by the hand, carried him into a magnificent saloon and called for food. So the servants spread the table and set on all manner meats, of which the merchant and Janshah ate and washed their hands. Then wine was set on and they drank, after which the Jew rose and bringing Janshah a purse of 1,000 dinars and a slave girl of ravishing beauty, said to him, "Take the girl and money to thy hire. The work thou shalt do tomorrow." So saying, he withdrew, and Janshah lay with the damsel that night. On the morrow, the merchant bade his slaves carry him to the bath and clothe him in a costly suit of silk, when as he came out. So they did as he bade them and brought him back to the house, whereupon the merchant called for wine and harp and lute, and they drank and played and made merry till the half of the night was past, when the Jew retired to his harem and Janshah lay with the fair slave till the morning. Then he went to the bath, and on his return, the merchant came to him and said, "Now must thou do the work for me." "I hear and obey," replied Janshah. So the merchant let bring 2 mules, and setting Janshah on one, mounted the other himself. Then they rode forth the city and fared on from morn till noon, when they came to a lofty mountain, to whose height there was no limit. Here the Jew halted, and alighting, bade Janshah do the same. The latter obeyed, and the merchant gave him a knife and a cord, saying, "I desire that thou slaughter this, thy mule." So Janshah tucked up his sleeves and skirts, and going up to the mule, bound her legs with the cord, then threw her down and cut her throat, after which he skinned her and lopped off her head and legs, and she became a shapeless heap of flesh. Then said the Jew, "Slit open the mule's belly and enter it, and I will sew it up on thee. There must thou abide a while, and whatsoever thou sayest in her belly, acquaint me therewith." So Janshah slit the mule's belly and crept into it, whereupon the merchant sewed it up on him, and withdrawing to a distance, hid himself in the skirts of the mountain. Presently a huge bird swooped down on the dead mule, and snatching it up, flew up with it to the top of the mountain, where it set it down and would have eaten it, but Janshah, being ware of this, slit the mule's belly and came forth. When the bird saw him, it took fright at him and flew away, whereupon he stood up, and looking right and left, saw nothing but the carcasses of dead men, dried in the sun, and exclaimed, "There is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High, the Supreme." Then he looked down and saw the merchant standing at the mountain foot, looking for him. As soon as the Jew caught sight of him, he called out to him, saying, "Throw me down of the stones that are about thee, that I may direct thee to a way by which thou mayst descend." So Janshah threw him down nigh upon 200 of the stones, with which the summit was strewn, and which were all rubies and chrysolites and other precious stones, after which he called out to him, saying, "Show me the way down, and I will throw thee some more." The Jew made him no answer, but gathered up the stones, and binding them on the back of his mule, went his way, leaving Janshah alone on the mountain top. When the latter found himself deserted, he began to weep and implore help, and thus he abode 3 days, after which he rose and fared on over the mountain 2 months' space, feeding upon herbs, till he came to its skirts and espied afar off a valley, full of trees and streams and birds singing the praises of God, the One, the Victorious. At this sight he rejoiced greatly, and stayed not his steps till he came to a cleft in the rocks, through which, in the season of the rains, a torrent fell down into the valley. He made his way down the dry bed of the watercourse into the valley, and walked on therein, gazing right and left, until he came in sight of a great castle, rising high into the air. As he drew near, he saw an old man of comely aspect and face shining with light standing at the gate, with a staff of cornelian in his hand, and going up to him, saluted him. The old man returned his greeting and bade him welcome, saying, "Sit down, O my son." So he sat down at the door of the castle, and the other said to him, "How camest thou to this land, that no son of Adam hath trodden before thee, and whither art thou bound?" When Janshah heard his words, he wept sore at the memory of all he had suffered, and his tears choked his speech. "O my son," said the old man, "leave weeping, for indeed thou makest my heart ache." So saying, he rose, and set food before him, and bade him eat. He ate and praised God the Most High, after which the old man besought him to tell him his history. So Janshah related to him all that had befallen him, from first to last, at which he marveled exceedingly. Then said the prince, "I prithee, tell me who is the lord of this valley, and to whom doth this great castle belong?" "O my son," answered the old man, "this valley and castle and all that is therein belong to the Lord Solomon, son of David, on whom be peace. As for me, my name is Sheikh-Nesr, king of the birds, for thou must know that the Lord Solomon committed this castle to my charge and taught me the language of birds and made me king over all the birds that be in the world, wherefore they all come hither once in every year, and I pass them in review. Then they depart, and this is why I dwell here." When Janshah heard this, he wept sore and said to the sheikh, "O my father, how shall I do to win to my native land?" "Know, O my son," replied Sheikh-Nesr, "that thou art near the mountain Caf, and there is no departing for thee from this place, but tarry with me here and eat and drink and divert thyself with viewing the apartments of this castle, till the birds come, when I will give thee in charge to one of them, and he will bring thee to thy native country." So Janshah abode with Sheikh-Nesr in all delight of life, taking his pleasance in the valley and eating of its fruits and laughing and making merry with the old man, till the day appointed for the coming of the birds, when the sheikh gave him the keys of the castle, bidding him amuse himself with exploring all its apartments and viewing what was therein, but charging him straitly not to open such a door, else he would never again know fair fortune. Then he went forth to meet the birds, which came up, kind by kind, and kissed his hands, and he said to them, "With me is a youth, whom destiny hath brought hither from a far land, and I desire of you that you take him up and carry him to his own country." And they answered, "We hear and obey." Meanwhile, Janshah went round about the castle, opening the various doors and viewing the apartments into which they led, till he came to the door which Sheikh-Nesr had warned him not to enter. Its fashion pleased him, for it had on it a lock of gold, and he said in himself, "This door is goodlier than all the others. I wonder what is behind it, that Sheikh-Nesr should forbid me to open it. Come what may, needs must I enter and see what is in this apartment, for that which is decreed unto the creature, he must perforce fulfill." So he unlocked the door and entering, found himself in a vast garden, full of streams and trees, laden with fruits, both hard and soft of skin, whose branches swayed gracefully, when as the zephyr blew upon them. Midmost the garden was a great lake, the gravel of whose bed was gems and jewels and precious stones, and hard by the lake stood a little pavilion, builded all of gold and silver and crystal, with lattice windows of jacinth. The floor of this pavilion was paved with green beryl and balas rubies and emeralds and other jewels, set mosaic fashion, and in its midst was a golden basin, full of water encompassed about with figures of birds and beasts, wroughten of gold and silver and casting water from their mouths. When the zephyr blew on them, it entered their ears, and passed through pipes hidden in their bodies, and therewith the figures sang out, each in its own tongue. Beside the fountain was a great estrade, and thereon stood a vast throne of cornelian, inlaid with pearls and jewels, over which was a tent of green silk set up, 50 cubits in compass and embroidered with jewels and precious metals. Within this tent was a closet containing the magical carpet of the Lord Solomon, on whom be peace, and the pavilion was compassed about with beds of roses and basil and eglantine and all manner sweet-smelling herbs and flowers. Janshah explored the marvels of the place, till he was weary of wonder, when he returned to the pavilion and mounting the throne, fell asleep under the tents set up thereon. He slept there a while and presently awaking, went forth and sat down on a stool before the door. As he sat, marveling at the goodliness of the place, there flew up 3 birds like doves, but as big as vultures, and lighted on the brink of the lake, where they sported a while. Then they put off their feathers and became 3 maidens, as they were moons, that had not their like in the world. They plunged into the lake and swam about and toyed and laughed, while Janshah marveled at their beauty and grace and the justness of their shapes. Presently, they came up out of the water and fell to walking about and taking their pleasure in the garden, whereat Janshah's reason was like to depart from him, and he rose and followed them. When he overtook them, he saluted them and they returned his salute, after which quoth he, "Who are ye, O illustrious ladies, and whence come ye?" We are from the invisible world of God the Most High, replied the youngest damsel, and come hither to divert ourselves. And he marveled at their beauty and said to the youngest, Have compassion on me and incline unto me and take pity on my case and on all that has befallen me in my life. Leave this talk, rejoined she, and go thy ways, whereat the tears streamed from his eyes, and he sighed heavily and repeated the following verses. She shone out in the garden in garments olive green, with open vest and collars and flowing hair beseen. What is thy name? I asked her, and she replied, I'm she who roasts the hearts of lovers on coals of love and teen. Of passion and its anguish to her I made my moan, upon a rock, she answered, thy plaints are wasted clean. Even if thy heart, I told her, be rock in very deed, yet hath God made fair water well from the rock, I ween. When the maidens heard his verses, they laughed and played and sang and made merry. Then he brought them somewhat of fruit, and they ate and drank and lay with him till the morning, when they donned their feather vests and becoming doves once more, flew away and disappeared from his sight. His reason well nigh fled with them, and he gave a great cry and fell down in a swoon, in which he lay all that day. Meanwhile, Sheikh Nesser returned from the assembly of the birds and sought for Janshah, that he might send him with the latter to his native land, but found him not and knew that he had entered the forbidden door. So he went thither and seeing it open, entered, and found the prince lying aswoon under a tree. He fetched scented waters and sprinkled them on his face, whereupon he revived and turned right and left, but seeing none by him, save the old man, sighed heavily and repeated the following verses. Like the full moon she shines, upon a night of fortune fair, slender of shape and charming all with her seductive air. She hath an eye, whose sorcery enchanteth every wit, a mouth, as agates, set arrow midst roses red, it were. The night-black torrent of her locks falls down unto her hips, beware the serpents of her curls, I counsel thee beware. Indeed, her glance, her sides are soft, but harder is her heart than rock to him who loveth her, there is no softness there. The arrows of her look she darts from out her eyebrows bow, they hit and never miss the mark, though from afar they fare. Alas, her beauty! It outdoes all other loveliness, no maid of mortal mold there is that can with her compare. When the sheik heard this, he said, O my son, did I not warn thee not to open the door? But now tell me what hath befallen thee. So Janshah told him all that had passed between him and the three maidens, and Sheikh Nesser said, Know, O my son, that these three maidens are of the daughters of the jinn and come hither every year, for a day, to divert themselves and make merry until mid-afternoon, when they return to their own country. And where is their country? Asked Janshah. By Allah, O my son, answered the old man, I know not, but now take heart and put away this love from thee and come with me, that I may send thee to thine own land with the birds. When Janshah heard this, he gave a great cry and fell down in a swoon, and presently, coming to himself, said, O my father, I care not to return to my native land. I conjure thee by Allah, let me abide with thee, that I may again foregather with the maidens and look upon the face of her I love, though it be but once a year. And know, O my father, that I will never again name my people, though I die before thee. And he sighed and repeated the following verses. Would that the phantom never came to mock the lover's pain-anites, and would this love were not created for men's bane. Except my heart were all afire with memories of thee, the tears adown my wasted cheeks would not in torrents rain. My soul to patience I exhort forever, day and night, while still my body is consumed with fires of love in vain. So saying, he fell at Sheikh Nesser's feet and kissed them and wept sore. Have compassion on me, exclaimed he, so God take pity on thee. By Allah, O my son, replied the old man, I know nothing of the maidens nor of their country, but, if thy heart be indeed set on one of them, abide with me till this time next year, and when the day of their coming arrives, hide thyself under a tree in the garden. As soon as they have alighted and laid aside their feather garments and plunged into the lake and are swimming about at a distance from their clothes, run up and seize the vest of her to whom thou hast a mind. When they see thee, they will come ashore, and she, whose vest thou hast taken, will accost thee and say to thee with the sweetest of speech and the most bewitching smiles, Give me my clothes, O my brother, that I may don them and cover my nakedness withal. But be not thou persuaded, for, if thou yield to her wishes and give her back the vest, she will don it and fly away, and thou wilt never see her again. But, when thou hast gotten the vest, put it under thine armpit and hold it fast, till I return from the assembly of the birds, when I will make accord between you and send thee back to thy native land, and the maiden with thee. And this, O my son, is all I can do for thee. When Janshah heard this, his heart was solaced, and he abode with Sheikh Nesr yet another year, counting the hours until the day of the coming of the birds. At last the appointed time arrived, and the old man said to him, Do as I enjoin thee with the maidens, for I go to meet the birds. So saying, he departed, whilst Janshah repaired to the garden and hid himself under a tree, where none could see him. Here he abode a first day and a second and a third, but the maidens came not, whereat he was sore troubled and wept and groaned without ceasing, till he swooned away. When he came to himself, he sat, looking now at the lake and now at the sky, and anon at the earth and anon at the open country, whilst his heart fluttered for stress of love and longing. As he was in this case, behold, the 3 doves appeared in the distance and flew till they reached the garden and lighted down beside the lake. They turned right and left, but saw no one, so they put off their feathers and became 3 naked maidens, as they were ingots of virgin silver. Then they plunged into the lake and swam about, laughing and frolicking. Quoth the eldest, O my sister, I fear lest there be some one lying in wait for us in the pavilion. O sister, answered the second, since the days of King Solomon, none hath entered the pavilion, be he man or genie. By Allah, O my sisters, added the youngest, laughing, if there be any hidden there, he will assuredly take none but me. Then they swam out to the middle of the lake, and when Janshah, who was watching them, with a heart fluttering for stress of passion, saw them at a distance from their clothes, he sprang to his feet and running like the darting lightning, to the brink of the lake, snatched up the feather vest of the youngest damsel, her on whom his heart was set and whose name was Snemsa. At this, the girls turned and seeing him, were affrighted and veiled themselves from him with the water. Then they swam towards the shore and looking on him, saw that he was bright of face as the moon at her full, and said to him, Who art thou, and how comest thou hither, and why hast thou taken the clothes of the lady Shemsa? Come hither to me, replied he, and I will tell you my story. Quoth Shemsa, Why hast thou taken my clothes, rather than those of my sisters? O light of mine eyes, answered he. Come forth of the water, and I will tell thee my case and why I chose thee out. O my lord and solace of my eyes and fruit of my heart, rejoined she, give me my clothes, that I may put them on and cover my nakedness withal, then will I come forth to thee. But he replied, saying, O princess of fair ones, how can I give thee back thy clothes and slay myself for love-longing? Verily, I will not give them to thee, till Sheikh Nasr, the king of the birds, returns. If thou wilt not give me my clothes, quoth she, withdraw a little apart from us, that my sisters may come forth and dress themselves and give me somewhat wherewith to cover myself. I hear and obey, answered he, and retired into the pavilion, whereupon the 2 eldest princesses came out, and donning their clothes, gave Shemsa somewhat thereof, not enough to fly withal, and she put it on and came forth of the water, as she were the moon at her full or a browsing gazelle. Then they entered the pavilion, where they found Janshah sitting on the throne. So Shemsa saluted him, and sitting down near him, said to him, O fair of face, thou hast undone thyself in me, but tell us thy history, that we may know how it is with thee. At these words, he wept till he wet his clothes with his tears, and when she saw that he was distracted for love of her, she rose and taking him by the hand, made him sit by her side and wiped away his tears with her sleeve. Then said she to him, O fair of face, leave this weeping and tell us thy story. So he related to her all that had befallen him, whereupon she sighed and said, O my lord, since thou lovest me so dear, give me my clothes, that I may fly to my people and tell them what has passed between thee and me, and after I will come back to thee and carry thee to thine own country. When he heard this, he wept and replied, Is it lawful to thee before God to slay me wrongfully? O my lord, said she, and how shall I do that? If I give thee thy clothes, rejoined he, thou wilt fly away from me, and I shall die forthright. At this she and her sisters laughed, and she said to him, Take comfort and be of good cheer, for I must needs marry thee. So saying, she bent down to him and embraced him and kissed him between the eyes and on his cheeks. They clipped each other a while, after which they drew apart and sat down on the throne. Then the eldest princess went out into the garden and gathering fruits and flowers, brought them into the pavilion, and they ate and drank and sported and made merry. Now Janshah was accomplished in beauty and grace and slender and elegant of shape, and the princess Shemsa said to him, By Allah, O my beloved, I love thee with an exceeding love and will never leave thee. When he heard her words, his heart dilated and he laughed for joy, and they abode thus a while in mirth and gladness. Whilst they were laughing and taking their pleasure in the pavilion, Sheikh Nasr returned from the assembly of the birds and came in to them, whereupon they all rose to him and saluted him and kissed his hands. He gave them welcome and bade them be seated. So they sat down, and he said to Shemsa, Verily, this youth loves thee with an exceeding love, so, God on thee, deal kindly with him, for he is of the great ones of mankind and of the sons of the kings, and his father rules over the land of Kabul and is possessed of a mighty empire. I hear and obey, answered she, and kissing the sheikh's hands, stood before him, in token of respect and obedience. If thou speak truly, said he, swear to me by Allah that thou wilt never betray him, what while thou abidest in the chains of life. So she swore a great oath that she would never betray Janshah, but would assuredly marry him, and added, I will never forsake him. The sheikh believed in her oath and said to Janshah, Thanks be to God, who hath made you at one. At this the prince rejoiced with an exceeding great joy, and he and Shemsa abode 3 months with Sheikh Nasr, feasting and making merry. At the end of that time, the princess said to Janshah, I wish to go with thee to thy native land, that we may marry and abide there. I hear and obey, answered he, and took counsel with Sheikh Nasr, who bade him go and commended the princess to his care. Then said she, O Sheikh Nasr, bid him give me my feather vest. So the sheikh bade Janshah give it to her, and he did so, whereupon she donned it and said to the prince, Mount my back and keep fast hold of my feathers, lest thou fall off, and do thou shut thine eyes and stop thine ears, so thou mayst not hear the roar of the revolving sphere, as we pass through the air. He did as she bade him, and Sheikh Nasr described to her the land of Kabul, that she might not miss her way, and bade them farewell, commending the prince to her care. She took leave of her sisters and bade them return to her people and tell them what had befallen her with Janshah. Then, rising into the air, she flew off, like the wafts of the wind or the dazzling lightning, and stayed not her course from the forenoon till the hour of afternoon prayer, when she espied afar off a valley abounding in trees and streams, and alighted there to rest. Janshah dismounted, and kissing her between the eyes, sat with her a while on the bank of a river there. Then they rose and explored the valley, taking their pleasure therein and eating of the fruits of the trees, till nightfall, when they lay down under a tree and slept till the morning. As soon as it was day, the princess arose, and taking Janshah on her back, flew on with him till midday, when she perceived, by the appearance of the landmarks that Sheikh Nasr had described to her, that they were nearing the city of Kabul, and alighted in a wide and blooming champaign, wherein were gazelles feeding and springs welling and rivers flowing and trees laden with ripe fruits. So Janshah dismounted and kissed her between the eyes, and she said to him, O my beloved and solace of mine eyes, knowst thou how many days' journey we have come, since yesterday? No, answered he, and she said, We have come 30 months' journey. Quoth he, Praised be God for safety. Then they sat down side by side and ate and drank and toyed and laughed. Presently, there came up to them 2 of the king's servants, of those who had been of the prince's company in the chase, and one of them was he whom he had left by the horses, when he embarked in the fishing boat. As soon as they saw Janshah, they knew him and saluted him. Then said they, With thy leave, we will go to thy father and bear him the glad tidings of thy coming. Go, replied the prince, and fetch us tents, for we will abide here 7 days to rest ourselves, till he make ready and come forth to meet us, that we may enter in due state. So the officers hastened back to King Tigmas and said to him, Good news, O king of the age. What is it? Asked he. Is my son Janshah come back? Yes, answered they, he has returned from his absence and is now near at hand in the Karani meadow. When the king heard this, he rejoiced greatly and fell down in a swoon for excess of joy. Then, coming to himself, he bade his vizier give each of the men a splendid dress of honor and a sum of money and said to them, Take this, in reward for your good tidings, whether ye lie or speak sooth. Indeed, we lie not, replied the slaves, for but now we sat with him and saluted him and kissed his hands, and he bade us go and fetch him tents for that he would abide in the meadow 7 days, till such time as the viziers and emirs and grandees should come out to meet him. Quoth the king, How is it with my son? And they answered, He hath with him a hurry, as he had brought her out of paradise. At this, the king bade beat the drums and sound the trumpets for gladness and dispatched messengers to announce the good news to Janshah's mother and to the wives of the emirs and notables. So the criers spread themselves about the city and acquainted the people with the glad tidings of the prince's coming. Then the king made ready and setting out, with his officers and troops, for the meadow, came upon Janshah and Shemsa sitting there. When the prince saw them, he rose and went to meet them, and the troops knew him and dismounted, to salute him and kiss his hands, after which they escorted him to his father, who, at sight of his son, threw himself from his horse's back and clipped him in his arms and wept sore. Then they took horse again and rode till they came to the banks of a river, when the troops alighted and pitched the tents and pavilions and standards, to the sound of trumpets and cymbals and drums and flutes. Moreover, the king caused set up a pavilion of red silk for the princess Shemsa, who put off her feather raiment and entering the pavilion, sat down there. Presently, the king and his son came into her, and when she saw Tigmas, she rose and kissed the earth before him. The king sat down and seating Janshah on his right hand and Shemsa on his left, bade her welcome and said to his son, Tell me all that hath befallen thee in thine absence. So Janshah related to him all his adventures, whereat he marveled greatly and turning to the princess, said, Praised be God for that he hath put it into thy heart to reunite me with my son. Verily this is of his exceeding bounty. And now I would have thee ask of me what thou wilt, that I may do it in thine honor. Quoth she, I ask of thee that thou build me a palace in the midst of a garden, with water running under it. And the king answered, I hear and obey. As they sat talking, up came Janshah's mother, attended by all the wives of the viziers and emirs and notables of the city. When the prince caught sight of her, he rose and leaving the tent, went to meet her and they embraced a long while, whilst the queen wept for excess of joy and repeated the following verses. Joy hath o'ercome me so, that, for the very stress of that which gladdens me, to weeping I am fain. Tears are become, as 'twere, your nature, O my eyes, so that ye weep as well for gladness as for pain. Then the king departed to his pavilion and Janshah carried his mother to his own tent, where they sat talking and complaining, one to the other, of all they had suffered for separation, till there came up some of Shemsa's attendants, to announce the coming of the princess. When the queen heard this, she rose and going to meet Shemsa, saluted her and seated her by her side. They sat a while and presently the queen and her attendants returned with Shemsa to the latter's tent and sat there. Meanwhile King Tigmus gave great largesse to his troops and subjects and rejoiced in his son with an exceeding joy, and they abode there 10 days, feasting and making merry. At the end of this time, the king commanded to depart, and they all mounted and returned in state to the city, which was decorated after the goodliest fashion, for the folk had adorned the houses with precious stuffs and jewelry and spread costly brocades under the horses' feet. The drums beat for glad tidings, and the notables of the kingdom rejoiced and brought rich gifts, and the lookers-on were filled with amazement. Moreover, they fed the poor and needy and held high festival for the space of 10 days, and the lady Shemsa rejoiced with an exceeding joy, when as she saw this. Then King Tigmus summoned architects and builders and men of art and bade them build a magnificent palace in such a garden. So they straightway proceeded to do his bidding, and when Janshah knew of this, he bade the workmen fetch a block of white marble and hollow it out in the likeness of a chest, which being done, he took the feather vest of the princess Shemsa and laid it therein. Then, closing the opening with melted lead, he commanded them to bury the marble chest in the foundations and build over it the arches on which the palace was to rest. They did as he bade them, nor was it long before the palace was finished on the goodliest wise. Then they furnished it, and it was a magnificent palace, standing in the midst of the garden, with streams running from under it. As soon as it was ready, the king caused Janshah's wedding to be celebrated with the greatest magnificence, and they brought the bride to the castle in state and went their ways. When Shemsa entered, she smelt the scent of the feather vest and knew where it was and had a mind to take it. However, she waited till midnight, when Janshah was drowned in sleep, then rose and going straight to the place where the marble coffer was buried, dug till she came upon it and took it up. She did away the leaden stopper and taking out the feather vest, put it on. Then she flew up into the air and perching on the summit of the palace, cried out to those who were therein, saying, "Fetch me Janshah, that I may bid him farewell." So they told him, and he came out, and seeing her on the roof of the palace, clad in her feather raiment, said to her, "Why hast thou done this thing?" "O my beloved and solace of mine eyes and fruit of my heart," replied she, "by Allah, I love thee passing dear, and I rejoice with an exceeding joy in that I have brought thee to thy friends and country and seen thy father and mother. And now, if thou love me as I love thee, come to me at the Castle of Jewels." So saying, she flew away, and Janshah fell down in a swoon, being well nigh dead for despair. His people carried the news to King Tigmus, who mounted at once and riding to the palace, found his son lying on the ground, senseless, whereat he wept and sprinkled rosewater on his face. When the prince came to himself and found his father at his head, he wept passing sore, and the king asked what had befallen him. So he told him what had happened, and the king said, "O my son, be not concerned, for I will assemble all the merchants and pilgrims in the land and inquire at them of the Castle of Jewels. If we can find out where it is, we will journey thither and demand the Princess Shemsa of her people, and I hope in God the Most High, that he will give her back to thee." Then he went out, and calling his 4 viziers, bade them assemble all the merchants and travelers in the town and question them of the Castle of Jewels, adding, "Whoso knows it and can direct us thither, I will give him 50,000 dinars. The viziers accordingly went forth and did as the king bade them, but none could give them news of the Castle of Jewels, so they returned and told the king, who bade bring beautiful slave girls and concubines and singers and players upon instruments of music, whose like are not found but with kings, and lent them to Janshah, so haply they might divert him from the love of the lady Shemsa. Moreover, he dispatched couriers and spies to all the neighboring lands and islands and climes, to inquire for the Castle of Jewels, and they made quest for it 2 months long, but none could give them news of it. So they returned and told the king, whereupon he wept sore, and going in to his son, found him sitting in the midst of the concubines and singers and players on harp and psaltery and so forth, none of whom could avail to console him for the lady Shemsa. O my son, said Tigmus, I can find none who knows the castle of jewels, but I will bring thee a fairer than she. When Janshah heard this, his eyes ran over with tears, and he recited the following verses. Patience bath fled, but passion abideth in desire, and all my body's wasted with love and longing dire. When will the days unite me with Shainsa? Lo, my bones are all consumed and rotted for separation's fire. Now there was a king of Hind, by name Kephid, who reigned over 1,000 cities, in each of which were as many citadels. He had 4 viziers, and under him were kings and princes and emirs. Moreover, he had great plenty of troops and warriors and champions, and under his hand were 1,000 chieftains, each ruling over 1,000 tribes, that could muster each 4,000 cavaliers, and indeed he was a king of great might and prowess, and his armies filled the whole earth. Between him and King Tigmus there was a fierce feud, for that the latter had made war upon him and ravaged his kingdom and slain his men and carried off his treasures. So, when it came to King Kephid's knowledge that King Tigmus was occupied with the love of his son and with concern and care for his sake, so that he neglected the affairs of the state and his troops were grown few and weak, he summoned his viziers and officers and said to them, Ye all know that King Tigmus invaded our dominions and plundered our goods and slew my father and brothers, nor indeed is there one of you, but he hath ravaged his lands and carried off his goods and made prize of his women and slain some kinsmen of his. Now today I have heard that he is taken up with the love of his son Janshah, and that his troops are grown few and weak, and this is the time to take our wreak on him. So don ye your harness of battle forthright, and make ready for war without delay, and we will go to him and fall upon him and slay him and his son and possess ourselves of his kingdom. They all answered with one voice, saying, We hear and obey, and proceeded at once to equip themselves and levy troops. The preparations occupied 3 months, at the end of which time the king set out at the head of his army, with drums beating and trumpets sounding and banners flying, and fared on till they reached the frontiers of the land of Kabul and entered the dominions of King Tigmus, where they began to ravage the country and do havoc among the folk, slaying the old and taking the young prisoners. When the news reached King Tigmus, he was exceeding wroth, and assembling his grandees and officers of state, said to them, Know that Kephid hath come to our country with troops and champions and warriors, whose number none knoweth save God the Most High, and is minded to do battle against us. What deem ye? O King of the age, replied they, let us go out to him and give him battle and drive him forth of our country. So he commanded them to prepare for battle, and brought forth to them hauberks and cuirasses and helmets and swords and all manner warlike gear, such as slay warriors and do to death the champions of mankind. So the troops and warriors and champions flocked to the standards, and King Tigmus marched out at the head of his army, with drums and cymbals beating and flutes and clarions sounding and banners flying, to meet the army of Hind. When he drew near the foe, he called a halt, and encamping with his host in the valley of Zairan, hard by the frontier, dispatched to King Kephid the following letter, and know that what thou hast done is of the fashion of the lewd rabble, and wert thou indeed a king, the son of a king, thou hadst not thus invaded my kingdom and slain my subjects and done unright upon them. Knowest thou not that all this is the fashion of a tyrant? Verily, had I known that thou wouldst dare to invade my dominions, I had come to thee and prevented thee there from this long while since. Yet, even now, if thou wilt retire and leave mischief between us and thee, well and good, but if not, come out to me in the listed field and measure thyself with me in fair fight. This letter he committed to an officer of his army, and sent with him spies to spy him out news. When the messenger drew near the enemy's camp, he saw a multitude of tents of silk and satin, with pennons of blue silk, and amongst them a great pavilion of red satin, surrounded by guards. He made for this tent and found that it was that of King Kephed, and saw therein the latter seated on a chair set with jewels, in the midst of his viziers and captains and grandees. So he displayed the letter, and straightway there came up to him a company of guards, who took it from him and carried it to the king. Kephed read it and wrote the following reply: King Kephed to King Tigmas. Know that I mean to take my wreak of thee and wash out the stain on my honor by laying waste thy lands and dishonoring thy women and slaying the old and carrying the young into slavery, and tomorrow come thou out to combat in the open field, and I will show thee war and battle. Then he sealed the letter and delivered it to the messenger, who carried it to King Tigmas and informed the latter that he had seen in the enemy's camp warriors and horsemen and footmen beyond count, there was no bound to them. When Tigmas read the answer, he was beyond measure enraged and bade his vizier Ein-Zar take 1,000 horse and fall upon the army of Kephed in the middle watch of the night. Meanwhile, King Kephed commanded one of his viziers, Getraphan by name, to take 5,000 horse and attack King Tigmas's camp in like manner. So the two parties set out, and meeting halfway, man cried out against man, and there befell a sore battle between them till daybreak, when Getraphan's men were routed and fled back to their camp in confusion. When Kephed saw this, he was exceeding wroth and said to the fugitives, What hath befallen you, that ye have lost your captains? O king of the age, answered they, there met us halfway the vizier Ein-Zar, with champions and cavaliers, so that, before we were ware, we found ourselves in the enemy's midst, face to face with them, and fought a sore battle with them from midnight till morning. Then the vizier and his men fell to smiting the elephants on the face and shouting out at them, till they took fright and turning tail to flee, trampled down the horsemen, whilst none could see other for the clouds of dust. The blood ran like a torrent and much folk were slain, and indeed, had we not fled, we had all been cut off to the last man. When Kephed heard this, he exclaimed, May the sun not bless you, and may his wrath be sore upon you. Meanwhile, Ein-Zar returned to King Tigmas and told him what had happened. The king gave him joy of his safety and rejoiced greatly, and bade beat the drums and sound the trumpets, in honor of the victory, after which he called the roll of his troops and found that 200 of his stoutest champions had fallen. Then King Kephed marched his army into the field and drew them out in order of battle in 15 lines of 10,000 horse each, under the commandment of 300 captains and princes, mounted on elephants and chosen from amongst the doughtiest of his warriors. So he set up his standards and banners and blew the trumpets and beat the drums, whilst the champions sallied forth, offering battle. As for King Tigmas, he drew out his troops in 10 lines of 10,000 horse each, and with him were 100 champions, riding on his right hand and on his left. Then rode forward to the fight each renowned cavalier, with drums and cymbals beating and pipes and hautboys sounding and trumpets blaring, and the two hosts clashed together, whilst the earth for all its wideness was straitened for the multitude of the cavaliers, and ears were deafened for the tramp of the horses and the shouting of the men. The dust volleyed up in clouds and hung vaulted over them, and they fought a sore battle from the first of the day till the coming of the darkness, when they separated and each army drew off to its own camp. Then the two kings mustered their troops and found that they had lost, Kephed 5,000 men and Tigmas 3,000 of the flower of his braves, whereat they were sore concerned. On the morrow, the two hosts again drew out in battle array, and Kephed cried out to his men, saying, Which of you will sally forth into the field and open us the chapter of war and battle? Thereupon came out from the ranks a warrior named Berkike, a mighty man of war, riding on an elephant. When he reached the king, he alighted and kissing the earth before him, sought of him leave to challenge the foe to single combat. Then he mounted his elephant and pricking into the middle of the field, cried out, Who is for jousting, who is for foining, who is for fighting? When King Tigmas heard this, he said to his troops, Which of you will do battle with this champion? Whereupon a cavalier came out from the ranks, mounted on a charger, mighty of make, and dismounting, kissed the earth before the king and craved his permission to engage Berkike. Then he mounted again and drove at Berkike, who said to him, Who art thou, that thou makest mock of me by coming out against me, alone? My name is Gezenfer ben Kemkil, replied the Kabul champion, and the other, I have heard tell of thee in my own country, so up and do battle between the ranks of the champions. Then Gezenfer drew a mace of iron from under his thigh and Berkike took his sword in his hand, and they fought a sore battle, till Berkike smote Gezenfer on the head with his sword, but the helmet turned the blow and no hurt betided him therefrom, whereupon Gezenfer, in his turn, dealt Berkike so terrible a buffet on the head with his mace, that he beat him down onto his elephant's back, and killed him. With this out sallied another horseman and saying to Gezenfer, Who art thou that thou shouldst slay my brother, hurled a javelin at him with such force that it pierced his thigh and nailed his greaves to his flesh. The Kabul champion, feeling himself wounded, took his sword in his hand and smote at Berkike's brother and cut him in sunder, and he fell to the earth, wallowing in his blood, whilst Gezenfer rode back to King Tigmas. When Kefid saw the death of his champions, he cried out to his troops to set on, as also did the king of Kabul, and the two armies drove at each other. Horsenate against horse and man cried out upon man and the swords flashed from the scabbards, whilst the drums beat and the trumpets sounded. Then horsemen charged upon horsemen and every renowned champion pricked forward, whilst the faint-heart fled from the push of pike and men heard naught but the clang of arms and the roar of the battle. Slain were the warriors that were slain and they stinted not from the fight till the going down of the sun in the pavilion of the heavens, when the two hosts drew asunder and returned each to its own camp. Then King Tigmas numbered his men and found that he had lost 5,000 men and 4 standards, whereat he was sore concerned, whilst King Kefid in like manner counted his troops and found that he had lost 600 of the flower of his horsemen and 9 standards. The two armies rested on their arms 3 days' space, after which Kefid wrote a letter to a king called Fakun el-Kelb, to whom he claimed kinship by his mother, and the latter forthwith assembled his troops and marched to the succor of the king of Hind. So, as King Tigmas was sitting at his pleasance, there came one in to him and said, I see a cloud of dust rising into the air in the distance, so he dispatched a company, to learn the meaning of this, who presently returned and said to him, O king, when we drew near the cloud of dust, the wind smote it and it lifted and discovered 7 standards and under each standard 3,000 horse, making for King Kefid's camp. Then King Fakun joined himself to the king of Hind and saluting him, inquired how it was with him and what was this war in which he was engaged. Knowest thou not, answered Kefid, that King Tigmas is my enemy and the murderer of my father and brothers? Wherefore I am come forth to do battle with him and take my wreak on him. Quoth Fakun, the blessing of the sun be upon thee. And the king of Hind carried King Fakun to his tent and rejoiced in him with an exceeding great joy. To return to Jan Shah. He abode shut up in his palace, without seeing his father or allowing one of the damsels or singing women in his service to come in to him, for 2 months' space, at the end of which time he grew troubled and restless at not seeing the king and said to his attendants, What ails my father that he cometh not to visit me? They told him that he had gone forth to do battle with the king of Hind, whereupon quoth Jan Shah, Bring me my horse, that I may go to my father. But he said in himself, I am taken up with the thought of my beloved, and I deem well to journey to the city of the Jews, where haply God shall grant me to meet the merchant, and maybe he will hire me once more and deal with me as before, for none knoweth wherein is good. So he took with him 1,000 horse and set out, the folk, deeming that he purposed to join his father in the field, and they fared on till dusk, when they halted for the night in a vast meadow. As soon as he knew that all his men were asleep, the prince rose and girding his middle, mounted his horse and rode out, intending for Baghdad, for that he had heard from the Jews that a caravan came thence their city once in every 2 years and thought to journey thither therewith. When his men awoke and missed the prince and his horse, they mounted and sought him right and left, but finding no trace of him, rejoined his father and told him what his son had done, whereat he was beyond measure concerned and cast the crown from his head, whilst the sparks were like to fly from his mouth, and he said, "There is no power and no virtue but in God. I have lost my son, and the enemy is before me." But his viziers and vassals said to him, "Patience, O king of the age! Not but good insweth patience." Then he collected his forces and abandoning his camp, retired to his capital, where he armed the inhabitants and fortified the place, setting up mangonels and other engines upon the walls. King Kafid followed him and sat down before the town, offering battle 7 nights and 8 days, after which he withdrew to his tents, to tend his wounded. On this wise he did every month, and they ceased not to beleaguer the place thus 7 years. Meanwhile, Janshah arrived at Baghdad, where he heard from a merchant that the city of the Jews was situate in the extreme orient and that a caravan would start that very month for the city of Mizrakan in Hind. "Whither do thou accompany us," said the merchant, "and we will fare on to Khorasan and thence to the city of Shaman and Khwarezm, from which latter place the city of the Jews is distant 1 year and 3 months' journey." So Janshah waited till the time of the departure of the caravan, when he joined himself thereto and journeyed, till he reached the city of Mizrakan, whence he again set out and after enduring great hardships and perils and the extreme of hunger and thirst, arrived at the town of Shaman. Nor did he fail in every city to which he came to inquire after the castle of jewels, but none could give him news of it and all said, "Never heard we this name." At Shaman he made inquiry for the city of the Jews, and they directed him the road thither. So he set out and journeyed nights and days till he came to the place, where he had given the apes the slip, and continued his journey thence to the river, on the opposite bank of which stood the city of the Jews. He sat down on the shore and waited till Saturday came round and the river dried up, when he crossed over to the opposite bank and entering the city, betook himself to the house of his former host. The Jew and his family rejoiced in his return and set meat and drink before him, saying, "Where hast thou been during thine absence?" "In the kingdom of God the Most High," answered he, and lay with them that night. On the morrow he went out to walk about the city and presently heard a crier crying aloud and saying, "O folk, who will earn 1,000 dinars and a handsome slave girl and do half a day's work for us?" So Janshah went up to him and said, "I am your man." Quoth the crier, "Follow me," and carrying him to the house of the Jew merchant, where he had been aforetime, said to the latter, "This young man will do thy work." The merchant gave him welcome, not recognizing him, and carried him into the harem, where he set meat and drink before him, and he ate and drank. Then he brought him the dinars and the fair slave, with whom he lay that night. On the morrow, he took the money and the damsel and committing them to his host, returned to the merchant, who mounted and rode out with him, till they came to the foot of the mountain, where they halted and the merchant, bringing out a knife and cords, bade Janshah throw down the mare on which she rode and bind her legs with the cords. So he threw her down and bound her and slaughtered her and cut off her legs and slit her belly, as the Jew ordered him, whereupon quoth the latter, "Enter her belly, till I sew it up on thee, and whatsoever thou sayest therein, tell me of it, for this is the work the hire whereof thou hast taken." So Janshah entered the mare's belly and the merchant sewed it up on him, then, withdrawing to a distance, hid himself. Presently, a great bird swooped down on the carcass and flying up with it to the mountain top, would have eaten it, which when Janshah felt, he took out his knife and slitting the mare's belly, came forth. The bird was scared at his sight and flew away, and Janshah went up to the edge of the crest and looking down, espied the merchant standing at the foot of the mountain, as he were a sparrow. So he cried out to him, "What is thy will, O merchant?" "Throw me down of the stones that lie about thee," replied the Jew, "that I may direct thee in the way down." Quoth Janshah, "I am he with whom thou didst thus and thus 5 years agone, and through thee I suffered hunger and thirst and sore toil and much hardship, and now thou hast brought me hither once more and thinkest to destroy me. By Allah, I will not throw thee aught. So saying, he turned his back on him and set out for the castle of the Lord Solomon. He fared on many days and nights, tearful-eyed and heavy at heart, eating, when he hungered, of the fruits of the earth, and drinking, when he thirsted, of its streams, till he came in sight of the castle and saw Sheikh Nesr sitting at the gate. So he hastened up to him and kissed his hands, and the sheikh bade him welcome and said to him, O my son, what ails thee that thou returnest to this place, after I sent thee home with the princess? Shamsa, comforted and glad at heart? Janshah wept and told him all that had befallen him and how she had flown away from him, saying, An thou love me, come to me at the castle of jewels, at which the old man marveled and said, By Allah, O my son, I know not the castle of jewels, nor, by the virtue of our Lord Solomon, have I ever in my life heard its name. What shall I do? Said Janshah. I am dying of love and longing. Quoth Sheikh Nesr, Take patience until the coming of the birds, when I will inquire at them of the castle of jewels. So Janshah's heart was comforted, and he abode with Sheikh Nesr, until the appointed day arrived, when the sheikh said to him, O my son, learn these names and come with me to meet the birds. Presently, the birds came flying up and saluted Sheikh Nesr, kind after kind, and he asked them of the castle of jewels, but they all made answer that they had never heard of such a place. When Janshah heard this, he wept and lamented, till he swooned away, whereupon Sheikh Nesr called a huge bird and said to him, Carry this youth to the land of Kabul, and describe to him the land and the way thither. Then he set Janshah on the bird's back, bidding him sit straight and beware of inclining to either side, or he would fall and be torn to pieces in the air, and to stop his ears from the wind, lest he be dazed by the noise of the revolving sphere and the roaring of the seas. So the bird took flight and flew with him a day and a night, till he set him down by the king of the beasts, whose name was Shahbedra, and said to him, We have gone astray. And he would have taken him up again and flown on with him, but Janshah said, Go thy ways and leave me here, till I die or find the castle of jewels. I will not return to my country. So the bird left him with Shahbedra and flew away. The king bade him welcome and said to him, O my son, who art thou and whence comest thou with yonder great bird? So Janshah told him his story, whereat Shahbedra marveled and said, By the virtue of the Lord Solomon, I know not of this castle, but, when the beasts come to pay their respects to me, we will ask them thereof, and, if any know it, we will reward him bountifully and send thee thither by him. So Janshah took patience and abode with Shahbedra, who gave him certain tablets, inscribed with magical formulas, saying, O my son, commit to memory that which is in these tablets, so wilt thou be gifted to understand the language of beasts, and when the beasts come, question them of the castle of jewels. He did as the king bade him, and before long, up came the beasts, kind after kind, and saluted Shahbedra, who questioned them of the castle of jewels, but they all replied, We know not this castle, nor ever heard we of it. At this Janshah wept sore and lamented for that he had not gone with the bird that brought him from Sheikh Nesr's castle, but Shahbedra said to him, Grieve not, O my son, for I have a brother who is older than I, his name is King Shimmick, and he rules over all the jinn in the country. He was once a prisoner to King Solomon, for that he rebelled against him, nor is there among the jinn an elder than he and Sheikh Nesr. Belike he knows of this castle. So saying, he set Janshah on the back of a beast and gave him a letter to his brother, commending him to his care. So the beast set off with the prince and fared on days and nights, till it came to King Shimmick's abiding place and stood still afar off, whereupon Janshah alighted and walked on, till he found himself in the presence of the king, to whom he presented his brother's letter, after having kissed his hands. The king read the letter and welcomed the prince, saying, By Allah, O my son, in all my life I never saw nor heard of this castle. But tell me thy story, and who and whence thou art, and whither thou art bound. So Janshah related to him his history from beginning to end, at which the king marveled and said, O my son, I do not believe that our Lord Solomon even ever saw or heard of this castle, but I know a hermit in the mountains, who is exceeding old, and whom all birds and beasts and jinn obey, for he ceased not to conjure against the kings of the jinn, till they submitted themselves to him in their own despite, by reason of the might of his spells and his enchantments. I myself once rebelled against King Solomon, and he sent this hermit against me, who overcame me with his craft and his enchantments and imprisoned me, and since then I have been his vassal. His name is Yegmus, and he dwells in a retreat in the mountains called the Hermitage of Diamonds. He is a cunning artificer in all manner strange works, and a crafty warlock and necromancer, full of guile and versed in every kind of magic and sorcery and enchantment, and all birds and beasts and mountains obey him and come at his beck, for the stress of his conjurations. Moreover, he hath made him a staff in 3 pieces, and this he plants in the earth and conjures over it, whereupon flesh and blood issue from the first piece, sweet milk from the second, and wheat and barley from the third. He hath travelled in all countries and quarters, and knoweth all ways and regions and places and castles and cities, nor do I think there is any place hidden from his ken. So needs must I send thee to him, haply he may direct thee to the castle of jewels, and if he cannot do this, none can, for all things obey him, by reason of his skill in magic. So saying, Shimei called a great bird, that had feet like those of an elephant and 4 wings, each 30 cubits long, and set Janshah on its back, bidding it carry him to the hermit. Now this bird flew but twice a year, and there was with King Shimei an officer, by name Timshaun, who used every day to carry off 2 Bactrian camels from the land of Iraq and cut them up for it, that it might eat them. So it rose into the air and flew on days and nights, till it came to the mountain of the citadels and the hermitage of diamonds, where Janshah lifted, and going up to the hermitage, found Yegmus at his devotions. So he entered the chapel, and kissing the earth before the hermit, stood, in an attitude of respect. When Yegmus saw him, he said to him, Welcome, O my son, O pilgrim from a far country and stranger in the lands. Tell me the cause of thy coming hither. So Janshah wept and acquainted him with all that had befallen him, and that he was in quest of the castle of jewels. Yegmus marveled greatly at his story and said, By Allah, O my son, never in my life heard I of this castle, nor saw I ever one who had heard of or seen it, for all I was alive in the days of Noah, prophet of God, on whom be peace, and have ruled the birds and beasts and jinn ever since his time, nor do I believe that Solomon himself knew of it. But wait till the birds and beasts and chiefs of the jinn come to do their homage to me, and I will question them of it. Peradventure, some one of them may be able to give us news of it, and God the Most High shall make it easy to thee, to win thither. So Janshah abode with the hermit, until the day of the assembly, when Yegmus questioned all the birds and beasts and jinn of the castle of jewels, but they all replied, We never saw or heard of such a place. At this, Janshah fell a weeping and lamenting, and prostrated himself in supplication to God the Most High, but, as he was thus engaged, there flew down from the heights of the air a great blackbird, which had tarried behind the rest, and kissed the hermit's hands. The latter asked it of the castle of jewels, and it replied, saying, O hermit, when I and my brothers were fledglings, we dwelt behind the mountain Caf on a hill of crystal, in the midst of a great desert, and our father and mother used to go and come with our food every day. They went out one day, in quest of food, and were absent from us 7 days, and hunger was sore upon us, but on the 8th day they returned, weeping, and we asked them the reason of their absence. Quoth they, A Marid swooped down on us and carried us off to the castle of jewels, and brought us before King Shalin, who would have slain us, but we told him that we had left a young brood behind us, so he spared our lives, and let us go. And were my parents yet in the bonds of life, added the bird, they would give thee news of the castle. When Janshah heard this, he wept and besought the hermit to bid the bird carry him to the nest he spoke of on the crystal hill, behind the mountain Caf. So the hermit said to the bird, I desire thee to obey this youth in whatsoever he may command thee. I hear and obey, answered the bird, and taking Janshah on its back, flew with him days and nights, till it set him down on the hill of crystal and said, This is where our nest was. Janshah begged it to carry him farther on to where the old birds used to forage for food. So it took him up again and flew on with him 7 nights and 8 days, till it set him down on the top of a high hill, named Kermis, and left him there, saying, I know of no land behind this hill. Then it flew away, and Janshah sat down on the hilltop and fell asleep. When he awoke, he saw somewhat gleaming afar off, as it were lightning, and filling the air with its radiance, and wondered what this could be. So he descended the mountain and made towards the light. Now this light came from the castle of jewels, which was distant 2 months' journey from Mount Kermis, and its walls were fashioned of red rubies and the buildings within them of yellow gold. Moreover, it had 1,000 turrets builded of precious stones and metals, brought from the Sea of Darknesses, and on this account it was named the Castle of Jewels. It was a vast great castle, and the name of its king was King Shailan, the father of Shemsa and her sisters. Now, when the Princess Shemsa left Janshah, she returned to the Castle of Jewels and told her father and mother all that had passed between the prince and herself. Quoth they, Thou hast not dealt righteously with him, and she, Be sure that he will follow me hither, for he loves me passionately. So King Shailan repeated the story to his guards and officers of the Marids of the Jinn, and bade them bring him every mortal they should see. Now, as chance would have it, Shemsa had that very day dispatched a Marid on an occasion in the direction of Mount Kermis, and on his way thither he caught sight of Janshah, so he hastened up to him and saluted him. The prince was terrified at his sight, but returned his greeting, and the Marid said to him, What is thy name? My name is Janshah, answered he, and bursting into tears, related to the genie his adventures and how he was come thither in quest of the Princess Shemsa and the Castle of Jewels. The Marid was moved to pity by his story and said to him, Weep not, for thou art come to thy desire. Know that, yonder stands the Castle of Jewels, where dwells she whom thou seekest. She loves thee dear and has told her parents of thy love for her, and all in the castle love thee for her sake, so take comfort and be of good cheer. Then he took him on his shoulders and made off with him to the Castle of Jewels. When the news of Janshah's coming reached Shemsa and her father and mother, they all rejoiced with an exceeding joy, and King Shailan took horse and rode out, with all his guards and aftits and Marids, to meet the prince. As soon as he came up with him, he dismounted and embraced him, and Janshah kissed his hand. Then Shailan put on him a robe of honor of varicolored silk, laced with gold and set with jewels, and a coronet such as never saw mortal king, and mounting him on a splendid mare of the horses of the kings of the Jinn, brought him in great state to the castle. Janshah was dazzled by the splendor of this castle, with its walls of rubies and other jewels and its pavement of crystal and chrysolite and emerald, and fell a weeping for very wonderment. But the king wiped away his tears and said, Leave weeping and be of good cheer, for thou hast come to thy desire. Then he carried him into the inner court of the castle, where he was received by a multitude of beautiful damsels and pages and slaves, who seated him in the place of honor and stood to do him service, whilst he was lost in amazement at the goodliness of the place and its walls, that were all builded of precious metals and jewels. Meanwhile, King Shailan repaired to his hall of audience, where he sat down on his throne, and bidding his attendants bring in the prince, rose to receive him and seated him by his own side on the throne. Then he called for food, and they ate and drank and washed their hands, after which in came the queen, Shemsa's mother, and saluting Janshah, bade him welcome. Thou hast come to thy desire after weariness, quoth she, and thine eyes sleep alter watching. So praised be God for thy safety. So saying, she went away and forthwith returned with the Princess Shemsa, who saluted Janshah and kissed his hands, hanging her head in confusion, after which her sisters came up to him and greeted him in like manner. Then said the queen to him, O my son, our daughter Shemsa hath indeed sinned against thee, but do thou pardon her for our sakes. When Janshah heard this, he cried out and fell down in a swoon, and they sprinkled on his face rosewater mingled with musk and civet, till he came to himself and looking at Shemsa, said, Praised be God who hath brought me to my desire and quenched the fire of my heart. May he preserve thee from the fire, replied she. But now tell me what hath befallen thee since our parting, and how thou madest thy way to this place, seeing that few even of the jinn ever heard of the castle of jewels, and we are beyond the dominion of any king, nor knoweth any the road hither. So he related to her all the adventures and perils and hardships he had suffered for her sake, and how he had left his father at war with the king of Hind. Quoth the queen, Now hast thou thy heart's desire, for the princess Shemsa is thy handmaid, we give her to thee, and next month, if it be the will of God the Most High, we will celebrate the marriage festival and send you both back to thy native land, with an escort of 1,000 marids, the least of whom, if thou shouldst bid him slay King Kephid and his people, would destroy them to the last man in the twinkling of an eye. Then King Shailan sat down on his throne, and summoning his grandees and officers of state, bade them make ready for the marriage festivities and decorate the city 7 days and nights. We hear and obey, answered they, and busied themselves 2 months in the preparations, after which they celebrated the marriage of the prince and princess and held a mighty festival, never was seen its like. Then they brought Janshah into his bride, and he abode with her in all delight and solace of life 2 years, at the end of which time, he said to her, Thy father promised to send us to my native land, that we might pass 1 year there and the next year. I hear and obey, answered she, and going in to King Shailan at nightfall, told him what the prince had said. Quoth he, Have patience with me till the 1st of the month, that I may make ready for your departure. Accordingly, they waited till the appointed time, when the king brought out to them a great litter of red gold, set with pearls and jewels and covered with a canopy of green silk, painted in the liveliest colors and embroidered with precious stones, dazzling the eyes with its goodliness. Moreover, he gave his daughter 300 beautiful damsels to wait upon her, and bestowed on Janshah the like number of white slaves of the sons of the jinn. Then he mounted the litter, with Janshah and Shemsa and their suite, after the prince and princess had taken leave of the latter's mother and family, and chose out 4 of his officers to carry the litter. So the 4 marids took it up, each by one corner, and rising with it into the air, flew onward till midday, when the king bade them set down the litter, and they all alighted. Then they took leave of one another, and King Shailan commended Shemsa to the prince's care, and giving them in charge to the marids, returned to the castle of jewels, whilst the prince and princess remounted the litter, and the marids, taking it up, flew on for 10 whole days, in each of which they accomplished 30 months' journey, till they came in sight of King Tigmus's capital. Now one of them knew the land of Kabul, so, when he saw the city, he bade the others set down the litter there. Meanwhile, King Tigmus had been routed and fled into the city, where King Kephid laid close siege to him, and he was in sore straits. He sought to make peace with the king of Hind, but the latter would give him no quarter, so, seeing himself without resource or hope of relief, he determined to strangle himself and be at rest from this trouble and misery. Accordingly, he bade his viziers and officers farewell and entered his house, to take leave of his harem, and the whole place was full of weeping and wailing and lamentation. In the midst of the general desolation, the marids came down with the litter upon the palace, that was in the citadel, and Janshah bade them set it down in the midst of the divan. They did his bidding, and he descended with his company, and seeing all the folk of the city in grief and desolation and sore distress, said to the princess, O beloved of my heart and solace of mine eyes, see in what a piteous plight is my father. Thereupon she bade the marids fall upon the besieging host and slay them all, even to the last man, and Janshah commanded one of them, by name Karatesh, who was exceeding strong and valiant, to bring King Kefid to him in chains. So they waited till midnight, when they repaired to the enemy's camp, and Karatesh made straight for Kefid's tent, where he found him lying on a couch. So he took him up, shrieking for fear, and flew with him to Janshah, who bade the 4 Marids bind him on the litter and suspend him in the air over his camp, that he might witness the slaughter of his men. They did as the prince bade them, and leaving Kefid, who had swooned for fear, hanging in the air, fell upon the enemy's camp. As for King Tigmas, when he saw his son, he well nigh died for excess of joy, and giving a loud cry, fell down in a swoon. They sprinkled rose water on his face, till he came to himself, when he and his son embraced and wept sore. Then the Princess Shemsa accosted the king, and kissing his hand, invited him to go up with her to the roof of the palace and witness the slaughter of his enemies by her father's Marids. So he went up to the roof, and sitting down there with his son and daughter-in-law, watched the Marids do havoc among the besiegers, and marveled at their manner of waging war. For one of them smote upon the elephants and their riders with maces of iron, and pounded men and beast into one shapeless heap of flesh, whilst another blew in the faces of those who fled, so that they fell down dead, and the third caught up a score of horsemen, beasts, and all, and flying up with them into the air, cast them down from on high, so that they were torn in pieces or crushed to atoms in the fall. When King Kefil came to himself, he found himself hanging between heaven and earth, and marveled at this. Then he saw the slaughter of his troops, and wept sore, and buffeted his face, nor did the carnage cease among the army of Hind for 2 whole days, till they were cut off even to the last man, when Janshah commanded a Marid, by name Shimwal, to clap King Kefid in irons and lay him in prison in a place called the Black Tower. Then King Tigmas bade beat the drums, and dispatched messengers to announce the glad news to Janshah's mother, who mounted forthright and rode to the palace, where she no sooner espied her son than she clasped him in her arms and swooned away for stress of joy. They sprinkled rosewater on her face, till she came to herself, when she embraced him again and wept for excess of gladness. When the lady Shemsa knew of her coming, she came to her and saluted her, and they embraced each other and sat down to converse. Meanwhile, King Tigmas threw open the gates of the town and dispatched couriers to all parts of the kingdom, to announce his happy deliverance, whereupon all his vassals and officers and the notables of the realm flocked to give him joy of his victory and of the safe return of his son, and brought him great plenty of rich gifts and presents. Then he made a second bride feast for the Princess Shemsa, and they decorated the city and held high festival, after which they unveiled the bride before Janshah with the utmost magnificence, and the latter presented her with 100 beautiful slave girls to wait upon her. Some days after this, the princess went in to the king and interceded with him for Kefid, saying, "Let him return to his own land, and if henceforward he be minded to do thee any hurt, I will bid one of the Marids snatch him up and bring him to thee." "I hear and obey," replied Tigmas, and bade Shimwal bring him the prisoner, who came and kissed the earth before him. Then he commanded to strike off his chains, and mounting him on a lame mare, said to him, "The Princess Shemsa hath interceded for thee, so begone to thy kingdom, but if thou fall again to thine old tricks, she will send one of the Marids to seize thee and bring thee hither." So Kefid set off homeward, in the sorriest of plights, whilst Janshah and his wife abode in all delight and solace of life, passing every second year with Shemsa's father and mother at the Castle of Jewels, whither they betook not themselves but in the litter aforesaid, borne by the Marids and flying between heaven and earth, and the length of their journey thither from the land of Kabul was 10 days, in each of which they accomplished 30 months' travel. They abode on this wise a long while, till, one year, they set out for the Castle of Jewels, as of their wont, and on their way thither alighted in this island to rest and take their pleasure therein. They sat down on the river bank and ate and drank, after which the princess, having a mind to bathe, put off her clothes and plunged into the water. Her women followed her example, and they swam about a while, whilst Janshah walked on along the bank of the stream. Presently, as they were swimming about and playing with one another, a huge shark seized the princess by the leg, and she cried out and died forthright, whilst the damsels fled out of the river to the pavilion, to escape from the shark, but, after a while, they returned and taking her up, carried her to the litter. When Janshah saw his wife dead, he fell down in a swoon and they sprinkled water on his face, till he recovered and wept over her. Then he dispatched the Marids to bear the sad news to her parents and family, who presently came thither and washed her and shrouded her, after which they buried her by the riverside and made mourning for her. They would have carried Janshah with them to the castle of jewels, but he said to King Shalin, I beseech thee to dig me a grave beside her tomb, that, when I die, I may be buried by her side. Accordingly, the king commanded one of his Marids to do as Janshah wished, after which they departed and left me here to weep and mourn for her till I die, for I, said the young man, am Janshah, and this is my story and the reason of my sojourn between these two tombs. And he repeated the following verses. Home is no longer home to me, now ye are gone away, nor is the pleasant neighbor now a neighbor, sooth to say. The comrade, whom withal therein I companied, no more a comrade is, and eke the lights of heaven, no lights are they. When Bulukiya heard Janshah's story, he marveled and exclaimed, By Allah, O my brother, methought I had indeed wandered over the world and compassed it about, but thy story mocketh me to forget all I have seen. And now, added he, I beg thee, of thy favor and courtesy, to direct me in the way of safety. So Janshah directed him into the right road, and Bulukiya took leave of him and fared on nights and days, till he came to a great sea, so he anointed his feet with the juice of the magical herb and setting out over the water, sped onward till he came to an island abounding in trees and springs and fruits, as it were paradise. He landed and walked about, till he saw an immense tree, with leaves as big as the sails of a ship. So he went up to the tree and found under it a table spread with all manner rich meats, whilst on the branches sat a great bird, whose body was of pearls and emeralds, its feet of silver, its beak of red cornelian and its feathers of precious metals, and it was engaged in singing the praises of God the Most High and blessing Muhammad, on whom be benediction and peace. When Bulukiya saw the bird, he said, What manner of creature art thou, and what dost thou here? Quoth the bird, I am one of the birds of Eden, and followed Adam, when God the Most High cast him out thence. Now Adam took with him 4 leaves of the trees of the garden, to cover his nakedness withal, and they fell to the ground after a while. One of them was eaten by a worm, and of it came silk. The gazelles ate the second, and thence came musk. The third was eaten by bees and gave rise to honey, whilst the fourth fell in the land of Hind, and from it sprang all manner spices. As for me, I wandered over the earth, till God gave me this island for a dwelling place, and I took up my abode here. This table thou sayest is spread by God the Most High for the entertainment of all the saints and holy men of the world, who come hither every Friday and visit the place and eat of this food, and after they have eaten, the table is taken up again to heaven, nor doth the food ever waste or corrupt. So Bulukiya ate his fill of the meats and praised God the Most High. Presently, there came up Al-Khizr, on whom be peace, at sight of whom Bulukiya rose and saluting him, was about to withdraw, when the bird said to him, Sit, O Bulukiya, in the presence of Al-Khizr, on whom be peace. So he sat down again, and Al-Khizr asked him who he was and how he came there. Bulukiya related to him all his adventures and inquired how far it was thence to Cairo. 95 years' journey, replied the Prophet, whereupon Bulukiya burst into tears, then, falling at Al-Khizr's feet, kissed them and said to him, O my Lord, I beseech thee to deliver me from this strangerhood, for that I am nigh upon death and know not what to do, and thy reward be with God. Quoth Al-Khizr, Pray to God the Most High to allow me to carry thee to Cairo, ere thou perish. So Bulukiya wept and offered up supplication to God, who granted his prayer and bade Elkizar carry him to his people. Then said the prophet, Lift thy head, for God hath heard thy prayer, so take fast hold of me with both thy hands and shut thine eyes. The prince did as he was bidden, and Elkizar took a step forward, then said to him, Open thine eyes. So Bulukiya opened his eyes and found himself at the door of his palace at Cairo. He turned to take leave of Elkizar, but found no trace of him and entered the palace. When his mother saw him, she gave a loud cry and swooned away for excess of joy, and they sprinkled water upon her face. After a while she came to herself and embraced her son and wept sore, whilst Bulukiya wept and laughed by turns. Then all his friends and kindred came and gave him joy of his safe return, and the good news was noised abroad in the land, and there came to him presents from all parts. Moreover, they beat the drums and blew the flutes and rejoiced mightily. Then Bulukiya related to them his adventures, at which they marveled exceedingly and wept, till all were weary of weeping. All this the queen of the serpents related to Hazib Karameddin, and he said to her, But how knowest thou of these things? O Hazib, answered she, it was on this wise. Thou must know that I once had occasion, some 25 years ago, to send one of my serpents to Egypt, and gave her a letter for Bulukiya, saluting him. So she carried the letter to him, and he read it and said to the messenger, I have a mind to go with thee to the queen of the serpents, for I have an occasion to her. Quoth she, Close thine eyes. So he closed them, and opening them again, found himself on the mountain where I now am. Then his guide carried him to a great serpent, and he saluted the latter and asked for me. She hath gone to the mountain Caf, answered the serpent, as is her wont in the winter, but next summer she will come hither again. As often as she goeth thither, she appointeth me to reign in her room, during her absence, and if thou have any occasion to her, I will accomplish it for thee. Quoth he, I beg thee to bring me the herb, which whoso crusheth and drinketh the juice thereof sickneth not, neither groweth grey nor dieth. Tell me first, said the serpent, what befell thee since thou leftest the queen of the serpents, to go with Uffin in quest of King Solomon's tomb. So he related to her all his travels and adventures, including the history of Janshah, and besought her to grant him his request, that he might go to his own country. By the virtue of the Lord Solomon, replied she, I know not where the herb of which thou speakest is to be found. Then she bade the serpent, which had brought him thither, carry him back to Egypt, so the latter said to him, Shut thine eyes. He did so, and opening them again, found himself on the mountain Muqaddim. When I returned from the mountain Caf, added the queen, the serpent my deputy informed me of Bulukiya's visit and repeated to me his story, and this, O Hazib, is how I came to know the adventures of Bulukiya and the history of Prince Janshah of Kabul. Hazib marveled at the queen's story and wept many tears over it. Then he again besought her to let him return to his family, but she said, I fear me that, when thou gettest back to earth, thou wilt fail of thy promise and prove traitor to thine oath and enter the bath. But he swore to her another solemn oath that he would never again enter the bath as long as he lived, whereupon she called a serpent and bade her carry him up to the surface of the earth. So the serpent took him and led him from place to place, till she brought him out on the platform of an abandoned cistern, and there left him. He walked to the city, and coming to his house by the last of the day, at the season of the yellowing of the sun, knocked at the door. His mother opened it, and seeing her son, screamed out and threw herself upon him and wept for excess of joy. His wife heard her mother-in-law weeping, so she came out to her, and seeing her husband, saluted him and kissed his hands, and each rejoiced in other with an exceeding joy. Then they entered the house and sat down to converse, and presently Hazib asked his mother of the woodcutters, who had left him to perish in the cistern. Quoth she, They came and told me that a wolf had eaten thee in the valley. As for them, they are become merchants and own houses and shops, and the world is grown wide for them. But every day they bring me meat and drink, and thus have they done since I lost thee. Tomorrow, said Hazib, do thou go to them and say, My son Hazib hath returned from his travels, so come ye and salute him. Accordingly, on the morrow, she repaired to the woodcutters' houses and delivered to them her son's message, which when they heard, they changed color and gave her each a suit of silk, embroidered with gold, saying, Give this to thy son and tell him that we will be with him tomorrow. So she returned to Hazib and gave him their presents and message. Meanwhile, the woodcutters called together a number of merchants and acquainting them with all that had passed between themselves and Hazib, took counsel with them what they should do. Quoth the merchants, It behoves each one of you to give him half his goods and slaves, and they agreed to do this. So, next day, each of them took half his wealth and going into Hazib, saluted him and kissed his hands. Then they laid before him what they had brought, saying, This of thy bounties, and we are in thy hands. He accepted their peace offering and said to them, What is past, that which befell us was decreed of God and destiny avoideth precaution. Quoth they, Come, let us walk about and take our pleasure in this city and visit the bath. Not so, answered he. I have taken an oath never again to enter the bath, so long as I live. At least, rejoined they, come to our houses, that we may entertain thee. He agreed to this, and each of them entertained him for a night and a day, nor did they cease to do thus for a whole week, for they were 7 in number. Hazib was now master of lands and houses and shops, and all the merchants of the city foregathered with him, and he told them all that had befallen him. He became one of the chief of them and abode thus a while, till, one day, as he was walking in the town, he chanced to pass the door of a bath, whose keeper was one of his friends. When the bathman saw him, he ran up to him and saluted him and embraced him, saying, Favor me by entering the bath and washing, that I may show thee hospitality. Hazib refused, alleging that he had taken a solemn oath never again to enter the bath, but the bathman was instant with him, saying, Be my 3 wives triply divorced, and thou enter not and be washed. When Hazib heard him thus conjure him by the triple oath of divorcement, he was confounded and replied, O my brother, hast thou a mind to ruin me and make my children orphans and lay a load of sin upon my neck? But the man threw himself at his feet and kissed them, saying, I conjure thee to enter, and be the sin on my neck. Then all the people of the bath set upon Hazib and dragging him in, pulled off his clothes. So, seeing no help for it, he sat down against the wall and began to pour water on his head, but hardly had he done so, when a score of men accosted him, saying, Come with us to the Sultan, for thou art his debtor. Then they dispatched a messenger to the Sultan's vizier, who straightway took horse and rode, attended by 60 men, to the bath, where he alighted and going in to Hazib, saluted him and said, Welcome to thee. Then he gave the bathman 100 dinars and mounting Hazib on a charger he had brought with him, returned with him to the Sultan's palace, where he set food before him and clad him in 2 dresses of honor, each worth 5,000 dinars. When they had eaten and drunken and washed their hands, the vizier said to Hazib, Know that God hath been merciful to us, for the Sultan is nigh upon death for leprosy, and the books tell us that his life is in thy hands. Then he took him and carried him through the 7 vestibules of the palace, till they came to the king's chamber. Now the name of this king was Khorezdan, king of Persia and of the 7 countries, and under his sway were 100 sovereign princes, sitting on chairs of red gold, and 10,000 captains, under each one's hand 100 deputies and as many sword-bearers and axemen. They found the king lying on a bed, with his head wrapped in a napkin, and groaning for excess of pain. When Hazib saw this ordinance, his wit was dazed for awe of the king, so he kissed the earth before him and invoked blessings on him. Then the Grand Vizier, whose name was Shemaur, rose, whilst all present rose also to do him honor, and welcoming Hazib, seated him on a high chair at the king's right hand, after which he called for food and the tables were laid. When they had eaten and drunken and washed their hands, Shemaur turned to Hazib and said to him, We are all thy servants and will give thee whatsoever thou seekest, even to the half of the kingdom, so thou wilt but cure the king. So saying, he led him to the royal couch, and Hazib, uncovering the king's face, saw that he was at the last extremity. So he said to the vizier, It is true that I am the son of the prophet Daniel, but I know nothing of his art, for they put me 30 days in the school of medicine and I learnt nothing of the craft. I would well I knew somewhat thereof and might heal the king. When the grand vizier heard this, he bent over Hazib's hand and kissed it, saying, Do not multiply words upon us, for, though we should gather together to us physicians from the east and from the west, none could heal the king but thou. How can I heal him, rejoined Hazib, seeing I know neither his disease nor its remedy? His cure is in thy hands, replied Shemaur, and Hazib said, If I knew the remedy of his sickness, I would heal him. Quoth the vizier, Thou knowest it right well, the remedy of his sickness is the queen of the serpents, and thou knowest her abiding place and hast been with her. When Hazib heard this, he knew that all this came of his entering the bath and repented. When as repentance availed nothing, then said he, What is the queen of the serpents? I know her not, nor ever in my life heard I of this name. Deny not the knowledge of her, rejoined the vizier, for I have proof that thou knowest her and hast passed 2 years with her. I never saw nor heard of her till this moment, repeated Hazib, whereupon Shemaur opened a book and after making sundry calculations, raised his head and spoke, or read, as follows, The queen of the serpents shall foregather with a man and he shall abide with her 2 years, then shall he return from her and come forth to the surface of the earth, and when he enters the bath, his belly will become black. Then said he, Look at thy belly. So Hazib looked at his own belly and behold, it was black, but he still denied and said, My belly was black from the day my mother bore me. Quoth the vizier, I had posted 3 men at the door of every bath, bidding them note all who entered and let me know when they found one whose belly was black. So, when thou enteredst, they looked at thy belly and finding it black, sent and told me, after we had all but despaired of coming across thee. All we want of thee is to show us the place whence thou earnest out and after go thy ways, for we have those with us who will take the queen of the serpents and fetch her to us. Then all the other viziers and officers and grandees flocked about Hazib and conjured him, till they were weary, to show them the abode of the queen, but he persisted in his denial, saying, I never saw nor heard of such a creature. When the grand vizier saw that entreaties availed nothing, he called the hangman and bade him strip Hazib and beat him soundly. So he beat him, till he saw death face to face, for excess of pain, and the vizier said to him, Why wilt thou persist in denial, when as we have proof that thou knowest the abiding place of the queen of the serpents? Show us the place whence thou camest out and go from us, we have with us one who will take her, and no harm shall befall thee. Then he raised him and giving him a dress of honor of cloth of gold, embroidered with jewels, spoke him fair, till he yielded and consented to show them the place. At this, the vizier rejoiced greatly and they all took horse and rode, guided by Hazib, till they came to the cavern where he had found the cistern full of honey. He entered, sighing and weeping, and showed them the well whence he had issued, whereupon the vizier sat down thereby and sprinkling perfumes upon a chafing dish, began to mutter charms and conjurations, for he was a crafty magician and diviner and skilled in Kabbalistic arts. He repeated 3 several formulas of conjuration and threw fresh incense upon the brazier, crying out and saying, Come forth, O queen of the serpents! When, behold, the water of the well sank down and disappeared and a great door opened in the side, from which came a great noise of crying like unto thunder, so terrible that they thought the well would fall in and all present fell down in a swoon, nay, some even died, for fright. Presently, there issued from the well a serpent as big as an elephant, casting out sparks, like red-hot coals, from its mouth and eyes and bearing on its back a charger of red gold, set with pearls and jewels, in the midst whereof lay a serpent with a human face, from whose body issued such a splendor that the place was illumined thereby. She turned right and left, till her eyes fell upon Hazib, to whom said she, Where is the covenant thou madest with me and the oath thou sworest to me, that thou wouldst never again enter the bath? But there is no recourse against destiny, nor can any flee from that which is written on his forehead. God hath appointed the end of my life to be at thy hand, and it is his will that I be slain and King Kharizdin healed of his malady. So saying, she wept sore and Hazib wept with her. As for the Vizier Shemaur, he put out his hand to lay hold of her, but she said to him, Hold thy hand, O accursed one, or I will blow upon thee and reduce thee to a heap of black ashes. Then she cried out to Hazib, saying, Put out thine hand and take me and lay me in the brass dish that is with you, then set me on thy head, for my death was foreordained, from the beginning of the world, to be at thy hand, and thou hast no power to avert it. So he took her and laid her in the dish, and the well returned to its natural state. Then they set out on their return to the city, Hazib carrying the dish on his head, and as they went along, the queen of the serpents said to him privily, Hearken to me, and I will give thee a friendly counsel, for all thou hast broken faith with me and been false to thine oath, but this was foreordained from all eternity. It is this, when thou comest to the vizier's house, he will bid thee kill me and cut me in three, but do thou refuse, saying, I know not how to slaughter, and leave him to do it himself. When he has killed me, he will lay the 3 pieces in a brass pot and set it on the fire. Then there will come a messenger, to bid him to the king, and he will say to thee, Keep up the fire under the pot, till the scum rises, then skim it off and pour it into a phial to cool. As soon as it is cool, drink it and neither ache nor pain will be left in all thy body. When the second scum rises, skim it off and pour it into a phial against my return, that I may drink it for an ailment I have in my loins. Then will he go to the king, and when he is gone, do thou wait till the first scum rises and set it aside in a phial, but beware of drinking it, or no good will befall thee. When the second scum rises, skim it off and put it in a phial, which keep for thyself. When the vizier returns and asks for the second phial, give him the first and note what will happen to him. Then drink the contents of the second phial and thy heart will become the abode of wisdom. After this, take up the flesh and laying it in a brazen platter, carry it to the king and give him to eat thereof. When he has eaten it and it has settled in his stomach, cover his face with a handkerchief and wait by him till noonday, when he will have digested the meat. Then give him somewhat of wine to drink, and by the decree of God the Most High he will be healed of his disease and be made whole as he was. This, then, is my charge to thee, give ear unto it and keep it in thy memory. Presently, they came to the vizier's house, and he said to Hazib, Come in with me. So he entered and set down the platter, whilst the troops dispersed and went each his own way, and the vizier bade him kill the queen of the serpents, but he said, I am no butcher and never in my life killed I aught. And thou wilt have her slaughtered, kill her with thine own hand. So Shemaur took the queen from the platter and slew her, whereat Hazib wept sore and the vizier laughed at him, saying, O wittol, how canst thou weep for the killing of a serpent? Then he cut her in 3 and laying the pieces in a brass pot, set it on the fire and sat down to await the cooking of the flesh. Presently, there came a messenger from the king, who said to him, The king calls for thee forthright, and he answered, I hear and obey. So he gave Hazib 2 phials and bade him drink the first scum and keep the second against his return, even as the queen of the serpents had foretold, after which he went away and Hazib tended the fire under the pot, till the first scum rose, when he skimmed it off and set it aside in one of the phials. After a while, the second scum rose, so he skimmed it off and putting it in the other phial, kept it for himself. When the meat was done, he took the cauldron off the fire and sat waiting, till the vizier came back and said to him, Hast thou done as I told thee? Yes, answered Hazib. Quoth the vizier, What hast thou done with the first scum? I drank it but now, replied Hazib, and Shemaur said, Feelst thou no change in thy body? Yes, answered Hazib, I feel as I were on fire from head to foot. The crafty vizier made no reply, but said, Give me the second phial, that I may drink what is therein, so haply I may be made whole of this ailment in my loins. So Hazib brought him the first phial and he drank it off, thinking it contained the second scum. Hardly had he done this, when the phial fell from his hand and he swelled out and dropped down dead, and thus was exemplified in him the saying, He who diggeth a pit for his brother, falleth into it himself. When Hazib saw this, he wondered and feared to drink of the second phial, but he remembered the queen's injunction and bethought him that the vizier would not have reserved the second scum for himself, had there been aught of hurt therein. So he said, I put my trust in God, and drank off the contents of the phial. No sooner had he done so than God the Most High made the fountains of wisdom to well up in his heart and opened to him the sources of knowledge, and joy and gladness overcame him. Then he laid the serpent's flesh on a platter of brass and went forth to carry it to the palace. On his way thither, he raised his eyes and saw the seven heavens and all that therein is, even to the low tree, beyond which there is no passing in the manner of the revolution of the spheres. Moreover, God discovered to him the ordinance of the planets and the scheme of their movements and the fixed stars, and he saw the conformation of the sea and land and understood the causes and consequences of eclipses of the sun and moon, whereby he became informed with the knowledge of the arts of geometry and cosmography, as well as those of astrology and astronomy and mathematics and all that hangs thereby. Then he looked at the earth and saw all minerals and vegetables that are therein and knew their virtues and properties, so that he became in an instant versed in medicine and chemistry and natural magic and the art of making gold and silver. When he came to the palace, he went in to the king and kissing the earth before him, said, Thou hast outlived thy vizier Shemaur. The king was sore troubled at the news of the grand vizier's death and wept sore for him, whilst his grandees and officers wept also. Then said Kharesdan, He was with me but now, in all health, and went away to fetch me the flesh of the queen of the serpents, if it should be cooked. What befell him, that he is now dead, and what calamity hath betided him? So Hazib told him how he had drunk the contents of the phial and had forthwith swelled out and died. The king mourned sore for his loss and said, What shall I do without him? Grieve not, O king of the age, rejoined Hazib, for I will cure thee in 3 days and leave no whit of disease in thy body. At this the king's breast dilated and he said, I will well to be made whole of this affliction, though after years. So Hazib set the platter before the king and made him eat a piece of the flesh of the queen of the serpents. Then he covered him up and spreading a napkin over his face, bade him sleep. He slept from noon till sundown, when, his stomach having digested the piece of flesh, he awoke. Hazib gave him to drink and bade him sleep again. So he slept till the morning, and on the morrow, Hazib made him eat another piece of the flesh, and thus he did with him 3 days following, till he had eaten the whole, when his skin began to shrivel up and peel off in scales and he sweated, so that the sweat ran down from his head to his feet. Therewith he became whole and there abode in him no whit of disease, which when Hazib saw, he carried him to the bath and washed his body, and when he came forth, it was like a wand of silver and he was restored to perfect health, nay, sounder than he had ever been. So he donned his richest robes and seating himself on his throne, made Hazib sit beside him. Then he called for food, and they ate and drank and washed their hands, after which all his viziers and emirs and captains and the grandees of his realm and the chiefs of the people came into him and gave him joy of his recovery, and they beat the drums and decorated the city in token of rejoicing. Then said the king to the assembly, O viziers and emirs and grandees, this is Hazib Karameddin, who hath healed me of my sickness, and I make him my chief vizier in the room of the vizier Shemaur. He who loves him loves me, and he who honors him honors me, and he who obeys him obeys me. We hear and obey, answered they, and flocked to kiss Hazib's hand and give him joy of the vizierate. Then the king bestowed on him a splendid dress of honor of cloth of gold, set with pearls and jewels, the least of which was worth 5,000 dinars. Moreover, he gave him 300 male white slaves and the like number of concubines, as they were moons, and 300 Abyssinian slave girls, beside 500 mules laden with treasure in sheep and oxen and buffaloes and other cattle, beyond count, and commanded all his viziers and emirs and grandees and notables and the officers of his household and his subjects in general to bring him gifts. Then Hazib took horse and rode, followed by the viziers and emirs and grandees and all the troops, to the house which the king had set apart for him, where he sat down on a chair, and the viziers and emirs came up to him and kissed his hand and gave him joy of the vizierate, vying with each other in paying court to him. When his mother and household knew what had happened, they rejoiced greatly and congratulated him on his good fortune, and the woodcutters also came and gave him joy. Then he mounted again, and riding to the house of the late vizier, laid hands on all that was therein and transported it to his own abode. Thus did Hazib, from a know-nothing, unskilled to read writing, become, by the decree of God the Most High, proficient in all sciences and versed in all manner of knowledge, so that the fame of his learning was blazed abroad in all the land, and he became renowned for profound skill in medicine and astronomy and geometry and astrology and alchemy and natural magic and the Kabbalah and all other arts and sciences. One day, he said to his mother, "My father Daniel was exceeding wise and learned. Tell me what he left by way of books or what not." So his mother brought him the chest, and taking out the 5 leaves aforesaid, gave them to him, saying, "These 5 scrolls are all thy father left thee." So he read them and said to her, "O my mother, these leaves are part of a book. Where is the rest?" Quoth she, "Thy father was shipwrecked a while before thy birth and lost all his books, save these 5 scrolls. Then she told him how Daniel had committed them to her care, enjoining her, if she bore a male child, to give them to him, when he grew up, and asked what his father had left him. And Hazib abode in all delight and solace of life, till there came to him the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. Sinbad the Sailor and Sinbad the Porter. There lived in the city of Baghdad, in the reign of the Caliph Harun ar-Rashid, a porter named Sinbad, a poor man who carried burdens on his head for hire. One day of great heat he was carrying a heavy load, and what with the heat and the burden, he became exceeding weary and sweated amain. Presently he came to the gate of a merchant's house, before which the ground was swept and watered, and there the air was temperate. There was a wide bench beside the door, so he set his load thereon, to rest and take breath, and there came out upon him from the porch a pleasant breeze and a delicious fragrance. He sat down on the edge of the bench, to enjoy this, and heard from within the melodious sound of lutes and other stringed instruments and heart-delighting voices singing and reciting all manner verses with clear and goodly speech, together with the song of birds warbling and glorifying God the Most High in various voices and tongues, turtles and mockingbirds and merles and nightingales and cushats and curlews, whereat he marveled in himself and was moved to great delight. Then he went up to the gate and saw within a great garden, wherein were slaves and pages and such a train of servants and attendants and so forth as is only found with kings and sultans, and there was wafted to him the fragrance of all manner rich and delicate meats and generous wines. So he raised his eyes to heaven and said, "Glory to thee, O Lord, O Creator and Provider, who providest whom thou wilt without stint. O my God, I cry thee pardon for all sins and repent to thee of all offenses. O Lord, there is no gainsaying thee in thine ordinance and thy dominion, neither wilt thou be questioned of that thou dost, for thou indeed art almighty, extolled be thy perfection. Whom thou wilt thou makest rich and whom thou wilt thou makest poor. Whom thou wilt thou exaltest and whom thou wilt thou abasest, and there is no God but thou. How great is thy majesty, and how mighty thy dominion, and how excellent thy governance! Verily, thou favorest whom thou wilt of thy servants, whereby the owner of this place abideth in all delight of life, and taketh his ease of pleasant sense, and delicious meats and generous wines of all kinds. For indeed thou appointest unto thy servants that which thou wilt, and that which thou hast foreordained unto them, wherefore are some weary and some easeful, and some enjoy fair fortune and delight, whilst others some suffer the extreme of travail and misery, even as do I. And he recited the following verses. How many by my toil, unresting and unstayed, do joy in pleasant food and cool, delightful shade. Indeed, I pass my days in weariness galore, strange is my case and sore the load upon me laid. Whilst others, who ne'er knew a burden like to mine, delight in fortune fair, untroubled nor dismayed. They take their ease of life and eat and drink at will, with affluence and power by favoring fate pervade. Yet am I like to these, and they are like to me, and of a drop of sperm each living soul is made. Natheless. Twixt them and me a difference there is, as 'twere twixt vinegar and wine, when all is said. Yet, nowise, O my God, I think to rail at thee, thou art wise in just thy sway, and none may thee upbraid. When he had made an end of his verses, he took up his burden and was about to fare on, when there came forth the gate to him a little fair-faced page, well-shaped and richly clad, who caught him by the hand, saying, Come in and speak with my lord, for he calls for thee. The porter would have excused himself, but the page would take no refusal, so he left his load with the doorkeeper in the vestibule and followed the boy into the house, which he found goodly of ordinance and full of majesty and cheer, till he brought him to a vast and splendid saloon, wherein he saw a company of nobles and great lords, seated, each according to his rank, at tables heaped with all manner flowers and sweet-scented herbs, besides great plenty of rich meats and fruits and confections and wines of the choicest vintages. There also were fair maids, singing and playing upon instruments of music, and in the highest room sat a man of reverend and majestic aspect, whose cheeks hoariness had smitten, and he was well made and fair of favor, stately of aspect and full of gravity and venerance and dignity. The porter was confounded at that which he beheld, and said in himself, By Allah, this must be either one of the pavilions of paradise or some king's palace. Then he saluted the company respectfully, wishing them all kinds of prosperity, and kissing the earth before them, stood in a humble attitude, with his head bowed down. The master of the house bade him draw near and be seated, and bespoke him kindly, bidding him welcome. Then he set before him various kinds of rich and delicate meats, and the porter called upon the name of God and ate his fill, after which he exclaimed, Praised be God, come what may, and washing his hands, returned thanks to the company for his entertainment. Quoth the host, Thou art welcome, and thy day is a blessed one. But what is thy name and condition? O my lord, answered the other, my name is Sinbad the porter, and I carry folks' goods on my head for hire. The host smiled and rejoined, Know, O porter, that my name is even as thine, for I am Sinbad the sailor, and now I would have thee repeat to me the verses thou didst recite at the gate but now. The porter was abashed and replied, God on thee! Excuse me, for toil and misery and lack of good teach a man ill manners and indiscretion. Be not ashamed, said the host, thou art become my brother, but repeat to me the verses, for they pleased me, when I heard thee recite them at the gate. So the porter repeated the verses, and they pleased the merchant, who said to him, Know, O porter, that my story is a wonderful one, and thou shalt hear all that befell me and all I underwent before I won to this state of prosperity and became stablished whereas thou sayest me, for I came not to this high estate but after sore travail and great weariness and perils galore, and how much toil and trouble have I not suffered aforetime? Indeed, I have made 7 voyages, by each of which hangs a marvelous history, such as confounds the reason, and all this came to pass by the decree of fortune and foreordained fate, for there is neither flight nor refuge from that which is written. Know, then, O my lords, continued he, turning to his guests, that the first voyage of Sinbad the sailor. My father was one of the richest and most considerable merchants of my native place and died, whilst I was yet a child, leaving me much wealth and money and lands and houses. When I grew up, I laid hands on the whole and ate and drank freely and wore rich clothes and lived lavishly with my friends and companions of my own age, thinking this way of life would last forever. Thus did I a great while, till, at last, when I returned to my senses and awoke from my heedlessness, I found my wealth wasted and my case changed, and gone was all I had. At this I was stricken with dismay and confusion and bethought me of a saying of our Lord Solomon, son of David, on whom be peace, which I had heard aforetime from my father, 3 things are better than other 3, the day of death is better than the day of birth, a live dog than a dead lion and the grave than poverty. Then I sold the remains of my property and got together 3,000 dirhams, with which I resolved to travel to foreign countries, remembering this saying of the poet. By sheer endeavor, one winneth to fortune's height, and he who craveth advancement must watch a night. In midmost ocean the seeker of pearls must plunge and so attaineth to wealth and lordship and might. And he sans travail who seeketh eminence his life and the quest of vanity wasteth quite. So I bought me merchandise and what not else was needed for a sea voyage and embarked, with a company of merchants, on board a ship bound for Basora. There we took ship again and putting out to sea, sailed days and nights and passed from island to island and ocean to ocean and place to place, buying and selling and bartering everywhere, till we came to an island as it were one of the pleasaunces of paradise. Here the captain cast anchor and making fast to the shore, put out the landing stage. So all on board landed and made furnaces and lighting fires therein, busied themselves in various ways, some cooking and some washing, whilst others some walked about the island for their pleasure and the rest fell to eating and drinking and making merry. I was one of those who explored the place, but, as we were thus variously engaged, behold, the captain cried out to us from the deck at the top of his voice, saying, Ho, passengers, flee for your lives and leave your gear and hasten back to the ship and save yourselves from destruction, God preserve you. For this is no island, but a great fish stationary in the midst of the sea, on which the sand has settled and trees have sprung up of old time, so that it is become like unto an island. But, when we lighted fires on it, it felt the heat and moved, and presently it will sink with you into the sea and ye will all be drowned. So leave your gear and save yourselves ere ye perish. When we heard the captain's warning, we left our gear and fled back to the ship for our lives and some reached it, but, before the rest, of whom I was one, could do so, the island shook and sank into the abysses of the deep, with all that were thereon, and the surging sea closed over it with its clashing billows. I sank with the others, but God the Most High preserved me from drowning and threw in my way a great wooden tub of those that had served the ship's company for washing. I gripped it for dear life and bestriding it, paddled with my feet, whilst the waves sported with me right and left. Meanwhile the captain made sail and departed with those who had reached the ship, regardless of the drowning men, and I followed the vessel with my eyes, till she disappeared from sight and I looked for nothing but death. In this plight, the darkness closed in upon me and the winds and waves bore me on all that night and the next day, till the tub brought to with me under the lee of a lofty island, with trees overhanging the water. I caught hold of a branch and made shift to clamber up onto the land, after coming nigh upon death. When I reached the shore, I found my feet cramped and bearing traces of the nibbling of fish upon their soles, the which I felt not for excess of fatigue and misery. I threw myself down on the ground, like a dead man, and swooned away, nor did I return to my senses till next morning, when the sun revived me. I tried to walk, but found my feet swollen, so made shift to crawl on my hands and knees towards the interior of the island where I found abundance of fruits and springs of sweet water. I ate of the fruits and drank of the springs, and thus I abode days and nights, till my strength and spirits began to revive and I was able to move about. So I bethought me in cutting myself a staff to lean upon, fell to exploring the island and diverting myself with gazing upon the things that God the Most High had created there. One day, as I walked along the seashore, I caught sight of some live thing in the distance and thought it a wild beast or one of the creatures of the sea, but, as I drew near it, I saw that it was a magnificent mare, tethered on the beach. So I went up to her, but she cried out against me with a great cry, so that I trembled for fear and turned to go away, when there came forth a man from under the earth and followed me, crying out and saying, Who and whence art thou and how camest thou hither? O my lord, answered I am a shipwrecked man, a stranger, to whom God vouchsafed a wooden tub, so I saved myself thereon and it floated with me, till the waves cast me up on this island. When he heard this, he said, Come with me, and taking me by the hand, carried me into a great underground chamber and made me sit down at the upper end. Then he brought me food and I ate, being an hungered, till I was satisfied and refreshed, after which he questioned me of myself, and I told him all that had befallen me, adding, For God's sake, O my lord, excuse me, I have told thee the truth of my case, and now I desire that thou tell me who thou art and why thou abidest here under the earth and why thou hast tethered yonder mare on the brink of the sea. No, answered he, that I am one of several who are stationed in different parts of the island, and we are of the grooms of King Pigeon and under our hand are all his horses. Every month, at the new moon, we bring hither the best of the king's mares, that have never been covered, and tether them on the seashore and hide ourselves in this place under the ground, so that none may see us. Presently, the stallions of the sea scent the mares and come up out of the water and seeing no one, leap the mares and cover them. When they have done their will of them, they try to drag them away with them, but cannot, by reason of the tether, so they cry out at them and set on them with hoofs and teeth, which we hearing, know that the stallions have dismounted, so we run out and shout at them, whereupon they are affrighted and return to the sea. Then the mares conceive by them and bear colts and fillies worth a treasury of money, whose like is not to be found on the face of the earth. This is the time of the coming forth of the sea-horses, and so it please God the Most High, I will carry thee to King Pigeon and show thee our country. Well is it for thee that thou hast happened on us, else hadst thou perished miserably and none known of thee, for there cometh none hither save ourselves, but I will be the means of the saving of thy life and of thy return to thine own land. I called down blessings on him and thanked him for his kindness and courtesy. While we were talking, the stallion came up out of the sea and giving a great cry, sprang upon the mare and covered her. When he had done his will of her, he dismounted and would have carried her away with him, but could not by reason of the tether. She kicked and cried out at him, whereupon the groom took a sword and buckler and ran out, smiting the buckler with the sword and calling to his companions. With this up came a company of men, shouting and brandishing spears, and the stallion took fright at them and plunging into the sea, like a buffalo, disappeared under the waves. After this, we sat a while, till the rest of the grooms came up, each leading a mare, and seeing me with their fellow, questioned me, and I repeated my story to them. Thereupon they drew near me and spreading the table, ate and invited me to eat, so I ate with them, after which they took horse and mounting me on one of the mares, set out with me and fared on without ceasing, till they came to the capital city of King Pigeon, and going into him, acquainted him with my case. Then he sent for me and gave me a cordial welcome and bade me repeat my story to him. So I related to him all that had befallen me from first to last, whereat he marveled exceedingly and said to me, By Allah, O my son, thou hast indeed been miraculously preserved. Were not the term of thy life a long one, thou hadst not escaped from these straits, but praised be God for safety. Then he spoke comfortably to me and entreated me with kindness and consideration. Moreover, he made me his agent for the port and registrar of all ships that entered the harbor and clad me in sumptuous apparel. In this capacity, I attended him regularly, to receive his commandments, and he favored me and did me all manner of kindness. Indeed, I was high in credit with him, as an intercessor for the folk and an intermediary between them and him, when as they would aught of him. I abode thus a great while, and as often as I went down to the port, I questioned the merchants and travelers and sailors of the city of Baghdad, so haply I might hear of an occasion to return to my native land, but could find none who knew it or knew any who resorted thither. At this I was chagrined, for I was weary of long strangerhood, but, one day, going in to King Mirjan, I found with him a company of Indians and saluted them. They returned my salutation and asked me of my country, after which I questioned them of theirs, and they told me that they were of various castes, some being called Kshatriyas, who are the noblest of their castes and neither oppress nor offer violence to any, and others Brahmins, of folk who abstain from wine, but live in delight and solace and merriment and own camels and horses and cattle. Moreover, they told me that the people of India are divided into 72 castes, and I marveled at this exceedingly. Amongst other things that I saw in King Mirjan's dominions was an island called Kazal, wherein all night is heard the beating of drums and tabrets, but we were told by the neighboring islanders and by travelers that the inhabitants are people of diligence and judgment. In this sea I saw also a fish 200 cubits long and another half that length, with a head like that of an owl, besides many other wonders and rarities, which it would be tedious to recount to you. I occupied myself thus in exploring the islands till, one day, as I stood in the port, with a staff in my hand, according to my wont, I saw a great ship, wherein were many merchants, making for the harbor. When it reached the anchorage, the master furled his sails and making fast to the shore, put out the landing stage, whereupon the crew fell to unlading the cargo, whilst I stood by, taking note of them. They were long in bringing the goods ashore, and I said to the master, "Is there aught left in thy ship?" "Yes, O my lord," answered he, "there are divers bales of merchandise in the hold, whose owner was drowned at one of the islands in our way, so his goods abode in our charge, and we purpose to sell them and note their price, that we may carry it to his people in the city of Baghdad, the abode of peace." "What was the merchant's name?" asked I, and he answered, "Sinbad," whereupon I straightly considered him, and knowing him, cried out to him with a great cry, saying, "O master, I am that Sinbad of whom thou speakest, and these are my goods, for, when the fish sank under us and we were plunged into the sea, God threw in my way a great tub of wood, of those the crew had used to wash withal, and the winds and waves carried me to this island, where, by God's grace, I fell in with King Mirjan's grooms, and they brought me hither to their master. When the latter heard my story, he entreated me with favor and made me his harbor master, and I have prospered in his service and found acceptance with him." When the master heard what I said, he exclaimed, "There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. Verily, there is neither conscience nor good faith left among men." "O captain," said I, "what mean these words, seeing that I have told thee my case?" And he answered, saying, "Because thou heardest me say that I had with me goods whose owner was drowned, thou thinkest to take them without right, but this is forbidden to thee, for we saw him drowned before our eyes, together with many others, nor was one of them saved. So how canst thou pretend that thou art the owner of the goods?" "O captain," said I, "listen to my story and give heed to my words, and my soothfastness will be manifest to thee, for falsehood is of the fashion of the hypocrites." Then I recounted to him all that had befallen me since I left Baghdad with him up to the time when we came to the fish, which we took for an island, and reminded him of certain things that had passed between him and me, whereupon both he and the merchants were certified of the truth of my story and recognized me and gave me joy of my deliverance, saying, "By Allah, we thought not that thou hadst escaped drowning. But God hath granted thee new life." Then they delivered my bales to me, and I found my name written thereon, nor was aught thereof lacking. So I opened them, and making up a present for King Mirjan of the richest and most costly of the contents, caused the sailors carry it to the palace, where I presented it to the king, acquainting him with what had happened, at which he wondered exceedingly, and the truth of all that I had told him was made manifest to him. Wherefore his affection for me redoubled, and he showed me exceeding honor, and bestowed on me a great present in return for mine. Then I sold my bales and what else I possessed, making a great profit on them, and bought me other goods and gear of the growth and fashion of the island. When the ship was about to start on her homeward voyage, I embarked in her all that I possessed, and going in to the king, thanked him for all his favors, and craved his leave to return to my country and friends. He gave me leave, and bestowed on me great plenty of the stuffs and produce of the country, and I took my leave of him and embarked. Then we set sail and fared on nights and days, by the permission of God the Most High, and fortune served us and fate was favorable to us, so that we arrived in safety at Basora, where I landed, rejoiced at my safe return to my native land. Thence, after a short stay, I set out again for Baghdad, and in due time reached that city, with store of goods and commodities of great price. I went straight to my house, and all my friends and kinsfolk came to greet me. Then I bought me slaves and servants, black and white and male and female, in great plenty, and houses and lands and gardens, till I was richer and in better case than before, and gave myself up to feasting and banqueting and making merry with my friends and companions more assiduously than ever, forgetting all I had suffered of fatigue and hardship and strangerhood in all the perils of travel. This, then, is the story of my first voyage, and tomorrow, God willing, I will tell you that of the second of my 7 voyages. Then Sinbad the sailor made the porter sup with him, and gave him 100 dinars, saying, Thou hast cheered us with thy company this day. The porter thanked him and went his way, pondering that which he had heard and marveling at the things that betide mankind. He passed the night in his own house, and on the morrow repaired to the abode of Sinbad the sailor, who received him with honor and seated him by himself. Then, as soon as the rest of the company were assembled, he set meat and drink before them, and when they had well eaten and drunken and were merry and in cheerful case, he took up his discourse and bespoke them, saying, Know, O my brethren, that the second voyage of Sinbad the sailor. I abode a while, as I told you yesterday, in the enjoyment of all the comforts and pleasures of life, until one day the longing seized me to travel again and see foreign countries and traffic and make profit by trade. So I took a great sum of money in buying goods and gear fit for travel, packed them into bales. Then I went down to the river bank, where I found a handsome new ship about to sail, well manned and provided and equipped with sails of fine cloth. I took passage in her, with a number of other merchants, and we weighed anchor the same day. Fair weather attended us, and we sailed from place to place, buying and selling and bartering, till chance brought us to a lovely island, abounding in trees laden with ripe fruits and fragrant flowers and limpid streams and musical with the song of birds, but there was no dweller there, no, not a blower of the fire. The captain made fast with us to this island, and the merchants and sailors landed and walked about, enjoying the shade of the trees and the song of the birds, that chanted the praises of the one, the victorious, and marveling at the works of the omnipotent King. I landed with the rest, and sitting down by a spring of sweet water, that welled up among the trees, took out some victual I had with me and ate of that which God the Most High had allotted me. I sat thus, enjoying the pleasant freshness of the breeze and the fragrance of the flowers, till presently I grew drowsy for very pleasance, and lying down, soon fell asleep. When I awoke, I found myself alone, for the ship had sailed with all who were therein, and left me behind, nor had one of the merchants or sailors bethought himself of me. I searched the island right and left, but found neither man nor genie, whereat I was beyond measure troubled, and my gall was like to burst for excess of chagrin and anguish and concern, for that I was left quite alone, without aught of meat or drink or worldly gear, weary and heartbroken. So I gave myself up for lost, and said, Not always does the picture come off unbroken. I escaped the first time and happened on one who brought me to an inhabited place, but this time there is no hope of falling in with such a deliverer. Then I fell a weeping and wailing and gave myself up to despair, blaming myself for having again adventured upon the perils and hardships of travel, when as I was at my ease in my own house in my native city, taking my leisure with pleasant food and rich raiment, and lacking nothing, neither money nor goods, and this the more after all the toils and dangers I had undergone in my first voyage, wherein I had so narrowly escaped destruction. And I repented me of having left Baghdad and exclaimed, Verily we are God's and to him we return. For indeed I was even as one mad, and I rose and walked about the island, unable for trouble to abide in any one place. Then I climbed a tall tree and looked in every direction, but saw nothing but sky and sea and trees and birds and islands and sands. However, after a while, I caught sight of some great white thing, afar off in the interior of the island, so I came down from the tree and making for that which I had seen, found it a huge white dome of vast height and compass. I walked all round it, but found no door thereto, nor could I muster strength or nimbleness to climb it, by reason of its exceeding smoothness and slipperiness. So I marked the spot where I stood and went round about the dome to measure its compass, which I found 50 good paces. As I stood, casting about how to gain an entrance, the sun was suddenly hidden from me and the air became dark. Methought a cloud had come over the sun, but it was the season of summer and the day drew near to sundown, so I marveled at this and lifting my head, looked steadfastly at the sun, when I saw that what I had taken for a cloud was none other than an enormous bird, whose outspread wings, as it flew through the air, obscured the sun and veiled it from the island. At this sight my wonder redoubled and I bethought me of a story that I had heard aforetime of pilgrims and travelers, how in certain islands dwells a huge bird, called the roc, which feeds its young on elephants, and was assured that the dome aforesaid was none other than one of its eggs. As I looked and wondered at the marvelous works of God the Most High, the bird alighted on the egg and brooded over it with its wings covering it and its legs spread out behind it on the ground, and in this posture it fell asleep. Glory be to him who sleepeth not. When I saw this, I arose and unwinding the linen of my turban, twisted it into a rope, with which I girt my middle and bound myself fast to the roc's feet, saying in myself, Peradventure, this bird may carry me to a land of cities and inhabitants, and that will be better than abiding in this island. I passed the night on wake, fearing to sleep, lest the bird should fly away with me at unawares, and as soon as the dawn broke and day appeared, the roc gave a great cry and spreading its wings, flew up with me into the air. It ceased not to soar, till I thought it had reached the limit of the skies, after which it descended, little by little, till it lighted on the top of a high hill. As soon as I found myself on the earth, I made haste to unbind myself, quaking for fear of the bird, though it took no heed of me nor was ware of me, and loosing the linen of my turban from its feet, made off. Presently, I saw it catch up something from the ground and rise into the air with it, and observing this narrowly, saw it to be a huge great serpent, with which it flew away out of sight. I marveled at this and faring on, found myself on a crest overlooking a great valley, exceeding wide and deep and bounded by vast mountains, that soared high into the air. None could see their summits, for the excess of their height, nor could any avail to climb up thereto. When I saw this, I blamed myself for that which I had done and said, Would God I had remained in the island. It was better than this desert place, for there I had at least fruits to eat and water to drink, and here are neither trees nor fruits nor streams. But there is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High, the Supreme. Verily, as often as I am quit of one peril, I fall into a worse and a more grievous. However, I took courage and walking along the valley, found that its soil was of diamond, the stone wherewith they pierced jewels and precious stones and porcelain and onyx, for that it is a hard dense stone, whereon neither iron nor steel hath effect, neither can we cut off aught therefrom nor break it, save by means of the leadstone. Moreover, the valley swarmed with huge snakes and vipers, as big as palm trees, that would have made but one gulp of an elephant, and they came out by night, hiding during the day, lest the rocks and eagles should pounce on them and tear them in pieces, as was their wont, why I know not. And I repented of what I had done and said, By Allah, I have made haste to bring destruction upon myself. As I went along, forgetting my hunger and thirst in my concern for my life, the day began to wane and I looked about for a place where I might pass the night, being in fear of the serpents. Presently, I caught sight of a cave near at hand, with a narrow doorway, so I entered and rolled a great stone that I found within to the mouth of the cave and stopped it up, saying in myself, I am safe here for the night, and as soon as it is day, I will go forth and see what destiny will do. Then I looked within the cave and saw at the further end a great serpent brooding on her eggs, at which my hair stood on end, but I raised my eyes to heaven and committing my case to fate and destiny, abode all that night without sleep till daybreak, when I rolled back the stone from the mouth of the cave and went forth, staggering like a drunken man for stress of watching and fear and hunger. As I walked along the valley, there fell down before me a great piece of meat, but I saw none, at which I marveled greatly and presently bethought me of a story I had heard aforetime of merchants and pilgrims and travelers, how the mountains where are the diamonds are fenced about with great perils and terrors, nor can any win thither, but the merchants who traffic in diamonds have a device by which they get them, that is to say, they take a sheep and kill and skin it and cut it in quarters, and cast them down from the mountain tops into the valley, where, the meat being sticky with the fresh blood, some of the jewels cling to it. There they leave it till midday, when the eagles and vultures swoop down upon it and carry it up to the mountain tops, whereupon the merchants come and shout at them and scare them from the meat. Then they come and taking the diamonds, go their ways with them and leave the meat to the birds and beasts, nor can any come at the diamonds, but on this wise. So, when I saw the carcass fall and bethought me of the story aforesaid, I filled my pockets and girdle and turban and the folds of my clothes with great plenty of the best of the diamonds, and as I was thus engaged, down fell another great quarter of meat before me. Then I unrolled the linen of my turban and setting the meat on my breast, bound myself thereto and lay down on my back, so that I was hidden by the meat, which was thus raised above the ground. Hardly had I done this, when an eagle swooped down upon the meat and driving its talons into it, flew up with it and me clinging thereto and alighted on the top of one of the mountains, where it fell to rending the carcass, but there arose a great noise of shouting and clattering of wood, at which the bird took fright and flew away. Then I loosed myself from the meat, with clothes daubed with blood therefrom, and stood up, whereupon up came the merchant, who had cried out at the eagle, and seeing me standing there, bespoke me not, but was affrighted at me and shook with fear. However, he went up to the carcass and turning it over, found no diamonds sticking to it, whereat he gave a great cry and exclaimed, Alas, my disappointment! There is no power and no virtue but in God, with whom we seek refuge from Satan the accursed. And he bemoaned himself and beat hand upon hand, saying, Alas, the pity of it! How cometh this? Then I went up to him and he said to me, Who art thou and how camest thou hither? Fear not, answered I am a man and a good one and a merchant. My story is a rare one and the manner of my coming hither is a marvel. So be of good cheer, thou shalt have of me what will gladden thy heart, for I have with me great plenty of diamonds, each better than aught thou couldst get otherwise, and I will give thee thereof what shall suffice thee, so fear nothing. So saying, I gave him abundance of diamonds and he rejoiced therein and thanked and blessed me. Then we talked together till the other merchants, each of whom had thrown down his piece of meat, hearing me in discourse with their fellow, came up and saluted me. I told them my story and how I came thither, and they gave me joy of my safety, saying, By Allah, a new life hath been decreed to thee, for none ever won to yonder valley and came off thence alive before thee, but praised be God for thy safety. I passed the night in their company in a safe and pleasant place, beyond measure rejoiced at my deliverance from the valley of serpents and my arrival in an inhabited land. And on the morrow we set out and journeyed along the crest of the mountains, seeing many serpents in the valley, till we came to a wide and fair island, wherein was a grove of great camphor trees, under each of which 100 men might shelter. When the folk have a mind to get camphor, they pierce the upper part of the stem with a long gimlet, whereupon the liquid camphor, which is the sap of the tree, runs out, as it were milk, and they catch it in vessels, where it hardens like gum, but, after this, the tree withers and becomes dry firewood. Moreover, there is in this island a kind of wild beast, called a rhinoceros, that feeds upon grass and leaves of trees, as do oxen and buffaloes with us, but it is a huge beast, bigger of body than the camel, and has a great and thick horn, 60 cubits long, a middleward its head, wherein, when cleft in twain, is the likeness of a man. Travelers say that this beast will carry off a great elephant on its horn and graze about the island and the seacoast therewith and take no heed of it, till the elephant dies and its fat melting in the sun, runs down into the rhinoceros's eyes and blinds him, so that he lies down on the shore. Then comes the roc and carries off both elephant and rhinoceros, to feed its young withal. Moreover, I saw in this island many kinds of oxen and buffaloes, whose like are not